while this young man followed his idol Hirosaka Renji, explaining how he could become a golden rank hunter like him. Suddenly, a shining 5-star golden rank door appeared next to Subaru. Just as he, one of the 7 gods, reached out to open the door and enter, his younger brother, 3-year-old Aries Taiga, violently barged in, pushing him aside and entering himself. Thus, Subaru's chance for his first promotion was snatched away. Since then, his life changed drastically. His younger brother, after going through that door, became the youngest golden hunter in Japan, and his fame quickly grew, with women and wealth everywhere, while Subaru began living the life of an insect at school, tormented by his brother, and his henchmen abused him so badly he even wet his pants. At home, he lived in a shed that looked like an insect nest, hot in summer, cold in winter. His parents and brother abused him, forcing him to work hard day and night. Sometimes they used him as a pet for chores, and he didn't dare to resist. Like that night, when they sent him to buy water late at night, and although Subaru wanted to resist, he couldn't. He could only accept the money they threw at him to buy the water. Walking down the street, depressed, he thought about his life and his brother's mocking gaze. He felt hopeless, imagining that when he grew old and weak, he would still have to kneel with both hands holding the money they gave him for errands. Suddenly, he felt like dying to end it all. Subaru remembered his bitter story. He thought that if at that moment he had entered the golden door, he would have everything now and nothing left to live for. Truly, his wishes had come true. He had just said he wanted to ascend to heaven, but then he encountered 3 of his brother's henchmen. They had just returned from hunting monsters, their faces even uglier, with new scars. They were very angry, and at that moment they saw Subaru. It seemed fate wanted them to vent their frustration. Although Subaru was cowardly, he was not stupid. He knew they would beat him again soon, so he tried to run, but how could he compete with those guys? They chased him, pulled down his pants, and even cut off one of his arms. They harassed him like an animal. He had thought about dying before, but on the brink of death, he clung to life. They pushed him into a dead-end alley where he fell rolling. Subaru cried inconsolably, but those guys had no mercy. They beat him brutally until blood splattered everywhere. He thought he was going to die. Just as one of them was about to use a copper rank technique to finish him off, suddenly a door appeared that cut the attacker in half. The aggressor immediately fell, and in front of Subaru appeared a door. It was a 5-star copper rank door, but curiously, it began to crack and change to silver. It didn't stop there. It kept cracking and transformed into gold, and something unprecedented happened. The door continued vibrating and turned into a rainbow door. Subaru saw the door of the sun, the truth piercing his heart. This time, if anyone tried to steal from him, he would fight to the end. Struggling, he moved toward the door, but the 2 copper rank henchmen wouldn't let him. They used all their skills to stop him. They cut off one of his legs, but Subaru, heir of the amputee Levi Ackerman, couldn't give up so easily. With 10 times the motivation, he gave his all to enter. He had to succeed. The rainbow door closed and Subaru collapsed to the ground. A monster appeared with a sly smile. The rainbow challenge was beginning. Subaru lay face down, not understanding anything. The monster slowly approached. It pierced his head with a finger. An electric spark crackled. The system began to update and enhance his body. It cured his myopia, regenerated his amputated leg, and his organs returned to normal. Subaru suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing the monster, he was very scared. He jumped back and the monster turned around and went to sit in a chair. Subaru was still confused, as if it were all a joke. Where was he and who was he? After some loading and updating time, he finally understood that he was inside the rainbow gate and that the monster sitting cross-legged was the owner of that gate. Subaru runs trembling while recalling the story of his idol's exam. He met a gold knight and had to wield the sword to defeat him and gain his power. Subaru is sweating buckets. Does he have to defeat that guy who looks like a monster? The monster leaning on the chair seems impatient, sighs, and calls Subaru. The monster scratches his head and asks if his body has fully recovered yet, or is it still swollen? Subaru, being pointed at, starts to break out in a cold sweat. Trembling, he replies that he's fine, but hasn't fully processed it yet. Incredibly, he and that monster are talking while Subaru doubts life itself. The monster waves his hand and tells him to come closer quickly to continue the D-test procedure. If you can land a hit on me, I'll give you the power. Subaru hurriedly interrupts and asks who the monster is. It replies with a, "What the hell?" Subaru explains hurriedly, confused and spinning in his mind. He says there are 3 types of gates: gold, silver, and bronze, but he has never seen nor heard of the Rainbow Gate. The monster, impatient like melting ice cream, tells him to finish talking, then interrupts saying he doesn't care about anything. Then, he launches a powerful wave of energy at Subaru. The Rainbow Gate appears again. Subaru doesn't dare move, clutching his head in fear. How am I supposed to lift a finger against this guy, he thinks. The monster has lost patience and repeatedly pounds the table. He yells at Subaru to stand up and hit him. I want to finish this crap quickly and go home to sleep. Subaru receives a harsh reprimand and responds trembling. I want to stand up too, but my legs are shaking and I can't stand. The monster seems to hear a joke and just covers his face helplessly. Damn it, how did this idiot get chosen? Is it because of the protagonist's aura? With no other options, the monster waves his hands several times. Several weapons fall from the sky around Subaru. The protagonist thinks he's about to die. He screams as if in labor, but it's like luck is smiling on him. The monster points to the weapons and says if he's scared, he can use them. If you can't even do that, then find another gate, turn right, and go home. Subaru, trembling, contemplates whether to fight the monster or return to his previous life. He is stunned and finally, trembling, takes a step toward the gate. The monster strokes his chin and seems about to add something else. He adds some words to hurt weak Subaru's pride. Didn't you open the gate seeking power? You're worse than a disgusting insect. The monster's sarcastic words echo in the protagonist's ears, especially when he calls him an insect. Subaru remembers how many people have called him an insect before. They trampled on him and his life was worse than an animal's. The monster seems unwilling for him to return, sighs, and tells him to go to sleep. If you keep this up, you'll live your whole life on your hands and knees. Take responsibility for your decisions. Subaru cries inconsolably. He sees his 70-year-old reflection in the gate. He growls and hits the gate hard, surprising even the monster. The monster tries to see what Subaru is planning, who is like possessed, hitting the gate non-stop. He yells cursing, "What the hell is this? What kind of cage is this? What the hell is this? You guys are arrogant." The monster, seeing progress, gets encouraged. "I'm about to go to sleep," he says. Subaru, furious, clenches his fists and keeps cursing. He curses heaven and earth. Do you think having power lets you do whatever you want? Is it okay to call someone an insect? Damn it, the monster is having more and more fun. He takes the opportunity to heighten the tension and keep insulting Subaru. He laughs out loud and says, "Of course, idiot." Subaru's frustration reaches its peak and he screams, expressing his humiliations. "You have hurt me too. You have treated me like trash. Why are you so damn cruel?" The monster laughs with increasing satisfaction. He has discovered Subaru's weak spot and keeps poking him there, an insignificant creature. The insignificant creature makes Subaru more and more irritated. He shouts, "Shut up, I don't want to hear." Subaru seems recharged, his courage multiplied by 10 billion. Before the monster's expectant gaze, Subaru advances without hesitation. He strikes the monster directly in the face and, after the hit, realizes he succeeded. The monster brother, satisfied, stands up and pats Subaru's shoulder with a loud clap. He keeps exclaiming, "Awesome, damn it, brother, you'll make it if you put your heart into it. I can feel the intense hatred in your strike. You're not wrong at all. I fully approve, brother." Immediately, the monster bites Subaru's shoulder hard, leaving him stunned. A wave of force hits him. Subaru screams in pain. He thinks the monster wants to kill him, but this time Subaru has changed. He no longer opens his mouth to die. He immediately regains his spirit. He bites the monster brother's shoulder hard. The monster smiles with satisfaction. "Interesting. I will grant you some more privileges. The rainbow power flow will be even stronger than before." Until Subaru can no longer bite, he collapses to the ground. The test confirms he has surpassed the current body configuration. Subaru is now a hunter. The monster smiles satisfied seeing his work. He says his name is Vanquish and says goodbye. He hopes to see you again. Vanquish slowly disappears. This time he is truly happy. The protagonist Ares Subaru has become a hunter of the current rank, inheriting Vanquish's power. The ancient vampire Subaru slowly awakens. A series of skills update one after another. Before him appears the level 1 blood molding technique. Additionally, he receives a bonus with the rainbow technique and several additional skills. Those who steal blood, those who hate the glow, those who live under the shadow of the Sunday. Subaru's eyes shine. Still dazed, he murmurs, "Rainbow." A series of notifications change to a portal closure notice and disappear. Subaru is stunned reading the line, "You must exit through the door in 30 seconds. The ground beneath him begins to collapse and he can't even lift his body. He sees the door slowly disappear and then falls in freefall. Outside, two thugs watch the rainbow door break into pieces. They assume that damn insect Subaru has been defeated. It really is a loss for heaven. As they turn to leave, the debris of the door behind them begins to move. The protagonist, Subaru, handsome and cool version, without amputated legs, appears. The two thugs, seeing him, grind their teeth in anger. That insect has become a hunter? The two thugs shout and question Subaru. They ask if he has already become a main god. Subaru is dazed, not yet recovered. He vaguely remembers receiving Vanquish's power. Without waiting for him to speak, the two thugs brandish their swords to attack him, but he is no longer the useless insect from before. As if possessed, he leans and easily dodges one of their attacks. He quickly raises his hand to ask them to wait. One of the thugs is not even ashamed. They steal and at the same time shout, accusing him of stealing their door. Subaru, confused, says, "That door is mine." The thug swings his sword again and attacks, but in Subaru's eyes the attack is slow as a snail. Subaru crouches and easily dodges the sword. Now he can see all the sword trajectories of the thug. No matter how much he attacks, Subaru evades all. The other thug is left speechless. The thug gets frustrated for missing and continues attacking with more fury. Subaru takes the opportunity to grab the hand holding the thug's sword. "Stop," says the thug, surprised that his hand has been blocked. But seeing Subaru's trembling legs, he regains all his confidence. He laughs contemptuously, showing a fierce face to threaten the scared Subaru. Intimidated, Subaru releases his hand trembling and says, "Sorry." The thug takes advantage to strike him in the back. He raises his fist and throws another punch at Subaru's face, insulting him while hitting. "The shabby and miserable guy can't compare to your father, Subaru, who was brutally beaten." He thought it would hurt terribly, but it turned out it didn't hurt as much as he thought. A status bar appeared in front of him. The system shows an HP bar symbolizing life. When it reaches 0, you lose your abilities. That's why he must avoid getting hit as much as possible. Subaru suddenly understood this was the vision of the main god. The previous hit didn't hurt because he had truly become the main god. The guy who threw the punch, seeing it did nothing, gritted his teeth in frustration. The other guy tried to stop him by shouting, but the first ignored him. He didn't want to be dominated by that guy who still wet the bed this morning. He lost patience and began using his special technique Red Rose, gathering energy in his hand. Then he launched the blow at Subaru, who took the full impact. Blood began to flow from his face. He complained about the pain, thinking he was about to die, but Subaru looked at his life bar with alarm. He had lost a lot of blood. If he took more hits, he would die. The guy who threw the punch was stunned. "Are you kidding me? The Red Rose can destroy even a car." Subaru took the full hit but only suffered those wounds. Incredibly, the other guy kept begging the first to reconsider and stop. The door Subaru opened to Kia was clearly stronger than the golden door. However, Kia didn't listen to a word. At that moment, Subaru was at level 1. He had to take advantage of that moment to eliminate him before he leveled up. If he leveled up, they might not even win 0.1%, so they had to take the chance to finish him off. Subaru didn't know what the two guys were whispering about. He looked around trying to seize the chance to escape. But before he could run, he was caught by a bunch of ropes that tied him up. That was Kia's rope technique. After arguing for a while, they decided to cooperate. Subaru was tied up and couldn't move. The guy who previously carried the sword attacked again. Subaru was confused and lost. He didn't know how to use his techniques. He didn't know what to do. Just as he closed his eyes expecting to be stabbed, an unknown force activated his technique. A bunch of red swords emerged from his body and pierced Kia. Kia spat blood and fell to the ground. The technique deployed was Vanquish. By activating the blood control technique, Vanquish felt responsible as the main god. Also, he had to teach Subaru, his disciple, how to use it. Although he was a bit arrogant and whiny, he still taught Subaru how to use his technique, blood control. This technique allows the user to control the state of blood for 10 seconds. The blood you saw before transformed into swords, that was what he explained. The rest was imagined by the protagonist. After 10 seconds, the swords returned to blood in their original form. Vanquish reminded Subaru that he had to fuel his rage before disappearing. Without letting Subaru freeze, Kia, although seriously injured, still tried to use the sword to attack him. Subaru dodged and stepped back. He couldn't believe this guy was so resilient and kept attacking. Kia spat blood. He kept insulting Subaru, cursing him. "Die, damn killer, who killed my friend." Kia spoke increasingly furiously, reproaching Subaru for not dying soon. That if he died, no one would be bothered or lose anything. Subaru was already used to those insults. He stayed thoughtful, remembering Vanquish's words. He had to fuel his rage. This time he wouldn't stay silent or endure the insults. Subaru emitted a rainbow light. Determined, he began to attack. He only needed one punch. Subaru easily broke Kia's sword. With a direct hit to the face, he threw him 8 meters away. Kia crashed against the wall and flew into the sky. The other guy, seeing how his companion was treated like trash, he began to tremble, watching Subaru advance with great determination. He used his rope technique to try to escape with Kia. Subaru couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was Kia really running away? Kia ran desperately, fearing being caught. He couldn't believe it. That punch was incredibly strong. What the hell is this? He's only level 1. Where did he get so much strength? Damn useless. Subaru. He knelt down, raising his hand joyfully. He had won his first victory in life. He looked at the disaster in the alley. There was also Kunisaki's body split in half. What should he do with all this? The next morning, the police discovered the condition of Kunisaki's corpse. A body split in half like that was definitely not the work of one person. They suspected it might be an underworld monster. At that moment, Subaru's idol, Hiraka Renji, arrived. He said he had already explored the surroundings and found no signs of any underworld monster. They found the Guardian God registration card of Kunisaki Sutaro. Hiraka Renji speculated, whoever split the Guardian God in half must be at least as strong as a silver Guardian God. Hiraka Renji felt his heart beat strangely, but it wasn't his own, it was the Guardian God's. Then Hiraka Renji handed the card to the police officer. Now is not the time for guardian gods to fight each other. Our responsibility is to destroy as many portals as possible, said Hiraka Renji, looking up at the sky. A clock was counting down, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. The next morning, Subaru still hadn't returned home. Aries Taiga, his close brother, was busy with his own matters. He entered Subaru's small room, looking for him, annoyed and cursing. Subaru hadn't even read the messages. Taiga opened his phone. Suddenly, he saw news updated 2 hours ago. A guardian god had been killed by another guardian god. Taiga checked the information and recognized one of those involved. It was one of the 3 who bullied Subaru. Aries Taiga had a bad feeling and remembered the past. A golden door appeared automatically in front of Subaru. If he hadn't ignored it, maybe Subaru's life would be different now, thought Taiga, clenching his teeth. With a loud noise, he raised his fist and smashed Subaru's small room. Had that kid already become a guardian god? At the headquarters of the Japanese Guardian Gods Federation, the place for guardian gods to awaken their powers and the official organization controlling the portals. Subaru shyly looked around, amazed. Are all of these guardian gods? He approached the reception to ask for help with registration. He wanted to enroll as a guardian god. In Japan, anyone who is not a member and enters a portal commits a crime, so to strengthen oneself, one must be a member. Yesterday's case was considered a murder. Investigating the death of a guardian god is also the job of other guardian gods. A strong opponent is very likely to be a golden guardian god who will reveal himself. If that guy is an expert, then he's dead. He must destroy as many portals as possible. Only then can he level up and prepare mentally. The guy began explaining the rules, but Subaru didn't pay much attention. He had already done the homework at a cyber cafe. There are 3 things you must remember. First, to break portals, you must level up. Second, the more stars a portal has, the harder it is to handle. Third, after breaking a portal, you can exchange the stars for money. Subaru remembered he had lost Sawatari's stars yesterday and asked the guide if he could exchange them for money. Now his pocket was empty. Although he felt bad, he couldn't do anything. The guide, who had been smiling before, frowned and examined the stars, questioning Subaru. Whose is this? Subaru turned pale and stammered, looking for an excuse. Yesterday, right after you became a guardian god, a portal suddenly appeared in front of you. After destroying it, you received this, the guide explained. Anyone who is not a member and enters a portal faces a penalty of 5 years in prison or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Hearing the possibility of prison, Subaru got scared. He had made a serious mistake. He didn't know the penalty was so severe. His mind went blank. What should he do now? Meanwhile, Subaru's cousin, Taiga, was walking carelessly down the street. He went to the police station to ask about the murder of the guardian god from yesterday. Meanwhile, Subaru finally managed to exchange the stars for money. Normally, when someone who is not a member breaks a portal, the penalty is very severe. But in this case, the guide decided to turn a blind eye and helped him, so nothing happened to him. After successfully exchanging the stars for money, he was surprised by the amount he received. He did not expect a guardian god to get so much money. 1 star is worth 1 million yen, and 5 stars more than 100 million. To him, it seemed like a dream. Subaru had to risk his life to get it. Now he had to find portals immediately. However, his gaze fell on the hair salon and the clothing store. Subaru looked at his shattered body and decided to go in to fix himself up. People had said it before. They were not wrong. With money, you can even buy a god. With money. Subaru's expression changed immediately. He was no longer a simple cowardly bookworm. Even before, Subaru kept going from one bag to another without stopping. Now he was sitting in a cafe waiting for his drink. Subaru had never felt anything like this. It was truly intoxicating. He had bought the clothes himself and had also cut his hair. It was the first time he had done that. The first time he sat in a cafe. Subaru enjoyed his coffee. It was a caramel macchiato. It had been a long time since he last had something sweet. Suddenly, Subaru felt emotional, wiped his tears, and remembered his past. His miserable life like an insect was already in the past. Now it was different. For the first time in his life, he enjoyed freedom. Subaru tightly gripped his cup. He decided that after finishing his drink, he would go look for the door. And after breaking it, he would come back here to keep drinking. Now he was already a main god, no longer an insect like before. While enjoying the midday, suddenly a shadow covered him. That damn Taiga had found Subaru. He broke the cafe glass and forcefully entered. He grabbed Subaru by the neck and violently threw him outside. Subaru had no time to prepare and was already bleeding. When he realized he was about to be thrown against a mother and son couple, Subaru quickly used the secret blood control technique to avoid being thrown further. He shouted at the couple to run quickly. With just one hit, he was already seriously injured. Subaru silently cursed 10,000 times. His blood kept flowing. The situation was terrible. The damn Taiga advanced full of hatred toward him. It was incredible. Subaru had already become a main god. He gritted his teeth and stopped the bleeding. Although it was only level 1, he was not going to give up to the main god Huang Kim. The two fought, and the street traffic got congested, especially because one was the main god Hwang Kim Aries Tiger. He didn't care about anything. Subaru asked why he was looking for him, but Taiga laughed disdainfully and did not answer, hitting him in the face. He told him to wake up. Subaru barely dodged the blow and stepped back several paces. He should have checked the transferred money and the GPS on his phone. Taiga considered that nonsense. He used the secret technique of the Hwang Kim arm. His right arm was covered by shiny golden armor. Subaru, although clumsy, understood that the battle was beginning. He closed his eyes and felt the Vanquish inside him. He also taught him something else about the blood control technique. It converts HP into blood and allows free control of it. But if used excessively, the HP bar will deplete quickly. Subaru, today you don't need to win, just survive. That was the only thing he could think of. The power difference between Subaru and Taiga. It was 22 levels. Fighting directly was like an egg against a rock, Aries. Taiga used the golden impact technique, launching an explosion at Subaru. But Subaru used his blood to form a rope that climbed to the sky trying to escape. Taiga was not stupid, and realized immediately. Subaru was imitating his younger brother's technique, and Taiga reacted immediately. Taiga took momentum, flew upward, and launched a strike from the air towards Subaru. But this time, Subaru was faster and managed to dodge, causing Taiga's strike to hit the ground directly. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that guy was too strong. With a single blow, he could send him to the afterlife. Taiga seemed like that, but he was still analyzing Subaru's abilities. According to his preliminary evaluation, Subaru could shoot ropes from his hands to move freely and grab objects. He really was useless. Taiga lunged again towards Subaru. He attacked with the intent to kill. Subaru calmly used HP to create a smoke cloud that enveloped him, taking advantage to slip behind him. Taiga used the fist that had defeated Sawatari to strike Subaru, but it did nothing. On the contrary, Subaru's hand began to bleed and he screamed in pain. Taiga took the opportunity to strike his chest. Subaru's blood sprayed out and his HP bar continued to drop. Subaru held his bleeding chest. Taiga smiled coldly. He tried to grab Subaru's head to finish him off, but suddenly sharp thorns emerged from the ground. They pointed toward Taiga. Subaru had not given up yet. You hurled the gushing blood toward Taiga, turning it into bones and blood blocks. To attack Taiga, you used all your energy to create the blood block. You hardened it as much as possible, but none of it had any effect against Taiga. Subaru was desperate, his speed, strength, and defense. Everything about Taiga was on a completely different level. Taiga crushed the blood block you just created. He advanced step by step toward you. Subaru was paralyzed and stunned. Even when you became a god and were on the brink of death, no matter how many techniques you used, you still couldn't defeat Taiga. Subaru blinked and looked at his hands. Taiga held his face. He couldn't allow Subaru to live any longer. If he leveled up, it would be a big problem. Now he had to kill you, without letting you lay eggs. Subaru blinked, seeing the fist heading toward him. Taiga struck hard, making Subaru fly backward. However, contrary to what he expected, Subaru managed to block the blow. He used almost all his HP points to create something soft and sticky that stopped Taiga's fist. He created something capable of dispersing the impact, like an airbag. That soft and sticky substance clung tightly to Taiga's arm and kept spreading. He tried to shake it off but couldn't separate from it. What Subaru imagined was a piece of unbreakable rubber. He looked at the MP bar that was decreasing. This was the crucial moment. Subaru raised his hand and called several more blood blocks. The duration of blood control was 10 seconds. Even if he used all his MP, he had to stop Taiga. The blood blocks stuck to Taiga's arm, preventing him from moving. Taiga, although frustrated, could do nothing. What could he do now? He could only stand there, like a madman. Why let Taiga investigate you? Subaru took the opportunity to flee. His goal was to survive 10 seconds and finish. The blood control ended, and it returned to normal blood. Taiga tried to chase him, but Subaru created a smoke screen that made him lose orientation. Taiga gritted his teeth, frustrated, and began to concentrate his strength. He felt like a fool being played by Subaru. He was about to chase him, but he was suddenly stopped by a group of people who arrived. Hirasaka Renji. With him were Udo and Shikishima. At that moment, Taiga realized he had exaggerated a bit. But how could he give up so easily? He had to keep chasing Subaru. Before he could say anything, he was chained from behind. The chains held him. Taiga was sweating cold. How is it possible that all 7 golden gods had gathered here? Hirasaka Renji raised his sword and placed it at Taiga's neck to restrain him. Taiga gritted his teeth, unable to continue his ferocity. Meanwhile, after Subaru left there, he fled to save his life and stopped on the rooftop of a building. He had successfully escaped. Subaru clenched his teeth. He couldn't get involved with anything related to that guy. If he found him again, it was over. Subaru looked at his torn clothes. They were clothes he had just bought. He also left the rest of his clothes at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop, thinking about shopping. It was fun. He decided that to regain his freedom, he had to fight. He didn't want to return to a miserable life like before. He was going to get stronger. At a door, a girl was arguing with a group of people. She pointed at the door with determination, claiming she had reserved it first. The reservation had to be made online, but the people didn't want to listen to reason. They didn't care that she was a weak girl. How could she stop them? The best thing was for her to obey and give them the door. But this girl was no ordinary person. She seemed extremely confident, clasped her hands, and prepared to fight. She was the goddess Amaiza. She had previously bragged a lot. She had been beaten by the group, and they doubted. If someone so weak was still alive, that was surprising. Amaiza was only level 8, but she had to face a level 13 team. Of course, she couldn't win. The team members didn't hesitate to mock her. Only someone older could compete with them. Amaiza was frustrated, unable to respond. The group's skills neutralized her. Confident in their numerical superiority, they mocked her and told her to give up the door. They told her to quit and leave. Those without any talent like you shouldn't exist in this world. Amaiza, hearing those hurtful words, also felt saddened. In the past, she was forced to leave the team for having no talent. That's why, with this group of people, she would never give up. She wouldn't accept defeat, damn stubborn blonde. He raised his hand to deliver the final blow. Amaiza also thought her end had come. Just then, Subaru appeared out of nowhere and politely asked Han, "Are you deciding who enters through the door based on who is the fittest?" All eyes turned to Subaru. He raised his pale hand to volunteer. Wondering if he could participate, the group became uneasy. With just one question, someone asked, "Who the hell is this?" The arrogant blonde approached Subaru threateningly. "Where do you come from?" he asked, grabbing Subaru's shirt to drag him. But Subaru quickly used his blood control technique, causing the attacker to fall face first. In a firm voice, Subaru said, "I don't have much time. I must become stronger at all costs." The other witnesses grew even tenser and asked Subaru what rank he had. He replied that he was barely rank 1. They didn't believe him and thought he was lying. They began to speculate that maybe he had a ranged attack ability. If he really were rank 1, they could crush him just by the level difference. Immediately, they attacked as a group, but Subaru, with his super hack technique, easily knocked them to the ground. After facing the opponent Taiga, the group moved even slower than a snail to him. It didn't take him long to defeat them all. The blonde who was the first to be defeated recovered. He stepped aside, pulled a gun from somewhere, and fired non-stop at Subaru. He thought he could defeat him, but he was wrong. Subaru's blood control nullified all the shots. He didn't even take a step. Then he punched the attacker in the face, breaking his glasses and jaw. He fell to the ground bleeding. Amaiza Suzaka, who was watching from the side, was left speechless. In her eyes, Subaru only needed one hit to finish them off. Where the hell does this monster come from? If he really is rank 1, then his skill level must be extremely high. Amaiza Suzaka speculated that Subaru's rank could be that of a golden supreme god. Meanwhile, Subaru took off the attacker's torn clothes and put them on. His own clothes were in tatters. After fixing himself up, he approached the door under the surprised gaze of Amaiza Suzaka. Subaru smiled slightly, gave a small bow as a greeting, and then entered through the door. Suzaka felt that something was wrong, but by the time she realized it, it was too late to speak. The door she had left was taken by Subaru, who entered. In front of him appeared a board with information. Karakan Volcanic Mountain, difficulty 2 stars. Subaru exclaimed in surprise. He looked around and saw that the inside of the door was like this. Although it was a dangerous place where facing monsters was easy, the scenery was beautiful. While admiring it, suddenly the door behind him opened and something hit his head. Subaru, in pain, looked at the intruder. It was Amaiza Suzaka with a puzzled expression. "What is that?" Amaiza Suzaka entered naturally and locked the door. A notice appeared saying, "Door locked confirmed. You cannot leave the level before defeating the boss." Amaiza Suzaka smiled mischievously. Now not even those rare monsters can get in. Subaru still didn't understand what was happening, hadn't he legitimately taken the door. Where did this girl come from? Amaiza Suzaka shook her head. At first, she had reserved this door for herself, but others tried to snatch it from her. The doors found are registered on a website, and the supreme gods can reserve the right to open them. Subaru exclaimed, understanding the problem. "You can't open a door if you don't do it alone." He hurriedly apologized to Amaiza Suzaka and explained. It was his first time entering through a door and he asked her to allow him to accompany her. He needs to level up at all costs. Amaiza Suzaka looked at his pleading attitude. "And the Divine Lord can reserve the right to break the door there." Subaru raised his voice and said, "No, the problem is that you can't break the door if you do it all by yourself." He hurried to apologize to Amaiza Suzaka and explained, "This is the first time I'm entering through the door and I ask you to allow me to accompany you. I have to level up at all costs." Amaiza Suzaka looked at his pleading attitude. "Then I also trust that you really are first rank and accept that you come with me." And she also knows what it feels like to want to become stronger at all costs, so Subaru was able to accompany Suzaka, but on the condition that when exchanging, she would keep 7 parts and you would keep 3 parts. Subaru didn't think much and accepted immediately. The greeting and introduction phase arrived. Amaiza Suzaka introduced herself and told him her name. Subaru was about to say his, but suddenly remembered that right now he is a criminal accused of killing the main god. He got nervous and, hastily, said Vanquish's name anyway as they prepared to depart. Then, suddenly, a rock was thrown from behind toward Amaiza Suzaka. Subaru quickly wanted to warn her and use a special technique to help, but Suzaka easily turned and broke the rock with a single punch. While the two were not paying attention, a group of goblins and kobolds appeared. Amaiza Suzaka, enthusiastic and full of energy, charged into the attack, clenching her fist and advancing toward the small monsters. For the main god to defeat the monsters of the underground world, it is necessary to strengthen the body. Reaction speed must exceed biological limits and, above all, special techniques are needed. Subaru, standing to the side, watched Suzaka use her techniques skillfully. After defeating the small monsters, he opened his mouth in surprise. In a short time, all the small monsters were quickly defeated. Subaru, with admiration, watched her defeat them with a single punch. How strong Amaiza Suzaka is! After defeating the small monsters, her confidence multiplied. Her main ability was to stun the opponent and strike. Long-range attack techniques could counter hers, but in close combat, she was invincible. Just as she was boasting, another group of larger monsters appeared. Amaiza Suzaka's stun ability lasted only 3 seconds from the moment the enemy was hit. In other words, she had to eliminate the enemy or escape within those 3 seconds. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Amaiza Suzaka will cry without tears. She was surrounded by monsters and had to ask Subaru for help. Subaru stood still, obeying Suzaka's orders to the letter. "Leave it to me," he said without moving an inch. Subaru took a moment to understand Suzaka's situation. He realized that her technique also had a time limit, like his own called blood control. Now Suzaka was too far away, in the middle of the monsters, so Subaru couldn't freely launch his blood threads. He had to try another tactic. Subaru used his blood control, launching blood threads toward the monsters. He tightened them around their necks. He tensed his abdomen and glutes, and to Suzaka's surprised gaze, he pulled the threads back forcefully. The monsters fell to the ground. Suddenly, a light enveloped Subaru. The system announced he had leveled up, increasing 4 levels of strike. His blood control technique also reached level 2. The time limit increased to 15 seconds and improved effectiveness and strength. Subaru looked around. The wounds Taiga had inflicted were already healed. His strength had increased, and his HP and MP were fully restored. Great! This is the feeling of leveling up. It's amazing. At that moment, Amaiza Suzaka came running. She looked at the monsters that were already defeated, also surprised. She couldn't believe Subaru had defeated them all alone. What kind of monsters were these? Subaru looked at Suzaka and his eyes shone, praising her technique. "Your technique is really amazing." Amaiza Suzaka didn't understand anything. She should be the one saying that. Subaru, confused, said that Suzaka's technique stuns opponents without exception. Suzaka added that it only works on enemies up to 3 levels lower than her. If they are stronger, the stun time will be less than 3 seconds, Subaru explained. But then, wouldn't you be invincible? If you use the technique every 3 seconds in a one-on-one duel, yes, Subaru replied. Amaiza Suzaka thought for a moment and then understood. It was as if she had just received incredible knowledge. Subaru pointed towards some rocks where a few monsters still remained. Suzaka, with renewed confidence, told him to stay there and ran toward the rocky wall. Suzaka applied exactly the theory Subaru had explained. She hit first and then stunned. She waited 3 seconds and hit again. Indeed, the monster could not react. Suzaka continued hitting like this and finally managed to defeat the monster. She was so happy that her face shone and her eyes sparkled. She immediately felt a new motivation. The monsters kept attacking, while Subaru watched from the side, also happy. Suzaka seemed fine, but now she had to do something else. Amaiza Suzaka was happily hunting monsters when she suddenly saw a notification that a boss had appeared. She quickly called Subaru, but she already saw him facing 2 bosses, level 17 and level 12. Subaru showed no fear. He told Suzaka to handle the rest. He would take care of those. Both launched into an intense fight, battling from the ground to the air. The level 12 wolf attacked with its claws, but Subaru blocked its strikes one after another. The other boss, a level 17 demon goblin riding the wolf, took the opportunity to draw his bow and activate the level 2 special 6-arrow technique. A series of blue arrows were shot at Subaru, scattering in various directions. Subaru quickly activated the blood control technique to create a shield around his body and defend himself. The arrows hit the sphere he created, causing it to explode with a loud blast. Subaru fell in freefall. These two were too strong. If the blood control wasn't at level 2, he would surely be dead by now. So this is the boss. His abilities are overwhelming. Suzaka was worried from outside. The fight was very intense and she couldn't enter to help. Her technique was completely useless due to the huge level difference. First, she had to clear the small monsters. Meanwhile, Subaru was accumulating the blood control technique. She threw several daggers at the two bosses, but all were ineffective. The wolf easily nullified her attacks, jumped on the demon goblin, and he continuously shot arrows at Subaru. Subaru had no choice but to defend against that rain of arrows. While defending and attacking, he couldn't deal damage. The giant wolf approached and dodged very agilely. The goblin leader, meanwhile, attacked from a distance with a very skillful bow ability. He couldn't find an opening even to bind them with his blood ropes. Without giving him time to think, the goblin activated his special technique again. This time he shot a level 3 ice arrow that pierced Subaru's shield. The arrow pierced his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in pain. He had a second technique that prevented his blood from blocking the hit. He perfectly read his movements. This boss was no joke. The previous rain of arrows was just a decoy. Subaru fell into his trap. Subaru doubled over in pain, holding his arm, while the goblin prepared another arrow to shoot. Just as he was about to shoot, Amaiza Suzaka suddenly appeared and struck the wolf's face. This destabilized the goblin. Subaru was stunned watching the dazed wolf. It wasn't that special technique. It only worked against enemies with a level difference of no more than 3. The wolf fell defeated onto Subaru. Looking at the enemies on the path, all were defeated. Amaiza Suzaka had reached level 9. Suzaka hit at just the right time, delivering another blow that stunned the wolf again. The goblin, seeing things weren't going well, separated from the wolf and flew into the sky. Suzaka was sweating cold seeing this. She gave the turn to Subaru, who slowly got up. He turned his blood into a rubber rope and tied it firmly around the wolf's head, then launched himself upward. Then he transformed the blood into a very strong rope and pulled hard, managing to knock down the wolf and reaching level 6. His body and health and mana points fully recovered. Subaru began thinking about a strong close-range attack. He thought of Taiga's technique, the powerful golden fist. Subaru imitated and applied the technique, transforming his blood into a fist. He destroyed the goblin's level 3 arrow and defeated the latter, successfully leveling up to 9. The blood control technique also upgraded to level 3, increasing the duration to 20 seconds. The Karakan volcanic dungeon of 2-star difficulty was completed. Ares, Subaru jumped to level 9. His attributes also increased considerably. Outside, the people waiting watched attentively. The man from whom Subaru stole the jacket kept sneezing non-stop, trembling from the cold. He promised to destroy whoever stole his jacket, but the blonde paid no attention. The only thing he cared about was the progress indicator to open the door and the completion time. The others, seeing this, were sweating cold. Normally, it took about 2 hours to break a 2-star door, but these two only took 15 minutes. It was incredible. Just then, Subaru and Suzaka came out through the door. Upon exiting, they were questioned by others, who still couldn't believe that 2 people had broken the door. In such a short time, at this moment, the announcement board appeared again. The clearing of the Karakan volcano is confirmed. The remaining time will be added to the clock. Immediately, the time was added to the clock high in the sky. This is a giant clock, so big that it can be seen from every corner of the world. Life will end when the time on that clock reaches 0. The only way to stop it is to break the door and take the remaining time to add it. Subaru. I understand. This is why the main god must keep fighting continuously. The orange-haired guy, with a look of amazement, opens his mouth. Those two really did it. The 2-star door should be assigned to a main god of level 10 or higher, but they destroyed it with just 2 people. One is level 1 and the other a little level 8. While they are lost in thought, Subaru approaches. He startles him. He apologizes for tearing his shirt, and promises to make it up to him. The orange-haired guy now looks at Subaru with fear. He quickly rejects it and tells him he doesn't need compensation to keep the shirt and wear it. A blonde-haired guy appears, squeezes his companion, and asks if the orange-haired guy really plans to tear Subaru apart. The orange-haired guy doesn't dare to do it. He quickly denies it and says he was just joking, not to mind him. Then he changes the subject and tells everyone to leave. The people who were previously disorderly now line up, bow respectfully to Subaru, and leave. Subaru is still confused, not understanding why those people's attitude changed. Faster than an ex-partner. Suddenly, the door behind the 2 of them breaks into pieces. 2 stars fall with a metallic noise. Suzaka takes a star and lifts it, saying, "Let's exchange the money." Subaru shyly wants to say something, and the 2 enter a cafe to sit down. He wants to receive the money on behalf of Suzaka. She, resting her head on her hand, looks confused. The money is divided into 7 parts. If they do that, what will happen to Subaru's money? Unlike Suzaka, Subaru doesn't care about the money. He keeps staring at his cup of coffee. He is so moved that tears come out. After breaking the door, he has finally returned to this cafe. Suzaka, seeing that Subaru is not paying attention to what she says, but gets irritated and asks what he plans to do with the money. Subaru mumbles that he will share it with her later. Suddenly, Suzaka asks a direct question that makes Subaru spit out his coffee. She asks if Vanquish is not his real name. Seeing Subaru's reaction, she can confirm she guessed right. Subaru is using a fake name. He doesn't want anyone to know that he was the one who broke the door with all that power. Although he is only level 1, he is extremely powerful. Subaru can't deny what Suzaka says, but Suzaka has no intention of accusing him. After fighting side by side with him, she knows Subaru is a good person. He saved her life and much more. She wants to keep breaking doors alongside him. From now on, she wants to be his partner. Suzaka speaks a little shyly. She's willing to help him, although she doesn't know if she can. Subaru opens his eyes wide, as no one had ever said those words to him before. This is the first time someone has said something like that to him. Suddenly, Subaru feels a happiness as if a warm river runs through him. He grips the cup with his hand and says, "Thank you, Suzaka, from the bottom of my heart." She has helped him a lot. If she really wants to be his partner, Subaru decides to tell her everything, his real name, his past, and everything that has happened to him in the last 2 days. After listening, Suzaka feels a headache. Who would have thought his situation was even more complicated than she imagined? The rainbow door, the accusations, the attempted murder. Suzaka can't believe Subaru is Ares Taiga's brother. Moreover, that bastard stole the door and became the golden main god. Damn bastard. She can't forgive him. The more she curses him, the more passionate Suzaka becomes. She asks if Subaru wants to become strong enough to defeat that damn Taiga. Subaru scratches his head. His life is in danger, so he just wants to get stronger. Suzaka also tells her story. Her family has 3 daughters and all are main gods. The door of her sister and her other sister is silver, only hers is bronze. At first, the team was formed with 3 people, but eventually she was expelled for being an obstacle. That's why her goal is to become stronger and prove her worth to them. Suzaka blushed shyly because it was the first time she confessed to someone. She feels that her goal is quite similar to Subaru's, so she wants both of them to grow stronger together. Suzaka smiled happily and extended her hand. She wanted to become his partner. She promised never to betray or abandon Subaru, who was stunned. No one had ever said those words to him before. He squeezed Suzaka's hand in acceptance. Thus, they became partners from that moment at the headquarters of the League of Divine Lords. On the top floor, in the political conference room, the 5 golden divine lords gathered around a table. Now that they had succeeded in subduing Arika Taiga, they were the only golden divine lords who could act. The other divine lords seemed not very interested. 6 people don't matter. Without that Taiga, everything will be fine. Anyway, everyone hated that guy's arrogant attitude, and the other divine lords seemed to agree. But the problem now is that, aside from the 4-star gate, only the golden divine lords can break the gates. They don't have enough people to face the 5-star gates, which are too difficult, said Hirosaka Renji. He proposed increasing the number of troops until the coercion order against Taiga was lifted. He also planned to summon the Silver Divine Lords group to participate in next year's campaign. Divine Lord Shikishima Ryu froze upon hearing the proposal. The Silvers? Seriously? Divine Lord Udu Ryu stroked his chin thoughtfully. With 10 people above level 30, it's probably possible. Currently, there are 7 5-star gates that must be destroyed quickly. Regarding the campaign at the 4-star gate in Meguro City, they decided to assign it to Julietta's team, whose average level is 31. This team is led by the young noble Hoshizaki Julietta, level 38. Subaru and Suzaka, after placing the gate, pass by. Julietta's team does not disappoint. It is the strongest and largest silver team, truly powerful. But whatever that team does has nothing to do with them. Subaru and Suzaka, excited, set off to destroy another 2-star gate in Meguro City. The gate is called Soldier's Trash Dump. The 2 entered. They were welcomed by a really long staircase descending downward. The 2 descended slowly. Subaru asked Suzaka curiously, "Do you know what's inside the gate?" Suzaka explained, "You can enter and exit freely as long as the gate isn't blocked from the inside. That's why the Divine Lord in charge of the investigation will bring back the information. For example, this endless spiral staircase we are going down," Subaru said as he realized. Suzaka looked at the long and narrow staircase. This might be the perfect place for their abilities to stand out. Suzaka asked Subaru to try closing the gate to start the mission, so enemies would appear. Subaru obeyed and closed the gate. The system notified that the mission had begun. Suzaka, encouraged, prepared to keep fighting when a loud noise started coming from below. Suddenly, Subaru had a bad feeling. His skin tingled. He looked up and down the staircase. What he saw was an endless line of soldiers with skulls climbing up. Seeing the number, Suzaka was also scared. Aren't there too many for just one? Just as she was distracted, an enemy swung a sword at her, but Subaru reacted in time. He used his blood control to block the attack for her, and Suzaka counterattacked by hitting the skull's face. The skull flew away and was destroyed, but they still couldn't let their guard down. Another group attacked. These must be level 10 or higher. They have to eliminate them to get out of here. The 2 coordinated their actions. Subaru defended and Suzaka attacked. This narrow terrain is completely Suzaka's advantage, but the number of enemies is too many. Besides the feeling of fear that Subaru felt below, these are even more terrifying than the previous goblin boss. The skulls kept falling one after another, but Suzaka's stamina has a limit and she began to pant. Seeing that the situation was not good, Subaru suggested they take turns fighting the monsters. That way, they would avoid one of them getting exhausted too soon. Suzaka looked at Subaru with a confused expression. It should be the other way around, because leveling up inside the gate fully restores HP and MP. The best is to give it all until leveling up. That's why Suzaka's current state is completely healthy, with 10,000 life, ready to continue fighting. Subaru also cheered up after Suzaka's call to use all her strength to fight. He used blood control to transform his form into a tide of solidified blood. He destroyed the entire group of skulls. Suzaka, seeing the skulls struggling in the blood, smiled mockingly. The special technique is still VIP and professional as always. Panting, Subaru told Suzaka to act quickly. It won't last long, said Suzaka with shining eyes, jumping to kick the skulls. She used her maximum speed to defeat as many skulls as she could. She managed to reach level 15, leaving the remaining ones for Subaru. He understood the intention, using his special technique to crush the frozen skulls and send the rest to destruction. Subaru also managed to reach level 16. Suzaka didn't know what to say. Subaru was crazy, just as she expected. Even the enemies seemed to fear him. Suddenly, a skull that hadn't awakened yet attacked Suzaka by surprise. But that enemy was immediately defeated by Subaru's blood arrow. He warned her not to be careless. Suzaka could only accept her mistake with regret. The two went deeper, defeating more monsters. However, the bad feeling in Subaru's heart did not disappear. The pressure from below was getting stronger the deeper they went. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Subaru reached level 19 and Suzaka level 22. Finally, the major boss appeared. The boss was a skull wearing a long dress and crown. She was Queen Judith, level 29. The skull suddenly opened its eyes and attacked with a whip. Her whip shook the earth and rocks around, as if they were about to collapse. Subaru used blood control to protect both of them. He assessed that the boss attacked from a distance with an illusionary pattern, just as Suzaka said. They really had no chance against her, Subaru muttered through clenched teeth. Still, he doubted whether that persistent and chilling feeling at the start really came from that boss. The boss violently swung the whip again, raising a storm of dust and dirt. Subaru and Suzaka dodged nimbly. Suzaka was so scared she almost peed herself. She asked Subaru what they should do. Even when they tried to get closer, they couldn't stay long. Subaru was silent, thinking, that boss's skill seemed to use MP to swing the whip, but would it stop when the MP ran out? Would it be like his blood? If so, that skill would counter Suzaka's technique. Her instant space would lose effect if the level difference was too big. The best would be to use blood control to attack and defend at the same time, but in that case, Suzaka wouldn't gain any experience from that boss. Subaru felt happy when Suzaka said she would be his friend and they would never abandon each other. Subaru called out to Suzaka loudly. He promised he would block the whip and Suzaka would attack relentlessly until satisfied. Suzaka didn't understand what he planned, but agreed. Subaru used blood control with 100% viscosity. The monster seemed to realize what Subaru was trying to do and swung the whip toward the created blood. The blood split and stuck to the monster's body, controlling its movements. Subaru told Suzaka to act quickly. She obeyed and began repeatedly hitting the monster's face. If Suzaka wanted to gain experience, her HP had to drop at least 20%. As a leader specialized in defense and recovery, he had to work hard to strengthen himself. Subaru glanced at the countdown clock and reminded Suzaka. 5 seconds remained before the blood control lost effect. Suzaka understood and stepped back. Just then, the monster broke free from control and swung its whip at Suzaka again. She, protected by Subaru's blood control, emerged unscathed. When they tried to attack again, suddenly a voice echoed from the monster. It asked Subaru in a challenging tone where he had obtained that power. He was stunned, unsure if he had heard wrong. The monster had just spoken. Confirming Subaru's suspicion, the skull murmured. That person could not have given power to a mortal. Subaru quickly understood the situation. The skull was referring to Vanquish. Subaru quickly asked the monster to calm down if it wanted to talk, but the skull did not listen. It seemed to go mad and tore its dress. It began to transform. This was the special technique a boss used. It used all its MP to change form. The skull began activating its special technique. It started to transform. This is the special technique a boss uses. It used all its MP to change form. The skull began activating its special technique. Subaru used blood control to wrap the first 2 skeletons, delivering continuous strikes during the transformation. This caused his blood shield to boil and evaporate. If he did not keep replenishing blood, he would soon be defeated. Watching the MP bar slowly decrease, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, his MP would run out, and Suzaka was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth and turned the blood control into a shield to advance. The skeletons raised their hands to attack, but they were too slow. Subaru extended the blood shield in the shape of a spear and pierced one skeleton, causing its head to fall. The skeleton gradually disappeared before dying. He still couldn't believe he had been defeated. Subaru managed to defeat the boss and leveled up to 20. Although he defeated it, he couldn't feel satisfied with that boss, even though it seemed to know Vanquish. Only one option remained, to finish it off. Subaru began to speculate. Could the door owner be a monster from the underground world? Seeing Subaru succeed, Suzaka jumped for joy. In the end, she also decided to hide behind him and managed to level up to 21. Subaru, seeing that Suzaka also leveled up, was happy. At that moment, he thought they could say they had reached their goal. They had become stronger. If they faced the boss again, next time he would try to ask. Suzaka exclaimed that they had already defeated the boss, but they still hadn't received the notification to open the door. Subaru was alarmed. Did that mean they couldn't leave? Suzaka was also desperate. She had never seen a situation like this. Suddenly, behind them, Subaru saw a rainbow door appear. Frightened, he turned to look, and Suzaka was left speechless. It was the first time she had seen a rainbow door. Excited, Suzaka said that was Subaru's second door. Subaru was also surprised. Wasn't it strange that so many doors appeared like that? Suzaka, on the other hand, didn't see this as a negative thing. Each door had different conditions. She had heard that new abilities could be obtained after completing the challenges. Subaru stroked his chin and asked, could it be because he had already reached level 20? Excited, Suzaka added that she had heard the current strongest Golden King, Hirosaka Renji, had already opened 7 doors. Subaru was surprised to hear that number. It showed they were doing a great job. If they kept going like this, they would become the strongest couple in the world. Subaru looked at his hands. He could get this far just with blood control. If he could obtain equally powerful abilities, he could be on par with a Golden King. Suzaka urged Subaru to enter quickly. He was startled by Suzaka's bright and hopeful gaze. Suddenly, he felt warm. Subaru turned and turned the door handle. When it opened, the door cut off Subaru's left hand and simultaneously made a long cut on Suzaka's body. Subaru saw his arm fall and noticed Suzaka's eyes losing focus. She trembled, apologized, and collapsed. Subaru ignored his bleeding arm and ran towards Suzaka. However, after taking a few steps, he collapsed. Subaru saw the person with the sword in front of the rainbow door. He smiled bloodthirstily. Clearly, he didn't care about having injured someone. Subaru was paralyzed, feeling an overwhelming terror similar to what he had felt at the beginning. Desperately, he went to Suzaka and embraced her with one hand. Subaru shouted her name several times, but she did not respond. Both of their bloods kept flowing non-stop. The zombie in front of the rainbow door said disdainfully, "Sorry, but such a weak insect that can't withstand a single blow doesn't deserve to live." Subaru became furious upon hearing the zombie insult. His friend stood up from the ground, and his rainbow aura began to radiate intensely. The zombie became interested and laughed out loud. Subaru was extremely angry. He didn't care about his bleeding arm. The zombie was also very interested. He introduced himself as one of Vanquish's subordinates, the Zombie King. He would be the one to test Subaru. Subaru crossed the rainbow door and faced the Zombie King, a subordinate of Vanquish. Subaru closed his eyes, looking at Vanquish inside, and shouted, demanding answers. The zombie began to show interest and laughed loudly. Subaru was extremely angry. He didn't care that his arm was bleeding. The zombie was also very interested. He introduced himself as one of the subordinates of the Zombie Emperor Vanquish. He would be the one to challenge Subaru. Subaru crossed the rainbow door. He faced the Zombie Emperor, who was a subordinate of Vanquish. Subaru closed his eyes, looking at Vanquish inside, and shouted, questioning him. Why did his subordinate attack him? What was really going on? Subaru trembled with anger, but Vanquish remained indifferent, not reacting. The Zombie Emperor laughed heartily, saying that the Vanquish inside Subaru was not real. It was just a guide on how to use blood control. Except for questions about blood control, it wouldn't say anything else. The Zombie Emperor licked his lips. What he cared about now was the battle. The Zombie Emperor greeted politely. The condition to pass this stage was to inflict a wound on him. He wanted to see how much Subaru had grown stronger. Subaru didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He charged straight to attack the Zombie Emperor. However, the zombie raised his sword, easily blocking Subaru's strike. He clicked his tongue, criticizing Subaru for being impatient. At least listen to him a little. Another Zombie Emperor raised his sword and slashed. He said if Subaru succeeded in passing the challenge, he would receive one of Vanquish's treasures. He would give Subaru the Divine Thief's staff he was holding. But the zombie's words did not reach Subaru's ears. He was extremely enraged now, with no time to listen to the zombie's rambling. What he wanted to do now was tear that zombie apart. Subaru activated blood control. Several cords sprouted from his back and stabbed toward the zombie, but the zombie just bent down and jumped up, easily dodging. The zombie mocked, praising Subaru's use of blood control, but said that to catch him, that was still too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, another bunch of cords rushed toward the zombie. He dodged again, laughing loudly. He understood now. The blood whip was a secret technique Subaru had copied from the boss. He had been observing Subaru fighting here with Vanquish for quite a while, and from what he saw, Subaru could turn the enemy's fighting style into his own. Subaru became even angrier as he couldn't land a hit on the zombie. He shouted at him not to run away and to fight him. He didn't have time to waste here. Suzaka was still waiting for him. The zombie emperor laughed heartily, joking unamusedly. Subaru puffed his cheeks, and the zombie began to fight seriously. The zombie jumped up, easily cutting all of Subaru's blood whips. Subaru was stunned. He didn't know how that zombie could injure him. Subaru touched the wound on his face. The previous strike was the power of the god thief. The zombie emperor raised his sword arrogantly. Vanquish had also upgraded this chisel. It was the ultimate blood sword, capable of piercing through heaven itself. With this, the shield layer Subaru created was as thin as paper. The zombie emperor was jumping around showing off when suddenly the ground shook. He saw that some fun was about to happen and was extremely delighted. Another cluster of blood whips rose from underground. The zombie twisted and dodged through. The zombie let out a sound. That's really interesting. Subaru whipped the whip from under the zombie's feet, chuckling. He was so thrilled he went crazy, bursting into hoarse laughter. Great job, kid. You can create many ways to attack. Maybe you will become an outstanding warrior. The zombie emperor kept bombarding within the thorny battlefield. Subaru had set the trap. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe he could dodge everything in an instant. The zombie emperor stood in front of Subaru. He was also very surprised. He did not expect the Subaru guy to be so skilled. Before Subaru could react, the zombie punched him in the stomach. He cried blood. The zombie threw his sword into the air, took momentum and punched Subaru again, nearly killing him. The zombie clasped his hands, pushing Subaru to roll and fly 8 meters away. At that moment, the god thief also fell. The perfect zombie caught him, sneering with contempt. You think you're stronger now, huh? You must be underestimating me, huh? You frog sitting at the bottom of the well. My challenge is no joke. The zombie looked at Subaru lying motionless in the sand. He urged him that if he didn't get up and attack him again, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Before finishing his sentence, the zombie grabbed the other person. Subaru stood up despite the continuous bleeding. He continued to activate blood control. Subaru ignored every word of the zombie emperor. Suzaka's life was currently in danger. He couldn't afford to mess around anymore. Subaru activated blood control again, this time transforming. The blood control turned into a blood armor that enveloped him. Subaru followed Vanquish's instructions. He had to ignite the flame of rage. Subaru launched an attack on the zombie king, but he once again easily dodged without wasting a second. Subaru whipped a blood whip from behind, but the zombie avoided it by spreading his legs. Subaru took the opportunity and attacked. He wouldn't let this beast escape. The zombie king smiled and raised his fist to return Subaru's blow. This time, Subaru was able to block his fist. The zombie king was satisfied. Good armor, but let's see if you can withstand this hit of mine. Saying that, the zombie brandished his sword, preparing to slash. Just then, Subaru punched the zombie king. He cut off the arm, splitting it in two, but Subaru's arm regenerated instantly. He struck the zombie's face sideways once again. The zombie turned and cut off Subaru's remaining arm, but he reattached it instantly as well. Then he launched another blow at the zombie's body. The zombie cut several more times, wounding Subaru's limbs, which separated, but he quickly rejoined them and counterattacked. In a blink, the zombie understood the problem. No matter how many times he cut him, Subaru used his blood to heal. At this rate, when his MP ran out, his body would separate and ascend. No one could withstand that. The zombie felt extremely intrigued. He had truly found a madman. He recalled the conversation with Vanquish, who praised Subaru as an interesting boy. Despite the pain from receiving the power, Subaru responded fiercely. Vanquish promised the zombie would appreciate him. At first, he didn't believe it, but now he was convinced. The zombie king laughed loudly. Got you now. But injuring him with such a weak blow was not enough. While the zombie laughed foolishly, he realized Subaru had unleashed an intense, bright aura. The rainbow aura radiated vigorously. What the hell are you barking about? Subaru grabbed his arm and continued transforming. He turned his left arm into a blood spear. The zombie king was the one who had underestimated him. The zombie was pierced and spat green blood. Subaru screamed frantically, "Die, damn it." The zombie was split in two, head and torso separated. They fell in opposite directions. It let out a scream. Really? Instead of just injuring it, Subaru wanted to kill it immediately. Did it intend to level up so quickly? Damn it. Subaru had no mood to listen to its nonsense. He urged it to die quickly. The zombie jumped and was cruel. Subaru understood very well. If the zombie didn't die, the door wouldn't open. He had to get Suzaka to the hospital as soon as possible. Another zombie king sighed tiredly. The time outside was frozen inside the door. The zombie asked what Subaru planned to do to survive. He used a healing technique. When his MP ran out, his body would separate and ascend. Subaru paid no attention to himself. He didn't think of another way to defeat the zombie. Although it was his challenge, Suzaka was involved. That's why, at least before dying, he had to get her to the hospital. Subaru again urged the zombie to die quickly, even though time outside was frozen. But his MP kept decreasing and the zombie felt chills. Suzaka, have you fallen in love? Subaru, tears rolled down his face. It's not love. He had promised her they would never leave each other. She was his first friend in life. The zombie held him back and recalled his past when he was on the edge of the abyss. Vanquish extended his hand to save him and swore, in the name of the vampires, that he would never betray or abandon him. Another zombie king stopped joking. He pointed to a rolling sword and said he would apologize. He would give Subaru that divine sword and its skills as a reward for leveling up. Subaru was confused. Why give him something when he was about to die? The zombie gradually disappeared, assuring Subaru he would not die. This rainbow door is inside the portal, so when Subaru levels up, all his wounds will heal after defeating the zombie king. Subaru levels up directly to 26, receives the demon god and the vibration technique. Blood control also reaches level 6. Subaru seems to remember something. He asks aloud to the zombie, "Are all the portal owners monsters from the underworld?" The zombie confirms they are all the same. Vanquish is also one of them. The zombie feels he doesn't have much time left. He extends his hand to point and leave a message to Subaru. If one day your friend dies, use blood theft to save the zombie before it disappears. He is extremely satisfied with the courage shown by Subaru. It is identical to Vanquish's. The system notifies that the mission is complete. The player is required to leave the portal. Subaru, hurried, carries Suzaka and exits the portal. He doesn't care about the mission or the clock, urgently calls 911. In another portal, where the Mobidic team hides, Julieta is the captain, led by Hisaki. Julieta, as leader, is defeated. Screams and barking are chaotic. She remains motionless facing a huge whale. The whale shoots columns of water, eliminating her subordinates one by one. Julieta's team dies. Moreover, this creature isn't even the final boss. A subordinate tries to stop Julieta and asks for instructions. What should they do now to defeat the boss? They can't leave unless most of the gods die. Julieta frowns and asks how many are left. The subordinate doesn't understand Julieta's question. Suddenly, she turns and looks at him fiercely. She asks in a deep voice how many must die for them to escape. The subordinate is paralyzed, unable to believe what he hears. Julieta plans to abandon her comrades to flee, although she received the mission. Before the subordinate can finish, Julieta stabs him through the head with a sword. The subordinate's expression changes completely. His life is more important than the others. Common subordinates are worth more than the useless and ugly, who don't deserve to live. Suddenly, the system issues a red alert. Most of the gods have died. Therefore, the portal will open immediately. Julieta laughs out loud, kicks the subordinate's body just as others come running. They also receive the notification, if the portal opens now, the monsters will come out. But Julieta doesn't care about that. She turns and yells at her subordinates, "Why are you leaving?" She orders them to return to stop the monsters. The intimidated subordinates obey. They don't know how to stop the creature, but Julieta no longer cares about that. She loses control and turns to flee. The subordinates already recognize their captain's rotten personality. But they are gods. They cannot allow that creature to come out and harm civilians. Therefore, they continue fighting outside the main portal. Julieta crouches to push the portal and escape. She barely puts both feet outside. She has no time to rejoice because she receives the notification that no one survived inside the portal. The monsters will soon come out. Julieta's eyes widen. Not even a minute has passed and a great blow comes from inside the portal. Julieta takes the impact and flies 8 meters, falling to the ground with tears and snot. She grabs her hand tightly and curses her useless subordinates. They couldn't hold for even a minute. The huge whale begins to come out of the portal. Julieta receives the notification. The monsters will attack the gods inside the portal. Julieta screams desperately and starts to flee to save her life. Elsewhere, the rescue team arrives where Subaru is and attends to Suzaka. Subaru is beside her with a burning heart, wishing she is safe. Suddenly, a red notification appears. Mission failed. The 5-star portal, refuge of the Mobidic, was abandoned. 5,837 hours of punishment remain. The remaining time will decrease on the giant clock. Immediately, the time on the clock decreases. From 240 days, only 49 days remain. Subaru doesn't know who caused this. Suddenly, Julieta runs towards Subaru. He recognizes she is from his team. She yells, asking for an ambulance for him. Subaru doesn't understand what she says. Julieta grabs Subaru's shirt and shouts, "That whale is chasing me." Julieta grabbed Subaru's shirt and shouted, "That whale is chasing me." The guy ordered Subaru to hold that monster as long as possible so he could get in the car and escape. Then, Julieta approached the medical staff and asked them to give her the car. The medical staff was confused. They had to prioritize the injured first, but Julieta didn't care at all. The guy forcibly lifted the driver. His life was more important to him. The injured girl left there didn't matter. She was just a small portal goddess. The real silver portal god was him, who should have priority. Julieta kept insisting. She grabbed the medical staff's shirt without letting go. Subaru became serious and took Julieta's shoulder to tell her to wait. Julieta shouted, asking what he wanted to do, while the monster had already completely escaped the portal. It flew toward the city center. The Portal Gods Federation began issuing an alert. An underworld monster appeared in Meguro City. Its danger level was 5 stars. The initial alert was sent to the cities of Meguro, Setagaya, and Shinagawa. All residents in those areas were requested to evacuate. They had to reach a safe place immediately. Subaru turned to the medical staff and told them to leave, entrusting them with protecting Suzaka. Seeing the tense situation, the medical staff didn't hesitate and quickly loaded the injured into the car to leave. Julieta saw the person who had saved her life leave without more. Then she began to get irritable, asking what the hell he was doing, threatening to shut his mouth. Before she finished speaking, Subaru activated his technique, grabbing Julieta's shoulder. "Want to fight? Come on. If you're brave, use your knees," Julieta thought, knowing Subaru was in danger. A moment later, Julieta was beaten until her head looked like a pig's. Subaru hung her upside down from a branch. She tried to free herself but couldn't. Julieta saw Subaru as a father and obeyed without question. He begged and revealed everything he knew. That monster was targeting him. The monsters were targeting the portal gods who had once been inside the portal. After witnessing Subaru's strength, Julieta was very scared. Subaru defeated the subject without sweating. He had never seen that guy before. Subaru sighed with relief. That was a good sign. As long as Julieta was alive, the monster would not harm anyone, and Subaru would not allow it to chase her to Suzaka. He had to defeat it here and now. Subaru tightly gripped the blood whip controller. He slapped Julieta and asked what abilities that monster had. Julieta sincerely declared that the monster could summon and generate water jets. That technique was very fast and powerful, so they could only surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, the monster launched a large number of bubbles. Julieta was scared, as columns of water were launched toward him. Subaru did not move. He took a step and transformed his blood. He formed an azalea flower that blocked all the approaching water columns. The water evaporated instantly. Julieta was surprised. She could not believe Subaru had stopped that attack, a blow that would easily penetrate any shield of a silver portal god. Subaru took a running start with his feet. He was glad the monster was floating in the air, allowing him to fight with all his strength. Subaru covered himself with a blood armor and ascended quickly. He attacked the monster with a blood punch from above, but the attack had no effect. The monster grew even larger, having detected a new target to attack. It opened its mouth wide, emitting a deafening roar. The sound shattered the windows of tall buildings. Subaru gritted his teeth, thinking this was the 5-star creature. Due to the level difference, his attacks had no effect. Subaru decided to try a new weapon. He summoned the thief god. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth again. A large number of eyes emerged from its mouth. The monster spat a series of missiles at Subaru. Subaru held the thief god and used 1/3 of his MP. With a single slash, he destroyed all the missiles the monster launched. Julieta could not believe what she saw. Despite being a monster, it was repelled by Subaru. Now he was reading the thief god's instructions. It consumed the user's MP to launch cutting attacks. The more MP spent, the more cuts could be made. The effectiveness also increased. Subaru considered whether to use less MP. He still did not know how much MP he should use. Of course, the previous attack was not enough to defeat the monster. The monster returned and was more aggressive than before. It gathered a large mass of water in its mouth, preparing to spit it out. Subaru barely glimpsed the level of that blow. He had to stop the shot, so Subaru raised his hand with the sword. He decided to use 1/3 more of his MP to launch another attack. The whale, upon receiving the blow, shattered into many pieces. The large mass of water fell and turned into a heavy rain after the bubbles disappeared. A rainbow appeared and the system notified that the whale had been defeated, while Subaru was soaked like a rat. Julieta witnessed the entire fight in high definition. Without censorship, she was paralyzed, unable to believe that this guy defeated the whale with a single blow. Don't say he's the new gold god. Subaru checked his stats again. As expected, defeating the boss outside the gate does not grant experience, but luckily it did not cause much damage. Subaru clenched his hand tightly. He had to hurry to Suzaka, so Subaru used blood control to create armor on his feet and flew off. However, he did not know that all his previous actions had been recorded by an old man with a camera. The man was also surprised and quickly uploaded the video to the Bluebird app. It promised to cause a sensation on social media. At Shinagawa Hospital, Suzaka was in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, Suzaka had already been taken to the morgue. He pulled back the sheet and saw her motionless. Subaru fell into despair, collapsed, and began to blame himself. It was all his fault because Suzaka had been harmed by him. Subaru thought of that damn person and got furious, but he remembered the corpse's words before dying. If one day your friend ascends, use blood theft. Subaru woke up and opened the skill menu to search. He decided to activate the skill he was unlocking, the resurrection of a nearby god. This allows turning them into familiars, with effect lasting 1 hour after death. The current target, Amaiza Suzaka, had 17 seconds before the time expired. By using this skill, Subaru could save Suzaka. The countdown kept decreasing. 15 seconds remained. Without further thought, he adjusted the blood theft skill. Silently, he prayed it would be in time. A red aura enveloped Suzaka. Time continued counting down second by second. When the last second ended, the red aura around Suzaka disappeared, and Subaru turned pale. At that moment, 2 people abruptly entered, calling Suzaka loudly and softly. They were her 2 sisters. They fell to the ground, pushed Subaru aside, and approached their younger sister. The eldest sister said bitterly, "This is why she asked us not to continue being gods." The second sister couldn't stop crying. She couldn't believe her sister had died. Subaru was frozen, speechless. Only then did they pay attention to him and ask who he was. Subaru hesitated, thinking of Suzaka, feeling a knot in his heart and tears on his face. He introduced himself as Suzaka's friend. Hearing this, the eldest sister got angry and attacked Subaru. He did not defend himself. The eldest sister said tearfully, "You were the one who dragged Suzaka into this dangerous mission." At first, they didn't want to abandon her. They only hoped to become strong enough to protect her. They were about to achieve it, but someone like Subaru appeared. That meant their sister's death. The eldest sister was determined. Just as she was about to attack Subaru again, a noise behind caught her attention. Suzaka, who seconds before was a cold corpse, suddenly rose from the coffin. A red seal appeared on the back of Suzaka's neck, transforming her into another form. She landed on the ground to everyone's surprise. Suzaka looked at her sisters, with fierce determination in her eyes, and shouted for them to take their dirty hands off her. Subaru spoke, and Suzaka lunged to attack the eldest sister, who was paralyzed, not understanding what was happening. Fortunately, Subaru was quick and stopped Suzaka's attack. Without that, her eldest sister would have died. Subaru blocked Suzaka's blow, but with a trembling hand, thought, "Why is she so strong?" Suzaka immediately released his hand, knelt, and apologized to Subaru. The 2 sisters watched the scene suspiciously, and Subaru also turned pale, wondering what the hell was going on. He asked Suzaka if it was really her. Suzaka confirmed. She had been resurrected as a familiar thanks to Subaru's skill. Now she didn't remember anything from before, but she would follow Subaru without fail. She now has no memories from before, but will absolutely follow Subaru. Subaru is paralyzed with fear, motionless like a statue. Sasaki's 2 sisters, hearing this, became very serious. They no longer accept any excuses and activate their ultimate technique to accuse Subaru of being a sick bastard. They interrogate Subaru about what he did to their sister. Subaru starts sweating profusely. Amid the confusion, not knowing what to do, Sasaki adds one more question. He asks if he is a sick bastard. Subaru shakes his head nervously, saying of course he is not. Suzaka, now under Subaru's command, draws her sword and prepares to attack the 2 sisters. Subaru rushes to stop her, shouting, "Ouch, ouch!" He has no other choice. He uses his special technique to pin Suzuka's 2 sisters against the wall behind them. Then he grabs Suzaka and they desperately run outside. While running, Subaru curses, "Damn it, what kind of skill is this? And it's still Sasaki?" Sasaki, being dragged, looks confused and asks if Subaru doesn't plan to eliminate those 2 people. Subaru does not pay attention to Sasaki's question. Now he doesn't know what to do. He must ask Sasaki about that strange relative who appeared in the blood fight. The 2 go out to the main hall. Subaru feels exposed, seeing himself on the giant screen. His face is pale, without a drop of blood. He can't believe it. The fight between him and that whale was recorded. While stunned, suddenly someone approaches and says, "Subaru looks like he's going to become a celebrity soon." The 2 people approaching are Shikishima Ryu and Udo Ryusai. They are the 2nd and 3rd ranks in the Golden Gods clan. Tsukishima grits his teeth in annoyance. "I know Taiga has an older brother." Subaru gets even more scared seeing these 2 people arrive. It seems that not only are those 2 present, but there is a 3rd important person who always appears at the end. That person is Hirosaka Renji, the leader of the Golden Gods clan. Politely, Hirosaka accuses Subaru of committing acts of sabotage against commercial properties in Shinagawa City and attempting to assassinate a god. Since they are classmates, they invite him to join them to discuss more details. Subaru, of course, knows this person. He has been an idol since his childhood. He is the strongest god in Japan. Subaru never imagined he could meet him like this. Subaru is nervous and takes a protective stance in front of Sasaki. Behind Hirosaka, smiling, explains that they have already resolved the problems with the 2 people. Subaru and Sasaki are invited to get into the car with the 3 people. Subaru tells the whole story. He narrates everything that has happened in the last 2 days, detailing all he knows. But he is still worried about not understanding why he is no longer a suspect. Shikishima throws him a tablet and asks if he knows how many surveillance cameras there are in Tokyo. First, The sabotage in the commercial area was recorded from start to finish by the cameras. Subaru was Taiga's victim. Then there is the suspicion of the attempted assassination of Kunizaki. The door that turned Subaru into a god appeared and Kunizaki was split in two. And the other two people at the scene also testified in favor of Subaru. He did not expect that those who bullied him would be the ones to testify. That is why Subaru is no longer a suspect. Moreover, the information that Subaru defeated a monster without causing casualties spread everywhere. So now he is a hero. The word hero is very strange to Subaru. He never thought he could be a hero. After hearing Subaru's story, Shikishima understands many mysteries about Taiga. It is also resolved that Ariete only has one technique, the Golden Arm, a god who steals another god's door, regardless of rank. The second door will never appear. That is how they got to know Subaru. This probably explains why Taiga keeps Subaru close. It is so that when another door appears, he can steal it again. Now Subaru finally understands everything. No wonder Taiga doesn't let him go. He wants to do that. The Golden Gods group takes Subaru to the basement. On level 6 of the main headquarters is the isolation prison for opponents of the gods. Ariete, seeing someone arrive, becomes furious, calls Subaru in a loving tone. The tiger is chained with golden shackles, so he can't do anything. Below the 6th floor of the main headquarters is the isolation prison for opponents of the Divine Lord. Ariel Tiger, seeing someone arrive, became furious, called Subaru in a tone full of affection. The tiger is imprisoned with golden chains, so he can't do anything. Shikishima forcefully struck the iron prison door. He already hated that guy from before. Now, with Subaru's testimony, he will continue investigating based on his statements. Teijie, as if possessed, rammed the iron prison door. He kept asking about Subaru's parents, swore by heaven and earth that he would destroy the parasites of society like Subaru. He claimed that all of Subaru's doors belonged to him. Subaru was insulted by Teijie as if slapped in the face, but he did not react at all. Although Suzaka, beside him, was furious, Subaru remained calm as still water. He also felt something strange. Despite facing Taiga, aggressive and hateful, his heart was not moved in the slightest. Taiga, seeing that Subaru did not react, became even angrier. He could not accept that a mediocre parasite like Subaru dared to look at him like that. Subaru did not want to hear Teijie insult any longer. He turned around and left while Teijie kept barking nonstop behind him. Udu, watching Subaru leave, asked if it was okay for him to leave like that. Hirosaka Damshu, looking at the tablet, was also about to grant Subaru some privileges. They needed him to become stronger, especially since there was information that the 6-star gate had already appeared. Subaru took 2 stars to the reception to exchange for money. The tour guide confirmed the transaction. Subaru exchanged 2 stars for 300,000 yen. Additionally, he received a 20 million yen bonus for having defeated a 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps when the receptionist handed him a black card. Subaru received additional privileges from the Federation when he presented that black card. Places like hotels and convenience stores affiliated with the Federation could be used for free. Subaru still didn't fully understand what all that meant. Then, the group that arrived behind began to murmur. They admired Subaru, a guy who defeated a blue whale and immediately received privileges. Subaru couldn't believe it. He was already famous. The tour guide was the one telling everyone about him. Now Subaru had grown stronger. Power, money, and fame, everything was in his hands. The guide asked what Subaru wanted to do next in basement number 6. Teijie was still out of control, unable to calm down. He kept asking about many people's parents. The elevator door opened and someone came down. She threw a golden chain. It made Teijie unable to move and fall to the ground. The one who arrived was the 4th divine of the golden chain, Kinakawa Sakura, the receptionist from before. Her real name and face were a secret. She worked as a receptionist by her own choice. Teijie, with a bitter voice, felt Kinakawa tighten the chain even more. He couldn't say anything else. Teijie now faced a bitter reality. Subaru had become much stronger. He had already passed 2 gates. And with that indifferent attitude, he paid no attention to Teijie. For Teijie, that was a total disrespect. He couldn't accept it, gritted his teeth, and began cursing the world. He believed the world no longer chose him. He only wished everyone would die. Teijie's hatred toward the world summoned a dark gate. Kinakawa was surprised to see the dark gate appear. She shouted, asking what the hell Teijie had done. He just noticed the gate behind him. The gate emitted a series of screams of hatred and curses that attacked Teijie's weak point. They reproached him that the world no longer chose him. From the gate came an arm that tried to lure Teijie by promising to eliminate everyone. Many arms came out of the gate and tried to grab Teijie to take him inside. Okawa, of course, did not allow that to happen and activated the golden chain to hold Teijie. But the chains were destroyed by the black energy from the gate. In an instant, the energy attacked Kinakawa. Kinakawa was slowly consumed at her feet by the energy. Teijie, seeing this, was paralyzed. How could she be defeated so easily? What kind of demonic power was that? The gate touched Taiga's weak point and promised to give him that power. Taiga was slowly absorbed by the gate. Subaru and Suzaka were relaxing on the rooftop of a building. Suzaka, seeing his owner thoughtful, asked if something was bothering him. Subaru rubbed his forehead, recalling Kinokawa's question. Fortune, power, and fame, everything is in your hands now. From now on, what do you want to do, Subaru? He suddenly sat down. He looked at Suzaka beside him and asked, how should I call you from now on? Calling you Suzaka sounds a bit strange, she said. Better call me Zie. Subaru asked if there was any way for her to become the Suzaka she was before. Seeing Subaru's thoughtful expression, Seiya blinked and understood immediately. Your current body belongs to someone important to you, Seiya asked. Can I see your stats and skills? Can I take some of your blood? Because our souls are connected. That's why I can see your stats. Looking at hers, she pointed out she was level 35 but hadn't unlocked certain things yet. According to her assumption, the third level gate will appear when she acquires a new skill. If there is a way for Suzaka to fully return, that would be best. But the most important thing is to ask the people on the other side of the gate. Subaru already understood that. It's best to meet Vanquish, who gave you the skills, to ask him. Subaru regained his spirit and stood up. First, he had to focus on leveling up. He was currently level 26, so he needed to farm more monsters. Subaru used a skill to transform and appeared with a new jacket. Now he had to find the new gate. He had to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. The two arrived in front of a gate on a street. The shop owner, seeing them, thanked them, and the gate magically appeared in front of the store. Since then, his business had been declining and he couldn't believe the famous savior Subaru was there. Subaru scratched his head shyly, opened the door, and asked Seiya if she wanted to enter. Seiya explained she was Subaru's familiar, so as long as she was alive, she would serve him. Seiya showed her stats table to Subaru, who exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect a CEO could use blood control. He wondered why her MP was 0. The CEO explained that familiars live with the owner's MP, and they can also use the owner's MP to activate skills. Subaru realized that now the CEO was twice as strong, and much more powerful than Suzaka, up to 20 times stronger. The two began to enter the gate. It was a 3-star gate called Night Hell. Upon entering, XA proposed using Subaru's MP. He also wanted to test his strength, so he let her do whatever she wanted. Seiya activated blood control and increased her blood ring. A large circle appeared in the air. Seiya seemed to transform into another person, previously submissive, now aggressive and fierce. In seconds, she eliminated all the demons. Subaru approved. That was awesome. Then the CEO withdrew her blood ring. This skill was useless against high-level enemies, so it was only useful to a certain degree. The small demons were already eliminated. The final boss appeared. Subaru volunteered and quickly called his divine thief to eliminate it. The two completed the mission and exited the gate in just 10 minutes. The old man who had seen them enter was also surprised. That fast? After clearing the 3-star gate, Subaru leveled up to 28. As expected, the 3-star gate wasn't that difficult, and he prepared for the 4-star gate. While he was distracted, someone called him. Subaru turned and saw Shikishima, from the group of the true gods, sitting comfortably waiting. He rested his chin on his hand and praised, breaking the 3-star gate in 10 minutes is impressive. Subaru asked what he was doing there. Shikishima replied from his position. He scolded him for not checking the announcements and gave him bad news. Taiga had escaped. The incident happened late last night and was not yet in the news. But one of the true gods was torn apart. Subaru was alarmed and couldn't believe it. Who got injured? He asked. Shikishima answered it was the anonymous true god number 4. He was the one who used the golden chain to contain Taiga. Shikishima, being kind, gave more information. The real name of number 4 is Kinokawa Sakura, a person Subaru had already met. Now, Subaru understood that the pink-haired girl who was always at reception was that true god number 4. She was currently unconscious. Surveillance cameras and prison data were completely destroyed. That's why there is no evidence. Depending on the danger level, the true gods usually form teams of 2 or more to break the doors. Subaru points to himself, meaning he is now also a golden divine lord, right? Shikishima crosses his legs in front of Subaru's rainbow gate, which is even stronger than the gold gate. He told him to choose whichever door he wanted to break and then form a team together for a while. Subaru obediently follows Shikishima's order, the great compassionate one, and voluntarily teams up with Subaru for a while. He asks him not to do useless things because he would definitely be the first to fight. That GA guy targets Subaru. Every time he mentions him, he gets angry and crushes the bottle with his hand. The two arrived at the 4-star gate called Hoyora. Shikishima Ryu is a golden divine lord, only surpassed in strength by Hirakawa Renji. Although every time the number of stars increases, the enemies become 10 times stronger. For him, it is still as easy as eating cake. Subaru feels uncomfortable and forces a smile. He is not sure if he really needs his help. According to theory, Shikishima has an ability that allows him to shoot invisible bullets from the tip of a finger, although they still don't seem completely invisible. His attacks are terrible, using secret technique number 50, Sulfur, which dyes the sky blue. After defeating this gate, the two head to another. Shikishima eliminates several monsters with a single blow. From what Subaru knows, none of the monsters at this gate are weak. The announcement of monster defeats sounds constantly, and Shikishima begins to get annoyed by the repetition. As Golden Divine Lords, we must follow a rule in the real world outside the gates. We are forbidden from using special abilities except the first secret technique, because the other techniques cause extremely high damage. After eliminating the small monsters, Shikishima confidently leads the group to hunt the boss. All the Golden Divine Lords in Japan, who were recognized as owners of the Gold Gates, received the title of the Seven Knights. The one who gave Shikishima the power was a rider. Shikishima tells Subaru to prepare to choose the next gate. From now until the end of the day, he plans to break 3 more gates. He sighs. Shikishima already cleared the big boss of a 4-star gate. The 3 get in the car and head to the next place. Shikishima scolds, 50, 2 minutes, not bad. Subaru, you thought you were already as strong as the real Golden Divine Lords, but they are on another level. Shikishima eliminates the 4-star boss in an instant. They call that Ao-Chin. Shikishima tells him to handle the next one alone. The two arrive at another 4-star gate. Crystal Waterfall, this gate has special terrain. Shikishima, annoyed, walks away. He tells Subaru to be careful. At this stage, even lower-ranked Divine Lords cannot move. Only the boss can in this special terrain. After finishing speaking, a cat made of crystal jumps. Subaru was already on guard. The cat attacks from above and jumps straight at Subaru's head, but he quickly summons the Shintaku. He cuts off one of the cat's legs. Shikishima exclaims, "That is the sword from the video. It can be used to cut the 4-star boss." The boy is strong too. Subaru took a hit and fights with his face covered in blood. His face is pale. This boss is even stronger than the zombie. It may be many times stronger. Without the Shintaku sword, he would be in danger. Subaru raises the sword to strike again, but sees that the leg he cut off the cat slowly regenerates and a new leg appears. Subaru is stunned. What the hell? It regenerates. The cat attacks again with the leg. This time, Subaru jumps to dodge. He quickly assesses the situation. The Shintaku sword is no longer useful. It consumes too much MP and also doesn't work against this boss. SEA sees the situation is not looking good and wants to help, but Shikishima stops him. He sits with his elbow resting on his hand and watches. SEA glances at him and asks if he doesn't plan to abandon Subaru. Shikishima laughs and says he wouldn't crawl like an animal and that he will only intervene when the boy is about to lose. He feels lucky that Subaru found a secondary boss. Although the Rainbow Gate is stronger than the Gold Gate, if a Divine Lord uses it foolishly, relying only on stats is completely useless. He needs to see Subaru's true potential. Meanwhile, Subaru is in a tough spot. This terrain limits his blood control abilities. Using the rope is useless because there's nowhere to hold on. Using bones is impossible due to the strong, constant wind. The trap was blown away by the waterfall and was also useless. This enemy is too big, so stopping it will consume a lot of MP. Subaru jumped and used blood control to cover the cat's eyes, but the cat still attacked him perfectly. This cat aims very precisely. It doesn't use its eyes to observe. The cat hits Subaru, who fell rolling to the ground. Shikishima began to feel worried. What the hell is this? The situation doesn't look good. This boy is too inexperienced. It's his first fight against such a strange boss. Surely something will happen. I think too much is expected of him. SEA still fully trusts her master. She tells Shikishima not to underestimate Subaru. Subaru already found a way to counterattack. On that side, the situation began to change. Subaru ties a rope to the cat's body. If he can't use the terrain, then he aims directly at the cat. This cat has no joints or senses. It's a slime shaped like a cat, probably attacks and cuts without using Divine Spirit, will affect it. Subaru uses the zombie skill. The other day, he was given the secret deadly fist technique, which can destroy the target from within. Subaru applies his knowledge in practice. He combines blood control with the deadly fist to attack the cat, which is destroyed from the inside. Subaru uses the blood whip again to wrap around its neck, applying Divine Spirit power to destroy it and break its face. If it could regenerate, it would have already regenerated itself. Subaru is serious and looks extremely cool. You use MP to regenerate, right? Sorry, but I won't let you do that. I won't stop crushing you. Shikishima was also surprised. This boy discovered the enemy's traits in a short time and combined the first and second techniques. I heard you can control blood, but Ares Subaru has an even more unique attack style. Shikishima exclaimed that this boy is crazy. Sia felt very proud. Subaru and the Crystal Cat exchanged hundreds of attacks. Both Subaru and the cat were exhausted. Shikishima shouted from below. He said that if Subaru defeated the cat, he would invite him to eat sushi. Subaru sneered at that. Does he think his master can be easily tempted with food? The truth proved to be so. Hearing the word food, Subaru was filled with energy and ran toward the cat with divine spirit, making the cat scream in pain. Subaru managed to break the 4-star portal and rose to level 31. His skills also improved. Shikishima took Subaru to eat sushi as promised, scolding him for how long he was staring at the food. "Eat quickly," said Shikishima. Subaru, with shining eyes, looked at the sushi on the table without daring to eat it, wanting to look at it a little longer. Subaru was excited, with tears and snot. It was the first time in his life he saw sushi. He was really very happy. SEA, who fought with the cat, must have also felt impressed. "Master Subaru, you must have had a hard time," said Shikishima, feeling a sudden headache. Looking at what SEA was doing, he got angry. This is a bar exclusive for high-ranking officials. Who would have thought those two would manage to tame the crystal spirit? After defeating it, you can receive a reward. Like the tail of Hirasaka and the cloak of Taiga, Subaru's red sword is also something similar. Subaru, who was hungry, suddenly remembered and looked at the cat stretching and yawning. He wondered what function that cat had. Shikishima suggested he give it a name. It's strange to have an underworld monster as a pet. Subaru hesitated for a moment. Finally, encouraged, he named the cat Sushi. The cat, upon hearing it, seemed somewhat clumsy. The name reflects its crystal spirit. Suddenly, it transformed into crystal sushi. Shikishima urged him again to eat quickly. Sushi is better when eaten fresh, not staring at it forever. Subaru was about to put the first bite of sushi in his mouth when the sky and earth rumbled. Shikishima, annoyed, shouted, "What the hell is this now?" Clearly something happened. A monster escaped from the portal. Subaru stood up and prepared to fight. Shikishima adjusted his clothes. "That's why I told you to eat quickly. This time, the monster is an eagle. It has captured a girl, flying high and showing off its power, when suddenly, the eagle was." Shikishima and SEA used the golden weapon and the blood ring to break 2 wings. Subaru appeared out of nowhere, jumped, and landed on the bird's head, using blood control to pierce its head with a kick. The bird, still not done with Subaru, couldn't worry about anything else, so it released the girl it had taken hostage, causing her to fall freely. Subaru used blood control to hold the girl. His eyes shone as he looked at the one who had saved her. Subaru landed softly and asked the girl if she was hurt. The girl said she was fine and thanked him hurriedly. At that moment, someone familiar to Subaru came running. It was Sawatari, the same one who previously led the bullies against Subaru. Seeing him, Subaru was even more surprised. The girl Subaru had just saved turned out to be Sawatari's sister. Seeing the two together, it seemed they knew each other. The girl asked, "Does your brother know Subaru?" Shikishima also recognized Sawatari and exclaimed he was the boy who was interrogated last time. Shikishima added that he also knew Sawatari was one of the violent bullies. Subaru passed it to him, asking why he didn't thank Subaru. Sawatari, annoyed, wanted to say he had no reason to thank an insect, but he quickly corrected that he wouldn't call Subaru insect again. Meanwhile, Sawatari's sister had the opposite attitude. With a cheerful expression, she thanked Subaru, while Sawatari grew furious. Sawatari asked his sister why she should thank that guy. She, annoyed, replied, "You should only thank him because he saved your sister. Is there anything to be ashamed of?" Sawatari was speechless and couldn't respond. Then he turned his attitude towards Subaru and threatened him. He said that if Subaru wanted revenge, he would post a video online where Subaru peed himself. However, Subaru did not react. Subaru smiled sweetly, rendering Sawatari's words ineffective. Sawatari grabbed Subaru by the neck to reproach him. "If only your strength were greater," Sawatari said in frustration. But Subaru thanked him for witnessing that he was not the culprit. Then he passed by him and, encouraged, urged Shikishima to go back to eat sushi. The three walked away quietly. Sawatari's sister, seeing her strange brother, grabbed his shirt and asked what was going on. Sawatari, embarrassed, lowered his head. He reproached himself for being so pathetic. The three returned to the sushi restaurant. Upon arrival, they saw the place had a sign that said closed due to the appearance of a monster. Subaru's mood dropped, but Shikishima quickly promised that next time he would take him to eat there. The next day, Sawatari was downcast in class. He watched old videos where he bullied Subaru, and without hesitation, deleted them all. His blue-haired friend, seeing him, asked if he had deleted the bullying videos against Subaru. Sawatari reflected and agreed, since if Subaru came back for revenge, it would be scary. Sawatari, thoughtful, murmured that it wasn't like that. The blue-haired boy asked why. Sawatari looked out the window and suddenly saw something shocking. He called his friend to look as well. Just then, Subaru received a call from Shikishima. Upon answering, he got the news that the bully Taiga had appeared at the school. They said they had to go immediately. Sawatari, while checking messages from his sister, was excited. He was about to promise something when his blue-haired friend called him. Peeking out the window, he saw someone familiar arriving. Aerial Tiger appeared, and immediately, a series of dark doors emerged beside them. Taiga announced to all the main gods of the school that the dark doors would grant them a new power, so strong it could match the golden mane gods. He invited everyone to enter quickly to receive that power and join his team. Meanwhile, Subaru and Shikishima, annoyed, held up a photo of Taiga. Shikishima said he had received the school alert 3 minutes ago and that he was just an escort. The important thing was that Taiga had copied Shikishima's hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black door behind Taiga was. Shikishima frowned and felt that something bad was about to happen. They said they had to get to the school as soon as possible. Sawatari and his friend hesitated as they looked at the dark door, and although they heard the announcement, they didn't fully trust it. If they entered through that door, they would join Tegasao's army. Sawatari fell silent. Suddenly, Taiga appeared behind him. Taiga asked what he was waiting for. The others shouted upon seeing him. Taiga began his speech, blaming them for being weak. He told them it was unfair that there was such a difference between the main gods. Although they went through the same trial, have they never wondered why it wasn't them? Seeing the golden gods everyone worshipped, Taiga urged them to quickly enter the door to show the golden gods what a real party is like. Sawatari was petrified, remembering his childhood. He and his sister were abandoned by their parents in a room full of trash. The two siblings supported each other to survive. He didn't want to see his sister cry, so he did everything possible to get food. He endured all the beatings and fights in the dump to bring food for his sister. In the cold winter, Sawatari walked alone under the snow. His gaze stopped at a house where a family of 3 was celebrating their son's birthday. The mother saw Sawatari and showed clear disdain, feeling disgusted. She quickly ran to close the curtains to prevent him from seeing inside the house. Sawatari, desperate, struggled to breathe and collapsed, exhausted. If he disappeared, what would happen to Kana? Why did it have to be them? Just as he fell, the bronze door appeared before his eyes. Sawatari asked, confused, why Taiga would do such a thing. He was also a golden god, but Taiga calmly admitted that he had stolen that door. Subaru was the chosen one. The doors select those with a pure soul. It makes no sense that his soul is inferior to Subaru's. On top of that damn guy got the rainbow door. Don't joke. That Subaru must be at the bottom his whole life. That's why he will turn this world upside down with the door. Darkness chose him. Taiga then asked Sawatari if he also wanted to take revenge on Subaru. He urged him to come with him to crush Subaru. Sawatari thought to himself that if he refused, Taiga would surely attack him. He remembered his sister's message. He told himself he still couldn't give up and turned to his friend saying they should enter together. Suddenly, he felt his pocket vibrate, took out his phone to check the message. It was a message from his sister replying to the previous one. Sawatari froze upon reading it. He thought he was a good person. Sawatari remembered when he received the bronze door. At that moment, he thought he could finally give his sister something to eat. Sawatari began walking arrogantly through the school, wanting everyone to see that they shouldn't underestimate him. Upon receiving the news that Taiga would be coming to the school, he realized he could no longer be the boss of the place. But at the same time, he found out that Taiga's older brother was in the same generation as them, although he was just an ordinary person. Sawatari began to intimidate Subaru. He suffered by denying himself. He wasn't a good person because he was weak. That's why he did bad things to the weaker ones. Sawatari felt truly miserable. Although Kana was a good girl, she had a brother as terrible as him. Sawatari told his friend to set a trap for his sister that night. The blue-haired one didn't understand what his friend was planning but agreed. He opened his eyes to look at Sawatari. Sawatari used a technique aimed at Taiga, then turned to the blue-haired one and said, to convey his apologies to Subaru. Taiga seemed to be witnessing something extremely amusing. Sawatari told the blue-haired one to leave quickly. The blue-haired one quickly used a rope to pull Sawatari out of the classroom, repeating the warning not to give up. Taiga, bored, rested his chin on his hand, wanting to know why Sawatari didn't follow him. Yesterday, Subaru saved Sawatari's sister, but instead of insulting him, he thanked him. He hated that pity he felt for himself, but at the same time thought that no matter how many bad things happened in the world from now on, he felt that as long as Subaru was around, everything would be fine. Taiga scratched his head and jumped out the window. He didn't quite understand. It was really humiliating. Why did Sawatari want to be friends with someone who had bullied him? He didn't care how humiliating it was for him, but he was sure Subaru had such a big heart that he didn't care about that. Sawatari smiled with satisfaction. Aries Taiga was truly pitiful. As expected, after hearing that, Taiga ran to grab Sawatari's head. In his last seconds, Sawatari thought of his sister. He was proud to have made her smile. That was the only good thing he had done. Subaru jumped through the window. Rushing into the classroom to attack, Taiga counted people and saw Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Subaru went mad and threw a punch. Taiga pushed him through the wall outside, raising his golden arm to block the blow. He sneered. His rematch with Subaru was coming quickly. Unbelievable. Subaru forced Taiga to fall freely downward. He gritted his teeth and asked Taiga why he sent Sawatari to heaven. He thought about little Kana, didn't like Sawatari, but no matter what kind of person he was, there was still someone waiting for him. Taiga was extremely excited. He shouted with joy, unleashing all his strength. "Show him, he'll erase you himself." Taiga raised his golden arm to block Subaru's blow. Subaru's armor shattered under Taiga's strike. Taiga's golden arm was no better. Cracks began to appear. Taiga slowly stepped forward, intending to use another move, though a bit early, wanting to finish Subaru as soon as possible. Just as he was about to use the move, Shikishima's bullet flew past his face. It made him stop. Shikishima and 2 others from the Golden Lord group had arrived. Blood rushing to his head, Shikishima challenged Taiga, "If you're good, then do it." Taiga smirked, recalling bitter memories. This was the second time the Golden Lord group had ambushed him. He burst out laughing. Looking at the various faces of the Golden Lords, Taiga laughed harshly. Surely, defeating the Golden Lord woman number 4 had hurt their hearts. The remaining Golden Lords, Shikishima was even angrier than before. The other 2 were better off. Hirosaki, as fast as lightning, slid through and cut off Taiga's golden arm. Taiga hadn't even withdrawn his smile before he had to scream in pain, blood spraying everywhere, yet Taiga didn't care. He turned to mock Hirosaki. "It's the first time I've seen that confused look on your face." Hirosaki darkened his face, thinking of Kinokawa. It seemed now he was so angry, it even surprised himself. Hirosaki was full of fighting spirit. Subaru couldn't read any of his actions. He was like a fleeting flash of light. This is the true power of the Golden God Lord. Leading Japan, Hirosaki turned to ask Subaru if he was injured. Subaru said he was fine. Little by, Teijie saw Hirosaki but didn't take him seriously. His pride was hurt. He focused his dark power, created a giant arm from the arm that was just chopped to pieces, attacking Hirosaki. His sword shattered at the same time. The third Golden God Lord, Udu, activated his second ultimate skill, a golden wall isolating Teijie inside it. The Golden God Lord is strictly forbidden from using any ultimate skills, except the first ultimate skill when outside the gate. Udu knew this and was ready to accept the punishment. Shikishima raised his gun and told Subaru to dodge Teijie. He and the vehicle simultaneously activated their golden ultimate skills. Bullets and blood rings attacked Teijie, but the bullets evaporated and the blood rings were crushed. In an instant, the golden wall Udu created also shattered. Teijie arrogantly stepped out. Surprised, even a 5-star monster couldn't break Udu's golden wall, so that thing defeated the 4th Golden God Lord. Kinokawa and Hirosaki landed beside Udu. He evaluated Teijie's blood and smoke. It's not just a simple attack or defense, its skill definitely has a special effect. But if we don't figure out its properties, it's over. Udu's face darkened. He asked Hirosaki for permission to use other ultimate skills. The situation will only get worse if it continues like this. Hirosaki raised his hand to stop him. If he allowed it, countless civilians would be affected and Teijie would definitely want that to happen. Shikishima also felt a headache. If there was no other way, he would break the rules. But first, he couldn't do anything unless he figured out the special effect in its skill. His bullets evaporated as if burned away, and the ultimate skills of Sai-A and Udu were crushed. According to the quacks, Kinokawa's limbs also shattered in an instant. Shikishima seemed to have figured something out. His eyes widened. The left arm became even more frantic and expelled a large amount of black smoke. He will be recorded in human history as the person who sowed the most fear. He will be recorded in human history as the person who sowed the most fear. His desire is to hang the bodies of all the main gods of the Golden Kingdom for the world to admire, and to dismember all the Subarus. Suddenly, he stepped forward before everyone's astonished eyes. He had recognized Taiga's secret technique. He can control time, accelerating everything he touches. Shikishima loudly warned him not to enter that smoke cloud, but Subaru stepped forward determinedly and entered it. Teijie was extremely confident, ready for battle. He was sure that just by Subaru entering there, he would die instantly. The life of an insect should be just like that. Both began to fight. A great explosion echoed. Shikishima was tense and worried about Subaru, but Subaru was unharmed. He punched and shattered Teigei's face. To use blood control, the user must convert MP into blood to manipulate it. Currently, Subaru is continuously renewing his blood throughout his body, so Teijie's technique doesn't affect him. Teijie was stunned, holding his nose that wouldn't stop bleeding. He couldn't believe a punch from Subaru hurt so much. Now Subaru is on a new level. The times when he feared Teijie are over, and he will fulfill Teijie's wish by showing all his power. Subaru's whole body is covered by a new armor, extremely impressive. Blood Control version 2, indestructible. Teijie became furious. He summoned several shadow doors around the group of main gods of the Golden Kingdom. The doors emitted black smoke capable of disintegrating anything it touched. This is the first time they have seen a technique capable of summoning those doors. Teijie laughed mockingly. If he couldn't defeat Subaru by fighting, he would use another method. Even if one could only block the smoke, it would be useless. He would turn the others to dust before Subaru. Looking at Subaru, he recalled the scene of Suzaka falling before him. He closed and opened his eyes and emitted a powerful aura. The rainbow aura was imposing. Subaru looked at Taiga as if he were a corpse. "If you have the courage, touch a finger of my friend in front of me, you damn dog." From the depths of his heart, Subaru ignited a flame of rage. He used the limit technique, Rider's Aura, one of the 3 most powerful techniques Vanquish granted him. All his abilities increase by 30% when he is angry. In the first battle against Taiga, this technique did not work due to the level difference. But now that Subaru is stronger, this technique already takes effect. Both launched intense blows at each other. Taiga was at a disadvantage and had to raise his arms to defend against Subaru's continuous attacks. Taiga was gasping with difficulty. His arm was fractured, and he screamed in pain. He did not understand how he could not block Subaru's blows. The blood whip wrapped tightly around him. He fought with all his strength, emanating a black aura. Taiga, despite being an ancestral spirit, could not believe it. This inferior insect was superior to him. Taiga was kicked hard against the ground. Then he received a hook that sent him into the air. Since Subaru obtained the Blood Armor version 2, his level increased greatly. He used rank skills to strengthen his nervous system. In this way, the tentacles moved naturally. Compared to when he controlled them with his fingers, Taiga was repeatedly attacked by the tentacles. He fell to the ground like a sack of garbage. Suddenly, a voice came out of the shadow gates. It complained that the owner of the gates was neither Carrion nor Judith, who control blood. Among so many people, why did it have to be that Vanquish? The current Taiga did have a chance to win. Shikishima noticed the situation was serious. He shouted for Subaru to stop fighting and capture Taiga. They still needed to extract a lot of information from him. Subaru remained alert. He was confused by the black smoke. Shikishima told him to use blood control similar to Subaru's to dissipate it. They successfully dispersed the smoke. Escaping the Shadow Gate's siege, Shikishima analyzed everything that happened. For the black smoke to disappear, there must be contact, like a chemical reaction. Once reactions occur between the bone molecules and the smoke, both evaporate completely. The Shadow Gate on the other side laughed mockingly, an eye peeking from the gate. The purpose of the Shadow Gate is to destroy the large hanging clock in the sky. Shikishima tried to probe how they planned to do it. The gate chuckled, and it was still about to say that it wished Taiga were a little smarter. Then everything would be easier. The Gate of Darkness brings with it a prophecy. Hirasaka Renji, Shikishima Ryue, and Udu Ryusei. The 3 will be defeated by Taiga in the near future. I don't know how the future will be, but for now Taiga is unconscious and knows nothing of what is happening. Shikishima remains arrogant, with the attitude of, "I am not afraid of Subaru." He believes that prophecy is false and that he is wrong. Because you won't let that happen. The Gate of Darkness chuckles again. It approaches Subaru to see him better. It knows he is the incarnation of Vanquish, a special and difficult being to deal with. Subaru asks the identity of the Gate of Darkness. It replies that it is Kokugaji, the Emperor of Shadows of the Oi country. Kokugaji has the ambition to change the world, so he has decided to destroy the current world, including its inhabitants. Subaru can no longer listen. Kokugaji's words are noisy like dog barks. Subaru raises his hand to attack the gate, but the gate suddenly disappears and all the black smoke vanishes toward Taiga, covering him. Subaru then realizes he was deceived and fell into a trap. The other golden gods quickly launch attacks toward Taiga, but it is too late. Both Kokugaji and Taiga have escaped. A mocking grin appears on Seiya. "I can't believe 3 golden gods let them escape." Shikishima gets angry and yells, "I can't move. I'm just limited for now." I noticed 2 enemies who appeared on the rooftop during Subaru's fight, and Taiga. Those 2 are some of the ones who entered through the Dark Gate. I feel their power is even greater than Taiga's. After Kokugaji helped Taiga escape, he keeps brainwashing the boy. Kokugaji whispers into Taiga's ear, "Pathetic, weak, stupid, and ugly, you are good for nothing." Kokugaji knows Taiga's thoughts. Taiga wants to be stronger, smarter. Kokugaji hits him and consoles him at the same time, first wounding his pride, then promising to give him the power to regenerate the form Taiga longs for. Kokugaji takes Taiga's hand and then goes to meet his new subordinates. They are here with a single purpose, to become stronger. Kokugaji smiles maliciously, spreading his hands. He promises to make everyone evolve to a higher level and destroy everything. Sawatari died. His funeral was held quietly. Sawatari's sister looks like a lost soul. She just stands frozen. She tightly holds her brother's photo. Itashima delivers Sawatari's last message. He gives some words to Subaru, but he can't hold back tears, moved by Sawatari's sister, Kana. His tears haven't stopped falling since Taiga appeared. So far, no other Dark Gate has appeared. However, at school, only 5 golden gods remain and some people are missing in the city. It is suspected that they have joined the enemy army, according to Subaru's plan. For now, Subaru continues to strengthen himself and asks about Suzaka in the next trial. He also prepares to break the gate again. Shikishima takes a sip of water. He jokes, recalling what Subaru enthusiastically said the other day, that he would become stronger and protect them. Subaru blushes shyly, and Shikishima looks at him fondly. He tells him that tomorrow he will enter the gate along with Hirosaka. The next day, in Asakusa, Taido City, Tokyo, Hirosaka, radiant and bright, is already waiting for Subaru there. Because Shikishima and Subaru's fighting styles are different, he has nothing to teach him. From what he has seen, Subaru's hand-to-hand combat skills are good, but his fencing is still not good, so he asked Hirosaka to train him. Subaru is very happy. He can't believe that one day he will break the gate. Alongside the strongest god in Japan, he will surely learn a lot. Subaru tries to imitate and compliments Hirosaka's hairstyle today, but he responds with a blunt phrase. He just woke up, making Subaru blush a lot. The two walk for a while, and upon reaching a gate, they encounter another team. That team is a platinum team from the Yamada Club. They said they had already reserved this entrance. Hirosaka seems smart and hardworking, capable of doing anything. But, except for strength, he couldn't do anything. Subaru felt life was very ironic. GT, from here to there, you have to take the train for an hour or an hour and a half. Then, the two arrived at Naruma City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate of the mysterious forest. Hirosaka smiled and said deep words, reminding Subaru not to let his guard down. The number of stars on the gate is only an estimate of the difficulty. This advice would be very useful if Hirosaka didn't. While speaking, he fell into a swamp. Subaru, alarmed, didn't know what to do. Should he rescue him or let him save himself? Hirosaka sank completely into the mud. They waited a moment and there were no signs. Before, Shikishima had repeated to Subaru millions of times that he must be extremely careful. He seemed smart and the hardworking type who could do everything. But aside from his strength, he couldn't do absolutely anything. Subaru felt life was really ironic. His childhood idol was like that. Subaru tried to use his blood to get Hirosaka out. Suddenly, a mechanical ant appeared. Hirosaka emerged from the mud. He used the giant sword technique and defeated the mechanical ant with a single blow. He sighed with relief, thinking he almost met his grandparents. Hirosaka Renji is the strongest main god in Japan. He is famous for his physical attractiveness and his kind behavior. Those who have known him for a long time surely think like Subaru. Fortunately, Hirosaka became a main god. Since he was young, he had no special abilities. At first, his parents hoped he would be a smart child, but although he did not meet those expectations, instead of being disappointed, they continued to give him infinite love and attention. One day, in 4th grade, Hirosaka protected a classmate from being bullied. That friend cried and thanked him. Hirosaka felt happy. The next day, he himself was bullied. Instead of worrying about the bullies, he was more surprised to discover that the friend he protected was one of them. People often betray because they are weak. From that day, Hirosaka decided he would never betray anyone. That's why he believes he can be a true friend. After moving forward a bit, Hirosaka sank into the mud again. Subaru had to use his blood to pull him out once more. Hirosaka laughed and said that, due to the enemy's intuition, it was better to use his body as bait to defeat it. Subaru pulled Hirosaka out while a giant monster followed them. Subaru gradually began to understand Hirosaka. Hirosaka is always sure that he is the first to fight the enemy to protect his companions. Although he seems to have many weaknesses, that's not true. He is not distracted, but very agile and open. Subaru offered him a towel to dry off. That towel was in the bag Shikishima had given him to carry. In it, Shikishima had put a towel, water, and other things to survive with Hirosaka. Shikishima, very worried, shared that of all Hirosaka's friends, he was the one who suffered the most. Surely now, Shikishima is overwhelmed with work, and it's true. Now he is using 3 heads and 6 arms to handle all kinds of matters. He got angry and said, "Damn Hirosaka, he doesn't do anything useful. Kinokawa, recover quickly so you can help me with the work." The Platinum main gods are very close, especially Hirosaka, Shikishima, Udu, and Kinokawa. They have been members since the Platinum Main Gods Club was founded. They have been together for 8 years, so there is one thing Hirosaka watches carefully. Taiga, who seriously injured Kinokawa, will not be forgiven. He told Subaru that, even though he and Taiga are brothers, he will choose to defeat Taiga. Subaru became serious. He thought of Sawatari and the girl Kana. He also has reasons to defeat Taiga. No matter what happens, he is always ready. No matter what happens, he is always prepared. 2 people advanced deeply and then stopped, standing on the cliff. Hirosaka used his secondary skill. With hawk eyes, he detected the boss 20 kilometers in the 6 o'clock direction. The boss on this side is the level 81 tree spirit. It is a giant tree, and eyes grow on its trunk. Seeing someone approaching, thorns sprouted to defend itself. Hirosaka summoned a giant sword to block the tree spirit's attack. Hirosaka's sword broke. The spirit's attack spread. It devastated a large area. Luckily, Subaru quickly used blood control to lift Hirosaka and dodge the blow. Hirosaka kept explaining passionately. As he said before, the difficulty at the gate is only an estimate. Subaru made a disgusted face. "What is this? The attacks of this tree are so strong, even stronger than Shikishima. This is a completely different level compared to the 4-star bosses. Hirasaka raised the golden sword. The soldiers inside this gate are equivalent to 4 stars, but it seems only this boss is a low-level 5-star. Hirasaka remained calm and sighed. This will be difficult, constantly fighting unknown enemies. Hirasaka even commented on Subaru's flying abilities. He didn't expect he could fly so high. Subaru was nervous. If Hirasaka hadn't blocked the attack with his sword, he would already be on the brink of death. Now he was almost out of MP and couldn't keep flying. Hirasaka swung the sword, and in an instant the tree spirit was split in 2. This is his 6th special technique, bending the sword's trajectory. He can curve any cut within his attack range. It's an advanced skill. After using it, he loses the sword's edge and must take great risks, consuming a large amount of MP. But if used well, victory is almost guaranteed. Subaru was stunned. He hadn't even reacted when the boss was already defeated. The 2 exited through the door. It was late afternoon. They said goodbye and prepared to return. Hirasaka told Subaru not to tell Shikishima what happened today, but it was already too late. Subaru had already sent the full report. Shikishima, with a collector's attitude, roughly dragged Hirasaka along. Hirasaka, in his final moments, always kept a smile. He said goodbye to Subaru and said they'd see each other tomorrow. He would reserve a spot at the gate for next year. Subaru went back home. He bathed, cleaned up, and then lay down to think, recalling today's tree spirit boss. Subaru closed his eyes and imagined Hirasaka's fighting style. He needed to adapt it to his own way. Meanwhile, Kokugeiji was gathering personnel. There were already 20 people of different levels. They continued dividing troops to recruit more members. They went to the park to recruit the Grace team. They went to the residential area to look for Julieta, but everyone refused, determined to fight to the end. But Kokaji's people didn't give up and kept expanding the search. Shikishima, annoyed, answered a call from the fool, Hijiki. That idiot should be in prison until his punishment is decided. And the case where he is suspected of killing a comrade still hasn't been cleared up. Hijiki smiled and tried to calm him down, saying he was attacked and had no other choice. According to the god's identification, the attacker's name is Kishikawa Soichi. This god is clearly related to the Shadow faction. Hijiki felt something strange. He observed the enemy's insect control ability. Shikishima checked the information on the screen. The ability is completely different from the originally recorded one, just as he thought. The Shadow Gate can grant new abilities to users. Last night, many people were attacked, but the fool Hijiki was the only one who managed to counterattack. He believes this won't end soon. Shikishima warned Hijiki to be careful. The fool Hijiki responded reluctantly and hung up, then criticized the annoying man with glasses. Elsewhere, the Shadow faction people communicated to report the situation. The blonde reported that everything was still fine on his side. They had defeated the 6-person Rex team but lost against Julieta. The other side responded that they had already swept the Platinum team. Both sides debated how to proceed. He thinks this won't end soon. Shikishima reminded Hijiki to be careful. The stupid son Hijiki responded with a yeah and hung up. Immediately, he showed a serious and critical expression. The annoying civilian with glasses was somewhere else. The Shadow faction group Kia communicated to report the situation. The blonde-haired boy reported that everything was still fine on his side. They had defeated the 6-person Rex team but lost against Julieta. On their part, Kia responded that they had already swept the Platinum team. Both sides discussed what to do next. Next, they planned to kill the Golden Divine Lords in Marunouchi, Chiyoda City. In Tokyo, in front of the new Marunouchi building, Haratsuka and Subaru meet the reconnaissance team before entering to destroy. The 5-star gate, the reconnaissance department, is an information unit created by Shikishima, intended for people with movement and analysis abilities. Their job is to obtain information about the gate and increase the survival rate of the Divine Lord in charge of that gate. The head of the reconnaissance department is Kosaka Masago. She already has a family. That is why she withdrew from the front and returned to the reconnaissance department. Her husband and children are in Meguro City, where Subaru defeated the whale. Because of that, she feels deep gratitude towards him. Kosaka took out her iPad to show everyone information about the gate. This gate is called the Thunderstorm Gate. The place is small, including only 2 sites, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones at the top of the palace and there is a boss there. It might be one of the 2, or both, who are the bosses. Subaru felt a little nervous. Before, he had formed a team at a 2-star gate and faced 2 bosses, but he couldn't believe that now he would face them at a 5-star gate. Hiratsuka waved his hand to get his attention. He smiled brightly, asked if it was okay, and then led the way in. Subaru began to feel calmer, although it was somewhat different from what he imagined. Hiratsuka was still impressive. Just as Subaru and Hiratsuka entered, the gate closed and immediately a group of shadow people appeared. They attacked and injured one of Kosaka's subordinates. Those shadow people were Dark Divine Lords. They arrogantly surrounded the Dark Gate. Kosaka recognized that these people were on the list Shikishima had delivered. She couldn't allow them to do as they pleased, so Kosaka counterattacked. But she couldn't defeat them and was soon defeated by someone from the dark side. That man took out his phone to report the situation. Hiratsuka and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate. He ordered the dark gate to be opened in 10 minutes. The message recipient was Taiga, whose appearance had reached a higher level. His head, previously shaved, now had long hair flowing in the wind. His face looked much more attractive and human. Inside the thunderstorm gate, the landscape was very peaceful and beautiful. There was a palace, a lake, and vegetation. He wished he could come here to rest. Instead of staying at home under the pressure of deadlines, it would be much better. Hiratsuka went on high alert, smiling and asking for the gate to be locked. As soon as the gate was locked, the breaking process began. The sky filled with wind and black clouds. Lightning and thunder illuminated the palace in front of them. The change in the gate's attitude was even faster than that of an ex-boyfriend. The enemies would soon reveal themselves after the closure. Both could feel the boss's presence on the small map, but the presence they perceived exceeded their expectations. They quickly recognized the two bosses they would have to face. They were definitely two very powerful 5-star bosses, Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Killam, level 93. The two bosses also sensed the presence of Subaru and Hiratsuka. They could feel that one was a valuable golden knight and the other, an unpleasant being they would never want to face, the stench of a hated zombie. Lim and Delta looked at each other and laughed maliciously, sharing their bad intentions. This zombie is still very weak. They don't know how long he can hold out. After a moment, a group of knights appeared in front of Hiratsuka and Subaru. Although they were only soldiers, each was stronger than the whale. With an average level of 60, Subaru shouted orders to CEO not to hesitate to use her MP. He could handle it at all costs. She had to protect Hiratsuka's body. Subaru began to use his blood control to transform into his destructive strength form. Seeing the soldiers approaching, Subaru immediately adopted a serious expression. If he didn't try hard from the start, they wouldn't win. Immediately, Subaru changed his blood control form to the immortal blood armor. Hiratsuka raised 2 fingers. His giant sword pierced the soldiers, although more than half were still alive. Their agility was greater than he thought. A soldier tried to attack Hiratsuka, but Subaru stopped him. Their agility was greater than he believed. A soldier tried to attack Hiratsuka, but Subaru stopped him. He struck against a soldier's head, but that soldier was no ordinary one either. He grabbed Subaru's leg, threw him to the ground, and threw a punch that made Subaru bleed from the mouth. Are you kidding? That soldier with just his fists is already at the level of Sushi and Carrion. The soldier attacked stronger than Subaru. He clenched his abdomen, tightened his glutes, and raised his leg to kick him. You didn't come here to block Hirasaka, but to fight alongside him. Subaru used blood control to tie up the soldier and then crushed him. The system notified, you have defeated the level 54 Storm Knight. He had barely defeated one, and Subaru was already exhausted, panting, unable to level up. Moreover, he had spent too much energy just to defeat one of them. 4 others remained surrounding him. Subaru summoned the Thief God. He couldn't attack normally because it consumed too much MP. He only had direct attacks left. The soldiers raised their hands using the special technique Diamond Sword. He couldn't believe these beings had already transformed and could also use special techniques with their weapons. That is the level of a 5-star. Although Subaru was exhausted, his gaze remained firm. He exchanged a look with Hirasaka and said, "Don't worry, this is nothing compared to yesterday." Subaru had reflected all night and understood that although he admired Hirasaka, he could never be like him. When Shikishima said Hirasaka would train him, he actually didn't mean Hirasaka himself, but his fighting style, which was not just about leveling up. It was about always being prepared for battle, staying calm, and having the feeling that he would never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger no matter the difficulties or humiliation. He had always awaited this fight. Subaru emitted an aura of rainbow even more intense than before. He charged at the 4 and entered the fierce battle. That was what made him stronger. Subaru raised the Thief God to block a soldier's sword. Another soldier took the opportunity to attack from behind. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He did not stop and kept advancing. He used blood control to firmly tie a soldier's hand and then cut him into pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32. His health and MP recovered. He charged back into battle. He used the Thief God to attack from above and defeated 2 soldiers at once, leveling up to 33. Subaru was full of energy and kept fighting. Hirasaka, standing aside, did not intervene. He remembered Shikishima's words, upon entering the 5-star gate, not to help Subaru until the last moment, nor try to teach him anything so that he would fight alone. In the future, Subaru would walk alongside them. All he needed was experience, so an intense battle could push him to the limit. Shikishima trusted that even someone like Hirasaka could not teach much. He only told Hirasaka to show all his power so his subordinates could see it. Hirasaka smiled disdainfully and brandished his sword, easily cutting down 2 soldiers who were running. He wondered if Subaru could become the light of hope. that would illuminate the dark and desperate future for them. 8 years have passed since the first gate appeared. Despair began to arise in the hearts of the strongest divine lords. The strongest gate at that time was 3-star. But 3 years later, the 4-star gate appeared. 3 years later, the 5-star gate appeared. Each time a star increased, the difficulty multiplied by 10. Hirosaka spoke with Shikishima about this problem. If the difficulty updates every 3 years, that means the 6-star gate will appear within a year, and the 7-star gate 4 years later. But going back 2 years, the divine lords could not strengthen themselves tenfold. When the 6-star gate appears, all the divine lords will only be able to unite to destroy it. If this continues, surely the divine lords will give up, unable to keep up with the increasing number and difficulty of the gates. This is a really complicated problem. Who can handle a door 10 times stronger than the 5-star one? If the time for the 6-star door is 10 times less than for the 5-star door, that means if they fail to destroy the door, the clock will explode immediately. But they also can't ignore the lower-level doors, even though divine lords are always missing. Can humanity only resign itself to losing? Although Hirosaka has tried many times to find a solution, one problem after another keeps arising. I fear the day I lose you. The sincere friends I finally find will arrive in moments of despair. Suddenly, they received a call from Kin Okawa while she was with Udo. During the interrogation of the suspects in the god's murder, she received news that the rainbow portal had appeared. Hirosaka silently watched Subaru seriously fight against the soldiers. He realized he could only use fencing to directly confront the enemy. Meanwhile, Subaru gradually defeated the soldiers and began to understand. He only needed to focus on the tip of the sword right when Shintaku struck. If he hit the enemy this way, he could even defeat them. The enemy with high defense and at the same time reduced the amount of MP needed. Satisfied, Hirosaka praised Subaru, who did not learn from what was taught. He learned from his own experiences in battle. After defeating all the soldiers around him, Subaru looked at C's situation. She was using the Destruction Force skill to attack the soldiers. This is a special simple command technique for blood cells. From a large amount of dispersed blood, the command she gives is touch to make it explode. However, with C's current level, no matter what she does, the attack is ineffective. But that is already enough, even if just a little. C will reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Hirosaka, prioritizing protecting Hirosaka's body. C flew trying to dodge but collided with another soldier. He raised his sword to attack, but Subaru arrived in time and with Shintaku cut the wounded soldier in one blow. Subaru, excited, almost cried. He thanked C for being safe. C blushed, feeling her heart beat fast. The two divided the work and defeated all the remaining soldiers. Subaru ran to Hirosaka. He informed him that he felt leveling up here was quite difficult. Hirosaka just realized. He thought it was because his current level was too high, but if Subaru also felt it, he feared this meant this was his special mission. These soldiers are nothing more than puppets created by the boss's special techniques. That is surely why they receive so few experience points. That means from the beginning, there are only 2 bosses sitting on the throne over there. Subaru was surprised, although he can still level up, so it's okay. But Hirosaka was getting more and more exhausted in battle. Hirosaka raised his sword to cut another soldier. He said it was not completely useless. Eliminating these soldiers will reduce the boss's MP. However, surely the enemy will not stay still. It is still a mystery what they want to do. Killim and Delta already realized that Hirosaka and Subaru understood their tricks. They laughed, satisfied, and just when they saw the enemy hesitate, they began the battle. Hirosaka wondered if he should use the sword trajectory bending technique now. Bending the trajectory costs 80% of maximum MP. It can reach the enemy immediately and cut them, but will it be enough to cut the 2 in front? Hirosaka decided that, win or lose, this was the only chance to use it. He decided to use the 6th technique, but just before attacking, he suddenly stopped. The sky cleared after the rain, and the 2 bosses were behind Hirosaka. Since when were they there, they warned him not to try any tricks. They just want to fight. The 2 bosses introduced themselves. The blonde-haired one is Den, the green-haired one is Killim Sum. They want to fight a fair battle. These 2 bosses are like the bosses at the gate. The dead soldiers, Subaru has pierced almost all of them. They are unconscious like wild beasts. They kill everything that invades their territory. But clearly these 2 bosses can control the weather, and they can act just when a strategy occurs to them. This fight is intense. Hirosaka tried to talk to the 2 bosses. They listened politely for a moment. Hirosaka clenched his fists. He had thousands of questions for them. What exactly are the gates and portals? Why do these monsters come to this world? Killim and Den asked again. Hirosaka, surprised, Louis already told you that Louis is the owner of the Golden Gate, did you know? He possesses these 2 bosses and also knows about Louis. Don't tell me they are the entities closest to the central manifestation. These 2 bosses are easier to deal with than I imagined. Anyway, they have been locked up here too long. They will tell us everything they know. Subaru was speechless. Revealing worldly secrets is that simple? Wow. Hirosaka quickly took out his phone and asked permission to record. I don't trust my memory much. Kim responded enthusiastically. He coughed once and said that basically, the gate is. What is it? Right at the important part, he suddenly fell silent. This is a security matter, it cannot be revealed. Hirasaka did not give up and took out paper and pen to give to the two bosses. He asked them to write. If he returned empty-handed, Shikishima would kill him. This time, Killam refused and said he had waited enough. Then he told the two that if they defeated them, they would be one step closer to the answer they sought. Killam and Delta took combat positions. They were already very restless. I thought these two bosses would use some spectacular technique, but it turned out they just played rock, paper, scissors. After several rounds, Delta was the winner and had the right to choose his opponent. Without hesitation, he chose Hirasaka. As soon as he finished speaking, Delta attacked Hirasaka. Both exchanged blows constantly, with explosions and flashes everywhere. Delta was extremely happy. He had found a good opponent. Hirasaka also got serious. Delta is stronger than any opponent he had faced. Meanwhile, Subaru could barely stand due to the pressure of Delta's attacks. And suddenly, Hirasaka created something. Killam appeared next to Subaru with a gloomy expression. Subaru was surprised and jumped back. Killam was upset but said nothing. Why did he have to fight the zombie's host? Subaru politely said, "I'm sorry." Killam laughed and said it wasn't Subaru's fault. Curiously, Subaru felt very comfortable. Being able to talk to Killam normally without feeling any annoyance made him feel pressure-free, even though they were enemies. Killam said he would try to have fun with Subaru to see how many times he would have to hit him before he gave up. Killam raised his leg and kicked Subaru, who flew from the palace entrance to the castle entrance. Subaru thought that when someone steps on a cockroach on the road, they don't even use force because they are too weak. Killam was bored. He only gave one kick. But Subaru couldn't avoid it. He didn't exactly know who was the host of whom. But he was too weak. Subaru was burned and thrown into a pile of black charcoal on the ground. Hirasaka, worried about Subaru, lost concentration for a moment. That's why he was hit by Delta and lost an eye. Killam raised Subaru's sword and examined it. It had no damage after the thunder attack. That must be why he could perceive the imbalance in Subaru's power. At the start of the fight, Killam felt the weight of that sword. Inside, he doubted whether Subaru was the host of the immortal god. Vanquish, no longer crying, was behind Killam. Killam waved his hand kindly to advise Seiya not to do anything reckless. Intervening in a one-on-one fight with him would be certain suicide. Seiya gritted his teeth. He kept calling Subaru, "Van, please wake up soon." Killam crossed his arms, much to his regret. But if the legs are destroyed, all that's left is to get up with faith and hope. It's true, Subaru began to slowly rise from that pile of black coal. He used blood control to repair his body. Subaru, quickly, get away, don't intervene. Subaru used a defensive technique he had used to avoid Taiga's black fog. He generated a large semi-hardened blood layer that covered his entire body, even though he had lost an arm and a leg. But somehow he managed to survive. He still had some blood and MP left. Killam was sure he was the strongest opponent Subaru had faced. He couldn't even measure his physique. And even if there was a big difference, if he survived, he could surely strengthen himself quickly, Killam murmured. He noticed that Subaru had wrapped his arms and legs with blood, but he didn't like that. How disgusting. The cockroach that doesn't die no matter how many times you hit it. Meanwhile, Delta kept striking non-stop, laughing like a madman. He really felt euphoric, even though Hirasaka had lost an eye. He truly felt euphoric, even though Hirasaka had lost an eye. But his right eye could still follow him, and even his other eye was brighter than before. Hirasaka swung his sword and cut off one of Delta's hands, but he didn't stop. He smiled satisfied, lifted his leg, and kicked Hirasaka, who stepped back holding his sword firmly. You should thank Delta, no one is strong from the start. When I was a rookie, I was in danger many times, and this time is no different. If I manage to defeat Delta, I will be even stronger. Hirasaka used his fifth special technique, the Royal Aura, which enhances all his abilities and increases the technique's effect by 130%. At the same time, he consumed more MP, and Delta began to activate his serious mode. He launched himself into the attack again, and Hirasaka swung his sword to defend. Elsewhere, Subaru was being chased by Killam, who relentlessly harassed him and made him run with his pants down. Killam moved at a speed of 100 kilometers per second, equivalent to a third of the speed of light. It's hard to dodge him. Subaru must anticipate Killam's movements. Also, he must keep moving continuously without stopping, because if he gets hit, he will disintegrate into dust. Killam remained calm, arms crossed, controlling the lightning to pursue Subaru. The situation was worsening. If it continued like this, all the soldiers would be eliminated. With Subaru's current HP and MP, a single lightning strike would be fatal. Although almost impossible, Subaru had to try to defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew over a soldier, cut off his head, and managed to reach level 34. His stats increased, and his HP and MP recovered. The body parts he had lost would also regenerate, but Killam paid no attention to that. Killam only needed to slightly raise his hand to block Subaru's attack. Moreover, he counterattacked, and Subaru rejoined the club of disabled people. Killam, bored, scratched his ear and thought, I knew it was impossible. Why does he keep insisting on fighting like a stubborn bull? Subaru used blood control again and shot spikes at Killam. But Killam didn't even bother to dodge and responded with kicks and punches. Now he understood why Subaru was chosen as the host of the Immortal. He was hateful. He hated life, but clung to it desperately. That's why Subaru always did senseless things. Killam lifted his leg and gently kicked, shattering the flying spikes. Subaru raised his hands to withstand the pressure of Killam's blow. If this continued, before he could aim, he would be crushed by Killam's strength. Killam, kind-hearted, warned him that Subaru's tactics were useless, especially against his overwhelming strength. If he thought to face them, with the power he had now, it wasn't even enough to seize a moment. While Killam was not paying attention, Subaru's cat Sushi had buried the divine staff without him noticing, and Killam used a lightning strike to kill Sushi. Subaru tried to jump in to save him, but suddenly a system notification appeared. Crystal Sushi was using MP to resurrect. Subaru remembered that Sushi had the ability to regenerate. He understood Subaru's strategy and was trying to help him. Sushi threw the divine staff towards Subaru. He managed to catch it. Not even 3 seconds had passed when Killam was already on top. This time, Subaru was not as defenseless as before. Behind Sushi, who had become giant, he brandished his claws at Killam. Killam turned and kicked Sushi, breaking him into pieces. While Killam attacked Sushi, Subaru was already ready. He dropped to the ground and wielded the divine staff to kill soldiers. He would have bet all his MP at that moment. All the soldiers had already been wiped out. Subaru managed to level up to 35. His legs also regenerated. Killam attacked from behind, piercing Subaru's chest with his hand. He was not playing around. Killam was furious at Subaru's actions. Subaru let the opportunity pass while Sushi sacrificed himself so that he could escape and recover. Why cling to life like that? Didn't you come here to defeat him? What a coward. Not even in your next life will you win. Subaru's vision blurred. He no longer had the strength to resist. He remembered all the times people humiliated him, called him an insect, incompetent and useless. But there were also people like Suzaka Kinokawa who wanted him to be strong and wanted to know what he wanted to do. Subaru really wanted to see Suzaka again, even if only for a short time. But the time they spent adventuring together was very fun. Subaru cried. Even if it was the last time, it was okay. Even if Suzaka did not want to forgive him, that was also okay. He just wanted to see her to thank her and apologize for involving her. If she was willing to forgive him, he wanted them to become stronger together once again. Subaru became sentimental. Killam did not understand what nonsense he was saying. Subaru leveled up to 35 and won. The third door appeared and cut off Killam's hand. Vanquish came out of the door in a handsome and cool version. He spoke in a very authoritative tone. Hello, brother. I have been watching you from the other side. Causing my host to get injured is a serious crime. Subaru fell to the ground. With half-closed eyes, he looked at Vanquish appearing. Vanquish used a blood control skill and raised a blood spear. He dragged Subaru over his shoulder and entered through the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to say a warm goodbye. Killam said Subaru would come back and be stronger than before. How could Killam leave it like that? He would not forget the day Vanquish killed him, and now Delta, his mortal enemy, was in front of him. How could he stand idly by? Killam became furious. He ran towards the door following Vanquish and Subaru. Inside there was a sea of smoke and dust. On the other side, Vanquish was healing Subaru's battered body. Every time this boy appeared in front of him, he seemed to be on the verge of death. What was going on? Subaru was still not fully conscious. He could not believe Vanquish was in front of him. After a while, the healing finished, and Killam quickly came out. He was very angry. Vanquish chased him away. Don't meddle in other people's business. Go home, Vanquish told him. When Killam shouted angrily, Vanquish replied that he was the one interfering in his one-on-one fight with Subaru. After Killam finished with Subaru, he promised to finish Vanquish as well. Vanquish sighed and said, Don't impose a warrior's combat rules on the king. Coming into the human world and forcing me to fight one-on-one, what a shame. Vanquish thought, does Killam want to defeat both me and Subaru? Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Vanquish touched Subaru and entered his body. He would use his body for a few minutes to show Subaru how to use blood control. Vanquish and Subaru fused. The boy's body was now strong, level 35 was enough to use. To defeat someone exhausted and sealed in the gate, like Killam, that was more than enough. When Killam was on the verge of losing his mind, rage filled his head. He couldn't bear being humiliated. If he could return to the underworld, he wouldn't be in this situation. However, he hadn't finished the sentence yet. Vanquish, inside Subaru's body, slapped him and sent him flying. There are no ugly people, only people who don't know how to use their beauty. Indeed, Vanquish and Subaru's body elevated his appearance to a new level, causing the girls to faint. Very cool. Killam got back up. Vanquish focused his energy in his hand and shot at the chest. Killam was thrown 8 meters. He gritted his teeth in pain. Vanquish locked his gaze on Killam and used the blood curse fusion technique. Killam's body twisted and curled into a ball. Still, he tried to kick Vanquish. Vanquish tilted his head to dodge and escape from the ball Killam had formed. Vanquish applauded enthusiastically and praised. Both exchanged attacks. Every attack from Killam was blocked. Vanquish even made a hole in Killam's body. Subaru, inside, watched the entire fight. He couldn't believe Vanquish was so strong. It's natural that Vanquish had improved. Don't judge others by their appearance. Better check your own life. You wear glasses and a Jessie t-shirt. How embarrassing. Subaru had nothing more to say. He wondered why Killam, being so strong, still took damage. He had fought enemies who could regenerate, but they never suffered serious wounds until completely exhausted. Vanquish explained excitedly that it was because of the curse he had placed in the blood. The curse could cause deep damage to the opponent's soul. The curse can cause deep damage to the opponent's soul. This technique works against enemies who can regenerate. And spirits without a defined form? What kind of technique is this? It's just like the ones villains use. Killam, frustrated, clenched his hand tightly and shouted not to underestimate him. Damn vampire! Subaru was confused. Why did Killam hate Vanquish so much? It turns out that before, in the underworld, Vanquish killed Killam and locked him in a gate. Since then, Killam started taking things seriously. He used a lot of force in his fists and launched an attack on Vanquish, who also raised his hand to block it. Several wounds appeared on Killam's body. He was not willing to give up. If only he had all his power, he wouldn't be in this situation. Vanquish, kindly, advised him that this wouldn't have happened if Killam had killed Subaru earlier. Whether in hand-to-hand or fair combat, as soon as Vanquish's gate appeared, Killam had already lost for sure, and that was a decisive victory for Subaru. He used all his strength to surpass the limit of his own power. Killam shouted not to mess with him as he gradually disappeared. Vanquish seriously warned him to take things seriously. The system notified that Boss Killam had been defeated and started to disappear. He could no longer regenerate. He could no longer maintain his soul's form. Killam kept asking about his parents. Vanquish, Subaru was speechless. Vanquish defeated Killam very easily. He was really too strong. He had never paid attention to the creatures of the underworld before, but what kind of being was Vanquish? The system had just shown a defeat notification, and then another notification appeared. The boss had resurrected. Subaru, frightened, turned to Vanquish, who was calm as always. Now he was just a remnant. Killam was regenerated by the Storm Purusha technique. It can revive the user with 5% of maximum life before dying. Can only be used once every 240 seconds. Killam tried to launch into battle again, but Vanquish pointed and made him lie down tied up. He tried to escape with all his strength but couldn't. Killam's soul was at a high rank, so he could activate the resurrection technique, but the side effect was that he couldn't maintain consciousness. Subaru thought that if it was Vanquish, he could easily defeat Killam, but if it were him, he would have to risk his life to beat that 5%. Suddenly, Subaru remembered that if Killam had this resurrection technique, could Hirasaka's opponent also have it? Vanquish suddenly remembered that he escaped Subaru's body and still had a headache. He didn't know what to do with this challenge, but fortunately something fell from the sky. He pointed at 5% Killam and told Subaru to defeat him. Subaru was about to resist, but Vanquish seriously warned him, "If you can't defeat Killam, I won't need you anymore. And if something happens to you, I will get rid of you." Vanquish told him he had to ignite the flame of rage, but Subaru had no reason to hate Killam. But Vanquish wasn't referring to that. His idea was that anyone with a goal always hates themselves for being weak. Maybe that's the reason. Subaru was always treated like an outcast by those around him. So from deep inside, Subaru always accepted being useless, and that is also the reason why he isn't afraid to risk his life for others. He always blamed himself for being weak and unable to protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his weakness. That hate doesn't exist to keep you trapped in the past. It will appear to harden you and allow you to move on from the past. That is the true strength for Subaru to move forward. After hearing Vanquish's explanation, Subaru, with tears in his eyes, firmly held his sword and advanced. Vanquish watched his figure as if seeing his own son and encouraged him to be strong. He told him that someday he will love himself and be truly happy. Subaru and 5% Killam fought with all their strength. Meanwhile, Hirasaka was also very tense. Both attacked with equal power, and not even Delta could imagine that Hirasaka would use all his strength to dominate him. Hirasaka used his second technique. He used a rope to tie one of Delta's hands and dragged him closer while firmly holding his sword. He silently calculated that the real aura consumes a lot of MP. He only has about 48 seconds left until his MP runs out. The enemy's HP is estimated between 300,000 and 400,000. Hirasaka has decided to use the 7th special technique. Itoi copied the demon exterminator Yura. Delta's flying dragon strike was shattered into pieces. He couldn't believe the effect of that cut. Suddenly, it penetrated his body. Benta fell to the ground gasping. He realized the effect. Could Hirosaka's attack precision have increased so quickly? It's not a strength technique, but a skill. Hirosaka cut several more times. He successively copied other skills, crushing the monster. The two-headed cut shattered the storm. After those continuous attacks, Delta's regeneration speed couldn't keep up. Gradually, Hirosaka Ito's seventh technique was disintegrating. It allows the user to use famous warriors' techniques. He learned from the leader of the Golden Knights, Lewis. The higher the level, the higher the technique. The more famous warriors' techniques are unlocked, the notification that the boss has been defeated appears. Hirosaka fell to the ground exhausted. His HP and MP were almost depleted. His injured eye also began to hurt. He didn't know if leveling up would heal it. He looked toward the Rainbow Gate, wondering how Subaru and the others were doing. Suddenly, the Rainbow Gate shattered into pieces, and the notification that the boss had resurrected appeared. 5% Delta stood firm above his head and launched himself at him. Hirosaka struggled to get up. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the rainbow space. Subaru shot out from there and with a punch destroyed 5% Delta. This time, the boss was completely defeated. Subaru leveled up to 45. The two completed the electric storm portal. Hirosaka leveled up to 85. His eye was restored. He thanked Subaru for saving his life. Hirosaka felt strange. Why didn't Subaru level up after coming out of the portal? If the total damage dealt to the enemy is less than 20%, no experience is gained. Subaru only defeated 5%, so he didn't get any experience. Hirosaka was surprised. It was the first time he had heard of that system. He had been a god for 8 years. Shikishima had already explained it 10 times, but he had forgotten everything. Subaru called ZA and Sushi to return. The two came out of the portal and someone was already waiting outside. That person was Udo and Hyler, the best in Japan. Hizuzaki Ryuji, brother of the reconnaissance squad leader Kosaka. They arrived and cleared out the members of the dark team who had shouted earlier. That guy is named K. K was a god before. Udo received an anonymous report and came here immediately. He was unexpectedly attacked by that idiot, so Udo captured him. They took him for interrogation about the dark team. Udo looked at Subaru and asked what was wrong. Hirosaka replied that he was about to die. Udo carried the staff like it was a sandbag and said to Subaru, "Fill out the report with details and rest to recover," he advised. Hirosaka thought. He was happy preparing to leave when Udo pulled him back to meet Shikishima and Subaru. They said goodbye. He told ZA that he had found a way to reunite with Suzaka. The two went up to the roof of a building, took out a sign with instructions, and read that Subaru's life drain skill had leveled up. This skill can exchange the owner's soul with the soul that has been given to them. Because it is a skill of a loved one, it can be activated at any time. But if the body is completely weakened until it recovers, this skill cannot be used. That means in the current CEO's body, Suzaka's soul is still inside. This body is severely injured but recovers little by little over time. The soul can be exchanged when the body recovers. Subaru was very happy. Anyway, Suzaka's return is just a matter of time. He jumped for joy. Sorry for the bad smell. Zombies. You were right. From the start, you suspected him. It was a big mistake. However, he wondered. Where does Seiya's soul come from? Seiya asked cheerfully. What is the reward for breaking the 5-star portal? Subaru took 2 items out of his bag. A thunder earring that can add a weak lightning effect to any attack, and a storm earring that can add a weak wind effect to any action. He gave both to ZA after the battle. He realized there will be times when he won't be able to use his power to protect XEA. You will become strong quickly, and when that time comes, you will want to use these 2 earrings to protect yourself. C, confused, receives the 2 earrings and shyly says, "Thank you." Subaru tells her to try them on right now. C, happy, puts them on and her face blushes, embarrassed, as if flying to the sky. Subaru is stunned, not understanding why C flies so high. Sushi sighs tiredly. He slaps Subaru and then playfully jumps in Subaru and Taiga's house. Subaru's biological father and Taiga's stepfather, Ariel Rio, calmly holds a glass of wine while savoring it. He wonders where his foolish son, Subaru, might have gone. His wife, Aries Keiko, Taiga's biological mother, tells him not to stand by the window because the neighbors might see him. She attentively looks at the screen of an iPad while calling to order 2 necklaces, numbers 4 and 51. Subaru's father tries to pour himself more wine but didn't expect Subaru to come back. Now he is a god and also a savior. He feels proud and believes his blood is truly exceptional. If everything continues like this, his life will be calmer than ever. He must invest more money in this house. Before finishing speaking, the front door suddenly opens and Taiga appears in her handsome version. With that look, the father doesn't even recognize him and asks who he is. He asks why he has the key. Taiga doesn't even look and extends his hand to strangle his father. Taiga's mother shouts from the house, "Honey, bring more champagne. The butler has already arrived today." As soon as she finishes speaking, Taiga places a glass of wine on the table. She squints for a moment, then recognizes her son, says welcome back, and continues scrolling on her phone. Taiga smiles satisfied. He didn't expect his mother to recognize him with that appearance. Taiga's mother does not take her eyes off the phone screen. Of course, she had it, although she only made a superficial comment about the makeup on Taiga's face. Taiga tries to explain himself, but his mother interrupts him. She points to the necklace on the screen and assumes he already has that necklace. She says she wanted one and that paying 20 million for 5 is very cheap. Taiga smiles sarcastically. His black aura is evident, and although his mother ignores how her son has changed, she doesn't even bother to congratulate him. She's just happy that he has returned. But he shouldn't have been born. A darkness begins to envelop Taiga's mother. She turns to stone and ascends to the sky. Taiga drops the champagne glass he was holding to the ground. This world and he are equally useless, that's why they must be buried together. The next morning, the news reports that around 7 p.m. there was an accident. A building collapsed in Shinagawa City. It was confirmed that 2 people died, supposedly Ariel Rio and Aries Keiko, the couple who lived in the collapsed building. Their bodies were severely injured. Subaru sees the news and holds a person. He returns to the collapsed house. Udo and Hirosaka are also there. According to Udo, this situation is similar to the Kinokawa case. There is no doubt that Taiga is responsible. What he didn't expect is that that bastard would kill his own parents. Shikishima sees that Subaru is silent and says nothing. He comforts him by saying he doesn't need to force himself. Subaru stares at the rubble. He has nothing to be sad about. No matter how much he tried to remember moments with his father, there is nothing worth remembering, so he is not sad. Subaru sits and looks at the nameplate of the house. He wonders what that bastard Taiga is thinking and where he might be. Taiga is standing in front of the federal headquarters. The god, arrogant, enters ignoring the comments about having killed his father and mother. Taiga goes straight to reception without a word and exhales a large amount of black aura. In a short time, the federal headquarters crumbles, enveloped in that black aura. It is more intense than the power of intelligence or beauty. Taiga, ugly, stupid, and weak, had always longed for those things, but now, having everything inside, he feels empty. He doesn't know what meaning existence has from now on. Meanwhile, Hirosaka's group is furious after receiving the news of the destruction of the federal headquarters. Shikishima gets angry and shouts on the phone, "Did you receive any information? How do you know if everyone is safe?" He orders the person on the phone to quickly send the Tachikawa branch, the largest branch, to rescue. The other branches should proceed as usual. Don't let the clock break. Now they will use vehicles as command posts to gather information. Staying in one place is very dangerous. Udo has to admit the GA hand is also very resourceful and fierce. If there is any trace of the GA hand, they will have to disperse from the headquarters to conduct searches. They can't predict what it will target, so it killed its parents to mislead them, aiming to destroy the headquarters. Currently, at least 100 gods have been killed. It's unimaginable how many victims there are in total, including civilians. Shikishima swears, covers his mouth. Who would dare believe it would cause such a catastrophe? They shouldn't bring Subaru home. He was about to call Subaru when suddenly there was an incoming call. Shikishima picks up. The call is cursed. Without warning like this, it's 10 billion% the Shadow faction. The caller is the IC Demon Thief. He gruffly asks a question. Not yet, meaning they like a little declaration of war. They have already prepared. IC announces that from now on, there will be 6 places attacked. Like the way the Ally headquarters was destroyed, and Ares Taiga is at one of those places. Hirosaka, who had been silent until now, suddenly emitted an extremely oppressive golden aura. He said nothing, picked up his sword, stood up on the selfie roof, and left. Udo called back but heard nothing. Shikishima said to let it be, no need to stop him. To prevent anyone else from dying, it's best to let Hirosaka go into battle. Shikishima asked Issei if he had observed them at school already. If he wants to join, then he and I will support him. If I meet him in clash again, I guarantee I will pierce through Issei's whole body. Iceland left a very eager message, then hung up. Shikishima had already guessed. Alright, the Shadow faction is targeting something. Kokugaji said they will destroy the clock. The GA's time acceleration ultimate skill. It can crush anyone's body in the blink of an eye. In other words, it intends to use the gate's time and reduce the time on the clock. Zero sees this as punishment because they cannot destroy all the gates. And the best gate to choose now is the 5-star gate where there is still plenty of time left. Currently, the remaining time on the clock is 870 days. If they can destroy 3 5-star gates, they are doomed. Shikishima ordered to send the Divine Lords to each 5-star gate in Tokyo. As soon as enemies are detected, everyone must provide information to the higher-ups. To deal with them, especially if they encounter the GA, they must immediately notify the Golden Divine Lords. Now the war begins. On the Shadow faction side, Himeno Jumeno was admiring her nails while on the phone. Is it serious? They could have surprise attacked 6 locations at once. What's the declaration of war for? Area or the Shadow faction eagerly and excitedly replied. They have to fight fairly with the Golden Divine Lords. Suddenly, attacking makes the game too easy. They were talking among themselves. The tree guy was caught by Yudu. He previously escaped successfully, and according to orders, his team is now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on the rooftop when a group surrounded him. These three are Kuzuki, Tachi, Kagasingo. And not to forget the tree younger brother who was badly beaten the other day. He was told that if he wants to fight Hirasaka, he must defeat Subaru first. Although he has no grudge against him, he still has to kill him, but he still plays fair, one-on-one. Subaru stood up from the ground and told the three to come at him. He had heard everything from Shikishima, so he will not let any of these three escape. Although he has no grudge against them, he will defeat all three and make them understand. Where is Taiga? Sigo was annoyed seeing Subaru so arrogant. He used the black flamestone protection technique, surrounding his body with earth and rocks. He could not accept Subaru's contemptuous attitude. Sigo rushed to attack, but Subaru lightly punched him, shattering the armor. Sigo was thrown 8 meters away, coughing up blood. He couldn't believe he was defeated. The armor was also blown away by the wind from his mouth. What happened just now? Subaru inserted blood into Singo's armor slot and destroyed it from inside. The plant smiled contemptuously, full of energy radiating around him. A cloud of black smoke appeared and attacked Subaru, who managed to roll to dodge it. He generally evaluated the plant's strike. The ground was shattered, as if corroded. Over time, the plant introduced that black smoke into the sword blade to attack. If a direct hit landed, it would be extremely dangerous. The other was named Kuzuki and seemed uninterested in fighting. He sat quietly watching this scene. Or maybe the plant, if it needed help, was very confident in its own abilities. Subaru asked what the plant wanted, since it insisted on fighting alone, but it didn't answer. The plant attacked Subaru, but he used his blood shield to block it. They have played together since childhood. The plant is the leader of the Singo group. He is the right hand, while Kuzuki always watches them from afar. For the plant, this situation was something every day. Subaru was stunned for a moment. What nonsense is this guy saying? Aren't they supposed to be on the side of darkness? They came here to destroy the clock and exterminate humanity, right? The plant responded disdainfully that he had no interest. He joined the Kakuji faction to become the gang leader. To become stronger, he was determined to prove that he could defeat Japan's strongest leader, God, Hirasaka Renji, and then the three would climb to the top. That was his dream. Subaru had an annoyed look. He was ignorant about pleasures because he had not been well educated. He didn't know how to process that information. But the plant was the type who saw himself as a bully, like in a manga. Subaru realized that the side of darkness was not so united. These three people in front of him seemed quite different. Unlike the others, Subaru could understand the plant's dream. He asked why he attacked Kasuga. The plant recalled that he had seen those three people before at the 5-star gate. He naively replied that it wasn't the leader god's fault. While retreating from the front for being too weak, before finishing the sentence, Subaru punched him in the face. The plant fell and hit the railing, blood flowing from his mouth and nose like a river. What lantern was that? Faster than before. Subaru was really angry. Those three people were from the reconnaissance team. They had families and children, but still continued serving the leader god to protect the world, and that damn plant dared to attack them. Subaru shouted that they were not people the plant could discard. For that selfish dream, Subaru activated his special technique. Condition: Rider's aura that increases all abilities by 45%. While angry, the plant trembled but still tried to wield the sword. "Don't interfere with my dreams," said Subaru, ready to use blood control to attack. But suddenly, Kuzuki appeared out of nowhere and kicked the plant, who fell rolling. He told him to give up, stay still, and that the three of them would try again with everything next time. The plant fell unconscious to the ground. Kuzuki didn't want to fight and explained that the three were childhood friends. But Kuzuki had another identity. He pulled out a chat message with Shikishima to show Subaru. He was Shikishima's subordinate, a spy on the leader god's side infiltrated into the side of darkness. He was formerly a member of the reconnaissance team and had come to inform Subaru about Location 6, the gate that the side of darkness planned to destroy. Kuzuki approached that gate. Shikishima also arrived right then and sincerely hoped to face off against the guy with glasses. But he was unlucky and ran into the damn guy. That guy at the gate was playing with blood today. Shikishima knew Kakugaiji had already predicted that he, Hirasaka, and Udo would be the first to fall. But he wasn't afraid and said, "Don't underestimate me, damn bastard." Shikishima used his fifth special technique, the sulfur rain. A group of projectiles fell from the sky toward the gate. He calmly dodged. Thinking back, Shikishima was the first to show suspicion about that gate. Taiga recalled the past. 3 years ago, Shikishima asked him why he was leveling up so slowly. The truth was that the gatekeeper, Taiga, had stolen from Subaru the fragment that transformed into Gilia. But he refused to cooperate even when the gate surpassed level 20. Normally, the second gate should appear at that level, but in the end, nothing appeared. At that time, Hirosaka defended the gate. Some received the second gate at level 25 or 30. Maybe Taiga is also in that situation. I told Shikishima not to suspect Taiga too much. Shikishima also doesn't want others to lose faith, but the truth is that Taiga's gate doesn't appear. Also, he is leveling up too slowly. That he stole someone else's gate is not unfounded. Taiga outside the gate also seems uneasy. He is silently cursing, saying things that cannot be understood, but it doesn't matter. Leave it, there's no evidence anyway. Better to pretend nothing happened. At that time, Shikishima mentioned someone in Osaka. That person has the ability to reveal lies. They could discuss this further at the next meeting. Soon, Taiga will be extremely resentful and will ask a lot about Shikishima's parents. That bastard always causes him trouble. He swears he will destroy him one day. Shikishima hopes to tear apart Taiga's foolish and childish assassination attempt. At that moment, he will make that threat come true. He has unleashed all of Gallia's power. Using the ability he received from Kokugagi, he will tear Gallia to pieces. Thus, death will reign. Taiga exhales black smoke and sneaks behind Shikishima. Shikishima holds someone back for a moment and uses clairvoyance technique. To see Taiga's position, that's why he could never lose his trail. It can only be said that bastard Taiga used some technique. That allows him to teleport instantly, while Shikishima doesn't even move a step. He told Taiga not to underestimate his strength. He used his third technique. The ephemeral flames, Taiga's fist is about to hit him. Shikishima was burned by the fire, but at that moment he had already detected it. Taiga can only teleport within a range with smoke, and still manages to escape quite well. He estimated Taiga's strength to be approximately equal to a level 50 Golden Divine Lord. But what a pity, Taiga is not at his level. Now he is at level 82, that bastard can't even compare. Taiga is bleeding heavily. Shikishima was about to continue the fight when suddenly a huge explosion occurred. Taka knows that the Divine Lords will send the strongest to the gate. 5 stars, that's why he extended the 4-star gate time until the last minute. At that moment, about 200 monsters were released, and because of that, the Divine Lords did not foresee the offensive moves of Taka's team, thus losing many of them. Shikishima watches the furious flames on the other side and wonders if that is still Taiga. How could he be so cunning? Taiga looks at his newly regenerated arm. Although his soul and consciousness exist simultaneously, the original Taiga was already dead. Everything he once longed for is now completely useless. Only a small wish of the old Taiga remains in his mind. That wish is to take revenge on a world that did not love him, so now whoever possesses that body, Taiga will carry out that wish. Shikishima remains thoughtful. He had always felt fear, audacity, envy, pride, and a crazy desire for recognition in Taiga. But now he no longer perceives that in the current Taiga. In other words, maybe Taiga is hiding an ace up his sleeve. That could destroy the Golden Divine Lords. Shikishima feels truly worried. Now there are only 3 active Golden Divine Lords, including Hirosaka. Shikishima truly values the feelings of the current Taiga, but he will not let him do anything more. Shikishima uses his 6th technique, Divine Flames. He is determined to kill Taiga and protect the city. Taiga also gets serious. Both launch themselves to strike each other forcefully. Ike, from a distance, watches in the darkness. He sees that it seems Shikishima reached Taiga, but he has no time to worry about that. Now his opponent is Hirosaka. Hirosaka, on New Year's night, is furious and tells Ike, "Drop your weapons and surrender before I get angry." But Ike, stubborn, does not. He has his reasons. An hour earlier, Ike said goodbye to his wife and children, promised to return before dinner, and passed through the gate. Ike's wife and children are just walking corpses controlled by Kokugagi. Ike faces Hirosaka. Kokugagi controls Ike, who faces Hirosaka. Now there are only 3 Golden Divine Lords, including Hirosaka, and the others cannot participate for various reasons. He thinks this is a good opportunity to test Hirosaka. Hirosaka does not wait for him to say more. Hirao launched a sword attack without showing any fear. Today, luck was on his side. Hirao brandished his weapon and cut Ikai, sending him flying. For him, Hirosaka was the easiest prey to face. Ike's weapon was the damage limit. It could extend to any space within a range of 150 meters. Physical counterattacks had no effect against the extended attack. Hirosaka was pushed back. He realized his opponent was very strong, but he didn't fully understand Ikai's special technique. It was too complex, but in summary, it consisted of bending the attack. It was similar to the sword strike bending technique he possessed. That meant he only needed to swing faster than Ikai's hammer speed. Hirosaka launched another attack. Halfway through, he suddenly felt his body couldn't move. Someone blocked his attack with a hammer and knocked him to the ground. Hirosaka got up again. What was that lantern? It was a signal that stopped movement upon contact with the hammer. The problem was he didn't see it until contact was made. Ike seemed to realize his trick had been discovered. Earlier, he used a different technique called Defense Symbol, a special technique that must be pre-configured. It could stop anything it touched for 1 second without exceptions. Except for the user, no one could see the symbol before contact. In the area where EK was, many symbols had already been placed. Every time Hirasaka attacked, his movement stopped and he received a hammer blow to the head. He fell face first to the ground, just as Ikai expected. Hirasaka trusted his skills a lot, so he chose to attack directly. Although the amount of HP he lost with each hit was small, he didn't care. As long as he could hold Hirasaka until the other gates were destroyed, it was enough. That was more than enough. If he was lucky, he could defeat and kill Hirasaka, which would be even better. With 10 points, Hirasaka switched to ranged attack and threw his sword at Ikai, but it didn't work. Those symbols could block special techniques and return the attack. Hirasaka grew even angrier. He wondered why all those with such enormous power didn't use it to protect the world. Ikai didn't understand that question. Actually, he should ask Hirasaka why he protects this world. Why was Hirasaka so angry? Because there were too many deaths, or because it was his duty? Was Hirasaka's anger directed toward the Shadow faction? Hirasaka was furious, but Ikai was 10 times more furious. He didn't understand why he was so resentful. Ikai swung his sword in a downward strike at Hirasaka. Those willing to sacrifice themselves to protect this world, like the guardian gods, were truly noble and just. But he had lost what he valued most. Ikai had forgotten the value of this world. That's why he asked who was really crazy, him or the others. Ikai screamed frantically. He launched another hammer strike at Hirasaka, but he didn't dodge. Hirasaka raised his hand to block the blow. Ikai continued attacking with several more strikes, but Hirasaka didn't back down a step. Ikai remembered his past. He had lost his wife and son. The killer was a minor guardian god. That's why it was difficult to accuse that guardian god. Ikai seemed like a lost soul after his family's death. That was when the Shadow Gate appeared, understanding his pain. It promised to resurrect his wife and son if Ikai helped him. After attacking for a while and seeing that Hirasaka didn't react, Ikai lost interest. He murmured, wondering if Hirasaka was simply going to be defeated and disappear like that. He shouted that he would kill Hirasaka and send his companions to hell. Hirasaka closed his eyes thinking of his companions and swung his sword using his 6th special technique. Bending the trajectory of his sword, he cut horizontally at Ikai, spilling blood everywhere. Ikai spat blood and dropped his weapon. Ikai smiled with satisfaction. Hirasaka's 6th special technique was legendary. When used, it consumed 80% of the user's MP. Finally, he had made him use it. Ikai had reduced both Hirasaka's HP and MP. His mission was accomplished. Ikai fell to the ground. His tired eyes looked at Hirasaka. He didn't understand why he was crying. Hirasaka approached Ikai. He didn't know if it was because of his senses, but when fighting, he felt his opponent's emotions flowing inside him. A little. And now he cries because every time Issei raises his arm, he feels an infinite sadness flooding him. Hirasaka smiles at Issei, just as he said. He doesn't fight for the world he wants to protect, but to protect his friends, because he wants to be with them as long as possible. That's why Issei is not crazy. He is sure that every person has their own reason to fight, but that's the reason why Hirasaka can't give up. Issei laughs sarcastically, closes his eyes, and tells Hirasaka to leave quickly, that he has lost. Watching Hirasaka's figure walk away, in his last moments of life, I thought I couldn't resist Kokugeji's attractive proposal. I just wanted to risk everything to bring my family back. Hirasaka really got angry and spoke in a rough voice. Kokugeji, how dare that pig take advantage, think of others' weaknesses and manipulate them in secret. Kokugeji received the news that Issei had been defeated, but seemed indifferent. Hirasaka almost has no MP left, so she can't use the sword trajectory bending technique either. If we keep going like this, we'll win in the end, said the girl as she reached out to retrieve the 2 puppets of Issei's wife and son. He laughed uncontrollably when Subaru received a message from Kuzuki. You are in Oda City, facing a Shadow member. 19 members of the Shadow group, including Taiga, assigned to different places, all have been enhanced in strength and received new abilities from Kuzuki. Their abilities are related to space and time, Kuzuki recalled. The enemy is about to use a skill, he said. Subaru's enemy was a woman. She bent down and used a combined beast technique, transforming into a cat. Then she grew giant and roared in Subaru's face. The cat tried to jump to attack Subaru, but it was struck by Crystal Sushi, who slapped it and threw it to the ground. Subaru petted Sushi and said thanks. He took the phone and called ZA to ask if she was okay. ZA had just defeated a monster. She has cleared the southern area of Syria. She is responsible for eliminating underground world monsters within the city. The two agreed to meet later and hung up the phone. Suddenly, ZA felt her heart pound hard and was stunned. She felt that something was wrong somewhere. Suzaka's older sister and second sister were facing a member of the Shadow group. That woman was Himeno Jumeno, who was once a silver level. Suzaka's older sister used the power of the Dragon King to launch an attack from the sky. This is a skill that can unleash the Dragon King's power within the Ascension Gate. temporarily increases attack power by 500%, but the previous attack did nothing to Himeno. Suzaka's second sister lunged forward and wielded a scythe, using the death technique that can halve the opponent's HP on contact with the blade. But unfortunately, the scythe missed the target. Himeno dodged and kicked the second sister in the chest. The second sister, Mizuho, spat blood, unable to believe what had happened. Himeno disappeared and reappeared in a blink. What was that lantern? Himeno's technique is to disappear and reappear, able to erase the user's presence from the world for a few seconds. She can act in stealth mode if she uses 5 times more MP. Older sister Hazuki attacked from above, but Himeno disappeared again. She appeared behind Hazuki and kicked her, causing her to step back several paces. Himeno kicked Hazuki in the face again, making her spit blood. Hazuki couldn't react in time. This woman disappears not only frequently, but also reappears right when attacking. Moreover, she can move while disappeared. This technique combined with bending and camouflaging. Hazuki raised her leg to kick Himeno as she advanced, but missed and got punched. Hazuki was hit, her face swollen, and fell to the ground. Himeno laughed with satisfaction. CL recognized that these two were Amamiya. The older sister had a more impressive style than her, and the second sister was much cuter than her. Both were extremely strong. Also, they had many more followers on social media than Himeno. Himeno jumped excitedly before she herself felt envy toward the two sisters. But now she possesses overwhelming power and is going to torture the two until they are shattered. Himeno doesn't care how many people have died for her happiness. Now she feels happy for having turned against humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho gritted their teeth, furious. This woman is truly evil to the bone. Just before, the two received a call from Subaru. He informed them that he had found a way to bring Suzaka back and asked them not to worry too much. It will just take a little more time, but he was sure he would bring Suzaka back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho were determined. They had to wait for their sister to return. That's why, as long as Suzaka is not back, they will not allow the Shadow Group to destroy this world. Himeno had seen Suzaka's introduction blog, and to her, she was just a loser. She did not expect these two in front of her to be Sasuke's sisters. To her, Sasuke was nothing. While speaking ill of her, suddenly, XCA descended from behind. She told Suzaka to remember that only 3 minutes remained before the soul exchange process would begin. She would transfer the experience points accumulated by the immortal to survive. She would upgrade the skills in Suzaka's soul for her return. She used her deadly fist combined with electricity to strike the arrogant Himeno. Suzaka's two older sisters cried with joy, and Suzaka told them to leave it to her. Although there wasn't much time, she had already trained very well. Now Suzaka is in a new position. She has reached level 40. She possesses the deadly blood strike skill and also has bonus electric storm earrings. Suzaka can move her body and now breathe this air freely. She can even feel the ground beneath her feet and protect the people important to her. She feels truly happy to see her two sisters completely healed. Suzaka grew angrier and angrier. How dare that bitch do that? Himeno was hit in a tooth. With her mouth full of blood and several teeth fallen out, Himeno went mad. The bitch couldn't react, and Suzaka gave her another bonus punch that sent her flying 8 meters. Now she will show the result of all her training during this time. Of course, Subaru also felt Suzaka's return. They are connected through the soul bond. Suzaka mercilessly struck Himeno, and she couldn't counterattack. Her face looked like a bloody, shattered pig. Himeno wondered what kind of freak the girl in front of her was. That was not a common hit. She felt a shock. Electricity and the unexpected impact ran through her body from deep inside. If she didn't flee quickly, it would be the end of her. Himeno tried to use a skill to disappear. When trying to disappear, the system showed an error. There are too many impurities around. Use the skill in a place with cleaner air. Himeno, furious, considered that skill useless, and Suzaka gave her another electric punch. The reason she couldn't use the skill was because the red smoke impurities surrounded her. Suzaka used blood control to create that bone and neutralize the skill. That bitch's problem disappeared. Himeno tried to attack, but Suzaka dodged and gave her another punch in the chest. The two sisters outside, seeing this, were also surprised. They couldn't believe their younger sister had that skill. Her martial arts level was even higher than the older sisters. They remembered the past. The two asked Suzaka to stop participating in missions for a while. With Suzaka's level at that time, she couldn't keep up with her missions, and they wanted to fight to their last breath, so they couldn't protect Suzaka. Suzaka was very frustrated and decided to become stronger on her own. She left home fighting, determined to prove to her sisters that she was also useful. After a while, Hazuki asked Mizuho, "Have you heard any news from Suzaka lately?" asked Mizuho. "I heard that Suzaka was defeated by some bosses who have the ability to lower the target's level. She dropped to level 8 and is weaker than before, but it seems Suzaka hasn't given up on becoming stronger." Mizuho firmly assured that when Suzaka gets stronger, she will return. In fact, that was true. The two were outside enthusiastically cheering for Suzaka. Suzaka felt motivated and fought even harder against Himeno. So in the end, Suzaka still got along well with her sisters, unlike Himeno. When she was little, she lived in a family that discriminated against her. Everyone only paid attention to her younger sister and ignored her. The younger sister received hundreds of thousands of likes just for saying good morning, but her selfies failed miserably even though both wore the same outfit. And they said the same phrase, but why did Himeno always get negative comments? Everyone told her not to imitate her sister and to be different, but that wasn't the answer Himeno wanted. Her younger sister really was wonderful. Why did no one tell her how to love herself? Himeno angrily bit her nails. At that moment, the door of shadows appeared and gave her the answer she was looking for. If that self is on top, just drag it down. Himeno used her claws to kill her own sister. Everything should have gone as she wanted. But why is that girl Suzaka now above her? She couldn't accept that. Himeno tried to resist with all her strength, but she couldn't. Suzaka knocked her down face first. Himeno struggles to get up. She has already emerged from the fog. Himeno uses the ability to disappear and reappear, becoming invisible. She promises to harm what Suzaka values most. Himeno quickly teleports near the older sister Mizuho. She hates Mizuho's sweet face. That's why she wants to tear it apart with a slash, but Himeno's attack is blocked by a shield. The person who created that shield is Suzaka. She has used blood control. Himeno screams desperately. Why doesn't this world work the way she wants? Everyone else, even the AIs, are useless. Damn it, Suzaka approaches Himeno. She trembles and freezes. Suzaka raises a gigantic fist. She won't allow that damn one to die. She won't let anyone touch her family. The giant fist descends straight toward Himeno's face. A huge explosion shakes the sky and earth. Himeno lies completely charred on the ground, motionless. Suzaka's two sisters are protected by the blood shield, so they suffer no harm. Hazuki and Mizuho are very proud of their younger sister. Finally, she has matured. Although a bit too strong, Suzaka smiles and greets her two sisters, boasting that she has won. But it doesn't take long before Suzaka spits up blood. Her time is running out. She and Sei must switch quickly so Sei can restart the recovery process. Suzaka understands that. She says goodbye to her two sisters, saying they will see each other later. She must rest a little longer. She promises she will return and then team up with her two sisters. The two sisters understand and are willing to wait. Just then, Subaru arrives. Suzaka can feel how much Subaru wants to see her again. She cries. She must be the one to thank Subaru. He has always protected and saved her, but she has caused him deep harm. Dying in front of him, Suzaka squeezes his hand and her form begins to crack. She thanks Sei for taking such good care of her body, but now she must leave before her soul completely breaks. Suzaka asks Sei to deliver a message to Subaru and then disappears. When Sei wakes up, he sees Subaru in front of him and asks, "Was Suzaka here?" But she returns so as not to worsen his wounds. To protect her family from trouble, Suzaka forced herself to come back. For a moment, Subaru sighs with relief and joy. Sei delivers Suzaka's message. She will wait for him in the Scarlet Hall. Suzaka returns to the usual place. She enters excitedly through a door, boasting that she doesn't have a scratch after the fight. There, Sei has revered the Demon King of the Dead as his master. He criticizes Suzaka's fight. He gives her 13 points and severely reprimands her. Why so much? 30 points would be fine. On the contrary, Killam, very annoyed, criticizes her. What's all the fuss for? 4 points. Why did it take you 3 minutes using all your power? This is absurd. Suzaka feels discouraged. Why are they so strict? Then she continues training. Subaru is confused. He doesn't know what the Scarlet Hall is. Then the older sister Hazuki runs toward him hurriedly. Ella, excited, takes Subaru's hand and repeatedly thanks him for helping them reunite with Suzaka. They apologize for having doubted him before. They will never forget this debt. Subaru also has tears in his eyes as Suzaka's two sisters leave. They have to keep hunting monsters. Subaru looks at his hands in astonishment. Vanquish tells him he must be truly happy, but he still doesn't know what can make him happy. And the world is turning into chaos. Subaru wipes away his tears. If he could be truly happy, it would be good to be with everyone. Even if they are far away, at the ends of the world, he will be with them. As long as his soul remains here, Suzaka's body has reached level 40. Thanks to retaining memories from his soul, his innate abilities have awakened again. Now he can spend Suzaka's MP to act. Sakashima launches butterflies to fight Taiga, who disappears and reappears in smoke to attack Sakashima. But it's all useless. Sakashima's sixth technique, Fire Phoenix. He summons night fire butterflies that automatically cling to the target. In terms of strength, this technique is weaker than the sulfur rain, but consumes less energy, and it never loses sight of the target. Taiga also finds Sakashima's technique annoying. Every time Taiga's butterfly wings emit smoke, they are dispersed. His teleportation range is also reduced because of that. Shikishima not only has strength but also intelligence. He has fought for 8 years. He is an extremely difficult rival for Taiga to defeat. He is hesitating whether to use his secret card now. From behind, Hirasaka has arrived. He is using the fifth special technique. The special royal aura technique has lasted more than 15 minutes since the battle began between Shikishima and Taiga. Finally, Hirasaka has arrived. Shin says, "Goodbye, little brother." 8 years ago, when Hirasaka was 18, he became the Royal Gold Divine Lord for the first time. He was excited and started talking to Shikishima, who was 14. Shikishima, arrogant, didn't even respond. He told Hirasaka not to bother him if he had nothing important, but Hirasaka wasn't embarrassed at all. According to Shikishima, thanks to advice from a computer they provided him, he was able to activate the alarm system. Then the fire alarm went off. Shikishima was stunned. He was speechless and told Hirasaka never to touch the computer again. Currently, Taiga is facing alone 2 Royal Gold Divine Lords, the leaders of Japan. He should be attacked by 2 Royal Gold Divine Lords from 2 sides. That would be the worst situation, but Taiga still trusts he will win. Suddenly, a dark door appeared behind Shikishima. He thought this door expelled air and jumped toward it, but the door generated a bunch of hands that grabbed Shikishima, trying to drag him inside. Shikishima tried to activate the 3rd special technique, the ephemeral flame, to escape, but it didn't work. He couldn't activate the special technique. The situation is serious. Taiga realized the weakness of the Royal Gold Divine Lords. Each has extraordinary power that can interfere in others' fights when they are nearby. But since they have strong faith in each other's strength, they hesitate to decide to support each other. Taiga put Hirasaka in a difficult situation. He believes if Hirasaka has good instinct, he will understand that the decision now will determine the fate of anyone here. Will Hirasaka kill Taiga to end this battle himself or reject that chance to save Shikishima? Right in front of him, Hirasaka decides to use the 7th special technique, piercing and cutting the hands that were wrapping Shikishima. Hirasaka knows this and doesn't try to dodge. Taiga takes advantage of Hirasaka saving Shikishima and uses his sword to cut Hirasaka in half. Hirasaka doesn't regret it. He smiles and falls. Fortunately, he saved Shikishima. Hirasaka was cut in 2. Shikishima screams in pain. In the past, they cooperated together to get through the door. It was considered extremely difficult. At that time, they promised to strengthen themselves together. Later, Shikishima and Kinakawa formed a reconnaissance team to explore the gate. In this way, at least the number of Divine Lords killed by traps would be reduced. He decided to protect everyone because it would be a shame if they died in battle. And when someday all the gates disappear from the world, he wants everyone to celebrate together and then disband the group. Shikishima, desperate, embraces Hirasaka's body and keeps calling him, but there is no response. People really can sacrifice their lives to protect what they value. Taiga mocks and congratulates Shikishima for being Hirasaka's true friend. Shikishima grits his teeth in anger, eyes reddened. "Damn Taiga, I won't forgive you. I will kill you." He stands up to fight, but cannot leave Hirasaka's body. In this state, Shikishima cries inconsolably, asking why. Why did Hirasaka die for someone like him, even though his purpose was to be with everyone? Taiga approaches Shikishima from behind and raises his weapon to attack. Suddenly, a column of light descends from the sky. It's Subaru. He tells Shikishima not to worry. He promises he won't let Hirasaka die and uses the special blood absorption technique. The fragments of Hirasaka's body fly and join. Shikishima recognizes that it is Subaru's special technique. He remembers the first time he met Subaru, when the Rainbow Gate first appeared in the world. Subaru used it to revive Suzaka. Moreover, the blood absorption technique is a skill that can transfer the soul of a Divine Lord already connected to the user, to become a loved one of that person right now. Subaru has reached level 35 and the transformation technique has been unlocked, so he can receive a second loved one. Subaru tells Shikishima that he cannot bring Hirasaka back here now, but he will protect Hirasaka's body intact. Until he returns, Shikishima, in tears, keeps thanking Subaru. Subaru's body gradually recovers and then transforms. Hirasaka smiles weakly. He flies to the sky. The person who has taken Hirasaka's body is extremely excited. For the first time witnessing the human world, Subaru recognizes this kind of familiar person. He wonders how many there are and why he is here. It turns out he is one of Vanquish's servants, an old acquaintance of Subaru, the Zombie Emperor. From today, he will be another loved one for Subaru, another Zombie Emperor. He is one of the 6 immortal emperors under Vanquish's command. After torturing Subaru in the previous trial, he has regained part of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's progress. But with his current power, he is not the same as in the previous challenge. Taiga frowns and opens many dark gates, ordering them to eliminate all obstacles. A group of hands emerges from the gates. The Zombie Emperor shows no concern. With an enthusiastic greeting, the hands welcome the Zombie Emperor, who accepts them. Those hands belong to that withered old woman, who is simply Kokugeji's nanny. The Zombie Emperor uses blood control and, with the 6th blood fragment, a blue blood circle appears in the sky. From the sudden rain, a few of these hands fall. Not even in 100 million years could they defeat him. The Zombie Emperor transforms the rain into a divine earthquake, and many of those hands break. Surprised, he must retreat inside the gate, but the zombie emperor does not stop. He grabs scissors from the warehouse and throws them directly at the gate. The octopus, owner of those hands inside the gate, is cut in two. The zombie emperor perfectly defeats Kokugeji's nanny. He smiles maliciously and leans on Subaru. Taiga approaches. He looks at the zombie emperor. It seems his next opponent must be him, but the zombie emperor waits patiently. If he ever wants to fight, he will only do so if Subaru orders him. Otherwise, he should leave. Taiga clenches his hand and says he will kill Shikishima, but this is the zombie emperor. If I were Hiraka, I wouldn't even pay attention to Taiga. What nonsense is that? Your true opponent is right in front of you. How strange. Why have you avoided fighting Subaru until now, zombie emperor? The zombie emperor urges Taiga to hurry. I am your master and have a lot to do, so stop barking. Taiga is paralyzed. Has he avoided fighting Subaru? No, he just didn't want anyone interfering with his plans involving Subaru. He remembers the first time they met. Subaru was very friendly and wished for them to live in harmony. Since then, a fear arose in Taiga that he still feels after reincarnating. Taiga grits his teeth and says, "All right, let's go." Then he opens a door. Shikishima sees Taiga inviting Subaru to enter, but he stops him from leaving. Another emperor whispers in Subaru's ear, telling him to leave that place so he can handle it and to go fight. Subaru calls Sushi to accompany him and tells Shikishima to wait a moment. Subaru goes for a moment and then jumps inside the door. Today their relationship will end, and because of that, he will be able to move forward. Kokugaji praises Taiga for defeating Hiraka Renji and for bringing the Vanquish host to this place. The Darkness faction has completely won. Two people are in a black space. Taiga tells Kokugaji not to interfere. He has no intention of doing so either. It's a condition of the contract. Taiga signed that Subaru must be the one to kill him. The door contract can never be broken. So there's nothing to worry about. No one else can interfere. Kokugaji is full of schemes. Whatever the outcome, it will still be beneficial. Taiga kills Subaru or Subaru kills Taiga after he falls. But he didn't expect Hiraka to be taken by the zombie emperor. If Kokugaji kills Subaru, then Subaru's loved ones will also appear. Whatever the outcome, it will always be beneficial. Whether Taiga kills Subaru or Subaru kills Taiga after Taiga falls. But he didn't expect Hiraka to be taken by the zombie emperor. If Kokugaji kills Subaru, his loved ones will also appear. Too perfect, just as he thought, there is no other AI besides him. Whether gold, silver, or bronze, that is his domain, the king of the land of the night shadow. Outside, Shikishima keeps fighting, shouting King of the Undead. He releases the imposter Hirasaka so Subaru can advance alone. Entering the enemy base like this is very dangerous. They must follow him. Seeing the King of the Undead get angry, it will be fine, Mom, he already has a whole plan. Suddenly, a red alert appears. The remaining time of the 5-star portal. The two main lines have already reached 0. The clock will decrease according to the portal's time. Suddenly, the clock dropped 8,000 seconds and a crack appeared. Alert! The remaining time on the clock is less than 100 hours. There could be a serious problem maintaining the system. Shikishima is tense. This has never happened before, not just with the 5-star portal. The time of more than 200 portals is completely out of control. It must be a lot. If another portal reaches 0, we will surely lose. What should we do now? The King of the Undead hits Shikishima's head and tells him to calm down, not to stress too much. If Hirasaka is so important to Shikishima, he must protect what he values most. Shikishima closes his eyes and slaps himself to regain spirit, then tells the King of the Undead, "Shut up already." It annoys him that someone with Hirasaka's face is giving him a lecture. He tells the King of the Undead to go straight to the hospital. The two go to the hospital to look for Kinakawa. But she is not there. Shikishima gets furious. That damn girl. Elsewhere, Udu is fighting against a member of the shadow group called Area. This Area is being brutally beaten and keeps insulting. She shouts, "What the hell is this Area?" and keeps attacking. But Udu uses the golden shield to attack Area, who spits blood. He can't believe it. Why is someone who uses a shield like Udu so strong? He protects himself like a turtle, hiding in his shell. It's unbearable. Udu had already talked about his ability. If he uses the strongest shield as a weapon, it becomes the most powerful attack. That's why there's no need to worry about his offensive strength. Udu receives a call. It's Shikishima. He answers, and Shikishima quickly explains the situation. The important thing is now. Kinakawa has disappeared. Shikishima asks Udu if he knows where he went. At that moment, Kinakawa is fighting in the sky with golden armor. He uses a cannon to take down a monster. Udu tells Shikishima that Kinakawa is fighting there. Shikishima shouts, "What the hell are you doing there, wounded like that?" Kinakawa lands and asks how he can be calm enough to sleep. When the clock is so cracked, Kinakawa takes the phone. He shouts asking what they should do now. Shikishima decides they must accelerate to the maximum. They are the divine leaders. Their job is to destroy the portals and protect the world. Shikishima informs all the divine leaders that no matter how many stars the portal has, they must make up for lost time by attacking any portal. Kinokawa is full of fighting spirit. It's time to unleash after so long in hibernation. Shikishima turns to the king of the living dead. He confirms once again that they shouldn't worry about Subaru. The king of the living dead laughs and says that if even Subaru can't do anything, no one else can. At that moment, inside the shadow portal, Kokugagi can't believe what he sees. Vanquish, damn it, is here. Vanquish laughs sarcastically, saying he heard there's a kid with a rotten nature. Taiga realizes that Vanquish is the owner of the portal. The rainbow gave power to Subaru, but now his true opponent is not Vanquish. It's Subaru. Let's see which is stronger, Taiga's smoke or Subaru's blood. This will be the first and last battle between the Aries brothers. Kokugagi can't believe it. How can Vanquish appear in this world? Vanquish shouts in praise. Subaru did a good job giving the exact location. Vanquish tells Kokugagi. Kokugagi gets furious and shouts with bloodshot eyes. Subaru, look here. But Subaru doesn't even flinch. Vanquish uses a blood curse to bind Kokugagi and says he thinks that idiot is lost. Kokugagi, for the first time, feels offended and doesn't accept being called an idiot by someone else. He went crazy. Although an immortal god like Vanquish can't defeat him. In this world, Kokuji used a black energy that enveloped Vanquish. Taiga kept watching the movements on the other side, that Kokugei was losing patience and trembling with fear. This was unexpected. Subaru was the one who caused everything. Subaru is the one he once feared. He didn't expect he could get this far. Subaru said this was a fight between two brothers, but Taiga wondered how Subaru planned to defeat him. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. No matter if it's on a large or small scale, Taiga is your younger brother. You should have done this much earlier, before becoming the main god. The first time he met Taiga, Subaru was very reserved, and after he became the main god, he was very scared, but he realized that was wrong. When the younger brother does something wrong, the older brother must reprimand him. Taiga frowned and said many times, "Don't act like you're his brother, you don't share blood." And he wouldn't care about Subaru's wish. Taiga raised the axe and swung it at Subaru. He crouched to dodge and then punched Taiga in the face. Taiga stepped back and launched a black energy. Subaru also used blood control to counterattack. Subaru remained calm. Taiga's special attack had no effect on Subaru. Subaru grabbed the hand, twisted, and kicked Taiga several times in the face. Taiga was pushed back a bit and threw a punch at Subaru. Both launched themselves to exchange blows hundreds of times. Subaru hit Taiga and Taiga returned the punch. Finally, both had faces full of bruises and blood, and they stopped for a moment. Subaru wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, stared intently at Taiga, and said, "It seems like you're finally ready to do this, aren't you?" Taiga exhaled deeply, and they both launched back into fighting, punching each other. They hit each other until their faces were full of bruises and blood. Neither wanted to give in. The battle between Kokugagi and Vanquish also became intense. Kokugaji's special technique is the Queen's Death, which extends the time of any object or being it touches with its black water, without exceptions. However, Vanquish, he is the master. Those techniques from a brat do nothing to him. Kokuji couldn't believe it. It was too unfair. Vanquish should have lost 10,000 years of life from a single blow. Kokugagi got furious and decided to use everything he had, activating his most powerful technique called Moment of Destruction, to devour Vanquish with billions of years of life. Vanquish mocked him and used a freezing technique that left Kokugagi immobile. The technique he was about to activate stopped completely. Vanquish played with Kokugagi like he was a child. Time couldn't kill him. That's why he is the true immortal so far. Kokugagi still can't understand it. How pitiful Kokugagi is. He could have devised a much better plan if he were smarter. From the beginning, he didn't know that the more doors he used, the more traces he left. Vanquish could have eliminated Kokugaji's position immediately, because he opened doors senselessly like a fool. Also, fortunately, Subaru chose Thema as his familiar. Thema was Vanquish's subordinate, which means they are connected by the soul. Until Thema became Subaru's familiar, Vanquish laughed like a madman. At the moment the zombie became Hirasaka, he informed Subaru of the plan Vanquish devised. The plan to crush Kokugagi with a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he was able to easily find this place and strike that brat. Kokugagi doesn't understand how he is still alive in this place full of black water. The condition in the contract with Taiga was that he himself had to kill Subaru and that it could not be nullified. Kokugagi gritted his teeth and cursed Subaru. "You know you can't kill him yourself. That's why you came down here and guided Vanquish to him." Kokugagi shouted insults but could do nothing. Now he was trapped by Vanquish like a bunch of ropes, unable to move. Vanquish approached Kokugagi and asked him, "Where did you hear that nonsense?" "Someone said that if you break the clock, you could control the world." "Don't dream about that, dear." When I asked where you heard that madness, the AI responded, "If you break the clock, you could control the world. Don't dream about that, dear." By touching the host, this will be your end, Vanquish. You tear a horizontal crack in Kokugaji's body. He screams in pain, purple blood splashes everywhere. Vanquish smiles contemptuously, ugly but with a good cry. Kokugaji tightly closes his eyes and screams for help from someone named Safina. A golden bell appears above, and the face of a woman is revealed. Vanquish recognizes this person. She is Safina, the golden bell, the instigator behind everything. Seeing Safina, Kokugaji gazes at her as if she were the absolute truth of the party. With no time to rejoice, Safina crushes him with her hand. You're useless. How dare you ask her for help? She opens a door that claims to be the weakest and prepares to throw him inside. Kokugaji screams desperately. He doesn't want to enter that door. He is an emperor who has lost his memory and ability to speak, so he is like a beast. But no matter how much he screams, Safina ignores him. She releases her hand so he enters through the door. Only then does Safina turn to greet Vanquish. He laughs loudly, shakes the golden bell, and it breaks in two. They say goodbye. They will see each other another day for a one-on-one duel. Their business is finished. Now it's the protagonist's turn. He watches from above but does not intervene. He considers it a test for Subaru and Vanquish, trusting they can overcome it. Meanwhile, Taiga and Subaru continue exchanging blows. Although covered in blood and wounds, no one has fallen yet. Taiga watches the determination in Subaru's eyes. Suddenly, he feels fear and remembers his past 15 years ago. His mother brutally beat him like a dog just because he ate a pudding from the fridge. That was what his mother did after leaving him alone at home for 3 days. Taiga fainted from hunger, as he had only eaten one pudding. At that moment, someone from the Child Protection Center arrived. His mother insisted she was only disciplining him. She denied any violence and then closed the door without attending to anyone else. Taiga's mother grumbled and cursed him, wondering why she had him. She said his mother was useless and he was just a dirty insect, her son. She introduced a man as the new husband, also useless, living off her mother. And this supposed uncle had a son who would be his brother. Taiga was sure that, no matter who he was, he would just be another insect like him. But the first time he met Subaru, he noticed something different. How was it possible that Subaru had that look? Why did he greet him so happily? Subaru should have been another insect, coming from the same trash as him, so why was he smiling? At that moment, Taiga's heart froze and impatience ran through his entire body. He felt what fear was, and he understood it from the first meeting with Subaru. The truth is that in this world, there is a happy person, and unfortunately, if that person were him, he would feel envious. Clearly, Taiga's and Subaru's circumstances were similar. They should be the same. But somehow, Subaru never complained or despaired, nor did he ever give up. Suddenly, Taiga felt ashamed. It can't be that he is the only natural loser. Is he the only cursed insect here? Taiga's soul is cruel and dirty, and he knows it, but he accepts it. He fears that Subaru is happy, so when he saw the golden door appear before Subaru, he attacked him and then mercilessly subdued him. If Subaru were even once happier, the distance between them would not be the same. That's why he has to make sure Subaru is always beneath him. Subaru receives a blow to the face every time they clash. He can feel Taiga's memories and heart flowing inside him. That's why he can see his past and understand why he is so afraid and twisted. Taiga throws a downward kick, but Subaru jumps and dodges it. He counterattacks from above. Taiga takes the hit and falls bleeding. Subaru takes advantage to attack non-stop. Taiga can't defend himself. Finally, exhausted, Taiga lies motionless on the ground. He sees the rainbow light flowing inside him. He sees Subaru's childhood memories. His mother abandoned him and his father. He always clung to his father to ask about his mother, but his father cruelly pushed him away. He always clung to his father to ask about his mother, but his father cruelly pushed him away. Until Subaru realized he had a younger brother, he was really happy. He had stopped his mother several times when she hit Taiga, and was beaten by her in response. But despite that, he kept comforting Taiga and encouraging him to try harder. However, on those occasions, Taiga felt he was truly detestable and pushed him away. Subaru could only watch silently. Silently, Subaru decided he would never give up. Taiga saw again the scene when he snatched the golden door from Subaru. If the soul's intelligence was really the condition to open that door, Subaru thought he must have power to protect the most important person to him, and the most important person at that moment was Taiga. Taiga slowly got up. The truth is, he had recognized it for a long time. In this world, Subaru was the only person who truly loved him. When Subaru was brutally beaten by his father, Taiga just stayed on the balcony watching indifferently. He didn't understand why Subaru was so stubborn and foolish. He didn't even know what he was hiding. After his father finished beating him and left, Subaru crawled to the balcony and smiled happily, handing Taiga a box of pudding he had. At that moment, Taiga only thought that Subaru was crazy, feeling that something was wrong. Somehow, he couldn't defeat Subaru. Taiga wondered how wonderful it would be if he could live the way he wanted. Taking a glance, Vanquish could easily tell that the battle was over. Taiga's body was no longer human. Once that limit was reached, like all monsters of the underworld, his soul would break and die. The blessing received from Kokugaji had also disappeared, so his soul would wander eternally in nothingness. Taiga stared at Subaru, who kept crying. He knew Subaru was not a bad person. He was afraid of him, admired him, couldn't break the relationship or ignore him, and he only felt deep hatred toward him. When that hatred was revealed, Taiga hurt Subaru just out of his own pettiness, and then repeated the same thing. He knew he was about to disappear. Taiga closed his eyes. At the last moment, Subaru saw Taiga and the boy said, "Someday I want to eat pudding. I want to eat it with you." He truly regretted not being able to thank him at that moment. But the truth is that Taiga was really very happy. Subaru couldn't stop crying because, in the end, Taiga disappeared with a smile on his face and said to him, "Thank you." After so many years of life, until he disappeared, he finally felt happiness. Subaru tried to catch Taiga's shattered soul but couldn't. He knelt down, screaming in pain, crying nonstop. He blamed himself, saying he wasn't a true savior since he couldn't even save his younger brother. Subaru sobbed and Vanquish approached him, asking if he could still stand. Subaru responded by lowering his head to the ground. Vanquish continued saying, "The greatest misfortune of Ariake Taiga was that he knew what he was doing was wrong, but he did nothing to stop. Every time he did something bad, he hated himself even more, and the more he did it, the more his soul decayed." This ending was inevitable from the day Taiga snatched the door from Subaru. Subaru clenched his hand on the ice and asked if there really was no other way. Is this the only path? Vanquish told him he had to spend his whole life searching for the answer. He had to carry that question with him and think about it until the end of his days, and he must never forget it. Vanquish told Subaru to cry as much as he wanted, not to be ashamed that he would stay there waiting until he could stand up again. The system notified that the secondary boss Ariadne was defeated. Subaru leveled up to 48. He received the title of Demon Hunter and the reward of a black katana with fire technique and golden wings. The alarm was waiting for acceptance. 3 hours had passed since the water stain appeared on the clock. Since then, the Divine Lord has destroyed the doors. The total doors destroyed is 195, and the remaining time on the clock increased to 10,000 hours. The operating system stabilized and reactivated emergency mode. The clock turned blue again. Shikishima called to inform the others that the crisis had passed. Now only Subaru defeating Taiga remains to finish. Saza's group and the zombies. The Emperor was waiting outside the door. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream was heard. From inside the door, Vanquish screamed in unbearable pain. It was unbelievable. It's true that he said he would wait for Subaru to finish crying, no matter how long it took. But how did he cry until he fell asleep in such a strange way? Since he's a child, surely Vanquish was furious. He worked hard to come here to help him, crossing rivers and streams, and Subaru dared to treat him like that. He couldn't wait any longer, so he called Sushi Thwei Tin to take Subaru out immediately. Subaru and the zombie emperor were very happy to see that he was okay, but Vanquish still hadn't calmed down. Subaru was sleeping peacefully at that moment, dreaming of happy moments. And then, the system notified a program update. Version 2 of the portal was added. The 6-star portal has officially appeared, with a very low probability that Boba-chan can return. Then a long code appeared and the system began updating, showing the progress in percentage. The Lords of Darkness absorbed Kokugaji's power, but after his ascension, the technique disappeared. Although they knew, they showed indifference and continued chatting. This will cause the 3 emperors to take action. But there is no rush, no need to fear, the clock is updating, so for now we just have to wait and see what happens. Everyone returned to headquarters where Hisazaki arrived in person to treat Shikishima. He used the Celestial Resurrection technique, and in a short time the cracks on Shikishima's face disappeared. Shikishima was fine, but Subaru was still deeply asleep. The zombie emperor said he was stable. He was just trying to heal his soul, explained the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor asked everyone how long they were unconscious the first time they entered the portal. Shikishima answered that he slept non-stop for 5 days, and Hisazaki not much less. Hirasaka could move upon entering the portal, but 3 days later he was still in bed. Another zombie emperor said that the stronger the contract, the longer the soul takes to adapt. If a normal person makes a contract with Vanquish, their soul could die or fall into a coma for decades. But Subaru was able to act continuously for a month, which means his soul has a very different power. Of course, it has limitations, but he will surely wake up soon. Immersed in his sleep, Subaru found himself in a place resembling a galaxy. A person appeared who told him he was in the galaxy of the universal infinity, where all souls are born and return. His soul was asleep, so he could find him for the first time, and it could also be the last time. Subaru did not know that man. Although he had never seen him, he felt a strange nostalgia toward him. He told him to prepare for battle, that the situation had completely changed. An emperor from another world, though weak, would invade and create a hole in the human world. Moreover, the bearers of Vanquish have become very famous: gold, silver, and copper. All other countries will take the invasion of the human world seriously. The man warned that a storm was approaching, a destructive storm for the battle against darkness. It feels like a faint wind, a cold, cruel, and merciless wind that will arrive soon. Regardless of human life or feelings, everything will disappear and no one can stop it. That man said the only one who can stop it is Subaru. He said that not even Vanquish can stop this storm. Subaru asked what he should prepare then. He only said some disconnected words, Hongban Nua Chang Vang, disciple of the dawn, and that he must become emperor. Subaru still did not understand well. The man continued saying that he had already been defeated 7 times. Now he only exists to return to the sea of the unconscious, but he was glad to see Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was, and the man smiled and answered that he was Eric. Subaru, the Emperor of the Dawn, who is himself the strongest person of humanity, the person who could not protect the world and was defeated by the future. For now, he cannot tell him everything about the future, but he can reveal some things. Eric Subaru Future. The future sent a message to his past self. Please, do not lose the world, your friends, and your loved ones. Eric Subaru Future closed his eyes and shed a tear. He gave Subaru a ring called Sunset at Midnight. It allows seeing the memories of the dead Emperor of the Dawn and reacting to the disaster. Subaru. The future fades little by little. He tells you to wake up quickly. The first disaster is about to arrive. Subaru wakes up in bed. In front of him are 3 guardian doors, gold, silver, and bronze. The ring on Subaru's hand shines. The 3 gate guardians come out to greet him. They are Safina, Empress of Gold, Ruin, Emperor of Silver, and Varden, Emperor of Reddish Bronze. The 3 send greetings to the Emperor of this generation. Then, the Savior of Divine Blood 8 Disaster. The first disaster is these 3 doors. Subaru clearly recognizes it. He is not dreaming. He has spoken with the Emperor of the Dawn, or rather, with himself in the future. The Ring of Sunset and Twilight has been in his hand for a long time, and many very detailed memories of the future flow. Thus, he knows these people are AI and why they have come. If the memories from this moment unfold as they are, he will lose all his friends in the next 3 months. At the last moment, Shikishima, who lost an arm, made a call to him. He asked him not to die and to take good care of Hirosaka, Sara, and the zombies. The Emperor sacrificed himself to save him, just like Udo and Kinukawa. One by one they fell, and in the end even Vanquish left. All died one after another, leaving the responsibility of the future in his hands. Then, the Emperor of the Dawn lost. The apocalypse came with meteors that dyed the sky red. Subaru could not save the AI. He lost everything forever. The Emperor of the Dawn cried desperately. Everyone trusted him, but he could not protect them. If at that moment he had not made mistakes. If he could go back to that day, how good it would be. The Emperor of the Dawn used his last power of the infinite unconscious cosmos to search for the present Subaru. Subaru bowed his head and thanked him. He firmly decided that he would not let the sacrifice of the Emperor of the Dawn be in vain. He would definitely protect everyone. The 3 beings in front of him now are 3 emperors, who control the largest territories in the world that humanity calls the Underworld. The most powerful goddess of the Underworld, leader of the invincible Golden Army, Queen Safina, divine beast of the army, Ruin, possessor of the natural spirit, and leader of the semi-human tribe inhabiting the lawless earth, Varden. They recognize that Subaru is the right person to become the next emperor, and he successfully completed the task of repelling the invasion of darkness. Safina invited him to her golden nation. Ruin did not want to be left behind. He tempted him to break the pact with Vanquish and sign one with him. He said it clearly. Subaru's soul is not like the others. As long as he teams up with the right master, he will become the strongest. Ruin especially emphasized the word right. That is, the strongest of the 3 who are the most powerful in the underworld. That is, stronger than Vanquish. The zombie emperor got furious but could not refute it. Ruin touched the key point for Subaru, protecting the world from the threat of the Gate, the Deceiver. That is also the goal of the Gate Guardians, so Subaru should change masters. It will be more suitable, and he can save more people. The zombie emperor could no longer hold back. He exploded directly. If anyone wants to interrupt, let them. He completely changed his expression and used pressure to oppress the soul of the zombie emperor. He threatened the zombie emperor not to do foolish things. Then, he turned to Subaru and said they did not come just for him to change masters. Instead, they came to create the best opportunity for the best, like him. Safina said that if Subaru becomes her host, she will give him the spear that pierces all and command of the Golden Army. Ruin said that if Subaru becomes his host, he will give him the bow of infinite light and 100 high-level dragons. Varden said that if Subaru becomes his host, he will give him a destruction axe and 20 marvelous spirit forests. The 3 offered unimaginable benefits to tempt him. Subaru had not yet responded when the zombie emperor intervened first and told him not to answer them. They say Subaru should choose them because they are stronger than Vanquish. What a funny lie. They are actually just afraid of him. Subaru will become stronger and that person will be able to regain his power. Until then, no one knows who the real fool will be. Subaru sees that Ruin seems about to lose it and quickly stops him. Zombie Emperor, be reasonable and stay quiet, Zombie Emperor. On the contrary, he doesn't understand and keeps bothering. Subaru is speechless. He fears not strong enemies, but foolish comrades. Why doesn't the zombie emperor use his brain to read Subaru's thoughts? Because Subaru will not team up with any AI except Vanquish. That's why the Dawn Emperor has avoided temptation. They have already taken their revenge. In other words, that choice is not enough to save everyone. The Silver Emperor Ruin tries to calm down and regain composure, patiently calls the Zombie Emperor for Subaru to choose. But the Zombie Emperor, more bloodthirsty than sensible, keeps arguing with him. He even insults Ruin by calling him an idiot. How could AI stay calm hearing that? Subaru intervenes and says he is willing to negotiate if the deal is fair and the conditions good. Another emperor goes mad and calls Subaru a wretch. Subaru responds to the three emperors. If they are so sure, let them provide proof. They think Subaru only wants to see their power. But Subaru does not want that. What he wants is not for them to show their strength. If their souls are truly different, that means other emperors also desire them. Subaru wants to meet all the other emperors. Maybe one will offer better conditions. The three emperors get annoyed hearing this, but Subaru remains calm. Soon there will be a meeting of all the emperors of the underworld, and Subaru asks them to let him attend. This is the first step toward the fate of Ruin, the bloody zombified emperor. How does humanity know about that meeting? But the zombie emperor seems to understand nothing. He says nothing, while Subaru is determined to change their resigned fate. At the same time, when Subaru accepts the invitation of the three emperors in the underworld, the territory of Vanquish, seat of the souls of the sea god. Vanquish is alone at the table, watching the movements outside. The three emperors act faster than he expected. But what worries him is Subaru's action. Information about the underworld is ultra-secret, which means Subaru couldn't know about the meeting. So, how does he know? Vanquish looks toward the twilight ring and sees it is dawn. Suddenly, Suzaka and Hirasaka appear, curious, looking at the screen. Subaru has already woken up and they are happy. They are on break and came to take a look. They ask a lot, so Vanquish quickly explains so they understand. The gold, silver, and bronze emperors came to tell Subaru to end the contract with Vanquish and join them. Suzaka and Hirasaka exclaim that it's incredible. Vanquish raises his hand, threatening to cut Subaru's throat. If he changes, he will also lose his connection with him. Subaru will lose his loved ones, and then Hirasaka and Suzaka will also be in danger. Of course, the two get scared hearing that and support Subaru not to be deceived. But now it's hard to choose. If Subaru refuses, those three will take revenge on him. The three emperors will show no mercy to any AI who rejects them. Vanquish knows that the witch has already stolen dangerous things from the treasure chest. That object is called Victim, used on land. It will erase everything within a 70 kilometers radius from the epicenter and can kill at least 10 million people. Suzaka is scared hearing that. What? Shouldn't the gatekeeper be an ally? If Subaru decides to save their lives and not choose the three emperors, they will avenge the action. Hirasaka and Suzaka anxiously ask if Subaru will be okay. Vanquish stays calm because he doesn't know, but he thinks Subaru will be fine. It seems someone has already helped him. Hirasaka and Suzaka feel a bit more ease and ask if he's sure. Vanquish responds ambiguously. I think so. The first calamity, the three gates. Difficulty A, situation. The three emperors of the underworld are interested in you and ask you to break the contract with Vanquish. The three emperors of the underworld are interested in you and ask you to break the contract with Vanquish and make a new contract with one of them. If you refuse, there will be terrible revenge. But if you accept, the future is uncertain. You must protect the contract with Vanquish and avoid conflicts with the three emperors. If you succeed, you will be able to face the second calamity while maintaining your current situation. Siete the feat cases A. Accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. The inherited Vanquish technique will disappear. Losing loved ones, Amamiya Suzaka and Hiraka Renji will die. Become an enemy of Vanquish. 7 defeats case B. Refuse the offer and be avenged by the three emperors. 50% of the Kanto region will disappear. More than 10 million people will die. Many powerful divine lords will die. Become an enemy of the three emperors and Vorden. Silent until now. Finally erupted at the meeting of the supreme emperors. An ordinary person like Subaru also demands to go. Subaru remains calm. Isn't he seeking fairness? Anyone who wants him can negotiate there. San, a talented person from the three emperors. Subaru's strategy is just to delay that matter, so he will not answer them immediately. Instead, he will buy more time until the meeting of the emperors. His opponents here are the three strongest in the underworld. Cannot defeat or neutralize them any further. The second calamity will come immediately when he chooses, so this is the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely face the second calamity. But the problem is even if he chooses to postpone, he can still provoke the three emperors. Ruin has lost patience. He cannot stand to see a person with an extraordinary soul be so arrogant. He turned and shouted, Safina, use that. Open your eyes and watch the tragedy about to happen. Safina quietly pulled out the jewel from her body. It was the victim. one of the rare items in the nation's treasure box. The gold can cause an explosion with destructive power proportional to the amount of soul the owner poured into the memory from the Emperor. The Dawn in Subaru's hand raised a warning signal. If the victim receives more power from the three Emperors and explodes, then that future will repeat. Safina held the jewel before him. She praised him for not being foolish enough to refuse their offer. If he did, she would use it immediately. But he was not so shallow and bravely negotiated with them. Safina said she would consider his presence at the Ruin and Warden meeting. Seeing Safina decide like that, they also calmed down. Safina asked Subaru if he could overcome the upcoming challenge without the power, weapons, or army they were willing to give. The external 0 point has been updated when number 99 shifted to 100. A red streak swept across the sky, the system announced in red. Penalties for remaining time less than 100 hours will be applied before updating. Although it was also a memory that the arm showed Subaru, he did not think it would appear simultaneously with the three Emperors. The second calamity, the 6-star gate of the Palace of Flesh Trade, remaining time about 7 days. Maximum gate entry time, 3 days. Maximum number of people, 10. Special regulation. The gate cannot be locked, alarms ringing throughout the city. After 6 p.m. today, the largest gate in history appeared at the intersection. Itabashi in Tokyo and is currently causing chaos. The scene director of the Japanese Divine Lords Federation, Hisaki, announced that this is the first level 6 gate to appear in Japan. The director also announced that he will gather the high-level Divine Lords and proceed to destroy the gate as soon as possible. The deadline to destroy the gate is 1 week later. Subaru shouted. Saza and the Zombie Emperor read his mind. Before and after they finished reading, everyone was shocked to the core. The Zombie Emperor directly cursed. He could not accept that in the future. Vanquish would die again. Now he understood why Subaru knew about the three Emperors and the meeting of the Emperors. Subaru asked the Zombie Emperor if he knew where he could meet his future self. The Zombie Emperor said he is in the universal infinite Milky Way. The Milky Way is where all egos, branches, and souls of people return. It is the final destination of every soul in every world. Branches and souls of people return. It is the final destiny of every soul in every world. Viable. Now that I think about it, Subaru was already immersed there when his soul was about to separate, but then he returned to normal. Virtually, Subaru asked who the Emperor of Dawn was. The Zombie Emperor replied that he was the Emperor of a super small country. And for Vanquish, that was just an additional fact. But the security layer did not allow the Zombie Emperor to explain further. If in the future, Subaru could inherit the power of the Emperor of Dawn, temporarily it could be considered that the Emperor of Dawn is on his side. There are 2 reasons why Subaru wanted to participate in the meeting of the Emperors. One was to prevent the 3 Emperors from using victims, and the other, to meet the Emperor of Dawn and make him an ally. Subaru was distressed. He apologized to Emperor Thema and to Suzaka for showing them such a horrible future. He couldn't save Taiga and didn't know if his choice at that moment was right or wrong. But Vanquish told him to dedicate his whole life to finding the answer, and he believes he was right. That's why this time he doesn't want to make a mistake in his choice. He doesn't want another AI to die. That's why he needs the power of Suzaka and the Zombie Emperor. The Zombie Emperor was about to say, "Okay, goat," when Suzaka solemnly knelt and promised to give all her souls and strength to accompany and obey him no matter where they are, even if it's the end of the world. This time, Subaru will definitely overcome the inevitable fate. First, this second disaster. They will break the 6-star gate without sacrificing any AI. Subaru took out his phone to report the situation to Shikishima, but he realized there were many incoming calls. Suddenly, a Zombie Emperor snatched the phone from Subaru. In this battle, Lord God Huang Kim is not on his side. The Zombie Emperor explained. The Knights of Huang Kim made a pact with Shikishima and others, being subordinates of Emperor Huang Kim Safina, which means if they tell others about the situation, Emperor Huang Kim and his subordinates will know their plan. The same goes for silver and bronze. In other words, Subaru cannot tell the other Lord Gods nor ask for cooperation. This means that now the memories of the future are a secret among the 3. Vanquish, Suzaka, and Hirasaka also know it. They can even see it from the other world. Subaru shouted, calling Vanquish, and asked for a meeting. When the next gate appears, they will talk. Subaru will definitely level up and stop the disaster by then. If Vanquish can get out, let him do whatever he wants. Subaru felt much better after shouting that. But the Zombie Emperor didn't feel that way. He was upset. Because with Subaru's volume, Hirasaka's eardrums were about to burst. Sasaki and the Zombie Emperor took Subaru flying. Now they were looking for the Lord Gods who could break the 6-star gate. But in their view, there were only mountains and more mountains. Subaru went out to sea with extreme confidence. At the same time, in the underground world, Suzaka was being trained by Delta and Killam. These 2 gods were very proud to see Suzaka's progress. After Suzaka eliminated all the soldiers, Killam told her to rest and then they would fight to the death. Hirasaka and Vanquish went to where they had a prisoner locked up. Hirasaka asked him to be his master and train him. but that person got angry because he was a traitor. Hirasaka knelt before Ludwig again. He begged him to train him. He wanted to be useful, to fight alongside his friend in the next battle. Ludwig is the commander of the Hoang Kim army, owner of Hirasaka's Trial Gate, the second disaster of the Six-Star Gate. The royal palace is full of difficulties. The situation and the punishment of the clock are complicated. It is the early appearance of a gate with a higher level. Please destroy the gate within a week without any AI dying. If successful, you will receive a new ally. This way, they will get closer to the truth of Hongban's open world. In case of failure, all the participating god lords will die. All the monsters from the underground world of the Six-Star Gate will invade the human world. The three emperors will use sacrifices. In case of success, but with sacrifices, many strong god lords will die and the three emperors will use sacrifices. In Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru arrived to meet Tsunemori Jinguji, the level 67 Silver Guardian God. He wore a paper bag covering his face, leaving only one eye visible. He stood with his arms crossed in front of the sea, evaluating his abilities. Subaru approached and introduced himself. Jinguji was startled and jumped. Subaru asked what he was doing there. Jinguji replied that he was checking if his abilities were working properly. This mysterious power could accidentally trigger at an important moment. All the gates and abilities seemed like things taken from fairy tales. Jinguji had been a guardian god for 5 years, but still felt like it was all a dream. Subaru thought about his future dream and was briefly saddened. Jinguji asked why he was looking for him. Subaru said directly that he wanted to borrow his power to destroy the Six-Star Gate. Jinguji thought Subaru wanted him to support as part of the reconnaissance unit. Subaru told him he wanted him to be the main fighter, and to defeat one of the 3 bosses of the Six-Star Gate. Jinguji became furious. He said he could never do such a thing as the main fighter. Destroying the Six-Star Gate was the responsibility of the Golden Guardian God, and he was just a mediocre Silver Guardian God. He had never defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru asked Jinguji to calm down. He was sure Jinguji could do it. The current situation seemed impossible. But after reaching level 70, the next gate would appear before Jinguji, and the special technique he would receive would be effective against the 6-star boss. Hearing this, Jinguji still doubted. How did Subaru know he would suddenly appear there and talk? Subaru seemed crazy and approached Jinguji threateningly. He invited Jinguji to destroy the 5-star gate that would appear in 1 minute. Once Jinguji reached level 70, he would know if Subaru was right or not. Jinguji trembled from the fear Subaru inspired in him. Still, he doubted him. Population density is proportional to the number of 5-star gates, so there aren't many 5-star gates outside cities. Just after saying this, an announcement appeared about the appearance of a 5-star gate in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Jinguji was paralyzed. Now, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept the truth. Subaru was too suspicious. Not only did he know the time, but also the exact difficulty. Jinguji twisted himself to convince himself. He asked Subaru to show his Guardian God card and ID because he needed to verify. He wanted to check if Subaru was a member of the Federation or not. Subaru sighed resignedly and asked, "Don't you trust me yet, Jinguji?" Jinguji promised that after verifying, he would go destroy the 5-star gate with Subaru. The latter jumped for joy like it was Christmas. Jinguji thought Subaru was very strange, although he didn't understand why he decided to accompany him. Although Subaru acted naturally, he could feel Subaru's urgent desperation, whatever his motivation was. This action probably arose from that desperation. Jinguji still couldn't believe he could influence the 6-star gate. Jinguji warned Subaru that he was very distrustful, so he didn't easily trust anyone. Subaru was completely calm about that and fully trusted Jinguji. Subaru's attitude scared Jinguji. How can someone so suspicious be so trusting? Clearly, it was their first time meeting, but they seemed too close. Subaru sweated nervously. He had acted too familiar without thinking, because Jinguji was the last companion he would have in the future. Tsunemori Jinguji, 19 years old, is a guardian god who mainly operates in Ibaraki Prefecture. In the future of the Dawn Emperor, he is known as the Late Blooming Flower. He will explode at level 70 as a guardian god with the most powerful freezing special technique. The group entered the city and headed to the amusement park. That place is where the flowers are most beautiful when the autumn roses are in full bloom. At night, the park shines and becomes even more beautiful. Jinguji kept talking as they walked toward the 5-star gate. Upon entering, everything was covered with roses, but they were roses with carnivorous thorns. Jinguji used his first technique, Ice Spear, and second technique, Salt Bone, to freeze the group of roses. The cold wind blew the paper bag covering his head away. He got serious and used the third technique, Crystal Sword, to sweep the already frozen roses. He leveled up to 68, just 2 levels away from reaching Subaru's next gate target. It will also appear when he reaches level 50, so he will also join the battle. Subaru held the divine carving in his right hand and a black katana in his left, igniting flames to fight more. The Emperor and Suzaka were impressed after witnessing Jinga's skills. Also, he used the special technique with an extra move, Unlike the immediate kill fighting style of the Golden Lord deity, this is the fighting style of a former Silver Lord deity with 5 years of experience. Subaru also stepped in, swinging his katana and divine carving to slash the roses. The roses immediately withered and vanished. The sword Subaru he was using is the sword that reflects Taiga's soul, the Black Sword Ignis. The Black Sword Ignis is a black sword that represents Kokugaji's power. Through the soul of Ariadna Taiga, it has 2 effects. Ignis can quickly destroy anything the black flame touches, and it can teleport the user a short distance multiple times, but each use costs double the MP of the previous time. Saza also wants to help Subaru, because swapping souls with Suzaka in the battle against the Shadow faction is her relative, who has even become stronger. Saza activated the Violent Blood Concerto technique called Prism. Violent Blood is a unique technique deeply engraved in Saza's soul, summoning creatures with vampire-like abilities. Dragons controlled and commanded by Saza to fight. If the technique levels up, they can merge into one. Saza ordered the summoned creatures to devour everything except Subaru. The zombie emperor is no pushover either. His mood is very bad right now, with no outlet for relief. This flower place is cursed to the core, just ran into him. The zombie emperor used a deadly punch. One strike swept over an entire area. Jinga, watching Subaru and the other 2 fight, understood that all 3 are very strong, especially the zombie emperor, who seems a bit enhanced. The more he thought, the less he understood why. If Subaru had such strong teammates, he would bother to come meet him. Suddenly, a knight appeared in front of Jinga, swinging a sword down. He jumped to dodge and fought with his knee. Jinga could also sense that this opponent was stronger than him. He is a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Jinga transformed the shape of his bone spear. The bone spear stand and thrust it toward the knight. The Black Rose Knight's shield was frozen. Jinga took the opportunity to slash the frozen spot, but it was ineffective due to the shield, so even the cold couldn't penetrate. The Black Rose Knight struck Jinga with his shield, sending him flying and rolling on the ground, coughing up blood. The knight continued to jump and attack from above. Jinga dodged. Almost got hurt. The knight used the Black Wind technique, shooting black orbs toward Jinga, who blocked them with the Saltbone technique, so he was unharmed. The knight raised his sword toward Jinga, and Jinga realized he wanted a one-on-one duel like a knight. It seemed the knight acknowledged Jinga as a worthy opponent, but that wasn't true. He was just trying to distract Jinga and then attack from behind. Jinga swung his arm and easily took down the Black Rose Knight's level by hooking from behind. Jinga considered himself a suspicious person, and above all, he did not believe in things like knightly spirit. Believing in that is pointless. Their battle was a fight for survival, nothing more. Jinga glanced challengingly at the knight to duel solo. He charged forward, but this time Jinga countered. He didn't fight solo, but took on 2 against 1. Subaru joined the battle. The knight reacted quickly, raising his shield for defense. Jinga shouted a warning to Subaru about the knight's shield. Subaru didn't hesitate. He wielded the Black Sword Jis, using his first special skill to rapidly destroy the knight's shield. The knight swiftly swung his sword using Dark Wind, but Subaru was just as fast. With his other hand, he held the Divine Chisel and struck down, this time imitating Jinga by challenging the knight to a duel. But then they teamed up 2 against 1 again. The knight was frozen by Jinga's special skill. Subaru bowed to the Black Rose Knight in apology. Truly, there was no other way. The flat sword was strictly forbidden, which annoyed Jinga as he stepped in front of Subaru. He asked him not to imitate. Subaru didn't spare praise, but Jinga remained annoyed. The 2 joined forces to crush the knight. Jinga used the 4th special technique. Ice Bullet and Subaru used the Thief God. Both managed to defeat the knight. Jinga began to trust Subaru a little more. Jinga leveled up to 70. Subaru reached level 51. The judgment gates for both appeared. At that moment, Jinga also believed what Subaru said was true, and he already knew. Subaru was the Rainbow God Lord everyone had been talking about. He asked how much Subaru knew. He remained silent, knowing everything about him, even the reason he left. But of course, he wouldn't say anything now. Jinga's gate owner came from the Platinum Empire. That's why they could report to their emperor. An explosion shook the ground. Sara and the zombie emperor had finished clearing the other side. However, the zombie emperor was not improving. His face remained furious. That boring vegetable was useless. Sara saw the gate behind Jinga, just like in Subaru's memories. That meant the fate of the world was decided by the special technique. Subaru fully trusted that Jinga would receive the special technique. That could break the 6-star gate. Jinga didn't know where he got so much confidence. He told him to wait and then entered the gate. Subaru was a bit tense. He knew what the gate challenge would be like through the future memory. He entered the gate. Blue sky, white sand, and Suzaka awaited him. Subaru, excited, shed tears. It had been a long time since he saw Suzaka, who was affected by his challenge and died. She was his first companion. He had always wanted to see her and tell her he was sorry for involving her in this, and thank her for being his companion, but now she was right in front of him. He couldn't say a word. Subaru asked where Vanquish was. Suzaka said he had run off, asking them to have some alone time. She also said he would return after the challenge was over. Saying this, everyone understood that the challenge Subaru had to overcome this time was Suzaka. Suzaka focused her energy and activated the blink. She quickly approached Subaru. She used the fist of the thunder god, but failed to hit Subaru. He appeared elsewhere. That was the ability of the Ignis sword. Folding space at short distance, Suzaka used a lightning strike to attack Subaru. He easily blocked it with the blood curse. Now, it was Subaru's turn to counterattack, teleporting close to Suzaka. A single strike from the black Ignis sword broke the glove made from Sasuke's blood curse. Subaru tried to use the thief god, but Suzaka reacted. She used the special technique Giant Cloud. From her arm appeared a yellow cloud charged with electricity to prevent them from approaching. Subaru smiled. He was happy because Suzaka had really grown stronger. The two fought intensely. Vanquish and Killam watched from the side. Youth is truly passionate. Vanquish didn't expect Killam to train so seriously. Suzaka and Killam growled. It was no surprise when he pierced Subaru's heart. He only heard Subaru say that he wanted to grow stronger alongside that person. At that moment, Killam was only curious about what that person was like. And now that he knew Suzaka, he was very excited, praising her non-stop. Suzaka had a lot of potential to develop. Her determination was impressive. Vanquish did not expect Killam to be so dedicated as an apprentice, but that was good for Subaru and Suzaka. Their wish had come true. No matter where they were, they would both grow stronger together. Meanwhile, after a battle, both were exhausted, lying on the sand. Suzaka raised her hand, assuring that she would definitely help Subaru stop the calamity. She promised she would never betray or abandon him, just as he never abandoned his life. They would always be companions until their souls were completely consumed. Subaru, moved, shed tears. He truly felt relieved. Meanwhile, Jinga went to meet the owner of the Silver Gate, who was the mystery of the White Wings. After overcoming childbirth, he received a new special technique called 9 Ices. Vanquish, seeing that both were talking for a long time, also came out to take a look. After overcoming the challenge, Subaru became stronger once again. His power and Vanquish's are synchronized. The day he obtains true power is not far off. But Vanquish died in the future, Subaru saw. Now they must take strategic planning seriously. When Subaru exited through the Rainbow Gate, everything outside was frozen. He looked around confused and saw that the zombies and Saza were safe, so he calmed down a bit. While Subaru was at the gate, Zinga had already defeated the boss of this gate. The special technique Zinga received is called 9 Ices. With this new technique, if conditions are met, it can affect the 6-star gate. This technique is very fearsome. The boss, Marilyn Blackrose, is the boss of the 5-star gate. After being frozen, he died completely. 2 people completed the 5-star gate and Zinga rose to level 74. In Tokyo, at the Yodobashi crossing, the 6-star gate in front of the Imperial Palace, the Shikishima group gathered there, including Hishizaki Yuji. The Silver Lord, member of the Cheerful Yamada Club, level 6, president of the Cheerful Yamada Club, Silver Lord Yamada Rokuro, level 74, and Silver Lord Ramada Kanan, belonging to the Cheerful Ramada Club, level 79. Carlos Rose Ramada, level 71, and Golden Lord Udo, level 80. Also, 2 people traveled from afar. Golden Lord Nahose Akira, in charge of the rural Western Japan area, level 82, and Golden Lord Fujigami Mei, responsible for the rural Eastern Japan area, level 70. Honestly, Nahose didn't want to come here either. He is an obsessed fan of Hiraka. In Tokyo, without Hiraka, why come? Shikishima was already tired of this fanatic. He began to explain briefly. This gate cannot be closed due to a special rule. Everyone can enter and exit freely, but it's not like a common gate. Enemies were already wandering inside beforehand. When they enter, they do so without any information. Nahose seemed to be talking to the void. He just wanted to break the gate quickly and finish. But this gate is not that simple. It is 10 times harder than the 5-star gate. Nahose kept talking. This gate has a time limit of 1 week. So the slower they are, the more time is wasted. Or do they want to wait until time runs out? Of course, facing an enemy is easier, but if the gate is a special prison, and the boss escapes when time runs out, the city will suffer great damage. We are not prepared for that situation. The evacuation zone will have to be expanded considerably, which will greatly affect the national economy. Do you understand this? The board of directors, investors who have lost billions of dollars due to the destruction caused by the shadow, will strongly oppose. Najazi kept asking and Shikishima answered. Since he talked too much, Kinokawa hit him on the head to calm him down. Thanks to the repair technique that Mei brought from the United States, Kinokawa asked Nahose to be quiet for a moment. There's another Golden Lord that Kinokawa assigned to wait outside the room. In case a team attacks the 6-star door and gets injured, she is the repairer, Mia Hote, level 73, from the United States. She was bored sitting and waiting. AI wanted to come to Japan at the worst possible time. She wanted to go buy figures. but the six-star door had just appeared in Japan. In the United States, the Golden Lords, including her, were fighting with all their might. Half of them were already lost. They don't know how many will survive here. At that moment, Subaru's group arrived and Shikishima got annoyed upon seeing them. They were asked where they were going since they weren't answering the phone. Subaru lowered his head and apologized hastily. It was the first time Mei and Nehozi saw him. They had already heard vaguely about Subaru's identity as the Rainbow Lord. Shikishima sighed deeply. He asked if Subaru wanted to join this campaign. Subaru put on a blank face and hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to answer because he knew he would be scolded anyway. Shikishima asked what he meant. Subaru hesitated for a moment. Then he said he wanted only him and his companions to break the door, because maybe no one else could do it. The lords heard this. Some were surprised, others angry. Some showed interest. The emperor laughed with a deranged laugh. Jinga is sweating for you. AI, how dare you talk like that to one of Japan's main divine lords? Shikishima can't believe what he hears, shakes his head. Subaru wants you to repeat what you just said. Nazus, who is usually impulsive, seems furious. According to him, that's Subaru's meaning. The Golden Divine Lords are weaker than you, and you can do better than them. Subaru tries to explain he didn't mean that, but the zombie emperor interrupts. He uses Hiraka's face to mock you, and on top of that adds fuel to the fire. Listen well, insignificant one, perk up your ear. You will only be an obstacle to Subaru, Nazus. Or maybe you're a Hiraka fanatic who can no longer hold back, and he explodes and threatens to kill someone. The zombie emperor sees you're still not afraid and challenges Nazus. If you have guts, come. Nazus summons his golden weapon and says his real name is Hirasaki. He is an imposter, and so are his allies. Shikishima can't stop him. Nazus tries to attack, but Subaru punches him in the face. Nose and mouth blood gush everywhere. You won't let Nazus participate because he is one of the first. One of the first to die in this campaign, and losing him would put them in a desperate situation. This is no time for jokes. Subaru is furious. He never imagined that without Nazus he could do better. But he can't lose his people, so instead of fighting, he will enter through the door. Nazus is stunned and loses consciousness after the blow. Jinga sees the scene, with a purple face and sweating. What is that, Cage? Just when you had just attacked Nazus. The other Divine Lords also draw their weapons pointing at you. Subaru tries to advance, but the zombie emperor stops him. Shikishima asks what you plan to do. Subaru answers calmly. Nazus was about to use his special technique in the middle of the city, so you're trying to stop him. He is very strong and furious, so he won't listen to you. That's why you decide to knock him out with a single blow. Mavi also thought about doing the same after waiting half a second. With just a few lines, Shikishima begins to suspect. Although it's their first meeting, Subaru seems to understand Nazus well. He asks if this is the answer you prepared in advance. He also knows the person you brought is Jinga, the Silver Divine Lord specialized in ice. He can sense that bringing Jinga means you have already formed a team. With the combined power clearly in mind, Sasaki is sure Subaru knows something about this door. At this point, no one can fool Sasaki. You can only answer yes. Sasaki thinks Subaru would never betray them. He asks you directly if there is something you cannot tell them. Is it true, Subaru? You feel moved and comforted. You can't believe Shikishima can deduce so much with just that information. You don't hesitate to say yes, showing that he trusts you a lot. After your affirmation, Shikishima connects all the dots. Subaru didn't answer their calls because he knew something and was acting. Of course, they wouldn't betray you either, so the reason you don't want to tell them must be this. It's related to the underground world. Shikishima looks at the zombie emperor, annoyed and grinding his teeth. With a screech, Shikishima feels uncomfortable and asks you another question. Can we really not help you? Subaru denies it. You say they will have to fight this gate 3 times, so this will be the only time you enter alone. Shikishima orders everyone to lower their weapons and decides that Subaru will handle this gate. When Shikishima makes the decision, the other Divine Lords fully trust him. They have no objections. Subaru is happy and excited. The other Divine Lords are very relaxed, except Nazus. He has already awakened after the blow and is extremely angry. He yells asking if everyone is crazy. How can they trust such a young boy so easily? Shikishima trusts Subaru a lot. He has always risked his life to protect his friends and has always won. Shikishima tells Nazus, step back quickly. He will be punished for using special techniques in the city. Although Nazus is dissatisfied, he resigns and steps back. Subaru's group enters through the gate. The gate opened and hot air immediately came out, hitting their faces. Just as the gate was about to close, Nazus still tried to talk to Theo. He told him that he would not accept Subaru and that they would talk when he returned. He also apologized for hitting him. The divine leader Mia Hot, from America, saw that they entered through the 6 Stars gate. With only 4 people, she thought they were crazy. 30 divine leaders of Huang Kim entered there and 15 died, leaving 15 behind. How could they enter with only 4 people? It would only be a useless sacrifice. That place is a real hell. The 6 stars gate of the Huang Kim Palace is divided into 3 areas. The third area is inside the palace in the storage room. The second is in the open space at the monument to the fallen heroes. The first area is in the garden called Flame of Glory. Now Subaru's group is in the first area. The minimum temperature there is 290 degrees. The boundary between the first and second area is the entrance to the open space. The heat source can turn its area into a burning hell. The boss of the first area is Lemda Lua. The boss of the second area is the Hero Destroyer, who can emit dragon light waves. Casinus radiation and other underworld monsters cannot inhabit the first and second areas because these 2 bosses emit scorching heat and an all-consuming light. Subaru recalled the memories of the future that the Dawn Emperor transmitted to him. It was the memory of the tragedy in the first area of the 6 stars gate, which actually should never have happened in the future. The first assault squad, led by Shikishima, was in the Huang Kim Palace. The first thing that greeted them was a heat baptism at 290 degrees Celsius. The space was filled with even hotter air. The temperature was enough to melt wood, burn the eyes of the divine leaders, and burn their lungs in less than a minute. It was a hell where the weak could not survive. At that moment, Subaru used blood control to create a blood dome. Thanks to that, everyone could breathe a little. His technique converted MP into blood, so he could withstand the outside heat a little. But the blood started to disappear since he released the technique. If he didn't fight, he could endure about an hour. They planned to take advantage of that moment to recover with Hishizaki's technique, but Subaru's blood dome couldn't withstand the heat. The blood increased and exploded. Although it was very hot, Nazu kept trembling. It had barely been a minute since they entered through the door. The boss of the first area appeared, Lemda the Blazing. When talking about even higher temperatures, this heat does not come from the area's environment, but from the body heat emitted by Lemda. With only his body temperature, he turned the surroundings into a hell. The 6-star gate is clearly superior to the 5-star gate. Thanks to Subaru's technique, they could barely endure it. Currently, their attack and defense capabilities are severely weakened. Therefore, Shikishima made the fastest and most optimal decision. He used the sulfuric acid technique to attack the monster and then ordered everyone to retreat. They could enter this door a total of 3 times. This one was very valuable. But in this situation, they couldn't do anything else, so they slowly retreated toward the door. Subaru was the last to leave because he held the blood dome. Carlos turned to leave, but after just a few steps, Lemda's flame caught him. He cut off his head with a single blow. Lemda held his head as if it were a toy. In a short time, the head burned and only a skeleton remained. Mei and Yamada Kanon, seeing their comrade dead, became enraged. Ignoring Shikishima's warnings, they fought, but Kanon lost a burned arm and Mei was pierced. Lemda was far above them. Udo used a golden wall to split Lemda in half, but nothing happened to him. Physical attacks have no effect on him. Kinokawa took advantage to use the 30-kilo divine cannon technique. 6 shots attacked Lemda, and he used a golden chain to bind him. Shikishima shouted for them to retreat and stop fighting. If they all died there, he would be the only survivor. Nazu used a technique to pull Udo and Kinokawa and throw them outside the door. He couldn't let them die. They were needed for the next battle. Nazu's used the golden arm to drag Subaru and throw him outside. He stayed alone to fight Lemda. Nazus, holding the photo of Hirosaki in his hand, thought this was what Hirosaki would do in this situation. He activated the 5th special technique, the God Hecatonche. For every 10% of MP, he could summon 1 arm of the owner. The strength and MP consumption depended on the technique level. At level 10, only 1% MP was spent per summoned arm. He could summon up to 100 arms, and combined with weapons, he could summon a maximum of 8 arms. Nazuz also activated the 1st special technique, the Golden Weapon. He stayed alone to fight Lemda. The dungeon door closed. The first attack was in the royal palace. 3 people died and 1 was seriously injured. In the second attack, they managed to defeat Lemda the Blazing. But the number of casualties had increased to 5. They returned to the current world. They were already equipped with protective clothing and masks. It had been a minute since they entered through the door. At the same time, in Subaru's memories, Lemda the Blazing was approaching. He went out happily to greet the guests, but this time it was different. They would defeat him in a single attempt without sacrificing any comrades. Lemda the Blazing is an elemental spirit of unknown level inside the 6-star gate. His existence has an impact like a fire attack. He also permanently possesses various types of resistances to effects, such as resistance to fire, ice, and explosions, physical resistance, and divine resistance. Since he was too bored in the gate, his daily routine was playing with the light dragons, fighting to pass the time all day. A moment ago, when they were playing as usual, they realized there was an intruder. At first, Lemda didn't intend to come out, but he didn't expect anyone to survive more than 10 seconds in his territory, so they postponed the fight and Lemda came out to receive guests. The dragon, being kind, wished for Lemda to be defeated because he also wanted to enter the fight. Lemda asked the dragon why he didn't fight the one from the palace, the radiant dragon Casinus. Instead of fighting an addict who hits and dies, fighting someone who knows who will lose, what's the point of the fight? He is the boss of the third zone. The main warehouse is the former commander of the Golden Knights Legion, the demon-slaying sword. Outside, in the zone, a group of Subarus still waited. They were already equipped with masks and blood armor with high heat resistance. This armor is completely heat-resistant and was created by Subaru based on memories of previous defeats. It can continuously circulate fresh blood through the body, cooling the armor and dissipating heat. Thanks to this, body temperature remains stable while also cooling the air for breathing. Subaru consulted astronaut suit designs to manufacture this armor. That's how it works. But the biggest problem is MP consumption. If they can't defeat the boss in 10 minutes, the suit will self-destruct and they will die instantly. Zynga was paralyzed. The zombie emperor said they didn't need 10 minutes, they wouldn't last even 3 minutes, they would surely lose. Their opponents were extremely strong. They only had one chance. The battle would end in an instant. Zynga understood that this instant depended entirely on their skills. Subaru told Zynga to stop using MP until he gave the signal. Lambda arrived, bringing tremendous pressure, although Subaru had already told him, there's nothing like seeing it with your own eyes. After facing this being, the zombie emperor also realized he couldn't defeat Lambda using this borrowed body, but they had already devised a plan to defeat him. Lambda also knew they were plotting something, but he didn't care and prepared to attack, while the zombie emperor and Subaru knelt crying and begged him not to attack them. Lambda didn't understand what the hell was going on. On the other side, Subaru and the zombie emperor kept acting. They disguised themselves as die-hard fans of Lambda the Flaming, two liars. They were really from the underground world, although they lived in the human world. Subaru and the zombie emperor fought and argued. They said they brought useful information for Lambda, related to his brothers Killam and Delta. Hearing this, Lambda fell into the trap. Lambda, upon hearing this, was indeed deceived 12 hours earlier. Subaru's group discussed this plan among themselves according to the Emperor's memory. At dawn, in the battle at the 6-star gate, the enemy could kill the god Emperor Kim immediately. Suddenly, the zombie emperor saw something and got furious, grabbing Subaru by the neck. In that battle, Subaru didn't bring Saza nor the zombie. It was because he feared the bodies of Suzaka and Hirasaka would be damaged. The zombie emperor, enraged, tried to hit Subaru several times, but then he restrained himself and lowered his voice to advise Subaru. Loved ones are not to be protected delicately, but you have to trust your comrades more. Subaru apologized and promised not to do it again. Then the zombie emperor released his neck. He said he had already fought Lambda in the underground world. Therefore, he would kill that guy no matter what methods he had to use. As expected, Lambda, upon learning the information about his comrades, became anxious. He approached and asked the zombie emperor confidently, because he knew that mentioning the comrades would fall into a trap. The zombie emperor kept acting energetically while Subaru cried and lamented. With Lambda's terrifying power, their bodies would melt. Lambda then looked around and saw it seemed true. He lowered the temperature. When the temperature dropped, the sky cleared and the air became more breathable. Subaru cried, moved, saying Lambda had a compassionate heart. Although the acting was a bit exaggerated, thanks to that, they managed to overcome the scorching heat distance. Lambda anxiously asked where Killam and Delta were, and the zombie emperor pointed toward Zynga. He said he was in charge of delivering the message from Killam and Delta, but the zombie kept lying. He said Zynga didn't know how to fight, but possessed a special ability. He could make any AI he touched see other people's memories. If Lambda wanted to see the message, Zynga had to touch him. The ability was granted to Zynga by the 9 clans and had strict conditions, such as a distance of 5 centimeters and 100% MP consumption. These were mandatory conditions to guarantee the elimination of the enemy on contact. At the moment, Zynga passed the gate's test. The Ice Gate Guardian Dirk Axon had explained this. To tell the story without security protection stopping him, he considered it an explanation of the ability for Zynga. The Emperor of the Steel Land, who was once great, was assassinated by a rebel. That rebel gathered the remains of small countries destroyed by greater powers, and became Emperor, threatening the great powers. That was none other than the AI Vanquish, a being who can transcend life and death, the Rainbow Emperor. The power of Vanquish and the 6 emperors who accompanied him was truly overwhelming, making the rulers of the powers tremble. The 9 clans are supreme abilities created by Dirk Axen. Moreover, following the Silver Emperor's order to eliminate Vanquish, this is a supreme masterpiece. It can completely eradicate the Conqueror who transcends death, and Zynga cannot use this ability outside the gate under any circumstances. If he did, he would die. Zynga raised his hand, preparing to touch Lambda. The others looked at Zynga with their hearts pounding just as his hand was about to touch him. Lambda shouted for them to stop. He began to suspect. Why didn't they speak directly instead of using an ability? The zombie emperor, quick to respond, said he had a map in his head, so he had to see it directly instead of transmitting it with words. Just as he finished speaking, Lambda pressed his warm finger against the zombie's face and saw doubt in his words. Suddenly, he saw the zombie as the guy who had killed them in the underground world. At first, they were weaker than Lambda, but they had grown stronger, thanks to techniques that allowed them to match stronger opponents. Lambda fully remembered the furious zombie emperor. Back then, he had underestimated him, was betrayed, and killed along with Vanquish. Lambda clenched his teeth in rage. Fire began to engulf the sad-looking zombie emperor. Lambda still remembered the anger when he died, but it was enough now. Another emperor returned and told Zynga they only had one chance. Don't fail. Subaru took the black sword and quickly spun behind Lambda. Lambda couldn't follow Subaru's movement. He didn't expect Subaru's group not to retreat. Instead, they closed the distance to fight hand-to-hand. A warrior's instinct is to kill the enemy as fast as possible. This caused Lambda to make a mistake. He had to turn and kill the zombie emperor with a single strike. At that moment, Lambda realized Subaru was behind him. To kill two people with one strike, he accidentally stepped back 2 steps. Since then, no matter what Lambda did, Subaru's attacks would always be 10 milliseconds faster than his. But before he could attack, Zynga touched his body. The unexpected appearance of someone who shouldn't be there. The arrival of a formidable opponent. Someone who killed him in the underground world. A veteran warrior, the zombie emperor. Tema and Subaru simultaneously used their blood curse and deadly fists. They used special techniques to attack Lambda from 2 fronts. These 2 combined techniques formed a supreme technique of superhuman warriors. After receiving the blow, Lambda painfully realized that Subaru and Tema must be people from the underground world, not ordinary people from the Rainbow Country. Damn them. A blow to stop Lambda cold. It was a good move, but with the intensity of this attack, he is still far from being able to defeat him. Now it's Lambda's turn to counterattack, but before he could attack, Zynga had already touched Lambda. That was a unique opportunity that the zombie emperor and Subaru risked to get. Zynga did not waste the chance and activated the 9 Ices technique on Lambda. Lambda recognized that this freezing attack was his true secret card. He mocked Subaru's group's thinking. He has absolute immunity to ice, so how could he be frozen? Lambda was outraged by this group's stupidity, but suddenly noticed, how is it possible that the ice keeps freezing him without showing signs of stopping? Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to defeat. 9 Ices is not a freezing technique. Lambda tried to burn the ice to free himself, but the ice did not melt and kept freezing him. He couldn't believe it. A freezing technique that can affect him. Incredible. Surprised by this, Lambda was completely frozen. Zynga was also injured by Lambda's fire, so Subaru tried to use blood curse to stop Zynga's bleeding. 9 Ices is not freezing. It simply turns the target into ice. There is an absolute technique called petrification. There are many ways to activate this technique, such as looking into the eyes or touching the person. Just with that, it can completely turn someone to stone. 9 Ices is not superficial freezing, it is a form of petrification, a transformative technique. It can turn the target completely into ice, and it is impossible to stop the transformation process. Even if burned, the ice simply melts and turns into water along with the body. Lambda is experiencing this. His body is melting into water. He had never seen such a technique before. There are no rules, and it cannot be stopped. Not even fire can free him. Subaru held Zynga and warned Lambda. That ice attack penetrates every pore, every particle that forms the body, until it is completely eliminated. 9 Ices will not allow anyone to escape. This technique is impenetrable. Lambda was completely petrified in ice. Axon once said that he was imprisoned in a portal for creating the 9 Ices technique because it is too powerful. Axon has no contact with the outside world. He regrets that his masterpiece, his spiritual creation, was totally eliminated. Axon asked Jinga, his beloved god, to demonstrate the supreme power of the technique. 9 Ices to the world, and now Zynga has achieved that. Surely Axon is happy. They thought Lambda had been defeated, but he managed to break the ice and launched a strike at Zynga, piercing his abdomen and causing a serious wound. Zynga spat blood. Lambda was completely enraged. He could not accept being turned into ice, not even a part of his body. Regeneration is not a problem for him. Lambda charged to attack again. But regeneration is not a problem. Lambda charged to attack again. However, the 9 gangsters continued chasing him and cut his body in half. Zynga, though seriously injured, kept taunting Lambda. Don't underestimate the 9 gangsters. It's a supreme technique created by someone as skeptical and stubborn as me. There's no way to escape it, Zynga said, increasingly furious. Saura used blood control to help stop his bleeding. Subaru and the zombie emperor stood up to stop him. Lambda no longer fired randomly. He was very weakened by the cycle of destruction and reconstruction of the 9 gangs. Before Zynga could resist any longer, they were forced to kill Lambda. Lambda had to face everything alone. He fired fire at the 2. Another zombie emperor used the deadly fist technique to counter Lambda's attack. Subaru used his divine chisel to shatter Lambda without giving him time to die. Both attacked continuously, causing numerous large and small wounds on Lambda. Lambda couldn't accept it. He gritted his teeth and kept asking about both parents. He tried to counterattack the combined assault of Subaru and the zombie emperor. The combination of blood and the mortal fist created an attack called Deadly Lasso, which completely destroyed Landa until the very last moment. He deeply regretted being deceived once again by the one who used his brother as bait. Subaru spoke his last words to Landa, asking if he really knew where Killam and Delta were. Once Landa is freed from the gate, he can go to a place called the Sea of Miracles. There he will reunite with Killam and Delta. Landa gradually faded away. That's good news. But this time, he didn't know if he could trust what Subaru said. The group that defeated Landa, the Zombie Emperor, asked him not to let his guard down, because Landa still had resurrection abilities, but this time it would be different. Landa's resurrection technique was nullified by the side effect of the 9 gangs. The Zombie Emperor, upon reading the announcement, paled. What an inhuman technique that pursues to death. It was completely a skill that allowed no one to escape. They had defeated the boss in the first zone. The wounds were healed by the Radiant Dragon. Cassius in the second zone, surprised, couldn't believe that Lenda the Burning was defeated. Even a giant can die easily, just from the poison of a small insect, underestimating the weak. Was that the fate of Lenda? Cassius, the Radiant Dragon, will wait here until that group returns to fight him. From the moment intruders step into his territory, he will destroy everything, with the greatest wave of radiation they have ever seen outside the gate. The Sekishima group sat in a row waiting. No one wanted to leave, insisting on staying. They watched the gate waiting for Subaru. Sekishima no longer knew what to do with this group. Barely 5 minutes had passed. Why were they so nervous? Sekishima advised everyone to rest a little. They didn't know when Subaru's group would return. Just as he finished speaking, the gate opened, and Subaru's group returned. The 6-star gate to the Meat Market Palace in the first zone. The flame of glory had been cleared. The total time to clear was 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to 63. Jinga rose from level 74 to 79. Sekishima shouted, asking why Subaru returned so soon. What happened? Meanwhile, Jinga, anxious, covered his face and ran everywhere looking for a paper bag to cover himself. He asked Mia if she had a bag, and she lent him a hat. He couldn't live without covering his face. If they show their face, they will be considered different. Sekishima looked up and down and saw no one injured. The Zombie Emperor pointed to his amputated arm, annoyed. Are you blind? Loved ones cannot level up until they return the body to its original owner. Nazu arrived just in time to scold him. She shouted at Subaru like a bucket of cold water. Because of you, we were made to wait so long. But Subaru paid no attention. He took Nazu's hand. He claimed he had succeeded. Subaru thought about the future, about Nazu's death, and tears fell. Now it's no longer like that. You have succeeded. You didn't let Nazu die. Subaru knelt, took Nazu's hand, and cried inconsolably. Nazu didn't understand what he was doing. The person who previously shouted was now silent. Nazu didn't understand what he was doing. The person who previously shouted was now silent. He is dead. What the hell did he sacrifice? Also, the Emperor hit Subaru's head. He asked him not to talk so much. Ra, for someone without memories, Subaru just remembered Ra and stopped crying. Nazu was surprised by what had just happened. Ra, he turned and whispered to Jinga. Is this Subaru crazy or what? Subaru wiped his tears. He said he defeated his 6-star boss at the gate. The others froze upon hearing it. Nazus doesn't believe it and insists that Subaru is lying. Nazus gets upset easily. That boss is 10 times stronger than the 5-star boss. How the hell did he defeat it so quickly? While they were talking, the system showed a notification. A royal palace boss had already been defeated. 2 bosses remain. The AIs, upon reading the notification, were left speechless with amazement. Meanwhile, Mia has finished healing the amputated arm of the Zombie Emperor. The club president, Yamada Rokuro, is pleased. He asks how they managed to defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knows the strength of a 5-star boss, even with 6 Golden Emperor gods. Defeating a 6-star boss in 5 minutes is impossible. Subaru says they completely relied on Jinga's special technique to beat the boss. That technique can kill with a single touch. Rokuro laughs out loud. That's great. If they have such a powerful skill, they could form a team centered around Jinga, and together they could defeat the 2 remaining bosses. A good plan, but unfortunately, it can't happen. The second boss is from the Casinus radiation line, which can emit rays from all directions. That's why they would evaporate before getting close to it. The others in Yamada's club also feel the game will be very difficult in the next battle. They have no choice but to fight recklessly against a monster at least 10 times stronger. The 5-star gate bosses, Udo and Kinokawa, hear this and turn to Shikishima. They rely completely on him. Shikishima gets angry with the 2. Friends, you really are useless, Subaru thinks. The problem isn't the Casinus radiation dragon, but the one behind it. They need to find a way to defeat that boss. In the third area, when Shikishima asks Subaru if they have any chance of winning, Subaru replies that the odds are extremely low. Hearing this, Shikishima makes a decision. He transfers full command of the operation to Subaru and orders him to choose his team. If you need anything, just say it. We will obey you at any cost. The others were surprised by Shikishima's order. They can't believe he trusts an AI he's only known for a month so much. Subaru doesn't refuse and accepts Shikishima's command authority. Kinakawa is surprised. The first time he met Subaru, he already noticed his special aura, but he didn't expect Shikishima to give him commands so soon. They have been comrades for at least 8 years and know each other very well. Everyone hopes that AI will shine for the next generation. Subaru gives the first order. The first 6-star boss appeared yesterday, Wednesday at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed and now it's Thursday at 9:23 a.m. The time limit to break the gate is 6 days and 9 hours until next Tuesday at 6 a.m. For now, disband the other Emperor Gods. Upon hearing Subaru's order, all the AIs showed question marks over their heads. The zombie Emperor was laughing wildly. When Subaru said, disband, the expressions of the Emperor Gods looked really bad. Then Subaru hurriedly clarified that disband doesn't mean going home, but going to farm monsters to level up until Tuesday. Subaru feels frustrated by his expression problem. He needs to learn more. Meanwhile, Subaru orders the others to advance in his group. On the way to the prison, where the Emperor God Panison is locked up, this is a place designed and built by many Emperor Gods, equipped with many traps and mechanisms. This place can fully resist the abilities of the Emperor Gods, which is why it's used to imprison prisoners with special abilities. Its capacity is about 300 people. The guard approaches Kiryu Ike's cell. Its capacity is about 300 people. The jailer approaches Kiryu Ike's cell. The deputy commander of the Dark Alliance, the jailer, orders Ike to move outside. The Rainbow Client wants to see Kiryu Ike. Ike, after some time under prison care, is gaunt and exhausted at the main entrance of the prison. The warden Kwai had already received prior notice from Shikishima and appears before the Subaru group. He knows his name. Kwai is curious, but in this job, he must hide his identity. Otherwise, he would easily lose his head. Kwai guides them while explaining. The term panopticon is the name given, with the meaning of being able to see everything. It was conceived by a great thinker of the 18th century with the purpose that a small number of people could control a large number of prisoners due to the shortage of capable staff to capture other guardian gods. That is why this prison was created as a solution and has been maintained until now. While they talked, the warden Kwai used his skills to seal Kiryu's abilities. His special technique is the violin seal, which allows him to apply multiple controls on the target to which the sealing wax is applied. The effect of the seal is distinguished by color, so they can be at ease. The warden Kwai can easily control prisoners when they misbehave. The dark red seal, when placed on the target, seals their abilities, leaving them as normal people. That ability is quite powerful, but unfortunately, the warden Kwai cannot further increase his stats because the prison owner is an old woman. She is an alchemist named Zola. The prison owner's challenge for Kwai is to give Zola a neck and shoulder massage 10,000 times. It sounds easy, but Zola is a forgetful old woman who doesn't even remember if she has eaten or not. When breaking the doors, Kwai's ability is not very effective, but as a warden, he can make use of his skills. Kwai guides the Subaru group to the prisoner visitation room, where they can only stay a maximum of 30 minutes and exchanging items with the prisoner is not allowed. After Kwai explains the rules, Subaru enters the room. Ike was already waiting inside. Ace is the deputy commander of the Dark Alliance. He was previously defeated by Hirasaka, who cut off his arm. But it seems that afterwards, in prison, he received treatment to recover. Subaru met Ace during the 6th natural disaster. After the terrible earthquake, Subaru saw Ace holding his son's shoes, crying desperately in the rain. He couldn't bear to see him like that. He was empty, with nothing left. Meanwhile, at the 5-star gate, the crazy ghost ship of the Shikishima group was making noise. Shikishima was still upset. He said, "When will we reach level 90 to return? That makes my hands itch." Shikishima channeled all his frustration into fighting monsters and used his first technique, the Golden Bullet, to eliminate a series of small monsters. Captain Nemo attacked Shikishima. He leaned back to dodge and then used his third technique, the Fleeting Flame, to attack the captain. Shikishima became more and more annoyed, thinking about how hard it is to level up after 80, and they demanded that everyone reach level 90, even if they killed monsters at the 5-star gate. That is very difficult to level up, unless the monsters at that gate are the strongest. And even if possible, defeating a high-level monster is quite complicated. Also, one can easily die. The level of monsters at the gate of 5 stars is also divided. Some are Z and others are Z. The gate containing the strongest monsters is the upper gate, where there are only bosses. But the difficulty is 10 to 15 times greater than the upper gate of 4 stars. The number of those gates is quite scarce. A bit easier is the high gate, which is 10 times stronger than the 4-star one. Then there is the middle gate, 5 times stronger than the 4-star one. Finally, the low gate is only 2 or 3 times stronger than the 4-star one. Udo and Kinakawa are also striving to level up. They have no other choice because Shikishima gave Subaru the command, and now they must obey him. Kinakawa used his third technique, the Killer Ship Destroyer, releasing a series of explosive mines into the sea. The monster boss had to surface. He was a Giganto, level 90 fishman, but unfortunately, just as he surfaced, he ran into Shikishima and Kinakawa. Shikishima used the fourth technique, Centrifugal Cannon, and Kinakawa used the first technique, Dominant Anchor. The two launched a combined attack that the boss couldn't withstand, so he was eliminated instantly. After defeating the monster, the two argued over who had caused more damage. Meanwhile, Hirasaka sang lightly, unaware if they were referring to him. It wouldn't be good if Shikishima formed a team, because the others wouldn't gain any experience and would only have to follow him. They had no choice but to split up. Shikishima and Kinakawa formed two separate teams. Also, there was another equally stubborn person who refused to join any team and wanted to go alone. That person was none other than Najuz, who was now at another 5-star gate. He had just defeated a monster in the cabbage field and leveled up to 73. His wounds were healed, and a boss named Kohanfus, level 90, appeared. This monster had to be at least on the middle floor. Najuz activated the fifth technique, Hekatonki. He firmly held the Hirakasarenji model in his hand and encouraged himself to keep going without giving up. On Hirasaka's side, he sang a little louder, not knowing who had mentioned him. Currently, he and Suzaka were being trained by 3 people, Killam, Delta, and Louis. They were preparing to face the next calamity. They hoped Subaru could convince Kiryu. IC would be difficult. That's how it was. After Subaru spoke, IK refused to help them destroy the gate. IK didn't want to continue the conversation, and the meeting ended. He stood up and wanted to return to the cell, as his wife and son had been murdered. This world did nothing to help him, and he saw no value in it. That's why he didn't feel the need to strive to save this world. Damn it, even Subaru knew IK was lying. He just said that, but in reality, IK still had hope in this world. Upon learning that Subaru's group had visited him in prison, the old group members were furious. They were on the verge of madness, thinking that Subaru's group was trying to convince IK to help clear the gate. Yumeno, on the other hand, remained indifferent, calmly reading, because she wasn't very interested in escaping like the others. As for Subaru, 4 hours had passed since they took IK out of prison, but the atmosphere remained tense, as no one dared to speak. Luckily, IK suddenly broke the silence and dispelled the heavy atmosphere. Subaru, where are you taking me? Don't tell me. Are we going to the place of the one who harmed my family? I don't want revenge, because doing so won't bring back my wife or my son. Do you really think I can help clear the gate? IK asked curiously. Subaru nodded gently, showing agreement. Although IK's wife and son were cruelly murdered, justice did not support him, because that incident was insignificant compared to all humanity in the world. Inside, he was overwhelmed by absolute despair. That's why Subaru decided to use a psychological tactic, to negotiate with a man afflicted like him. I don't have a complete family either, but I have many people I care about, so I will always protect them at any cost, Subaru said, hoping IK would change his mind. But he remained impassive, as if nothing had happened. A man with no intention of revenge is really hard to convince. The vehicle took the group from Niigata Prefecture, the Echigo Plain, to Tokyo. They stopped in a grassy field at sunset. In front of them, a group of children was playing soccer. It was the Akasaka FC team, where IK's son used to play. IK was stunned, recalling the past, and saw in the distance the energetic and lively smiling face of his son on the field. He imagined his kind wife beside him, serving tea. IK was frozen, muttering to himself like a madman, which made Jinga unable to bear it any longer and shout insults at Subaru. Why did they bring IK to this place? Unexpectedly, Subaru only responded briefly. It's not time yet, said Jinga, very confused, crying inconsolably. The children, friends of IK's son, upon seeing him here, happily approached to greet him. IK looked at those innocent and adorable little faces and remembered his own son even more. That memory tormented him. It had been a long time since his son passed away. In the crowd, a boy held a photo of Seichi in his hands. Strong and brave, Seichi always accompanied the group, which made IK unable to hold back his tears. The boy and his friends announced that there would be a match next month. They hoped IK could come to support them. Hearing this, IK cried like rain. Hurt and dazed, he collapsed thinking about Seichi, his son. The smile on the boy's face when he told him he had been accepted into the soccer team. How could he forget a past that can never return? IK could only scream desperately, wiping away tears under the calm sunset. Once again, the future had shifted a little, Subaru thought to himself. The sixth disaster came right after the mega earthquake. Subaru met IK, who had just arrived from Tokyo after the prison collapse. IK, in a pitiful state, soaked by the rain and still holding a pair of shoes full of pain. All the children from the soccer field had left forever. He cried without words. He blamed himself for causing such a great disaster, which saddened Subaru. But today's tears were not the same as those from that day. Subaru and Jinga were also happy for IK. "Please, let us use your strength. Please help us protect this world," Subaru gently asked, thinking of the children. "I want to create a world where they can play soccer freely." "Subaru, you seem like a con artist. You know how to touch the depths of the human heart. It's unfair, but I'll help you on one condition." Ike hadn't even finished speaking when Subaru immediately agreed. The condition was that he would replace Ike in the next match to support the children. Thus, the sweep team of Gate 6 already had all its members. We must level up before entering. The experience of Karen and Saza will also be transferred to you, Hirasaki and Suzaka, so it won't be wasted. Jinga and Ike, please open at least one more gate. Those special moves will be useful in the next battle. Let's give our all to defeat the boss of Gate 6, Subaru assigned to the whole group. Then, everyone left enthusiastically. 6 days later, it was Tuesday, 10/31, the day of the final battle at noon. Sakashima, from the balcony, observed the situation, thinking only 6 hours remained. "I've done all I can, now I just have to trust Subaru," he told himself. Just then, Sakashima received an unexpected call from Hirasaki. On the other end, the zombie emperor and his group were eating cake and drinking tea. Suddenly, the rooster received a call from Sakashima. He was informed that he would soon appear on television, which confused the zombie emperor. There is no other choice. That's why. Hirasaki is still dead, and that hasn't been made public. "I'm coming. Get ready to get in the car and change," Sakashima shouted into the phone. This caused great panic in the zombie emperor, who hurriedly hung up. Sakashima didn't know since when he had arrived in a car right at the zombie emperor's place. Quickly, he grabbed him and took him away urgently. The zombie emperor, unable to resist, could only scream and shout that he was being kidnapped. No one cared. Suzaka's group remained calm. They continued drinking tea and eating cake, paying no attention to the recent chaos. At that moment, Jinga asked Han about Subaru's situation. Suzaka and the two boys were still inside the gate. Therefore, today they themselves would organize the meeting with the Guardian Gods. The gold-rank Guardian Gods with whom Subaru had contact in a few days. "I just realized that he is truly a strange being, even for Guardian Gods like us. That's why today all of us will preside over the meeting with the Guardian Gods." The gold-rank Guardian Gods with whom Subaru had contact for a few days. "I just realized that he is truly a strange being for Guardian Gods like us. It is a wound that levels up, but that only applies to physical wounds. The impact is only physical, meaning mental wounds remain intact. No matter how many stars the player has, as long as the battle continues, their energy and concentration will gradually deplete, so death is inevitable. However, he has completely defied that for the past 6 days. While we leveled up in turns, he always locked himself in the training gate, without resting even once, and he is still the same now. I now understand why he, being a new god who just recently joined, can even face Subaru's main gods. He is a monster, Jinga." Subaru said quietly from outside, just after defeating the boss. He has leveled up to 90, reaching level 6, the fastest rise in human history. Subaru tried to time the moment to be able to meet and fight one-on-one, directly with Vanquish. Suzaka's group just went up to the rooftop. They found Hirasaka sitting there, next to Kinokawa, who was holding Paolo, a man named Nazos, who was extremely agitated and aggressive. Although tied up, he kept shouting and speaking insolently. The TV station arranged a helicopter to film the group from above, carefully, due to the appearance of a level 6 gate right after the incident, along with a gang of hunters. So now everyone is shocked by that. Mr. Hirasaka, Mr. Shikishima, thank you both very much for everything that happened. Now, we will delve deeper into the investigation of the secrets about the new leader of the Japanese gods community, the savior Subaru Arek. The smiling reporter spoke, causing Jinga to open his eyes in surprise upon hearing the phrase, new leader of the Japanese gods community. After defeating the level 6 boss, Subaru's fame increased incredibly. Nazos, who was being held, quietly asked why, after 18 hours, Subaru still hadn't come out, but no one answered. Suddenly, a piercing scream was heard from the crowd due to the appearance of a monster from the underground world. Everyone panicked and chaos ensued. They hurriedly tried to go out to face it, but Hirasaka stopped them. Hirasaka, with a calm attitude, gestured with his hand and said, "Sit down and relax. Subaru's already on his way." And as expected, Subaru appeared under the monster's claws, like a god, with a 7-colored rainbow aura surrounding him. Strong and determined, he launched an attack to save the people in a critical situation. Trio Soitok noticed that this boss only had 4 stars. Subaru gently bent his sword, then swung it and destroyed the monster in an instant, to everyone's surprise and admiration. Everyone applauded and cheered for the savior Subaru Suzaka. The others also approached Subaru to praise his last cut. Since everyone was present, this was the perfect moment for the group to enter the gate. The helicopter spun quickly, filming and following the team. They attacked to film the most important scenes and hoped the group would return safe and sound. Upon crossing the door, a blinding flash of light revealed a fierce dragon before them. "This is the boss area. which is why you never pass through without being attacked. The monster, upon seeing Subaru, attacked furiously because someone dared to invade its territory, but it did not expect to be confronted by a white sword attack from the boss. The monster was knocked down and shaken in the fight. Thanks to Issei's timely help, Subaru was unharmed. Don't worry, if the enemy is a swordsman, leave it to me, Issei said firmly to Subaru. His technique can paralyze all targets for a moment. Although Okura attacked, Subaru was fast enough to disappear in a second, following Issei's direction. In this battle, the defensive strategy is optimal. Shikishima knows Subaru is strong, but to the extent of using a technique that turns an entire area into huge square blocks. So, you really are a monster. The Issei on this side was already fully armed, standing next to Shikishima waiting for the moment to face Knight Kia. He is not sure if Subaru knows for certain that the whole group will defeat Knight Kia, because that climax point cannot be defended. Against attacks of light or physical energy, if the enemy here is Kuang Long, then probably the Issei expects nothing from returning. It seems he has a clear vision, more than a simple prediction. What exactly does he know and what is he thinking? Issei, doubting, thought that at that moment Subaru suddenly spoke, asking Shikishima to advance according to the plan, and thus the final attack began. The full close combat team, aka officially started, all quickly, got inside the soft, gelatinous slime-like body of Sushi, Subaru's friend. Sushi used all his strength to launch directly at Knight Kia and suddenly activated an invisibility technique. This made the knight scared for a moment. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Issei, Hirosaki, Kinakawa, and Nazuz were already in position, ready for close combat defense. They only waited for Shikishima's signal to simultaneously activate their first technique. 5 and 6 attacked the knight with a roar. A blinding ray of light exploded, right at the knight's position, but at the same time caused the earth and sky to collapse, with each of his swift cross cuts. Fortunately, Udu was there to support in time, otherwise, everything would have been buried here, and in a year, it would be covered in smoke. Ace was worried. If they lost track of him, it wouldn't be good. He also didn't know when or from where he would attack. Shikishima immediately used a clairvoyance technique. He was startled to see him rushing toward them, at coffin-like speed. The path of his cuts spread everywhere. Udu and Ek finished combining their swords and launched the fourth special technique. The golden wall tried to block the cut, but Kia's blinding light arrived. The whole scene erupted into chaos. Sushi groaned, trying to resist the force that pounced on his back. Subaru gritted his teeth, full of frustration, because Ulok's movements and actions were even faster than he remembered. Each cut quickly extended, forming numerous intertwined chains, leaving Shikishima stunned because he couldn't process it all. A terrible roar exploded, the cut launched straight at IC, accompanied by a deafening noise that turned everything around into ruins and desolation. Luckily, Udu and Ik were still alive, although the blood on their heads worried the group a lot. "Why are you still here?" Shikishima said, rushing to support Subaru and the others. "We must make sure they can get close to the boss. I trust Subaru, and the reason I always wanted to know if he really is an AI is because he gave me a perfect reason to keep living," Ik said firmly. "Don't worry. I myself clearly saw that Subaru and the others already reached the boss," Ik said. "You have completed your mission," Shikishima softly replied to Subaru's group. "For now, this is just the beginning." Right at the moment of direct confrontation with this night boss, while Suzaka and Carrion transformed their energy, Hirosaki quickly launched a fierce slash toward boss Kia with strong determination. "Nice to meet you, senpai," Hirosaki said with a smile as he attacked. "I am Hirosaka Renji, bearer of the golden armor of Knight Louis Hirosaka," he said, laughing disdainfully. This made the boss, upon hearing it, furious, and he shouted. Taking advantage of his distraction, Suzaka unleashed a thunderous roar, turning the scene into a sea of fire and destruction. Emerging from the dense smoke, Suzaka saw that Hirosaka was unharmed and sighed in relief, just like the information they had. It seems that thunder attacks can only slow him down. Suzaka observed the situation and said the boss could regain his strength and get up again. Suzaka then proposed that Hirosaka let her take care of him. Amid this chaos, Subaru also softly called out to Jinga. Suzaka immediately proposed to Hirosaka to let her handle him. Subaru, amid the chaos, also softly called out to Jinga. And luckily, with Mia's support, Suzaka and Hirosaka are fiercely facing off. The dust and force of the clash thunder loudly in the air. Just as I predicted, a former commander of the Sacred and Majestic Sword Knights squad. He moves powerfully, undulating like a giant whale. Even using all his power and royal radiance, it's not enough. If he were alone, it probably wouldn't be a battle against the demon monster. "I will defeat you, Hirosaka," he growled furiously. "The boss spoke in front of me, 6 days ago, in the underworld. On the bright shore where souls rest, Subaru. I had already informed everyone that we had failed 7 times trying to clear the 6-star gate. In the world of the Northern Lights King, the losses we suffered in the battle against Lenda were too great. That's why we have spent a lot of time healing and leveling up, and as a result, Yuri Locke, the one who killed Casanos, was released when his time ended. Every strike of his sword left a trail all over Tokyo, causing numerous casualties in my memories. To protect the city, Udo and Kinokawa listened to Subaru up to this point. Hirosaka gritted his teeth and stepped aside, then said he would ask Louis to teach him once more. He had barely finished speaking when Louis appeared from afar and offered to help Hirosaka destroy that enemy. Although doing so means defying his own country, now, Hirosaka feels that with his strength alone he cannot match the demon. That's why he has asked his allies for help to make up for his shortcomings. The third technique, combined with Hirosaka's Stone Crusher, launches an attack that destroys everything around it in a blaze. Staggering the stunned boss, Jinga also uses the fifth technique, a powerful ice attack. Mix and met along with Hirosaka's double slash, and also the deadly punch, together with the sacred mark of all present working in unison. This generates a force that grows increasingly intense, shaking and destroying everything around it. Hirosaka, taking advantage of the boss being surrounded, forcefully descends from above. An aggressive light attack that, along with several thousand Kylan, causes the boss to fall face first into the thick smoke. Jinga and Mei, from outside, watch this tragic scene, sweating and confused, unsure if their team has won. No. Do you think it will be that easy? He will recover soon. Surely he is trying to lure us for another attack. But I think this is also an opportunity. Subaru, I will go first. Come on, everyone. It's time to shine. Suzaka exclaimed strongly and immediately unleashed the summoning technique of the 8 multicolored thunder gods. Nazu's opened her eyes in surprise, paralyzed, not taking her eyes off the light before her. The Shikishima, seeing Nazu's crying, hurried to call her to go to the leader. At that moment, Hirosaka recalled Louis's previous instructions. To defeat the Golden Knight Commander, you must first destroy his armor. Our armor not only halves the damage received, but it can also restore HP just by using it. It is a valuable and precious item. Also, the monster exterminator has the highest HP among the previous commanders, which also makes him much stronger in prolonged battles. Of course, this leads to a short tension period, focused on intense attacks. In short, you must destroy his armor first, and then, Renji, you will use the most powerful technique I gave you before. Combine the sword path bending with the royal glow, and launch a powerful attack. Be careful with the MP you have left, Louis warned. So right after the fierce attack, we must deliver a decisive blow or engage in another battle, right? I will take the support role, but if possible, then I will contribute to destroying the armor. I'm pretty good at dodging those decisive attacks, Suzaka said confidently. Because she is a disciple of the Thunder God, no one can surpass her in speed. After the ultimate technique to summon the 8 Thunder Gods, Suzaka, full of momentum, unleashed thunderbolts with the 7 colors of the rainbow. About 10 seconds of a powerful direct attack that knocked down the boss. She struck non-stop, without rest, leaving everyone around her speechless with amazement. Suzaka truly deserves to be Subaru's first companion. Alone, she can face the 6-star boss. She was trained by Killam, the Thunder God, and now, in the radiant underground world, Killam is also watching her through a screen in reality. Suzaka's development is truly impressive, enough to surprise Killam. However, her enemy comes from the Golden Country, known as the Strongest. That means it won't be easy to face him. If she hadn't used this technique, she would probably already be dead. Although the damage was reduced by 60%, his attack is still too strong. This guy is really very powerful, Suzaka thought as she gritted her teeth and struck the boss. She thought to herself, following Lord Van Connat's instructions. Subaru's trump card must be used very carefully for the next attack. That's why she can't rely on Subaru. Hirosaka, meanwhile, can only endure and fully trust Suzaka. She keeps desperately trying to unleash thunderbolts with all her strength, charging at the boss. With her own power, after 10 seconds and countless violent lightning strikes, Suzaka partially broke the boss's mask, causing a green liquid to continuously flow from his eyes. Suzaka was exhausted, and it was Hirosaka's turn to take care of the rest. Hirosaka launched a strong attack with 7 curved sword moves. The energy flowed quickly, completely breaking the boss's mask. The green liquid on his face began to pour like rain after the attack that destroyed Suzaka's armor. Combined with Hirosaka's strongest strike, everyone present and those watching the battle in the underground world believed victory was assured. However, at that moment, Commander Yulak, after receiving several blows from Subaru's team, was extremely frustrated and furious, besides being suppressed by other warriors. He kept growling and screaming terrifyingly. I am only fulfilling my duty. It is an unavoidable order, Commander. Your aggression is not normal at all. If you continue like this, you will surely end up destroying the entire Silver Kingdom, while what our king desires is peace, Louis replied coldly. Still, Yulak remained stubborn, insisting on completely destroying the Silver Kingdom. He wouldn't stop until everything was extinguished. No matter how much they tried to convince him, he wouldn't listen. Louis decided to execute Yulak. You have taken too many lives, brother. Not only enemies but also allies opposed this massacre. Louis said quietly, raising his sword. He could not accept that his best friend would remain forever among the corpses that Yulak considered a victory. Then, Yulak said that was normal. I can no longer consider you my brother. Louis shouted furiously. Die, destructive monster. Louis delivered a powerful blow that cut Yulak's head from his neck. At that very moment, in the real world, Yulak officially fell. Hirasaka tried to take advantage to finish off Yulak as well, but unexpectedly, Yulak's demonic power returned once again, surprising everyone. Red blood flooded the entire area. Yulak was covered in blood. Limping, with half his face uncovered, he advanced step by step saying, "So I have been betrayed by my own country and sent to the portal, huh? Did you just say you are Louis' possessor? So, that was the organization's plan? The Master's orders have already been set in motion. But wait, even in that situation, I didn't expect them to send the person who possesses my power. Haha, what a pity for my little sister. Your plan has failed. Yulak." Elak pointed at Hirasaki while mocking and laughing at Louis. That even made the AI present here furious. Hey, trash. Do you know that those sealed at the gate have the ability to return to the underworld? The first way is to be eliminated by the possessor, said Yuri, and suddenly lunged to pierce Suzaka's abdomen. She couldn't react in time, began to bleed, and fell defeated. The second way is to pierce a possessor with a certain level of power. Yuri attacked Hirasaki again, who at that moment was flying toward where Suzaka was. Under Elak's terrifying power, Hirasaki was kicked instantly, flying 10 meters out of the corral. Elak, combining his royal aura and crimson cape, increased his attack power by 360%, plus his technique number 12, kill with every beat. This will make his next attack reach 1,800% power. Now Elak is overflowing with power, incomparable even to Suzaka and Hirasaki. They can only look at him desperately. Subaru approached slowly. Evil Elak seriously advised his companions to flee quickly, because if they took that hit, they would surely be torn apart like old rags. Subaru couldn't believe that. Evil Elak had regained consciousness. He is already defeated. We must retreat, Subaru said with a trembling voice, which confused Jinga a bit. I don't know what you plan to do. You have already earned my gratitude, human. Thanks to all of you, I can be stronger and return. The underworld is also the place where I can tear apart my sister, who tore me to pieces as a way of showing gratitude. So I allow them to die under this supreme technique of mine. Elak opened his eyes wide and decisively drew his dragon-exterminating sword, full of dark magic. At the moment he used Elak's technique, a mental conversation took place between Subaru, Suzaka, and Hirasaki. Subaru said he would be the one to defeat him. This alarmed Suzaka and Hirasaki greatly. If you use your ace up your sleeve, are you sure we can defeat the Silver King in the third calamity? Hirasaki asked worriedly. I don't know, but even so, it's better than losing a friend, Subaru replied with eyes full of determination. This made Suzaka and Hirasaki even more worried, as they knew Subaru only cares about their lives. In the darkness, suddenly a flash appeared that startled Suzaka and made him shout, saying there was still something they could do before using the ace up the sleeve. Outside, Elak was furiously swinging his sword, unleashing his uncontrolled power, when suddenly his two hands were paralyzed. Az appeared from afar like a god, covered in blood, but still very elegant and handsome, with a confident smile on the tip of Hirasaki's spear. Upon seeing Az and Sushi, he got very excited and unintentionally touched Az's blocking technique. I'm glad to see you, Monster Hunter. You may see nothing, but you are completely surrounded by my technique, said Az. Sorry, but now I have to defeat you, Icy added with a defiant smile to Elak. So you are the one who stopped MBN, said Elak, staring intently at Icy. At that moment, Icy's MP was almost depleted, and his lies wouldn't last much longer, so Subaru's group had to act quickly. Impatient, Shikishima shouted for Subaru to tell them what to do. Remembering Suzaka's words about something they could do before using that card, Subaru's mind began to stir strongly, thinking about the possibility of defeating Elak without using the ace up his sleeve for the battle against the Silver King. Shikishima, Nazus, I have a proposal for both of you, Subaru said suddenly. Please, be my familiars here and now, Subaru added firmly. While his body radiated a strong power that made Shikishima and Nazus, though not fully understanding, accept immediately. Their whole bodies had already accumulated strong power, which made Shikishima and Nazus, although not fully understanding, accept quickly. The secondary blood absorption technique Subaru received after reaching level 50. This technique can transform a living being into a familiar, unlike Parivara. Parivara requires a spiritual connection for the technique to transfer from an individual to a familiar. It can only succeed with the individual's consent. Nazus, after hearing Subaru's proposal, hesitated a bit because he didn't want to be both familiar and subordinate to Subaru, but in the end, Nazu's accepted because if he could save Hirasaka, he was willing to give up everything he had. Yulak, meanwhile, had been surrounded by Subaru's group's invisible technique for quite some time. They hadn't launched any additional attacks, meaning they had run out of options. It could also be that they were waiting for someone, but that was useless. Yulak thought that and immediately launched a furious and powerful attack with Icy's stone technique. He couldn't believe that Elak understood the master's technique characteristics so quickly. With a bit of panic inside, Elak, with a cold bullet-like gaze, launched a subtle strike. 7 curved cuts combined with 7 scratch marks, bursting with a loud roar. This caused one of Icy's legs to be cut and start bleeding. Yulak's stance also made the ceiling crack and tremble. The duration of that technique only lasts 1 second, right? In contrast, my scratch marks always remain in place and keep activating for 20 seconds. Yulak sneered and launched a direct light attack that buried both Icy and Sushi. Seeing that, Hirasaka immediately tried to stealthily attack Yuri from behind, but unfortunately, he was discovered. Don't try too hard. I've noticed your MP is running out, so better die now to avoid more exhaustion. Yuri mocked arrogantly and forcefully launched his curved cut technique, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed by Shikishima from afar. Thanks to the golden rifle combined with chains, Shikishima managed to corrode Yulak's soul. At that moment, Nazu's infiltrated Hirasaka's mind. To help Hirasaka use the special technique of an individual who has become a familiar, which is the ability to add chains to their techniques. In other words, the weapons stored in Nazu's golden arsenal that can directly damage the opponent's soul. Subaru really transformed everyone into his familiars. Transforming a living being into a familiar was a very bitter decision for Subaru. Once turned into familiars, neither Shikishima nor Nazu's can be revived through Parivara, even if they die afterward. That was something Subaru was extremely worried about and blamed himself for. Don't worry about that. If you fight, it's normal to lose something. That's how fights are. You did the right thing. You can also share your memories about your future with us. Sorry for being a burden until now. Let us take care of the rest. Shikishima and the others firmly comforted Subaru. They had coordinated perfectly, launching synchronized attacks without needing to discuss or signal, which left Yulak stunned and defenseless. The advantage of being familiar is very varied, both for the bearer and the servant. However, in this case, the most important thing now is total coordination through spiritual communication. Shikishima used all his strength to shoot and prevent Yulak from using attacks, which made him very angry. Our way of thinking is basically like being molded the same, you know? Destroying the enemy's attack is better than defending, so don't dream that we'll let you wreak havoc. Shikishima laughed mockingly and provoked Yulak. Just then, Ike suddenly appeared in front of Yulak, leaving him unable to believe it. He clearly remembered that Ike had been cut directly by him. Shikishima laughed mockingly and provoked Yulak. Just then, Ike suddenly appeared in front of Yulak. It left him unable to believe it, as he clearly remembered that Ike had been cut directly by him. It turns out that just before the enemy's special technique reached its target, Ike immediately increased the size of his body several times. Thanks to that, he was able to stop the attack. Sorry, but I haven't died here yet. I still have a plan. I can't give up. Isa said that and, together with Suzaka and Hirasaka, coordinated a special attack. They managed to defeat Chief Elak in 1 minute and 30 seconds, just as Elak groaned that he would return someday. Hirasaka was quick and skillful in nullifying that ability of his. He pulled out a knife and stabbed it directly into Elak's abdomen, making him explode and disappear instantly. It was all thanks to the recommendation Louis gave to Hiraka earlier. After delivering the final blow, he had to use this dagger called Amnesia. A soul, when destroyed at the gate, normally has the ability to return to the underworld. But this object breaks that cycle and consumes them in the world of the unconscious. The world of the unconscious is the final destination of a soul. It's also where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Hirasaka felt that was a bit excessive, but Louis requested that everything be done with dignity and to calm her friends, as well as the hundreds of thousands of souls that were massacred by Yulak. So, at Louise's request, Hirasaka shattered Yulak's soul into hundreds of pieces, and then it became nothing, turning to dust. In this way, the resentment of those he harmed would be somewhat relieved. Louis, watching Yulak's figure fade away before him, whispered, recalling the memories of the two brothers in the past. She could only hold back tears and said goodbye to Yulak. Everything had finally ended. Hirasaka praised Nazu's great contribution. Nazu was stunned, remembering the advice received. Find your own star, said Delken, moved to tears. Maybe today, Nazu has come a little closer to his star. Shikishima and Hirasaka finally reunited. After a life-or-death battle, their indifferent attitudes surprised Nazu. Just as Dungvo Cook was about to return suddenly, a private system notification arrived for Subaru. Intervention of a familiar in the system has been recognized. The chief's soul has disappeared. Therefore, no experience points will be awarded. This type of intervention is not recommended. All incidents in this event cause huge problems for us. Please, Divine Lord, play the way we instruct you. Subaru read and gently pressed the accept button. Everything happened as he expected. That future was happening faster. The mission was completed. The group immediately exited the underground world through the door before it disappeared completely. Tonight, at 6:15, the team led by Subaru managed to cross the 6-star gate at the Itabashi intersection. A large crowd gathered to witness the gate's fall, causing a major traffic jam. Subaru exited forcefully accompanied by his team. Around him was a crowd and camera flashes lighting up like spotlights. I will focus only on my work as the main leader, so this victory is thanks to everyone present here. From now on, Divine Lord, we will continue protecting everyone from the entities of the underground world, even if we have to give our lives for it. Subaru declared with determination amid the applause and enthusiastic cheers of all. Suddenly, Hirakasaka spoke, saying he had to return. The coast was illuminated, but no one expected him to say he would leave immediately. He left in an instant, leaving Shikishima speechless. Sasaki also thought about coming back here after visiting her parents. While chatting, they suddenly realized someone seemed to be missing. Zinga. At that moment, from the imposing gate, Zinga appeared in front of Ike, still with the signature box on his head, completely covered. My mission to pass through the 6-star gate alongside Subaru has ended, so my role also concludes. In the end, I couldn't contribute much, but I think I did my best for a silver rank. Lord Ike, I thank you for your effort. I bet Subaru will fulfill his promise to you. Jinga said that and then bowed respectfully before Ike. It seems you also trust Subaru, right? Ike asked curiously. But Jinga felt it wasn't entirely so. That night, in Hitachi City, in Ibaraki Prefecture, Jinga had just turned on the TV and saw the group's interview from the previous day. A long week, but quite interesting for Jinga, who stared intently at Subaru's face on the screen. Suddenly, a glowing door appeared right behind Jinga. Upon opening the door, Jinga felt his whole body paralyzed, unable to move. Laughing loudly behind the door was Kia, the Silver King of 9 shining tails. Ruin smiled maliciously and asked Jinga to help him with a matter. The next day, November 1st, at the headquarters of the League of Gods, a grand party was held to celebrate the success of surpassing the 6-star gate. The celebration was luxurious and splendid. Jinga refused to attend the party, claiming he lived far away. Ike returned to prison but still had permission to watch the children's game, the sons of his friend. Those present enjoyed the food and conversation. Sasaki, excited, said she had visited her home the day before. Her whole family cried but were very happy to know that she had contributed to clearing the 6-star gate. As for Subaru chose Shikishima, he would soon go see Jinga at 6 o'clock. Shikishima nodded happily and suddenly opened his eyes wide, leaned his mouth to Subaru's ear, and firmly told him he should buy a house soon. Now that you're famous, the hotel lobby where you stay is full of people, and costs have risen so much that now they're like VIP tickets. You can choose a house or apartment, buy one and move immediately. Live in a comfortable place just because you're famous. It's not to show off, it's really necessary. If you keep living in a common place, you'll only bother those around you. Shikishima stated with certainty. While Subaru waited to buy a new house, Shikishima took him to temporarily live in Hiraka's luxurious apartment. Subaru was impressed when entering because of how spacious and elegant it was. Shikishima told Subaru he could stay there until he had his own house. Hiraka also gave his approval through his soul. Subaru sighed, not knowing if that would be okay, as he feared Nazu would be angry with him through the soul. Although Nazu was upset with Subaru, he also asked him to take photos of Hiraka's house for him after giving Subaru the keys. Shikishima hurried Subaru to leave so he could freely enjoy the city he protected. The fresh and peaceful scenery was very different from the tragedy that would occur in the future of King Aurora. Subaru, excited, promised himself to stop that before it happened. Upon arriving at GA Station, Subaru saw Jinga waiting for him. Excited, Subaru proposed to Jinga that starting next week, he wanted her to accompany him to the underground world. Underground world? Do you mean the enemy of humanity? Jinga asked doubtfully. Enemy? Yes, I know you're going to say that. Many things have happened and I need to participate in the king's meeting. Subaru replied calmly, leaving Jinga completely surprised by the revealed information. Participate in the king's meeting? Do you realize you just made a statement that could shock the world? Is there any detailed information about the underground world? Do you know anything? Of course not. No one has been there to see it. And now you, Jinga, are so shocked that you can't speak. Yes, that's why I think we can go together. Subaru responded with a shy smile, leaving Jinga speechless. Jinga felt that Subaru was trying to invite her on a risky adventure. I can't talk to you anymore. Besides, how do you plan to enter the underground world? And why would you invite me, someone who has barely reached silver level? Isn't it true that you have many companions stronger than me? Jinga lost her calm and shouted, Of course, I will also bring others with me, but I am sure there will be times in the future when Jinga's strength will be absolutely necessary. That is my reason. Will you officially accept becoming my companion? After returning from the underground world, I plan to form a team, and I want you to be a member of that team even though it is not officially recognized yet. It doesn't even have a name yet, but its motto is, I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, making Jinga hesitate a little from the first meeting with him. I still can't believe someone like you chose me too. Sweep the 6-star gate. However, your decision is totally right, and with your strategy, we were able to sweep the gate. I bet you must possess a very mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own strength, but I will believe in you because you trusted me. Jinga affirmed strongly and immediately squeezed Subaru's hand. Both generated a power that brightly illuminated the entire surface of the river. Sitting in a boat lazily floating on the water, Ruin was quietly drinking tea, relaxed. In his heart, he said goodbye to his dear Subaru, his beloved Subaru. You have become extremely dangerous in just a few days. You defeated Lam Ba Lua in minutes and also managed to beat the monster exterminator. With only your familiar. Those in gold and red only know how to warn, but I am different. If I let this continue, that Vanquish will probably return. A threat must be eliminated from the root, Ruin thought, grumbling. But just at the moment Subaru and Jinga held hands, Subaru sensed disdain. The technical soul of Silver King Ruin was locked inside Jinga's body, along with his full ability to manipulate targets, just as he had suspected. At that moment, Jinga was the target, Ruin's target. His goal was to get close to the nearest Silver King, Subaru thought and suddenly asked, Is the Silver King there? Ruin couldn't believe Subaru had discovered it so quickly. You have made 3 mistakes, he said. Ruin couldn't believe Subaru had figured it out so quickly. You made 3 mistakes, he said. First, when Jinga goes out, he always carries a paper bag. Second, Jinga calls me Ariel, not Subaru. And third, Jinga never says I trust you until the end, Subaru exclaimed. Then forcefully, he took off the shirt he was wearing, revealing a prosthetic arm. This left Ruin stunned. Subaru had already cut off his own arm. Instead, he had a prosthetic arm and was manipulating it. I see you planned from the start how to face the 9 factions, he said. Such a detailed measure could not have been carried out without Subaru's determination and persuasion. After removing his top, Subaru quickly executed a command strike to Jinga's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Seeing that Subaru had removed the ban ray from Jinga's body, Ruin became furious and thought, Subaru probably anticipated this and that's why he was able to resolve it so perfectly. After gently supporting Jinga on the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly exploded. It revealed a bloody arm that quickly connected to Subaru's shoulder with great strength and speed, leaving Jinga increasingly bewildered. Not only is he the bearer of Vanquish, but he also has the ability to foresee. This guy is too dangerous. I don't care if other kings are watching me, I must kill him here and now. Ruin sweated, watching Subaru's silhouette, full of aura, approaching him. What we have achieved so far is a world very different from the future world I saw that day. In such an unstable world, there is only one absolutely certain thing. Your defeat, Subaru, he said angrily as he warned him. In a world as unstable as this, there is only one absolutely certain thing. That is your defeat, Subaru, he said angrily as he warned him. The mission this time is to stop Ruin's plot and defeat him in direct combat. If successful, you will gain new allies and get closer to the truth of the world, as well as deploy the red table. But if you fail, Subaru and Jinna must disconnect, as well as accelerate the destruction of the underground world towards Shikishima. Suzaka and Carrion, at that moment, are busy observing Subaru. Through the spiritual connection with the AI, they also appear very calm, because they are confident that Subaru will win quickly. On Ruin's side, after being provoked by Subaru, he becomes furious and launches a brutal attack toward the shore. Sukana, who had just poked his head out, is hit by the combined attack of Subaru and the illusory wind. The water strikes violently, causing Ruin to lose all counterattack ability. Without stopping, Subaru aggressively launches the Shi Quan technique, completely trapping Ruin. Submerged in deep water, all his spirit is surrounded. As soon as he touches Subaru's technique, he can only use his beak to insult Subaru's entire family. This is the final technique of the 3 special techniques that I received from Vanquish the first time. Travelers under the sunlight can block the sun's rays, the weakness of vampires, but to compensate, it reduces attributes to their limit, and I have managed to release that. The true form of the vampire Subaru Arya. Subaru speaks coldly, making Ruin pale. I did not expect that. Since becoming a bearer, Subaru has always fought against his true power. All this time, Ruin has been stubborn, a legendary survivor who refuses to give up, using all his life energy. A lightning attack along with wind aimed directly at Subaru. He looks desperate with the dark power. But Subaru does not fall behind and quickly raises his hand to wield his dagger. He does not respond with the intention of letting the AI die in this battle. Including himself, this is truly a difficult battle to determine a winner. The victory between Subaru and Ruin is uncertain because both have similar strength. It could be said to be a technical draw. In the human world, At that moment, Shikishima, Suzaka, and Carrion, while observing Subaru, have already fallen asleep without realizing it. At the same time, in the underground world, on the shining coast, the thunder god Kilim, the storm god Delta, the fire god Lemda, Louis and Hiratsuka also gather, commenting on Subaru's recent attack. Everyone hopes Subaru wins, because if not, this place will be swept away by ruin. Vanquish, sitting quietly in the distance, watches the battle. Suddenly, S.A. Ra, the queen of Martyrdom, appears and interrupts the scene. She is confident that Subaru will fulfill everyone's wish. From Subaru's side, after launching an attack with daggers filled with energy and the 7 colors of the rainbow, he managed to activate the fury of the Silver King, Ruin. The lightning created by Subaru shattered into pieces. They collided in the air, causing an endless series of explosions. That night, the rain did not stop in Hitachi City. In Ibaraki Prefecture, the Silver King stopped thinking for a few seconds. And just before the rain stopped, his sacred silver thread was shattered. Moreover, it was cut longitudinally. He inherited a special technique from Vanquish. So, you have always hidden your vampire power until now, right? Ruin, with red eyes and furious, shouts, "The one hiding it is Vanquish. He ordered me not to talk to any AI about this. That old man also said that if you knew my true power, a coward like you wouldn't dare approach the human world." Subaru responds arrogantly, making Ruin feel like his nose will bleed. Mad with rage, he grits his teeth and launches a sacred fire attack directly at Subaru. Subaru leans to dodge the wild light, deflecting it toward the seawater. Immediately the water evaporates, so if it had hit, Subaru would have undoubtedly died. Maintaining such a powerful technique requires great effort. This will be a huge burden for him, Subaru thinks. No matter what the case, Ruin has never had more than 1/9 of his soul. Dong Thien always strictly forbids the main body of the soul. With that technique, he can completely evade the system. Even if he only carries one part, that part alone is enough to have supreme power when the main body also comes to the human world. That is because the gate does not impose any limits. But if this soul is destroyed, the main soul will also lose 1/9 of itself. That weakens Ruin's main body in the underworld. That is why you need to completely subdue him right here, so that I can negotiate later. Vanquish smirks with sinister intent, thinking to himself. Subaru keeps running, making Ruin chase him tirelessly. He curses madly because Subaru is just a coward who only knows how to run away, but Ruin never expected that what Subaru has been doing all along was to trick him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stops and then suddenly unleashes a sudden master strike, causing Ruin to be caught off guard and trapped in a tangled blood barrier. Ruin goes mad trying to shoot at Subaru but misses every time due to Subaru's incredible speed. From afar, rushing like a missile, Subaru powerfully in a D, swings his fist and delivers a thunderous punch to Ruin's face, knocking him out on the spot. Teeth and lips mixed with Subaru's relentless punches, with no intention of stopping even though Ruin's face is now completely distorted and bloody. Until he is completely destroyed, Subaru will continue to beat Ruin like a punching bag. Until victory. Ruin is beaten by Subaru until he no longer resembles a human. His entire exhausted body collapses under Subaru's final punch. He coughs up blood painfully, feeling his soul can no longer endure, and must quickly retreat through the gate. You've lived quite long. Huh. If it were Lam Da Yu Lak instead, he would have died at least 5 times by now. Just as I expected, you were strong, Subaru. The entire exhausted body had to fall under Subaru's final punch. He painfully coughed up blood, feeling his soul could not endure any longer. So he had to retreat quickly through the portal. You live quite long, huh? If it were Lam Da Yu Lak, he would have died at least 5 times by now. As I expected, you are really strong, Subaru. Exclaiming, then quickly activating blood flow, he cursed the point in the middle of Ruin's chest, causing him to stagger in a daze and then drop dead on the spot. Everyone in the virtual world witnessing this scene was left open-mouthed, not expecting it. Ruin had truly been defeated by Subaru. Saza and Hirasaka gently smiled, proud of what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, kid. It's time now, Subaru, start negotiating, and turn that Silver King into one of us. Vanquish enthusiastically suggested, leaving everyone stunned. It's incomprehensible. Is it really necessary to do that to him in such a miserable state? On November 1st, 1 hour before the fight with Yulak, Subaru was asked by Vanquish to turn Ruin into his ally so that he could appear at the king's meeting, lay the foundation for his future benefits, negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, just beat him up thoroughly. You have to show him your strength. That's the only way to make the strong obey. Moreover, Ruin is also one of the easiest to negotiate with once he surrenders. That brat is very cautious, proud, but after all, just a coward. Vanquish spoke in a low voice, advising Subaru Ruin in a misty rain. He recalled the moment when he first met Vanquish as a child. At that time, Ruin was still following the 9-tailed fox Tide, who was also his ancestor. Vanquish had proudly approached Ruin and told him the reason he ran away was that compared to the happiness of winning, his fear and anxiety were much greater. If you were just a human, it would be fine, but with the duty of a king, you can't always be afraid. Take a look at yourself, coward. Every word from Vanquish touched Ruin's pride, making him freeze and lose composure right there. But Vanquish then gently patted Ruin's head, advising him that if he could do those things, he would become a good king. Ruin was confused, not knowing what expression to show as he looked at Vanquish's back. Happy. Integrated among the crowd in the virtual world, Ruin also hoped that one day, he could become a king like Vanquish. Sleepy, he opened his eyes upon waking. Ruin found Subaru sitting in front of him, which reignited his fury. Surrender, because you are only a separated soul fragment, so it will be difficult for you to return. This battle is already over, Subaru whispered softly. He proposed that he wished Julian to become an ally, cooperate, and convey the invitation to the king's meeting. To achieve that, you must become my close person. A phrase Subaru had just spoken not only surprised Julian, but also left the gods stunned and amazed, as if thunder had rumbled nearby. Only Vanquish seemed to have planned it beforehand, laughing mischievously. He wanted to see if the fun would continue behind. Ruin, upon hearing Subaru's bold proposal, obviously rejected it vigorously. I will let you live and return. Even if you are only a soul fragment, you are still part of the original being. If you are destroyed, the power and position of the original being will decrease significantly. The balance between gold and copper will wobble. Don't you think that will cause you many problems? Subaru spoke again. Don't think that this is enough for me to become your close person. Our biggest concern is when Vanquish regains his power in his golden era. Any action that benefits him is unacceptable. Ruin responded to Subaru with determination, not giving up. He promised that if he accepted, he would provide information about the future through the soul connection. Hearing this, Ruin began to hesitate slightly, no longer as agitated as before, and thought silently. Subaru added that the future had already completely changed thanks to the companions he had, and that he had already anticipated his reaction for today. In the soul, at that moment, Subaru's group of companions was noisy and boisterous, causing him a headache. Why do you say that? Just a moment ago, you said the future you knew could no longer be trusted. Does that mean becoming your close person has no purpose? Ruin asked suspiciously. The memories I now hold are of the 8 catastrophes that will befall the human world, and the cause of the 8th catastrophe is the administrator from Dong Quang. Subaru explained quietly, and Ruin was surprised because he did not expect Subaru's enemy to be that supreme being. The administrator. Amid a rising and turbulent wave, Subaru suspected that the administrator he referred to had already appeared. It seems the real negotiation is just beginning now. Zynga opened his eyes and sat up, upon discovering he was on the sand and was shocked, holding his head that hurt like a hammer. Zynga wanted to look for the Silver King, but what he saw were a pair of giant eyes, full of blood vessels, that appeared imposing above the sea surface, almost causing Zynga a heart attack from the chest pain. Those demonic eyes belonged to the administrator, or in other words, the supreme entity, and that created Dong Quang. Ruin only knew of its existence, but did not know what it really looked like, so now he was also extremely scared. Why are you here? We still haven't broken any rules. We only mentioned your name. Withdraw, Subaru ordered coldly. The administrator, upon hearing this, obediently disappeared immediately, but Subaru knew it had not completely vanished from this world and was still watching everything. Subaru said he had already fought against it but lost. However, next time he will be the winner. To achieve that, I need you to accept his proposal. Subaru made a serious request to become his close person. Did he know everything that was going to happen? And the only way to join his forces was by using him? Communicating through the soul will surely make me the administrator's enemy. The risk is really high, but if I let this opportunity pass, I will never be able to access that information again. Wait, I will no longer be a king if I don't make a decision right now. I must not fear losing anything so that my people can live a peaceful life. Ruin reflected for a moment and then nodded softly. Perhaps Vanquish's guidance has already influenced him. But do you agree with that? I have used your companions to harm you, and you accept it so easily, really? Ruin asked. You do it to protect your country, right? You have shown it with your soul fragment, and you will not appear until you are about to lose. You do that for your country, so your people do not suffer pain. Vanquish congratulates you for that, so you have nothing to worry about. My companions and I will use all our strength to protect you, Subaru, he affirmed firmly, which deeply moved Ruin. He was moved, with his gaze promising to become your companion. They shook hands affectionately and sealed their pact. Renzinga looked at Subaru and Ruin, who embraced like brothers. Returning together was a bit strange, but Cam was not too worried about it. Zynga just wanted to clearly ask Subaru something about what happened in the sky a moment ago. What does that huge eye that appeared on the sea surface mean? That is a global crisis. It will arrive in about 2.5 months, or maybe later, Subaru said quietly, revealing the truth to Zinga. He knew he could not hide this any longer. Zinga remained silent without saying anything. It seems everything always arrives sooner than expected. 3 years ago, that day, Zinga was on his way to catch a train to return home after his sister had called him insistently. Everyone in his village was waiting for his return. But no one expected that day the door would silently appear over the sea, in a place where no main god was present just in time when it opened. Not even an alarm sounded. When Zinga arrived home, it was already too late. Zinga's beautiful house had turned to rubble. The chaos buried her loved ones beneath, in that now desolate place. Where she once lived with her family, the pain was so great she was stunned, unable to cry. This time, Zinga really arrived too late. She looked up at the sky and wept intensely. Her heart was filled with hatred and resentment toward the monster who took her family away. Later, when the house was rebuilt, just like before, Zinga looked around at the photos of her family members, and she kept blaming herself for not arriving in time. Zinga had become a main god, stronger, yet still she couldn't be there at that moment to protect her family. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and Zinga knelt down, crying inconsolably, begging for forgiveness. With a very sad expression, she ignored the neighbors' whispers. Zinga chose to live secluded, covering her face with a box. From that day on, she decided to stay in her village, looking at the sea every day, hoping the door would appear or not. For her, nothing was trustworthy, not even herself. The entities of the underworld would never be allowed to appear on this earth again. The regret of not returning in time would never be felt again. That's what she promised herself. That's why today, in front of Subaru, Zinga begged him, "Become my familiar so we can fight together and protect everything until the end." Zinga's passion moved Subaru a little. 1/2024, a memory from the future. The seventh disaster, Damnatio Memoria, wiped out all humanity on Earth except the main gods. At that moment, Zinga approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was sad alone by the seashore. "I fought my enemy here and won, but I couldn't prevent him from activating his special technique. I arrived too late." Subaru, sorrowfully, replied, "You couldn't do it? You're just like me, aren't you?" Zinga blankly responded to Subaru, both sitting side by side. Looking toward the ruined coastline before them, their hearts were filled with different unspeakable emotions. It is still November 2023, Subaru. At this moment, performing the ritual to make Zinga his familiar, immersed deeply in the power created by Subaru, Zinga felt as if a source of energy was flowing inside his body. His senses seemed to be opening, and then, from this moment, Zinga became Subaru's familiar. Everyone inside the soul hurriedly greeted Zinga in unison, making Jinga's ears ache. This is soul communication. Just think of it as a conversation among familiars. You can share your true thoughts here. So make sure what you hear is 100% true, Shikishima explained after finishing the ritual for Zinga. Now it's Ruin's turn. Every time a new familiar is recruited, Subaru's power increases, but he never expected it to rise so dramatically. Back to a whole new level like this. "When I just touched Ruin, I understood, Subaru. After becoming your familiar, my real body in the world has become much stronger. So this is the 45%, huh? As the master, you can receive 10% from your familiar. Right?" Ruin softly said to Subaru. "Now, I understand this power doesn't come from Ruin's divided soul part, but from his real body. Truly top-notch. Turning others into your familiars is Vanquish's ultimate technique. It is the unique and only technique that can enhance the power of both the familiar and the master. That's the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom reached such a pinnacle. It really became unbeatable in later years, but now I can completely overwhelm both Safina and Varden with this new power, but I won't do that. I allied with you for a much higher purpose," Ruin said, then told Subaru and Zinga to quickly sit on the Silver Star so he could take them to meet Vanquish. They dashed like the wind, and in no time reached Hiratsuka's apartment, where the whole group had already gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood key to open the door to the Radiant Shore, then immediately slipped through with the group. As soon as he stepped in, Ruin's eyes widened. Realizing this was the convergence point of souls with the supreme technique creating space in the incredibly advanced underworld, no wonder he had never been able to find Vanquish before. "The manager cannot see us here. Before being defeated by the manager, I created this place with my last bit of power and have taken refuge here. Although my power and status are lost, I am still here. I have recovered 30% of my power already." Vanquish stepped forward from afar, his whole body enveloped by countless abundant, powerful energies. Ruin was a bit intimidated, hesitantly greeting Vanquish, while Shikishima was bolder, directly moving forward to shake hands. Vanquish is always in this solemn atmosphere, while the rest of the group is noisy and chaotic, babbling nonsense. Shikishima and Vanquish were annoyed, clapping their hands and immediately scolding the group to quickly get organized thanks to Subaru's blood seat cushion. Everyone finally gathered and sat in rows, seriously preparing for the meeting of the kings. Vanquish chuckled and said, "No, Only Subaru and his relatives from the Rainbow Kingdom will also attend. Ruin, although not fond of the kids from the Rainbow Kingdom, had to endure it. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up to explain to everyone here why the whole group had to attend that meeting. This was the main reason for the gathering. I demand the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld, Subaru declared firmly. Everyone was stunned as if a gunshot had gone past their ears. They couldn't believe Subaru wanted to abolish the gates. Right in front of the kings at this meeting, the most agitated was Jinga. Upon hearing this, he flew into a rage, standing up and shouting, wanting to know if this was feasible. Seeing that it is invading Earth day after day, this request is completely reasonable. We will discuss the negotiation time along with Ruin and the others. It will be quick, but before that, I will explain once more. About how we will face the next catastrophe, Subaru responded firmly. We have repelled 3 catastrophes, but 5 more remain. We can prevent the 5th and 6th catastrophes, although we cannot stop them. But we know where they will happen and how to defeat them, so there is no problem. Anyway, now we are stronger than our future selves. First, I will talk about the 5th catastrophe that will occur when someone reaches level 99. Hearing Subaru mention this, Suzaka became furious. With a lightning attack, he swore to stop her at any cost, and Nazuse still does not fully understand this catastrophe. Subaru patiently explained that it is a god that automatically possesses the body upon reaching level 99. It does so by creating a gap through a control technique very similar to Rin's. The gate owner can enter the human world without difficulty, and also has no problem overcoming the gate's limitations. It can be said to be stronger than a 6-star boss and Ruin's spirit, thousands of times stronger. The possessed person is Amamiya Hazuki, Suzaka's sister. Everyone was amazed to hear Subaru, while Suzaka on the other side was already furious. His body was filled with energy since losing his sister and being seriously injured. Instead of waiting for his sister, Hazuki kept traveling to level up. Until reaching level 99, the king's automatic technique was born and began absorbing her soul and experience points to summon the Dragon King. Poor Hazuki was turned into a monster from then on. The gate owner of Hazuki is her sister, because from the Silver Kingdom Gel, but Ruin does not believe Gel will obey and stop. Now we come to the real problem, the 6th catastrophe that must not happen. The 6th catastrophe, a supermassive earthquake, should have been caused by my brother Ariadne, Subaru said with his head down. In the battle against the Black Band that took place during the era of King Aurora, they could not defeat Taiga or Kokugaji. Afterwards, Taiga unleashed his power and accelerated the timeline of the 6 tectonic plates beneath Japan. That caused the supermassive earthquake, although Taiga died in that timeline. The 6th catastrophe occurred, but the most important thing Subaru could not explain was how they managed to defeat Taiga and Kokugaji in this timeline. Shikishima explained that perhaps it was because the connection to the future split into 3 timelines. The timeline split after Subaru acquired the memories of King Aurora and Taiga died before that. This means that the timeline division occurred before Subaru met King Aurora. In simple terms, it means that an X-Factor changed the future before Subaru. But it is still unknown whether that X-Factor is an enemy or an ally. That X-Factor seems very close to us. Subaru intervened to speculate that that was enough for today. Seiko, after swapping bodies with Suzaka, hurried to return with everyone through the gate. Vanquish called Subaru privately to stay a little longer and ask about the team's status. It was very lively. It was the first time we met. The boy did not expect that we could form such a big family. Although at that time we were both quite lost, Vanquish recalled. He is right, remembering, we progressed very fast in a short time. At first, I only opened the gate to recover the money, fame, and status that Taiga had taken from me. But after he told me, to love myself and live happily, I began to think differently. I value my friends and comrades, and I love myself when I am with them. I want us to always walk together on this strange adventure that began with the Rainbow Gate. Just a little more was missing. I want to continue this journey. Subaru smiled and Vanquish also showed joy when saying it. I want us to always walk together on this strange path. This adventure began from the Rainbow Gate. Just a little more is missing. I want to continue this journey. Subaru smiles and says that Vanquish is also happy. He believes that someday Subaru will achieve things he himself could not. This strange attitude of Vanquish makes Subaru feel a little confused. Vanquish spoke and then turned to say goodbye to Subaru, saying they would see each other again in the underground world. In the underground world, in the Golden Kingdom, at that moment, Safina, the Twilight Queen, also known as the ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was immersed in a bath of clarity. She was interested in Subaru because of his invincible power. Safina gently asked a maid that, after a week, to send Subaru an invitation to attend the king's meeting as a guest on 1/11 at 11:35 p.m. Subaru was sleeping in bed when he woke up, startled by a dazzling light. Suddenly, that light appeared before him, and when it disappeared, it left a letter inviting him to attend the king's meeting. 3 days later, in the backyard of the Hirosaka apartment building, The whole group had gathered completely, wearing elegant winter coats. Just by looking at them, you could feel the warmth and sweat. Subaru was also unsure if that clothing was appropriate, because in King Aurora's memories, nothing was mentioned about this meeting. Upon stepping out the door and seeing the seats, Subaru had never been to the underground world before. Carrion and Saza were also confused about the underground world. The whole group stood, puzzled. Suddenly, a golden door appeared out of nowhere, dissipating all the group's doubts. From inside came a proud knight of the Golden Kingdom. Subaru, I have come to find you. I am Isis, captain of the Guardian Squad under the direct command of Queen Safina. It is an honor to be your escort, Isis said, introducing herself to Karen. Seeing her, who looked younger than Safina and Louis, it was deduced that she was probably a member of the new generation. After Subaru greeted Isis, she quickly asked them to enter through the golden door. With a single step, it would take them directly to the underground world. And indeed, it was so. The underground world appeared before them, vast and majestic, completely covered in white snow. Unlike your world, here, you will see that the lands are aligned around a core. They spread out like a broken egg. They are all different kingdoms, and the climate here is warmer the closer you are to the solar core, and colder the farther away you get. When a kingdom is near the sun, there are lands that overlap, blocking sunlight, causing night to fall in those places. Isis explained this to answer the doubts of Subaru's group. Shikishima noticed it was quite cold, so he assumed they were far from the center. This place is called the Outer Belt, and as its name indicates, it is the farthest zone. It extends very far and, more than that, it is the last territory. Isis said this, and Nazuz asked if it was not the Golden Kingdom. Ha! Of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the large mass of 6 lands floating over there. The underground world includes more than 200 kingdoms aligned around its core, but contrary to the expectations of the third king, unfortunately, all the other kings oppose your presence at this meeting, Subaru. You, those who possess your power, are nothing more than a sacrifice to revive their souls. Many even compare your existence to that of a slave. Isis, who spoke cheerfully, suddenly changed her expression to an arrogant smile, belittling Subaru's group, which made them furious. She said she could not accept the idea of allowing people like them to attend the meeting. Then, with a sudden movement, she unleashed the technique Golden Wall. This caused the entire group to fall to the ground at once, like falling leaves. Isis's powerful technique number 14 cracked the ice and snow, pushing the group to fall from a height of 10 meters. Since you are the master's guests, I will not kill you, but you must prove to me that you are worthy to participate. The meeting will take place in the kingdom's palace. Golden Kim, make sure to arrive on time. You only have 72 hours. We will see each other again, so survive. Isis spoke her last words before Subaru's group was displaced by her power. They were teleported to a place 1,000 kilometers away from the current location. Subaru showed no trace of fear. He smiled confidently and said, "See you, Isis," which annoyed her a bit due to Subaru's carefree attitude. Although Isis said they would see each other soon, she did not expect Subaru to be separated from the group. This place is too far to communicate through the soul. Subaru stood, stunned, looking at that place which seemed quite familiar to him, when suddenly a beast appeared. The creature descended from the sky directly onto Subaru, who calmly wielded his sword to repel its powerful attack. They struggled for a moment, causing the earth and rocks to shatter with a crash. The beast, although attacking relentlessly, showed no hint of bloodlust or hostile intent in its attacks against Subaru. The fight was so intense that even the ground trembled, but Subaru counterattacked with a powerful spiritual energy kick. The creature suddenly burst out laughing, praising Subaru, which left him confused and curious to know if it was an AI. "Come on, have you already forgotten? Even though you were the one who attacked me so cruelly," said the beast, baring its teeth. The creature laughed out loud, while Subaru still could not remember that it was an AI nor what it had done to him. The beast could not blame Subaru for his poor memory either, as its appearance had also changed. "But it doesn't matter. If you forgot, let me introduce myself again," said the creature. It was a huge beast from the Valley Canyon called Wasama, whose name Subaru barely remembered now. Subaru recalled it was the 2-star portal beast he had passed before. If so, what could Subaru gain from this success? Seeing that Subaru recognized it, the creature smiled cheerfully and carried him on its back along the rocky walls of the canyon. While flying, Wasama explained, "The portal, or soul prison, is the place where underworld criminals are banished. Inside the portal, there is still a chance to regain your appearance and powers, but that only happens in the place where they lived before dying. The fewer the stars, the lower the chance of resurrection." The beast spoke non-stop, but Subaru barely paid attention, distracted by the scenery. This made Wasama want to give him a hit. Those banished to the 2-star portal lose their voice and reasoning ability, Wasama explained to Subaru, who finally understood everything. He thought the chance of a new existence depended on the number of stars, similar to the storage capacity of a stellar phone. The future gave him no information about this, perhaps because he was in the underworld. Subaru wondered where Wasama was taking him. The beast told him it would take him to see the person who had informed that Subaru was there. Wasama was kind to Subaru because in the past he had protected the strongest possessor, Subaru, and so he could return to his original form, wanting to return the favor. He also revealed that the goblin leader had disappeared and had been banished again to the portal, but the punishment was really strange. Subaru asked confused why they had to go to such lengths to send souls to the portal. Because in the underworld, we can exchange souls for energy and vice versa, Wasama explained. If I say the underworld civilization is a civilization of secret techniques, then those techniques act as catalysts and uses for souls. But high-quality souls do not return to their world. Instead, they help their users gain greater benefits, right? A girl with long snow-white hair suddenly responded, startling Subaru. She jumped from Wasama's back. A sudden aura ran through Subaru's bracelet, causing him a strange sensation. And as she approached, Subaru began to sense that she was the owner of the bracelet he had received. She was the one who had granted him power during the destruction of time, the Sibyl Queen of Aurora. Isis's special technique was to take each person to a place. A girl with long snow-white hair suddenly responded, startling Subaru. She jumped from a cowboy's back and a flow of energy passed through the bracelet on Subaru's hand. This caused him a strange sensation, and as she approached, Subaru was a little surprised. Subaru barely began to realize that she was the owner of the bracelet he had received. She was the one who had granted him power during the destruction of time, the Sibyl Queen of Aurora. Isis's special technique was to take each person to a place. Depending on each person's luck, it seems Suzaka was not very lucky to be taken right to a scorching, suffocating, volcanic lava zone. In front of her was a fire monster with a long neck, a dragon king. It was also the cause of the fifth disaster and now roared fiercely. "I will make you lose that damn special power you possess," it shouted. "Amaiza Hazuki-sama," Saza smiled disdainfully. The monster was surprised to see that Saza knew its name and its owner, and asked with a gesture, "Who are you?" "My name is, well, maybe I should use this name from now on." Saza smiled and replied, then trembled slightly as she quickly transformed. She covered herself with a flowing dress of blood-red color. "I am one of the 6 rainbow queens, the queen of the Mactatum kingdom," Judith Saza spoke. Meanwhile, Sakishima was taken to a strange hollow in a tree. There was a boy with blue hair and a shaved-headed boy named Tobit. Both had peculiar appearances. It was the first time Sakishima had seen an underworld entity in human form, so he felt a bit uncomfortable and lowered his head in a sign of respect. The boy saw that Sakishima had eyebrows similar to his and whispered to Tobit, "Maybe Sakishima is not a bad person." Surprised not knowing who he was, the boy bravely introduced himself. "I am one of the 6 rainbow queens, Akastor, the demon king, and this shaved-headed boy is the king of respect, Tobit." Upon hearing they were one of the 6 queens, Sakishima was confused and surprised, thinking they looked a lot like Carrion. At that moment, Banabat appeared, one of the 6 kings, known as the Ghost King, and Maria, one of the 6 queens, the Zombie Queen, which left Sakishima stunned. He had just arrived in the underworld and was already encountering all kinds of kings. "This is too sudden," thought Sakishima. This place is the Bronze Country, where you can meet a king every square meter. It was also the land where the 6 kings gathered. Knowing Sakishima was a relative of the owner of Vanquish, Maria smiled mockingly and bluntly declared, "You are my successor." This left Sakishima very confused. Sitting around a table with glasses of liquor in their hands, Sakishima felt a slight dizziness, as if about to get drunk, although he knew the drink did not taste good. "Sakishima, you became a relative while still alive, right? I don't sense in you an opposite like Judith and Carrion. They fight for you by exchanging their souls," Esther explained, seeing Sakishima did not understand what an opposite was. Esther proposed that Sakishima could freely choose one of the 6 kings to be his opposite, but Sakishima had already fallen into a deep sleep a while ago. Maria told Esther to let Sakishima sleep, because if he could faint from Maria's liquor, it meant both his body and mind were extremely tired. After asking Tobit to take care of Sakishima, Maria, thirsty for battle, raised her head toward the cave mouth, staring at the hordes of monsters approaching in packs. With a bloodthirsty look and excitement caused by the alcohol, Maria smiled and, using her power, instantly burned the entire crowd of monsters. Meanwhile, Saza was still in the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Ice Dragon King, facing the monster alone using the technique Fire Phoenix Burning Flame. Hot as an oven, she launched continuous and fast attacks toward the enemy's body. Gel was the king of lava dragons and was also stronger than her. For an undead, his weakness was fire, which complicated things. But how could she retreat seeing Suzaka-sama so downcast? Suzaka encouraged herself while launching the technique Red Royal Fist Flame. Vasuki, with the False Fist technique, also attacked the monster, causing a deafening explosion that started a fire. The monster was surprised. It did not expect Vasuki, king of the venomous dragons, to be a subordinate of Suzaka. with the intention of transforming the monster. But how could I retreat seeing Suzaka-sama so downcast? Suzaka calmed herself while launching a burning red fist strike. Vasuki, the progenitor, also launched a false strike attack along with her. The attack hit the monster, causing a deafening explosion and a large fire. The monster was very surprised. It did not expect Vasuki, king of the venomous dragons, to be a subordinate of Suzaka. With the intention of transforming the monster became Saza's subordinate. She brought Vasuki, the fierce bloodthirsty one, alongside the monster because she knew dragons are easily provoked when challenged. Watching the two fire-scorched beasts fight and wrestle, Saza recalled her memories, as well as the reason she was so loyal to Suzaka-sama and the reason she lost them. Sasuke also remembered the memory of becoming Sasuke-sama's opposite self. That day, right after sweeping through the two-star gate, Suzaka regained her intellect, and the body she had lost while imprisoned in the low-level gate as she intended to return to the underworld. Saza discovered Suzaka lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood. The wounds on her body were quite severe. At that moment, the doors of Vanquish and Aura, blazing fiercely, appeared before Saza. Saza wondered why the owner of Vanquish had not yet turned Suzaka into his kin. After recalling, she remembered that deep down she admired Suzaka-sama. After that battle, along with her innocence and recklessness, and her honesty as well, that was exactly why Subaru connected with her soul, her undying loyalty to him, and her deep gratitude toward him, for breaking the shackles to free her from the gate, and now that loyalty is no longer exclusive to Subaru. Fortunately, she lost her memories before being taken into the gate. Otherwise, with her former prideful self, she wouldn't have been able to bond with the AI for long. Over the past days, she has learned a lot, and now she understands the meaning of recalling memories. She wants to help Subaru and all her friends from the bottom of her heart. Filled with determination, Saza immediately ordered Vasuki to deal with the gel monster. The AI that could be dealt with was Vasuki, facing gel's super furious kingly power. Just as it was about to shift its target to Saza with its ultimate fire power, Saza played her final trump card by summoning the thunder god Killam. In less than a second, a crackling thunderbolt suddenly struck Gel directly from the sky, stunning it on the spot. Trembling in the electric thunderstorm, Gel furiously wanted to know why the thunder gods sided with Saza. "You're asking the wrong question. Because you made my precious student cry," the thunder god resolutely replied. A few minutes earlier, in the underworld, at the Radiant Shore Soul's seat, Killam had been begging Vanquish to open the gate, but the answer was still no. Because if Vanquish opened it, the manager would discover he lost control, yet he did not give up, promising to return soon, because Killam really wanted to save Sasuke's sister. It's still too early for her to face the Dragon King. All living beings always challenge something. They always intend to break through to a new level, so if anyone must do it, it will be me with all my mind. I have endured imprisonment in the gate for too long. But maybe I was wrong about Vanquish's expectations of Subaru. No, it's his request. It's the same as mine, right? Killam wondered, and Vanquish, tired of Killam's chatter, reluctantly gave in, opening the gate to satisfy Killam, and that's why. Killam arrived here and decisively cut down Gel in his fiery watch, thus the disaster was completely averted. Killam returned but did not find Vanquish. Instead, it was Suzaka, bowing respectfully in gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Killam couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately snapped his fingers, demanding she stand up quickly. He urged her that if she was his student, she should behave properly. Suzaka followed behind. Killam beamed with joy, eyes squinting through the soul communication technique with Saza. She also silently thanked Saza for saving her sister, but actually, Saza benefited from this by turning Gel into her subordinate through the core mold. At that moment, the Silver King Ruin flew in from afar riding a beast. He saw Gel was dead, and before he could persuade, he awkwardly scratched his head. Saza hesitated and asked Ruin if he was okay, when she had already sent the inhabitants of the Silver Kingdom to the afterlife. Gel is very arrogant, which is why he also attracts many people who hate him. He died unexpectedly. Hearing that left NDT0 and Ruin, the thugs, speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memories, this is about to begin. Saza activated serious mode along with Ruin, preparing in position as if expecting something to happen. Carrion, meanwhile, has arrived at Asham Castle, belonging to the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Fire Knights, Bazaj, made a formal appearance. They received Carrion in the lounge before the meeting, but at that moment, a subordinate came running to report that Safina was not in the castle. This surprised everyone, including Carrion, leaving them speechless. Damn, then this is wrong. Even if it starts earlier than expected, it will be a problem. Carrion exclaimed angrily, leaving those around him confused. On the other hand, Subaru, in the Valley of Decay, is now curious. He doesn't know how much Shibuko can see of the future. I can't see in a wide range. Currently, for a person like you, I can only see what is related to you. The royal soul light I inherited from my beloved mother is limited to the scope of people related to me. It is a special technique that allows me to see their future. It has nothing to do with you, but with Vanquish, the gate owner, king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He is my father, said CB to Subaru, who almost fainted from the impression. It's something beyond all your imagination. The person my father trusted to make a breakthrough is neither me nor my sister, but another human being. Sounds interesting, right? That soul machine. I want to see it with my own eyes. At the last moment of my life, said Shibuya, and then called Vorden. A lawless man suddenly appeared. Subaru knew this event was the first invasion. It was a massacre caused by a large number of underworld entities carried out by the vanguard army of the administrators. The reason Subaru knew about the king's meeting and the time it was to take place was because that meeting never happened. Due to the third invasion of the administrators, the meeting did not take place, and the underworld was destroyed once again, marking the beginning of the end. But don't let it be the last moment of your life, Shibuya. I will make them continue that meeting. That is why we are here, declared Subaru firmly. An event provoked by the administrators, the first invasion aimed at the massacre of the inhabitants of the silver, gold, and copper kingdoms in the underworld, as well as reducing the number of gate owners and guardian gods. In reality, after the death of the gate owner, the Dragon King Gel, Amaiza Hazuki lost his power and became an ordinary person. But if the death of a gate owner affects many guardian gods, what will happen to humans? They will lose the only way they have to resist the power of the gates, and the only thing waiting for them will be death and destruction. The administrator's strategy was like a double-edged arrow. They sent 30,000 soldiers to the gold, silver, and copper kingdoms. About half of these places, the king of the Red Terracotta Kingdom, Vorden, will take charge. His technique is very defensive and excellent. Anyway, I wish you luck, Subaru. I can't fight, so better not. Shibuya said that and then turned around, leaving Subaru alone. He was there, with a burning strength and the promise to protect her. But at that moment, Shibuya was filled with warrior fervor and charged against the enemy army in front of her. She attacked fiercely with the promise not to let them invade her home. Shibuya's Tangfong technique had barely descended when she was counterattacked by the Kia army's technique. She lay on the ground, spitting blood, unable to get up. Subaru could only drag that foolish girl toward him and then, with determination, took the initiative instead of Shibuya. He attacked each enemy of the opposing army one by one with his burning Fochon technique. Thus, he unleashed a stream of energy that covered the entire space in front of Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom. Karen is also busy in Dog King mode, ready for a direct duel against the enemy army. Trum Min, with a deadly fist, and Karen take advantage to use all their vital strength. They unleash a series of violent attacks against them, shaking the earth and sky. Bazag is by their side. Although he also feels some pity for the losses, he fears the kingdom might be toppled by Karen. But under Karen's fiery and warlike spirit, Bazag is forced to use his seventh secret technique. Seeing the army crushed like crushed garlic, Karen gets excited and continues. She adds a few more explosive attacks, causing booms that almost make Isis lose control. In the Silver Kingdom of the Dragon King, Gel Sarah, along with Gel's help, is also busy. They launch incendiary attacks to control the enemy army. Ruin appears to help with his enormous power and his Imperial War army. From afar, he watches the chaotic battle. Ruin smiles with satisfaction at his new power. He also silently thanks Subaru for having returned to the Red Earth Kingdom. In the Royal Gardens, Subaru supported Vorden with his powerful Fojitan technique during close combat against the soldiers, leaving Vorden astonished. Seeing how the enemy army is destroyed under Subaru Sibyl's power, Vorden finally believes Subaru has received 10% of the Silver King's power. The devastated landscape, full of sacred fire and dust, makes Subaru feel as if he is gazing into hell. I will take care of the remaining territory for you, but the boss will come soon. Let's fight together, Red Earth King. Subaru tells Vorden, not imagining that at that moment the boss Hyudo Kotetsu actually appears. It's truly impressive. Subaru speaks, surprising Kotetsu, who didn't believe he knew who he was. Of course, Subaru knows, since Kotetsu is the one who will kill him in the future of the Aurora King. Kotetsu has no time to talk more with Subaru because impulsive Vorden launches an attack. Despite Subaru trying to stop him, he is the one who sowed destruction in our country. I will bring justice as a king, Vorden shouts, pounding his chest. In a burst of bright energy, Vorden uses his secret technique, Mistletoe. He shoots a powerful arrow at Kotetsu. Kotetsu quickly pulls out a level D item, a paper doll, to receive the arrow. Thanks to this low-level item that absorbed the bad luck, Kotetsu is saved. Now, Kotetsu invokes the secret technique of the war god, Mars, brutally attacking Vorden. Although Vorden is seriously injured, he remains strong and temperamental, making it difficult for Kotetsu to defeat him easily. Determined not to give up, Kotetsu uses a level A item, the fourth psalm, and murmurs a spell while drawing a symbol, covering Vorden with fire. Ikuhana, furious, launches an attack, but Kotetsu controls him with the fire god in a sea of flames. Seeing Ikuhana in danger, Vorden runs to help him. However, Kotetsu traps him in chains of fire. In this difficult situation, Varden can only ask Subaru for help. After obtaining his consent to join forces, Subaru gently brandishes his black katana, Ignis, and delivers a sharp cut. In an instant, he cuts off Kotetsu's giant hand. It is the first time Kotetsu sees his giant hand destroyed, and he is slightly surprised. Both continue attacking each other without giving an advantage, fighting hand to hand. But there is still no victor due to the techniques. Using blood to create precise cuts, Subaru continues to demonstrate his skill. Kotetsu, after asking Subaru's name, checks the system. He wants to know who this young man so skilled in this event is. The administrator designated you as an added character to save the world, says Kotetsu. Although it is rare to find Japanese enemies, he is not very interested. The important thing is how I am going to defeat you. According to theory, when facing an enemy without information about the attack, I can try various methods. To discover your weak point, there are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. It is very rare to find enemies who are Japanese. I am not very interested. The important thing is how I am going to defeat you. According to theory, when facing an enemy without information about their attack, you can try many different methods. To find your weak point, there are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. I will take very good care of you, Subaru Kotetsu, said the AI coldly right after finishing speaking. Kotetsu was enveloped by Subaru's Forgatone fog and received a direct hit. Subaru, with blood coming out of his mouth, said, "There are still 5 minutes left, right? At that moment I could do it, but in this timeline you have no chance of defeating me," Subaru declared coldly. In such a short time, Subaru added with determination. The future of the Aurora King is very bleak. The entire Kanto region was destroyed in the first and second disasters, and the number of deities was reduced by half. In the third disaster, under the hand of the spirit separated from ruin, both Saza and Suzaka were eliminated at the same time. When the fourth disaster arrived, Shikishima and Karian had already died, and then the fifth disaster came. The AI can no longer defeat Gel after he fulfilled his wish. Then came the sixth disaster, a direct attack that fell on Japan. This completely paralyzed the country. The seventh disaster caused the extinction of humanity, except for the deities, and finally Vanquish had to abandon this world. Subaru's connection with his deity was also immediately cut off. Divine power disappeared inexplicably when a luminous door suddenly appeared in front of Subaru. From inside, Sybil painfully reported that Vanquish had died, which shocked Subaru to the point of screaming and not wanting to believe the truth. It seems the administrators chose our world as a target for destruction. They are the ones who created the celestial clock to harvest the souls of countless worlds. They are high-level entities who have surpassed limits. It won't be long before they begin their invasion of the underworld. However, I want to resist until the end. And you? Sybil asked Subaru. And so Subaru decided to fight alongside Sybil and become the bearer of the Aurora King until the sky tore open and the executor appeared. The Gladius army, the remaining deities, united and fought to the end against the violent attacks of their enemies. Jinga, to protect Subaru, had to leave forever, leaving Subaru alone amid the chaos. Subaru was in pain and didn't know what to do, because even Sybil now had abandoned him to go after Jinga. Seeing Subaru scream and cry on the ground, Kotetsu slowly approached. "Subaru, you must be the boss of this world, right? You have no escape anymore? You're just wasting time, Kotetsu. Who are you really? Where do you come from? Why are you attacking this world?" Subaru shouted furiously, but Kotetsu was no longer interested in talking to Subaru. He just wanted to finish him right there. "I will fight until the last minute, until my soul completely dissolves." Subaru shouted and gathered all his strength to return to the present with his power. Subaru and Kotetsu faced each other, eyes locked, ready to eliminate each other. Kotetsu's fire god Volcanus and Subaru's bloody seal quickly merged, creating an incredibly powerful sea of flames. Kotetsu used the divine skill of the thief Mercurius to try to attack Subaru from behind, but Subaru blocked with his shield and counterattacked, using a special technique to increase speed. I hadn't seen this technique in the future, Subaru thought, evaluating Kotetsu's recent attack. Kotetsu's main skill, the thief god, allows him to describe the concept of the gods from Greek and Roman mythology. This skill is quite simple, because he can use any type of attack, but the most terrifying is his secondary ability. The main reason Subaru was defeated by Kotetsu in the future is that Kotetsu nullified Subaru's fire with his blood. Therefore, if Subaru uses Mercurius to increase speed, he might find his weak point. But now, Osisha, Kotetsu's secondary ability, can no longer harm Subaru. With Kotetsu's combat talent combined with Subaru's secondary ability, Kotetsu can counter and analyze any attack. The only way Subaru can defeat him is by attacking with a strike Kotetsu has never seen before, Subaru said. He quickly drew the divine knife and called upon Masra's war to launch a violent attack. Kotetsu was covered by Subaru's enormous energy, showing slight surprise. After throwing the small dragon dagger Ra, Subaru also used the power of his familiar Hirosaka, to fight alongside him, greatly enhancing the quality of his special technique. I didn't expect you to still be pulling tricks. Let me see, you really are strong. Kotetsu spoke from the sacred tree cave. The withered kingdom of bronze, Maria was explaining too. Shikishima about an attack coming from people of another world. The other world found the human world. When they find one, they will find the second, then the third. Normally, we would think there must be others like us. Regarding the closeness between worlds, the world that can connect with the other is your human world. But many more connections will be created. It is very likely that the administrators and the rest are in the same world, and they can control other places according to the game rules. Maybe there is a corporation that creates and sells different types of games. What they do is just commerce. Even if this attacker is an AI, it almost certainly also plays under rules similar to your world's. Maria firmly pointed at Shikishima and stated with conviction, in the past, on one day, portals appeared allowing Kotetsu to cross different dimensions worldwide. At the same time, a time limit appeared in the sky. The start of the game was announced to Kotetsu. He was chosen to be the guardian god of the world. You are a member of the criminal team. You will cross different portals with your teammates. Then, please conquer other worlds. If you succeed, you will receive rare items. If not, you will be punished. That is what the system establishes. Kotetsu's team was chosen by the administration and called the guardian god. To be able to defeat the portal bosses, they continued fighting to level up. There were moments when they attacked or were attacked in certain places. There were also victories and defeats. Kotetsu continued this game, risking his life for 8 years. And after all, only Kotetsu remained as the strongest guardian god of the world. To be invited to the Underworld Conquest Battle event, Kotetsu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight even though the destruction of this world is already predestined? The girl from the game's system asked curiously to Kotetsu, do you only know how to create games and leave them like that? I just want to see how far I can go in this life. Although I also had moments when I risked everything to get rare items. For me, conquering is just something I do well and enjoy. Kotetsu then answered, returning to the land of Shishito, the current underworld. Subaru, with the power of his familiar Hirasaka, was now more determined than ever. Subaru's plan is to attack Kotetsu with a strike he has never seen before. Meanwhile, the only thing Kotetsu thinks about now is eliminating Subaru. Perfectly, after much reflection, Kotetsu decided to attack Subaru with an element capable of weakening him from behind. And so, Kotetsu firmly grasped the iron handpin and launched a direct attack against the mercurious technique Subaru had used. They attacked each other fiercely, and the power of their blows unleashed a thunderous crossfire. However, they still couldn't decide a winner. If both had equal strength, then the person who adapted better to special techniques would be the victor. Kotetsu told himself and quickly executed the Aka technique, but to his surprise, Subaru, along with numerous traditional techniques, managed to block it. At that moment, cornered, Kotetsu had to use the 1,000 kilos of Kylan technique, the same one that had previously shattered Yuri's weapon, which left Subaru paralyzed for a few seconds, just as expected. Your fencing level has changed a lot since you wielded that black sword, but I've taken note. Kotetsu said that and continued attacking Subaru with force. His attack was very strong and sharp, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth. He sweated profusely to defend himself. In the end, he was hit in the face and thrown 10 meters away. Luckily, before completely losing consciousness, Subaru managed to activate the darkness. The katana gently summoned a second sword for him. This dark sword caused corrosion and decomposition. At that moment, Subaru spun continuously and launched attacks. He created numerous cuts flying through the sky and enveloping Kotetsu. At that instant, Kotetsu remembered some secret techniques. He tried to counterattack, but all were immediately nullified. Subaru is the enemy with the most resources Kotetsu has ever seen. Kotetsu will surely take advantage of the recent attack to advance one step further, because he believes Subaru is a strong opponent, and so he was. Although he lost a hand, Kotetsu chose to face Subaru's attack. A precise cut pierced Subaru, making him spit blood from his abdomen. A complex and flashy attack. You, as the boss, are the first to entertain me. But it seems you'll have to end the game soon. I've seen that attack before. I remember it well, so don't expect me to play twice with you. Kotetsu thought to himself and attacked Subaru again. Another critical hit on the same wound. Subaru could only remain paralyzed and fall, while in his mind, blurry images of the future and that change of fate wandered. Although Kotetsu had defeated Subaru, he didn't understand why the image of Subaru holding two swords wouldn't disappear from his memory. Just then, Subaru suddenly stood up and struck Kotetsu's chest with an attack called 10,000 arrows, devastating and critical in power. This is an exclusive technique that can only be used in vampire state. It consumes part of the MP energy and can only be used once by Subaru. 10,000 arrows is a technique Vanquish taught Subaru to face Kotetsu. It is also the most powerful technique Subaru currently possesses. Kotetsu was attacked without warning and couldn't react. He could only remain stunned and surprised when the 10,000 arrows technique was unleashed. Countless lightning bolts thundered loudly, followed by bright explosions like fireworks on New Year's night. The attack destroyed all the space around and caused Kotetsu to lose his soul instantly. Seeing Kotetsu die so brutally in front of Subaru, he felt that finally he was the one who conquered Kotetsu before dying. He only managed to exclaim, "Incredible," and was immediately swept away by the wind, disappearing. He disconnected from Earth and Vorden along with Ikuhana. Witnessing that terrifying scene, they couldn't help but admire Subaru's strength. Even Kotetsu's soldiers had disconnected with him long ago. After finishing Kotetsu, Subaru, his body full of wounds and trembling, approached Vorden to ask him to call someone specialized in healing wounds. At that moment, he seemed about to die. Luckily, Ikuhana was there. She immediately enthusiastically helped heal Subaru's wounds. Hearing Ikuhana recall old events, Subaru remembered that he had previously asked her to soften his head with a dark sword. Now, finding this katana here was truly destiny. "I didn't expect humans to be so strong," said Ikuhana, admiringly. "According to the statistics, the third king is much stronger than me. I just came here well prepared. Kotetsu is a sovereign god from another world different from ours. Subaru reported that he is one of the conquerors, who sometimes come here from other worlds. All of his unknown objects are extremely difficult to counter. We must admit that without you here, we probably would have been defeated already," said Vorden seriously. Subaru smiled shyly because, in reality, he knew that in the future he would be defeated. Just as Subaru finished being healed by Ikuhana, Kotetsu's voice was suddenly heard from behind, surprising everyone. "Even though there is no longer a chance, I must now return to my world." Kotetsu was very alert and seemed tired, as if he had never slept. He said this while walking straight towards Subaru, which left everyone stunned. Vorden launched a technique called Ganjin directly at Kotetsu, but Sukuna actually has no effect because he is simply a resurrection object. It is nothing more than that, completely useless. "I am in an invincible retreat period," said Miss Tetsu calmly amid the chaos. "Now he must leave because he has exceeded his time limit. Perhaps I will be punished for losing 7 times facing Subaru." Subaru asked Miss Tetsu about the administrators, but in fact, she didn't know anything about that from the start. "I hope to see you again, Subaru. I have remembered the move that killed me at the last moment. Next time I won't lose," said Kotetsu with an arrogant smile. Then he instantly disappeared like foam to the other side. Since Kotetsu lost 7 times in conquering the target, he will have to be punished by the system. But at that moment, the system suddenly activated a red alarm. Or rather, an alert. "Kotetsu, run fast, because a door to another world is about to open." Saying this, the system began to fade and then broke apart. It shattered before Kotetsu's confused eyes. In the sky, a crack slowly opened and a terrifying red eye appeared. Kotetsu now understood that he had to fight that. It seemed very strong. "But that won't change anything, even if my opponent is an artificial intelligence. I just need to conquer them," Miss Tetsu told herself proudly. Miss Tetsu's life or death status is still unknown. Meanwhile, on Subaru's side, Ikuhana is asking permission to thank Subaru. She plans to escort him to the Golden Kingdom. Although grateful for Ikuhana's intention, Subaru must refuse because the King of Aurora already gave him information through this bracelet, and soon someone will come to find him. Just as he finished speaking, Safina gently descended riding a Sikh Tho. The bird landed in front of Subaru to everyone's surprised eyes. Sybil had warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she wants to marry him. Safina was now laughing and extending her hand for Subaru to take. Her lover-like attitude made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bird appeared in front of Vorden. It emitted a bright golden light. Seeing it, the old man immediately recognized Safina. His face frowned and he said, "What are you doing here, girl?" Safina slowly stopped under the giant bird's foot, showing a satisfied expression. "Because of my mistake, I had to fly everywhere looking for Subaru and his people." Hearing this, Subaru and Ikuhana fell silent and listened carefully. Meanwhile, Safina continued saying, "I have come personally to apologize." Subaru smiled awkwardly and replied, "It doesn't seem like you want to apologize." Safina slightly frowned and calmly responded, "Fool, I dragged you into this battle, so no matter what you think, I must apologize." The old man was startled and exploded in anger at her irrational attitude. She calmly replied, "Don't rush, Sikto, we will have a meeting soon." Safina gently raised her hand with a fleeting smile. "Besides, it would be boring to kill someone like you with my own hands." Her magic immediately appeared. It quickly dispersed with the wind, causing Ikuna to instinctively react to cover herself, while Subaru watched her and smiled satisfied. And he narrowed his eyes angrily. "That brat." Safina spoke softly. "Come on, Subaru. Riding my subordinate Simon is very comfortable." Simon understood the order and lowered his back. She was ready for battle. "Shall we continue this conversation, right? About our future," Subaru said awkwardly. "Please help me." Safina let out a laugh. "That won't be possible," as Simon took off into the sky. Safina's voice echoed, "Subaru, I must apologize to you for two things. She carefully explained that the first was about Isis. Although she had assigned her the task of receiving him for 4 days after his arrival, she acted on her own. Subaru listened silently and reflected. It seemed she had planned something secretly. Safina seemed frustrated but said she could sense when the great door would open. It was used, so it can also be inferred that something similar happened. The girl is really very skilled, but when emotion takes over, she becomes rebellious. At that moment, Subaru also recalled the previous actions Isis had taken. Now he finally understood. The previous actions Isis took were not authorized by Safina, but were entirely of her own will. Safina remained polite and said, "Yes, forgive the girl for me. She always worries too much about me. That's why she sometimes acts recklessly and foolishly," she said while smiling. "By tomorrow I will have arrived. And you, look here," he asked, confused. "Have you already forgiven her?" She exclaimed some strange words and then nodded. "Thanks to Isis, you were able to protect Foden and also defeat the Conqueror, making him pay." Safina lowered her voice and said, "Actually, I must congratulate the girl." Subaru nodded because it was fair to praise her, and she gently approached. "Everything in this world revolves around entertainment," Safina said, spreading her hands and speaking loudly. "When you become king, if you live as you please, you will never improve," she said firmly. "Moreover, fate is a natural decree of oneself." Upon hearing that, Subaru murmured, "Fate." At that moment, Safina continued, "No one knows what is good and what is bad until they explore in the future." Her tone did not change, and her expression was always cheerful. "Unless you can predict the future." That surprised Subaru. Safina emitted a fascinating glow and cautiously continued talking about what had happened. "It doesn't matter, just enjoy and appreciate it," she said, and Subaru seemed surprised. Safina, this queen, if I'm not mistaken, in the first disaster, was carried away because she found it interesting. "That was the first time Safina met you, and said, 'You seem more than a god, especially as we thought. She is that kind of queen. How interesting.' However, you felt curious. Wait, why does she resemble Vanquish so much?" Suddenly Safina spoke. "I have found the others and brought them," she said, and Subaru opened his eyes in surprise. Safina, along with her subordinate Simon, went to several places to rescue them. The people who were taken to different places, once they ride Simon's soul, will be taken directly to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru swallowed and thanked. "Thank you." "So, what is it that you still want?" she replied. "About Kokugaji." Upon hearing that, you were surprised and paid attention. Safina explained, "You already know. We are the ones who have the right to intervene with the doors and portals to other worlds. Humans of the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Kingdoms have special techniques to use the doors. Therefore, although Kokugaji received the order to collect 10 pieces of information under the secondary treaty label, it seems someone instigated him." Subaru became serious. "Who is that someone?" Suddenly you thought, "Don't tell me it's me, the person who can change the future before anyone else." In Safina's eyes, a spark shone and she said, "I understand. You are the one who always wants information more than anyone else." Subaru froze, too surprised. Suddenly, Safina placed her hands on the back of the chair where you were sitting, which scared you. From now on, she faced Subaru with a slight smile. "You will exchange information with me." In her eyes, a strange yellow symbol seemed to shine that indicated that the information you possess is very valuable and you also hold many other lives in your hands. Subaru opened his eyes in surprise. A glowing text appeared in them. Could it be a sign of the future of King Aurora? You stared at the other person, thinking, "This person knows so much, right? She is reading me, so it must be a mind-reading technique." At that moment, Safina slightly moved the corners of her lips and said something about the mind-reading technique. "Why is it so clear on your face?" you said, surprised, touching your face. Safina suddenly burst out laughing. "I just guessed." Subaru was left speechless. Safina made a hand gesture saying, "I don't have such a technique," and pointed to her head with 2 fingers. "If I had any special fighting technique, it would be risk calculation. That is, I have a very sharp intuition." Subaru kept a serious face. "Intuition?" She touched Subaru. "That intuition tells me that if I marry you, everything will be much more interesting." Safina narrowed her eyes in a strange way and proposed an even stranger condition. "Marry me, Subaru." He remained silent without answering, and immediately a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed and politely declined. She laughed friendly. "I haven't given up yet." At the spirits table, both Seha and the young man beside him were surprised to notice in the direction where Van Sam was sitting, crying inconsolably. Seeing this, they asked, "Han, what's wrong, Van Sam?" Van Sam covered her face and cried inconsolably, "Seha, what do you think about your childhood friend marrying the person who possesses my powers?" Seha, confused, replied, "Isn't it enough that they love each other?" Van Sam cried even harder. "Ah, love." At that moment, suddenly a whole white space was filled with all kinds of, "I don't accept it. I see something strange." The other two were surprised and didn't understand what was happening. And then, in another space, Isis was walking calmly when suddenly she heard a noise behind her. It was Subaru and Safina greeting each other amicably. Isis also smiled awkwardly upon seeing them. And then, suddenly, a machine in Safina's hands struck her head hard. Subaru, who witnessed the scene, also forced a smile. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he looked to the side. A pair of wings were spreading in the sky and gradually descending there. On each large bird stood people, the companions who had separated, reunited in the Golden Kingdom along with Ariel Subaru. They had arrived at the king's meeting with no one missing. The king's meeting was an event involving more than 200 different kingdoms to discuss problems affecting the entire underground world, including politics, economy, society, culture, education, and many other topics. The three kings would successively decide, defining the conference location and the duration of 10 days. Upon hearing this, the girl asked confusedly, "Isn't 10 days a bit long?" The young man immediately answered, "That's short. The sessions between countries, held annually, in our world can last 2 months, or more." Ariel Subaru's goal in participating in this meeting was to convince the underground world to eliminate all portals connecting to the human world. Subaru silently followed Isis. At the production site of the Golden Kingdom Palace stood the Ver9 Tower. He looked up and said, "This place reminds me of where I fought Ulage." Isis frowned and replied, "It seems to be the same place. Anyway, the landscape inside the portal is based on the place where the boss used to live." Looking at it, he thought that. Isis was ordered by Safina to act as a guard during the session as punishment. Subaru also suddenly realized, "Now that you mention it, he also said things like that, right? The only ones allowed to participate in this session are always the kings." Ariel Subaru's relatives were waiting in a rather distant place. One of them pointed to his forehead in frustration and said, "Wow, since I already have spiritual communication, I can still hear what is happening." Another showed a helpless expression. "Good thing you have that, because I thought that Ariel wouldn't be able to get through the meeting on his own." Subaru, at that moment, replied, "Why wouldn't he?" A young man with dark circles added, "That's right, Subaru, you're a bit out of place." A woman smiled resignedly, "Because you're not good at dealing with others." Subaru listened without responding. At that moment, a half-shaved, pink-haired boy intervened. According to the improved future part of Subaru, he will be allowed to speak on day 10, which is also the last day for his intervention. Of course, it will be about the abolition of the portals that connect to the human world. From the underworld, Ruin will accept this proposal, while Warden will reject it. As for Safina, she remains neutral. As a result, the portal will be closed until a decision is made. While speaking, he raised 2 fingers. There are 2 problems here. First, it is very likely that the administrators will notice that the portal has been closed, which could cause changes in the rules of the game. The remaining problem is an uncertain transformation that not even the improved future can predict. Upon hearing that, Subaru suddenly thought, "Is it a conflict, right?" The boy Kia clenched his teeth and nodded, saying yes. "We don't know if it will really happen or not," Shikishima-san replied. "So, does that mean?" Subaru hesitated for a moment and asked again, "You can freely do whatever you want. Until after day 9, right, Shikishima-san?" He answered cautiously, "Yes, I suppose so." A reddish look reflected in his glasses. He could only pray. Pray that they accept eliminating the portals that connect to the human world. Subaru responded very cheerfully, "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing this conversation, some others became uneasy, thinking that Shikishima-san was saying those nonsense to distract them. Shikishima-san, as if hit on the mark, responded in a deep voice, "Are you going to send the boy to sleep?" Just at that moment, from outside, the large door opened and 2 figures appeared. Isis and Subaru. He remained silent with a worried expression, but suddenly opened his eyes in surprise upon witnessing the scene in front of him inside the 9th Day Tower. There were several round objects with flower-like fan blade engravings floating in the air. Subaru was surprised to realize that this was the place where everything happened. A large sphere descended. Isis carefully extended her hand and said, "Please, sit here." The height of each chair was assigned according to rank within each kingdom. Queen Safina had given Subaru a higher seat. Subaru hesitated a bit, asking about the height, when someone spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Hey, get out of the way, human." This caught Subaru's attention, who saw a young man with his hands in his pockets in a very arrogant posture. Seeing the young man, Isis frowned and joked aloud in a scolding tone. "Don't you think it's rude to tell one of the nobles to get out of the way during the meeting?" Subaru's companions and friends were speechless. Did Isis really say that? All the guests were immediately sent to another room after meeting Isis. Verdi is the king of the Green Kingdom with rank 19. Upon hearing that, he clenched his teeth annoyed. "My rank is much higher, so I should go first, nothing else." Isis, although annoyed inside, replied, "Yes, you're right, but we must be polite outside, please." He walked slowly as he passed by. Verdi, irritated, muttered insults about his lack of discipline. Seeing him sit and rise in his chair, Isis, standing below, wished she could destroy him, that damn emerging kingdom. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind, making Subaru turn around to see that there were 3 more guests. "Are you the human everyone is talking about?" asked, referring to Subaru. Among them, Rakan, king of the Red Kingdom with rank 25, looked at Subaru suspiciously. "Is he the important person?" "Hey, Kamina, are you sure? He seems much weaker than I thought." Lut, king of the Blue Kingdom with rank 23, frowned and didn't respond, so Lut, king of the Orange Kingdom with rank 22, smiled and said, "Come on, leave it to Kamina." Then, the 3 guys also climbed onto their chairs. Before Subaru realized it, he saw that Isis was very uncomfortable. The anger inside her seemed ready to explode. "Please, you also take your seat, Ares-sama," said Subaru, though he was upset inside. She hated these prominent kingdoms very much, right? When the chairs rose and floated inside the tower, everyone was present waiting. Subaru looked at his chair, tilted his head, and reflected. Each seat corresponded to a king of a kingdom, although some seats were empty. "Looks like not everyone could come," said a voice that startled Subaru. Another voice intervened. "Ruina, most dragons can't be here. The same goes for the garden. Kings who can't enter here use an object to speak on their behalf, called the Light Whisper Conversation Object." Subaru, amazed, nodded. "I understand." Kia rested her chin on her hand. Although it made no sound, the conversation object was used to communicate. "All the people around you belong to small and less influential kingdoms, under the administration of 3 great dark kingdoms, including Kokugaji. That is one of those kingdoms. The new king, the Black King Kokugaji, with a rank of 176, is sitting orderly waiting. Next to him is the king of Aurora, named Sybil, with a rank of 142. Subaru is surprised for a moment. "Oh, Sybil is here too." That person smiles slightly and gestures with his hand. "Also, there are people above. Those are more powerful kingdoms. The blue, red, sky blue, and orange kingdoms are also present." He also observes the colorful chairs. Over there are the powerful kingdoms that currently have influence, including Ver and Rakan, who are resting their chins while waiting. Kamina with a calm expression and Lut with an expectant attitude. They are a group of clever young men. That person cheerfully introduces and then mentions the 3 kings, including himself. Sitting almost in the highest position, Subaru smiles and nods. "Thank you for explaining everything so simply," says that person with a meaningful smile. "Also thanks to you. Sharing the future and improvement of Aurora has helped me a lot. To be honest, I was really looking forward to this meeting," he says. Hearing that, Subaru falls silent and smiles reluctantly. "But I feel worried," he replies, and suddenly someone raises their voice. This causes one of the 3 kings to be surprised and pay attention. Above, on a level, appears a glowing AI figure. A blinding ray of light makes this person exhale with difficulty. His sharp intuition is reflected in a slight smile on his lips. "You seem quite happy, don't you?" The person called Ruina thinks to herself, "If only she knew I'm related to Subaru-kun." She turns around and smiles awkwardly. "It's just that I'm in a good mood today, that's all." Her sharp gaze passes over him. "So that's it? I thought you were happily talking with Subaru." Ruina just smiles to let the matter go. Subaru is surprised by her insightfulness. Ruina laughs. It's been a long time since I last saw him, but internally she thinks she's very scared. However, looking at that girl, Subaru thinks, did she already propose to Subaru-kun? I didn't know that. Under Subaru's gaze, the powerful king speaks. "Now the time has come, let's begin." She sits calmly in the throne chair. "I am glad to see most of you here to participate in the annual meeting of the kings." Meanwhile, Subaru firmly keeps his stance in mind, repeating a phrase over and over. "I request the cancellation of the portal that connects to the human world. I request the cancellation of the portal that connects to the human world." Meanwhile, she continues, "At this moment, I have a total of 217 topics collected by the kingdoms, so I must reorganize everything during the meeting. I request everyone's cooperation." However, Vera's hand rises and interrupts. He has an opinion, causing all the kings present to focus their attention on him. Vera grits his teeth and says, "I request to address an urgent matter." The 3 youths, Lut, Kamina, and Rakan, listen very calmly. Meanwhile, Subaru keeps repeating that phrase. "I request the cancellation of the portals." Ruin rests his chin with a bored expression. The powerful king, with a calm voice, says, "The king of the Green Kingdom is still speaking, but..." Her gaze becomes piercing. That look belongs to Safina. "Is your problem really urgent enough to interrupt me?" Subaru keeps repeating and is about to go crazy. "I request the cancellation of the portals that connect to the human world." Vera nods softly. The 4 kingdoms, green, red, sky blue, and orange, request that the 3 kings cancel the portals that connect to the human world. As he repeats the phrase, someone listens attentively and is surprised, opening their mouth. The corners of Safina's lips curve into an ironic smile. The gazes of Ruin and Verda narrow and smile optimistically. Oh heavens! Ver stands up on the large chair and asks loudly, "What's wrong, Ariel Subaru? You, down there, should also restrain yourself, because perhaps your previous action was a bit exaggerated." Ver smiles coldly. "Isn't that exactly what you humans want?" Subaru is stunned. He knows they know his name and purpose. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, realizing, "Am I really that important?" "Kamina, are you sure?" Raken's voice whispered close to your ear. And also Kamina's reaction, along with Lute's voice. "Leave everything to me, Subaru. I can't trust anyone else." In the room, Subaru's family and friends were connected through this talisman, Ariel. Someone there had a headache. Why is it so different from the future we know? Another person was completely confused. Why would someone from the underworld want to close the portal? Another closed their eyes, as if deeply reflecting. Shikishima intervened. "Subaru, do you think the same as I do?" Subaru looked up, puzzled. "Yes, this situation is almost a conflict, a confrontation between two people who can predict the future." You looked at Kamina. Among the people present, one of the four must have the ability to predict the future. I think it is the king of the Blue Kingdom. Shikishima, serious, said, "Knowing this much is already enough. The purpose of these kingdoms is to take advantage of our request and to increase their influence. They have no real intention of closing the portal." Those present narrowed their eyes. Shikishima showed a disdainful expression. "Do they dare to underestimate us?" Luth appeared hesitant. "That's interesting." Shikishima smiled slightly. "I have been waiting to test my abilities. From now on, we will fight against the king of these emerging kingdoms." In this battle between logic and prediction, that young man also turned to Shikishima to ask. A battle between logic and prediction? The dark-eyed young man was surprised. Shikishima looked at the kings indirectly. "If the king of the Blue Kingdom wants to close the portal, then we must cooperate with them. Right?" Shikishima clenched his teeth. "Just wait and see, Subaru." Meanwhile, Verda frowned seriously and raised his voice. "Oh, kings gathered today? Even though you know about the existence of the portals, I bet they don't know its structure." Standing on a floating chair, arms open, he spoke confidently. "We, the leaders of the four kingdoms, will explain it to you." Upon hearing this, Kamina looked at her two friends below. With a serious expression, Rakan seemed anxious, smiling with satisfaction, while Luth winked in complicity. Ruin and Safina remained silent. No one spoke when they looked at Luth. Verde spoke cautiously. "First, let's talk about the portal. In the past, the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the most stubborn when they met. We were created to protect the souls of beings from the underworld. In this world, souls are the most important. We cannot allow them to fall into the hands of death. That's why, when someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored. Also, they can only return to the underworld after fulfilling certain conditions. Even the other kings were surprised. Hearing this, they looked at Rakan, who was smirking mockingly. Verde carefully continued his explanation, now about the gate. It was created exclusively for the human world, designed to attract people and welcome them. Once a human signs a contract with the owner of the gate, they are known as the guardian god. Thus, they can only attack underworld beings inside the gate. Then he extended his hand and spoke with a confident voice. And so a confrontation occurs between the guardian god and the underworld beings inside the gate. A source of spiritual energy is released. That energy returns to the kingdom that created the gate. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious. Only the kingdom that created the gate? Why don't they accept this and ask? A group of kings remained silent, waiting for an answer. Verdi nodded and raised his voice. "Exactly. Do you understand now? These three kingdoms have a monopoly on portal and gate technology. They only want to consume the spiritual energy of the human world. And the gates, they only want to consume the spiritual energy of the human world." To himself, he spoke more and more, and he increasingly believed this matter was very serious. This is a clear explanation. For the weak kingdoms, it is a betrayal against kingdoms like ours. Safina squinted, as if thinking, as did Ruin. The atmosphere in the tower became silent for a moment, then quickly everyone agreed. "That's right, we will not allow that monopoly." Subaru remained silently observing. He raised a finger slightly. "That's why we propose abolishing the portals of the three kingdoms." Or maybe, at this moment, Verdi shouted loudly, "Release the portals and gates to other kingdoms." Subaru's close allies were silent. They were in another room, and the dark-eyed young man was surprised. "Release? Shikishima, what's going on?" Shikishima clenched his teeth, with a thoughtful face. The king of the Blue Kingdom has a predictive ability, as if he had already seen the outcome. When Subaru requested the abolition order on the 10th day along with the future, where the three kingdoms would temporarily suspend the portals, they had already considered it. What if this issue can move the three kings? Then, why not use the portals to make them recognize us? The four kings of the four kingdoms gathered and said this. Afterwards, they practiced their speech over and over. Finally, he saw the future when the order to release the portals was recognized. That statement was a prior agreement to Verdi's opinion. The others considered that opinion very accurate. so they agreed without hesitation. Release, release. Release the portals and gates to other kingdoms. Verity smiled inwardly. These kings will really be moved, even if the portals are released. But don't dream that the lower ones can obtain them. The souls of the human world will be ours. Sakishima frowned. If the portals are released, in the worst scenario, if the 200 kingdoms of the underworld open portals towards the human world, it is simple. The number of portals will increase 60 times more than now. Subaru frowned upon hearing this explanation, annoyed. His discomfort was indescribable. The young man with dark eyes, upon hearing it, opened his mouth in surprise. 60 times. However, he stopped due to another pressure. The man beside him was very angry. Magic exploded with fury. Don't you dare joke with me. Something like that cannot be allowed. He clenched his teeth tightly. The anger seemed to have overtaken all his reason. Sakishima paused and reflected. Looking at the three kings, suddenly Verde spoke. The other kings were startled and fell silent to listen. Shut up, stupid creature. His eyes turned red. The portals are devices that protect us from the administrators to guard the underground world. Thanks to them, our souls do not get lost and can be safe. He got irritated and exploded. Surely we don't monopolize the benefits as you say. The other king sided with him and responded. Exactly. But Karan laughed loudly, crossing his arms. Or put another way, to control the underground world, you make the human world bear twice the burden, right? His gaze shone throughout the space. What did you say? He smiled with satisfaction. And about the monopoly, if you open the gates for us, we will understand what you mean. Verde paused for a moment upon hearing that. There was something manipulative in his eyes. At that moment, Ruin spoke. Wait. You speak as if it's easy, but opening the portals and gates imposes many burdens on us. Do you know that? It's not that we think the other kings don't deserve to have them, and that's why we exclude them. He laughed strangely. It wouldn't be very wrong to share them. After so long, right? Everyone fell silent, feeling that was very true. Yes, that's right. Kamina spoke now. Then, simply eliminate them. He spoke quietly. You say grand words, like saving the underground world, but what you do is no different from taking advantage of us. The underworld should bear those burdens. Sounds reasonable, right? Ruin is very optimistic. I think it's even better than all those pretty words that are said, you know? The underworld is, in fact, a world, formed by the energy of souls, right? If the gate disappears, then the administrator will surely take everything from us and leave only decay. We also feel pity for the humans, but it's better that we keep using the gate and collect 10 souls from the administrators. The boy over there is upset by what he said. Ruin stood still and gave a forced smile. I know how you feel, but hold on. We are still far from freeing them. For now, we can only maintain our position, said Sakishima, annoyed. If this continues, Sakishima whispered, and Subaru kept listening silently. Sakishima looked determined and said, from now on, let's follow your advice. Verde suddenly cheered and exclaimed, come on, O kings of the 3 realms. This is the wish of the 200 realms, liberation. Suddenly, Subaru interrupted the talk. This meeting is taking too long. Better cancel it. Everyone turned their attention to the spokesperson. Verde, surprised, said, you're still here? What do you mean by cancel? That won't happen. Shut up, fool. Subaru looked at him with a firm gaze. The king suddenly reacted, know your place. Leave. Humanity will disappear. Seeing this, the other two were also surprised. Sakishima asked, are you starting a war by supporting the cancellation? The goal of these kings is liberation, so if we suddenly change our minds. Sakishima spoke quietly to Tsunemori and Naris. Listen, both immediately paid attention. He said, in this difficult discussion, what would you do if you think you're exaggerating a bit? The answer is to exaggerate even more, said Sakishima firmly, leaving Tsunemori and Naris surprised. Verde waved his hand and said, calm down, everyone. He's just a human who doesn't know what he's saying. Verde cautiously looked at Subaru and said, Ariel, we are discussing, so be quiet or... However, Subaru interrupted him directly. If you say that, then compensate the victims of the underworld. Fulfill their wishes, return all the soul energy to them. Guided by Sakishima, Subaru repeated his words to Verde. Verde seemed unable to believe what he had just heard, while Karen burst out laughing. Karen's laughter was strange. The other kings couldn't believe it. Humanity. Damn humanity. A series of insults arose. Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Don't be so stupid. How do you plan to compensate, huh? Apologize. One of them, a demon-like king, exploded with rage. I'll kill you, stupid insect. Sakishima was not surprised. Let's go in and do it. Suddenly, a multicolored light appeared above the king's head. It was the energy emanated by Subaru. What was said in this meeting should not be taken lightly. The one who said he wants to kill me, I will fight you first. A wonderful and blinding light was emitted in the tower. Verde looked at it in amazement. What's wrong with him? I can feel he has a strength equivalent to, is even greater than ours. Ruin watched with his chin resting on his hand. Of course, Subaru has part of the Silver Kingdom's power running in his veins and acts as if it were himself. He looks at him with great satisfaction, wanting to surpass my power in the underworld. First, you must prove your strength, said Karan, who now appeared intimidated. From the beginning, this had a purpose. Lute returned to the serious topic. If he uses another power to intimidate us, then it is working. The lower-ranked kings are showing cowardice, then Verdi intervenes. Actually, I should have made them tremble and achieve my goal. Walk, do you have any prediction that marks a turning point? Walk responds slowly. No. Now, he seems very scared. Why? Why is my prediction different this time? Subaru feels that all space is silent. If there is no compensation, then we will never give up abolishing Kia. Walk is startled upon hearing this, sitting on a floating chair in the air. Subaru's power manifests intensely along with his words about humanity. We totally reject the exploitation of souls. If they still want to open the portal, with a serene expression, prepare yourself, because although your words are soft, they are a threat that terrifies everyone. Karan intervenes worriedly. It's not right. Walk, the lower-ranked kings have become useless. To break this danger, Walk understands. I know. In my prediction, the difficult situation of the companions was depicted. I see. Then he used a supreme technique called Thika, creating paths. The blinding sunlight drew the best possible future from those paths. CB also smiles slightly. She says, bring it quickly. You did very well, Subaru. She quickly invokes her power. And now, maybe the enemy is watching and drawing another better future. Again, I will solve it with the prediction technique. But Walk feels something is wrong. Why is the song that saved me from danger not there? Why does it seem to be destroyed? In conflict with the prediction technique, CB uses her power to control the enemy. This will bring the greatest benefit to the future and destroy all the opponent's predictions. The light shines, but Walk is left speechless. He seems to receive a strong impact. Sybil, with empty eyes, says, useless, incompetent. Stay away from Subaru's future. Shortly before the meeting, the four kings of the four colors sit around a round table. At that moment, Verdi intervenes. You say we will increase our ability to use doors and portals. Right, Verda? He answers calmly. Kamina raises the teacup and nods. Yes. Then continues. We will stop the monopoly of the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms in obtaining energy from human souls. The more energy a kingdom has, the more powerful it will be. In obtaining energy from human souls, the more energy a kingdom has, the more powerful it will be. If we achieve that, our influence will expand more and more, for sure. Kamina blinks and lowers her voice. When that is complete, our dreams, Rakan immediately interrupts, will advance one step closer to the top of the underground world. Right? Kamina puts the cup on the table. This meeting is just an opportunity to debate. He looks seriously at everyone. He warns that if our enemy tries to take advantage, something different from my prediction may happen. If that happens, I will guide you with a new prediction. Rakan narrows his eyes and looks to the side. We will reap great rewards if we succeed, or become their enemies if we fail. What do you think, Verde? Verde slowly closes his eyes. Then he opens them and says with a determined voice, then we will fight. I leave this matter to you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina smiles with slight unease. Returning to the present, in the tower, Verdi is standing above. His prediction. He is amazed and doubts, asking, what is this? Kamina is equally confused. Even Rakan shouts Kamina's name non-stop. However, Kamina holds her head in fear. What the hell is happening? Why can't I see any future that shows us victory? CB begins to cast his magic, increasing power. You have trusted your predictions too much. She thinks the Blue King does not have the four kings. Kia had already given up improving from the start, and Kamina cannot believe it. From the beginning, Kia had already given up, and Kamina cannot believe it. To the point that, when my prediction was dismissed, they could do nothing. Subaru watched silently. Shikishima, sitting cross-legged, nodded upon hearing this. It seemed they had finished. He gently lifted his glasses. They had no more answers or arguments, and now, beneath the tower, what would they do? Safina spoke after a moment of silence. If neither side has anything more to say, then it's time to make a decision, right? Verde, hearing this, clenched his teeth and got excited. She exclaimed it was a true violation, and this made Verde act immediately. Even Subaru became alert. The violation, with a sharp look, Safina scanned each of the kings in Subaru. To each person, all of you are violating the rules. Then, a strange and prolonged sound came from Safina, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. Her eyes opened wide. However, those eyes were strange. They looked like a mouth with sharp teeth. Tsunemori was startled, while Shikishima clenched his teeth. What is that? Suddenly someone shouted, Run, Subaru. This made Shikishima and Tsunemori stop. It was someone close to Subaru. The young man warned him directly, Run, you can't. He shouted loudly, You can't defeat that. CB calmly reflected and thought, How did I not know this? My prediction just updated, although everyone was supposed to decide to pause the portal immediately after, and this affects Subaru and me, with no sign that my prediction was interrupted. The mouth with those wide-open eyes seemed to merge and said, "I should tell you my name." CB responded, "I have come here by order of the administrator." That eye spoke with strange sounds. Quickly, something began to emerge. A thin, deformed, and horrible figure appeared, with an indescribable face. At the same time, its voice echoed, "I am an executor, Abaddon Safina." Reflecting, an executor? A person who executes? An order given by the administrators? Ruin was in command, controlling through a connection sphere. "This is what follows," said Ariel Subaru. Ruin clenched his teeth with excitement. I thought enemies wouldn't appear in the prediction, but Subaru was extremely confused. "Neither do I know. That thing appeared suddenly and broke into this timeline." Ruin's red and bloodshot eyes narrowed. "An enemy who can block all our predictions?" Abaddon raised both hands and said, "This world has wanted to sabotage the system known as the Portal and Gate, and has abandoned the soul supply for the administrators." The open eye, with a strange blood-tinged hue, said, "You have taken advantage of the moment when we pretended to be unaware, and you have tried to change the rules against the administrators' laws." Verde was surprised, mouth agape. "Change?" For a moment, he paled. That means Karan took a deep breath under pressure. Kamina shouted, horrified, "Was it our fault?" That eye didn't blink once and replied, "That is why I have come to fulfill my mission. You pay with your souls, you must leave immediately." A group of other kings rushed forward. "Do you think you can do whatever you want at a meeting of kings?" That creature got upset and exclaimed, "You are the one who should die." Abaddon exhaled a ghostly blue smoke that immediately controlled the king, and in an instant, he blew that person up, leaving the witnesses horrified. Someone who couldn't escape was caught by the flames and their form quickly deformed. Under the pressure and silence of space, the great explosion happened quickly. Abaddon floated, watching with an indifferent expression. Another king approached quickly. "Don't underestimate us," said the hunting bitch. She appeared immediately. With the form of a fan spinning endlessly, she used her special deception technique. She stopped, surprised. "Didn't it hurt me?" Abaddon counterattacked directly. "Your attacks don't affect me at all." She was now afraid. No time to retreat. Impossible. "What are you?" She was destroyed quickly after that. The snake on Subaru moved slightly. "I don't think you understand, but still, I want to stay here." She now feels fear, wants to retreat, but can no longer. "No way." "What are you?" It was destroyed quickly after that. The snake on Subaru moved slightly. "I don't think you understand, but still, I want to stay here. I shouldn't have opened my mouth, but I couldn't help it. It makes you grit your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything." Another person waved his hand, signaling to retreat. However, Abaddon, in snake form, advanced and slid over that man's pale face like a banana leaf. "You won't escape. Even if you manage to get out of here, it will be in vain." He stopped speaking and stretched out his long arms. At the same time, two figures held their hands. My companions are waiting outside. One person has no head, only a red, sunken, terrifying, and very strange mass. The other is a woman, although her appearance is a bit more pleasant. The terrifying thing is the strange laughter of that man. The other person has no head at all. Besides the two bulky figures, the head seems like a form of smoke, floating, exposing muscles and bones. The last person has the neck wrapped in a bunch of leaves. Her hair partially covers half of the face, which is very strange. Suddenly, an invisible force appeared, causing one of the kings to almost be absorbed by the head, deforming because of it. Another king was also not calm. He was violently pulled by that force. His mouth opened repeatedly, and an entire space exploded with a tremendous roar. Safina, sitting above, watched the situation below and spoke softly. "In other words, it's a barrier. Ruin is sitting below, protecting himself." "That's right. They already surrounded the tower. It seems they can also blow up others with that snake." Then Safina took a snake in her hand. She didn't plan to attack that, but her gaze did not leave the snake writhing in her hand. "I understand. We can't touch them. A one-sided attack in a limited space could be dangerous." Ruin kept thinking, if we continue like this, all we have left is to wait for death. Not knowing what was happening, if I managed to find a way to avoid that attack. Suddenly, Safina shouted loudly. Ruin was startled and paid attention. He directed his gaze toward a drop of sweat that fell. Damn it. A hand firmly grabbed the writhing snake's body. Subaru advanced quickly, with a force radiating around him that caught Ruin's attention. He opened his mouth in surprise. "Subaru, the snake in your hand." Subaru kept writhing and shouted, "Let me go." In his last scream, a stream of blood spurted from his mouth. Subaru used blood curse magic, squeezing and tearing the snake's body, which began to bleed. Ruin was paralyzed. Did he just kill the snake that was attached to himself? Subaru's palm still had blood, and he spoke. "The snake takes possession of others before exploding." He floated alongside Safina and continued speaking. In other words, it's like a curse. Safina was surprised. Suddenly, a powerful energy emanated from her. Subaru frowned and spoke softly. If it's a curse, then let's destroy it with another curse. Safina pressed her lips, smiled, and nodded satisfied. Cheerfully, she praised Subaru. You're quite the charmer. He smiled shyly. Suddenly, Abaddon's eyes opened wide. A cursed god using curses against them? Ruin reconsidered. Curses have the power to annihilate the soul unconditionally. With just a mark on his hand, he seemed to be recovering. The bloodstain was fading, he might even resist the executor. But for it to really work, he is still too strong. Subaru's Ares curse probably isn't enough. Subaru looked at Safina with seriousness on his face and a graver expression. Still, I have to try, he thought, clenching his palm. Again, he emitted a powerful, multicolored energy. Sensing something unusual, Subaru was surprised. A future was updated. CB smiled slightly. What a pity. Share that future with your loved ones. Tell them they don't need to lift a finger anymore. Isis, who was below, witnessed everything and exclaimed in amazement. What a source of light. Isis, who was below, witnessed everything and exclaimed in amazement. What a source of light. Where is that coming from? She kept looking upward, from where a dazzling light was emanating. And the group of people surrounding the tower, holding hands, what the hell is going on? From behind Isis, a man familiar to Subaru approached. Damn it, I rushed here and he's still panting, sweat running down his forehead. If it weren't for Subaru's recent update, I wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Isis turned suspiciously and asked, do you know anything about that light? He replied, of course. Maybe it's the first time young people have seen something like this, right? Remember this scene well. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Wow, you're late. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared and one by one a group of strange-shaped creatures fell. They are called Vanquish-sama. Esther immediately focused her attention. The kings inside the tower are being killed by the executor's special technique. It seems they can't escape because of the barrier. They move in outer space or something like that. Esther's technique allows her to see through the building's walls. The rest you've already seen. Those creatures still holding hands surround the Vanquish tower. Vanquish, gritting his teeth, said, How long can you deceive the administrator's sight? Esther responded seriously. At most 15 minutes. Hearing that, Vanquish smiled maliciously. Then I'll rely on my insurance. Then clean this place quickly. Vanquish snapped his fingers and performed his thousand swords technique. Thousands of sharp swords appeared and attacked the creatures, but they dodged nimbly, which surprised Vanquish for a moment. They can dodge? Esther intervened to stop him. Wait, Vanquish. She stopped upon hearing that. Esther warned, the tower remains intact. Vanquish felt confused to the limit. Damn it, this technique doesn't work. From his black finger, a mystical blue flash emerged. Facing the enormous face of that abnormal creature, Vanquish creates a barrier. A golden lightning appears for a moment. As if wanting to destroy this space, the creature just laughs. Those behind Vanquish make sounds of disgust. One of them grits his teeth furiously. Hurry! Immortal! Vanquish emits flashes of light from his feet non-stop. With a mocking smile, he says, Why the rush? The barrier takes a strange shape and floats in a deep blood red. From the tower, a deep voice resonates. It insults and promises to open it soon, while the intense red gradually spreads. The red color invades every corner of the tower, covering the patterns on its walls. The space shakes more as the chairs with the kings begin to float. They watch the bloody scene in front of them in horror. Verdi looks up in terror. What's happening now? Subaru remains serious and focused. Ruin calls Subaru at that moment. His face shows some discomfort and he says hesitantly, Could it be that person is trying to break the barrier with their power? Subaru smiles bitterly and says, Probably so. Verdi, hearing their conversation, intervenes. What are you talking about? Verdi, king of the trees, has overheard their talk. He thinks the most powerful kings have been killed without being able to do anything. Not even the portals of the three kingdoms could escape, so there can be no source of power capable of destroying the barrier. Verdi clenches his teeth, showing fear on his face. Did I hear wrong? Suddenly, the ground cracks. Drops of red blood splash. Vanquish releases all his power. From inside appears a figure that leaves Subaru and Ruin stunned. Vanquish greets politely as the figure approaches closer and closer. Inside the tower, a blinding light shines as if from another world. Inside the current tower, there is a blinding light, as if it were in another space. You arrived a bit late, didn't you? Ruin could only smile awkwardly, while Subaru looked at the people for a few seconds. Verdi didn't expect this situation either. That guy is an AI, said Safina firmly. He's always been someone flashy, right? Like before, Subaru replied, What do you mean by you arrived late? You should have arrived much later. That would be correct, said Ruin with a forced smile. Let's put that aside, reflected Sibyl. Seeing Cha with so much energy is really difficult. Barden, who was nearby, didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Ruin squinted, while the enemies outside. Vanquish was a bit surprised. That's nothing to worry about. The The 6 kings of the new Rainbow Kingdom. Outside, there is an intense battle. They are fighting them now. With his black finger, he pointed at Abaddon and said, "Of course, I'll play with this guy." "Don't get involved," said Safina quietly. "You wouldn't dare land a single hit." Vanquish put his hand in his pocket and let out a slight laugh. "Let's see," he said, and immediately descended to the ground. In front of Abaddon, he let out a triumphant laugh. Abaddon stopped and looked at his opponent. Ruin spoke softly, "Subaru, Kyun." Subaru understood and nodded. "Yes, leave it in Vanquish's hands." Suddenly, the cruel voice of the AI sounded next to his ear. "Are you idiots or what?" That annoyed Ruin a bit. Verde rose forcefully, furious. Verde shouted loudly, "Everyone fight. We have to unite to win." Ruin laughed mockingly. "Hey Ferd, we can't even defeat him. If we unite, what do you think will happen?" "Are you stupid, Verde?" Hearing that, he clenched his teeth as if his pride had been touched and went down to the ground. "What exactly is the Executor? Isn't it an entity that cannot be defeated by the 3 kings?" "I don't know for sure," Safina answered seriously. "I only know that if we break the rules, the Executor will appear. I've only seen it once with my own eyes, a long time ago. It was when Cha, my father, the previous Golden King, decided to open the gates, and the Executioner appeared no matter how much my father attacked. No matter how much he attacked, he was killed without being able to do anything." Safina told the story so everyone would know what she had witnessed. Verde was surprised and paid attention as she continued cautiously. Her eyes fell to the ground. The way he was killed was the same as the recent kings. "We can't touch them, but they can attack us. It's a one-sided battle. The Executioner is truly an invulnerable entity." Verde understood the problem and asked worriedly out loud, "Did they easily defeat the 3 kings?" "Then I will defeat them," said Safina with a fixed gaze, without blinking. But it seems Vanquish had already done it before. Verde couldn't believe it. Safina continued seriously. "Although I don't know how he did it, maybe you'll get the answer soon." Meanwhile, Abaddon hadn't made any move, and Vanquish began to glow. He used the 1,000 Blades technique. The blades immediately wrapped around Abaddon. However, he showed no sign of being affected and advanced slowly. Vanquish exclaimed softly, "It seems the cut has no effect." As if bored, he used another technique. "All right, I can try a little more," he said as multiple lights and blades surrounded Abaddon as he approached. Abaddon's gaze did not blink, but opened with contempt. When he got closer, Vanquish laughed, louder. "It really has no effect," said Vanquish. "How interesting," Abaddon replied. "It's useless. I don't know how you can use that cutting technique, but for the Executioner, all attacks from lower beings like you have no effect." Vanquish suddenly pointed with his finger. "All the upper and lower world?" Abaddon jumped slightly. That is his strength gradually revealed. Of course. On Vanquish's body, there are currently countless snakes surrounding him. Verde watches horrified as a snake explodes from within. The hoarse voice of that creature resonates. "You are the one who broke my barrier. You are a beast, so shut your mouth and let me kill you." Clouds of green smoke quickly envelop Vanquish's body. Then a great explosion occurs that expands violently, difficult to control. The whole group watches silently as the remaining gray smoke disperses gently. Abaddon, seeing the scene, is surprised. Vanquish has not suffered any damage. On the contrary, he smiles ironically. It's an incredible coincidence. He is left speechless, incredulous. Meanwhile, someone says, "Although the cut may not work on you." Vanquish raises his hand behind his head and replies, "But your curse doesn't affect me either." Verde, seeing this, is completely shocked. "Still intact?" Safina suddenly exclaims, "Oh," and Abaddon asks excitedly, "Why does the wrist keep turning? Don't you like it?" "All right, look, I'm going to hit you." He clenches his fist and aims it directly at the opponent's face, and delivers a strong blow. "I told you not to do that." However, before the monster finishes speaking, he receives a classic kick to the face and Abaddon is sent flying. Stones and earth fall violently like rain. Verde is equally surprised. "All right, Kia." Subaru smiles satisfied seeing it. Although he had already anticipated this, he can't help but tremble. Subaru breathes a sigh of relief. This is Vanquish. When he is thrown away, Vanquish exclaims surprised, smiles slightly and says, "Sorry, it seems I hit you unintentionally." Verde watches this scene with his mouth open, amazed. Did he really launch a direct attack on the Executioner? In the middle of the chaos, he exclaims surprised, "What the hell is going on?" Below where Vanquish is, there is a large hole from which dust and smoke emanate. He stands firm, looking down solemnly and says firmly, "That was just the beginning. You are not dead yet, right?" Immediately, a blinding light arises from beneath the large hole, followed by a staggering explosion. Abaddon lunges upward. Obviously, he is not done yet. He shoots out of the hole at high speed. Don't underestimate lowly insects like me. Vanquish watches this and smiles slightly, but Abaddon looks increasingly worried. Damn it. Subaru frowns. That attack is a curse. Verde listens in horror. A curse? Subaru explains quietly. Vanquish wrapped his fist with a curse and used it along with the strike. That curse directly affects the soul and cannot be stopped. Verde feels even more confused. I didn't know such a technique existed. Ruin, standing beside him, adds, "You don't know anything about that?" To be fair, curses are a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom. Safina murmurs to herself, the structure of his technique is quite strange. She lowers her voice and her head. After all, curses and space cuts are techniques to face the executors. Subaru turns surprised. To face the executors, the battle is just beginning here. Abaddon advances with a clenched fist, aiming at Vanquish. When he unleashes his power, Vanquish immediately uses the blood curse technique to block it. Both forces collide explosively. Abaddon is using a curse technique, just as I thought, and at a level capable of killing me. His fist launches with incredible force, right? Abaddon quickly tries to dodge that attack. He is irritated and surprised. Vanquish slightly twists his arm. "I haven't fought seriously yet," he says provocatively as he clenches his fist. "Let's see how many hits you can endure." In his hand, he holds an hourglass. "I know 5 minutes have already passed," says Esther sitting on Tobit, frowning. "We can only deceive the Guardian's sight for 15 minutes. To see how many hits you can withstand, someone holds this hourglass in their hand." "I know 5 minutes have already passed," said Esther, sitting on Tobit, frowning. "We can only deceive the Guardian's sight for 15 minutes. Vanquish still hasn't managed to defeat him, right?" Tobit hesitated for a moment and said he wanted to teach the god how to fight. Esther, with a headache, complains, "Is he that kind of foolish father?" "I know," he said with a serious look. "Even before we got here, he said he trusted you, Esther." Esther was surprised. Did he really say that? Really? What kind of thing is that? Then Esther became very encouraged. "Then, I have to try hard." Here come two strange creatures. They unleashed a classic force from their mouths. That is the Dragon Path technique. However, they were quickly counterattacked. It stuck out its tongue mockingly and said, "What a pity for you. Our technique also has a curse, you know?" Then, Tobit's gaze became unusually sharp. Esther spoke. "Tobit." Tobit slightly raised his arm. With that, his power was unleashed. His fist advanced toward Terran's mace, a powerful blow that immediately struck the talisman. The two creatures were expelled by the force and the rocks also flew violently. Suddenly, he noticed something and his expression weakened. Strange objects resembling shurikens began flying violently. Furious sword technique. A dozen swords curled, forming a whirlwind. They surrounded the two strange creatures. Someone watched from behind. "It seems there is no AI, so I don't need to use my healing ability." That person, while lighting a cigarette, told herself that the execution group is nothing interesting. She took the cigarette and complained, "At least show us your technique before you die." Meanwhile, the other was floating in the air, watching with satisfaction. "Good job, my boys. Once I become an ally of Vanquish, I will be able to fight those creatures, right?" The two creatures no longer moved. He gritted his teeth and lamented, "How boring." A nearby person snorted, "Don't make that face, Lemda. Now you no longer have a chance to become Vanquish's ally." Chris smiled slightly. "Besides, you still have a chance to earn a name," Lemda said with a displeased face. "The strange boy hasn't decided yet," said someone strange and asked, "And you, Killam?" Killam crossed his arms and looked calmly, replying, "Still very stubborn." The creature smiled strangely. Killam said softly, "The curse affects the executor, but I still need to use my power to win." Hearing that, Delta laughed. "Is that so? Then I have to get stronger." He paused for a moment and asked, "Aren't you happy, Killam?" Killam remained silent, thoughtful, without answering. Before returning, upon hearing everything, both were surprised and exclaimed in unison, "A contract?" Vanquish nodded softly. "Exactly. Since Judith and Karin have already left, I can still cover 2 human positions. Those 2 positions are Delta and Killam." Vanquish raised 2 fingers. Happily, he said, "Become my allies and help us in the battle to fight against the administrator." Killam gritted his teeth. "So you still decide to fight against them?" Den complained non-stop. "You want us to work under your orders." "What's good about that?" he said quietly. "It's not that you are my subordinates. It's more like a contract." He smiled slightly. "Don't play dumb," Vanquish said, pointing at both. "The desire of warriors like you is to find stronger opponents, isn't it?" Both brothers frowned and remained silent. Den remembered that and laughed out loud. "Although I don't like working with an undead, it's also interesting, don't you think, Killam? It's incredible to think that not long ago we were locked at the gate. The dawn light illuminated their faces. I can still be taller and stronger," Killam said, squinting. Then he smiled conspiratorially, and both unleashed a thunder power that rumbled across the sky. "That's right," he shouted joyfully as he released his power. "It's really fun, Delta." The 2 strange creatures noticed the bright light. They looked up. The divine lightning struck directly and powerfully on those 2 creatures. A moment later, the sky turned as dark as ink, accompanied by deadly silence. In front of 2 beams of light of different colors, Killam rubbed his ears and said, "Now I have blocked all the sunlight for you, useless zombie." Then he rushed like the wind. He used his hands to form the strongest possible fist and launched a punch at his opponent. He hit Abaddon's face directly. Quickly, a series of punches followed. As fast as a shower of multicolored fireworks, Abaddon's body became a machine of explosions. Killam licked his lips softly. His hand remained clenched in a fist when suddenly he realized, here comes the presentation. It seems there isn't much time left. Abaddon was completely bruised from the blows. His body trembled in waves as he pronounced word by word, "Who are you?" Vanquish gently raised his hand to the nape. He said he was nothing special, just a weakling, who kept hitting non-stop. "Who are you to do that?" "We, from the underworld. We will surrender after the fight, but naturally we will try to expel you. The Rainbow Kingdom has already discovered that. We have found 3 ways to defeat you. The spatial separation curse, although one of them seems to have no effect on you." With his hand clenched, he slowly raised it, and the last way. Abaddon paused momentarily, showing a power with extraordinary radiance. "Can you guess what it is?" Abaddon became more serious, realizing he was creating an extraordinary power. Those present didn't understand, and Safina asked, confused, "What technique is that?" Subaru, standing beside, interrupted without even looking at her. "You know well what it is." Safina, surprised by his confidence in magic, looked at him astonished. Abaddon stepped back unknowingly, as if he didn't believe what he saw. How? How can you have that power?" His eyes widened, showing fear. "That belongs to that person." Vanquish smiled strangely and clenched his fist tighter. "Now I have arrived." He reacted quickly, and Vanquish charged like a whirlwind. Abaddon's scream was the signal for the creatures outside to retreat. Upon hearing that, they became alert. Abaddon fled, terrified. Vanquish looked disdainfully at his desperate escape. "Looks like you're not so supreme now, huh?" He muttered quietly, "Idiots," then charged with interest. "I won't let any of you escape, creatures who walk under the sunlight. The sun is one of the most obvious weaknesses of vampires. Under its light, their stats rapidly decrease and they continue to take damage. It's like a poison that turns them to ashes until they vanish. Even Subaru, although not yet a full vampire, cannot prevent his stats from dropping. If Hyodo could keep fighting after resurrecting, Subaru would probably lose. The technique creatures who walk under the sunlight completely blocks damage caused by being under the sunday. However, in exchange, the user's stats continue to decrease. Vanquish accepted that disadvantage. That technique lowered his stats by up to 99%. In Subaru's case, it would be around 80%, or in other words, once Vanquish releases this technique, his combat ability will be 100 times stronger than normal. Abaddon was fleeing from death, and to those around, he was visible only for a moment, just after Vanquish disappeared, and in the next moment, the lower half of Abaddon's body was destroyed. Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were horrified by the situation. Verdi was left speechless, reacting even more surprised. A hand quickly grabbed Abaddon's neck. Vanquish directly seized his throat. Easily, his gaze became clearer now. His face also turned serious again. Abaddon trembled in waves of fear. Safina, completely stunned, exclaimed aloud, seeing his body disintegrate. Subaru continued. "That's right, that is the secret technique Amnesia," he explained seriously. "A known power that carries the same name as the sacred sword of the Golden Kingdom. It can cut the reincarnation cycle of a soul and return it to the shore of the unconscious world." Safina was amazed, unable to believe it. "Then, if that cutting sword is even more powerful than the Executor, does that mean it is protected by an administrator?" Her eyes filled with horror. Could it be? Could Vanquish be connected to one of the administrators? Every cell of Abaddon's body was slowly disintegrating. With each convulsion of his body, he emitted sounds of fear and pain. His body and soul were being worn away. He could neither resist nor recover. Facing his unconscious state, Abaddon was overwhelmed by a single feeling, an indescribable loneliness. When a soul dissolves in a vast, icy space, it can never return to the world of the living. It's like an astronaut lost in space who can only see the faint silhouette of Earth after being cast into the universe. An extreme loneliness. That was the reason Abaddon cried, so that other executors can escape a similar fate. His tears were so painful that, even though he was an enemy, they made the kings watching from afar feel compassion for Abaddon. Suddenly, Verdi opened his eyes in horror. However, Vanquish showed not a trace of compassion and said firmly, "Stop acting like you're worthy of pity." He gripped Abaddon tightly, and while he kept crying, he squeezed harder. "Have you ever heard the pleas of the countless worlds you have destroyed?" Abaddon could not answer. "I will personally exterminate you. I will never forgive you." The other enforcers also disintegrated into the air one after another. Vanquish eliminated them with his own hands. The other 4 enforcers, besides Abaddon, didn't even realize they had died. Now, only Abaddon's neck and head remained, and Vanquish was still holding his head. He was terrified and let out some heartbreaking wails, but Vanquish showed no mercy. "It's useless, everything is lost," he said in a cold voice. "I've already killed them all." From Abaddon's eyes, a few painful tears fell before he closed his eyes. His body trembled in waves at Vanquish's coldness. Finally, he spoke. "Please, forgive me." Abaddon begged desperately. "Please, don't hurt me. I didn't know my fate would be so terrible." He cried as he pleaded. "I won't be able to resurrect. I will disappear," he cried pathetically. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Subaru and the others watched silently. Kamina showed fear, while Sybil and the other kings also remained silent. Abaddon kept begging, "Please, forgive me, please." However, Vanquish crushed him directly. Verdi, witnessing it, was momentarily paralyzed. Vanquish, after finishing him off, exhaled deeply. In the absolute silence, all the other kings also remained silent. Suddenly, Vanquish spoke without his shadow moving even a bit. "How long will you keep underestimating me?" he said in a low, threatening voice. The kings immediately knelt, and Verdi, fearful, also bowed his head to pay homage. Vanquish observed and commented, "So many obedient kings. Huh? Which one of you can defeat an enforcer?" Then he turned his gaze to Ruin and Safina. "What have you done for millennia?" His power emanated from his hands. "If you don't have fighting spirit, no one in your body should die quickly." Ruin became terrifying to the extreme. At that moment, Subaru shouted loudly, "Vanquish! Vanquish!" But Vanquish stopped immediately. He said sadly, "You look very scary. Go back to normal." Vanquish was silent for a moment, looking at Verde on this side, not understanding what was happening. "Huh? What did he just say? To be killed now?" Vanquish lowered his voice and calmed down. "It's my fault." Both Ruin and Verde were surprised. Subaru felt annoyed and said, "Really?" Vanquish crossed his arms. "I've already apologized, so don't make that face." Verde couldn't believe it. With just a few words, he managed to stop that mysterious man. He was someone who had just killed an enforcer and whom not even the three kings could touch with a finger. Verde didn't take his eyes off Subaru, who was judging him. In his heart he thought, "Why is he staring at me like that?" Vanquish stood with arms crossed, serious and silent. He raised his hand and said, "Today I defeated more enforcers." His lips moved slightly. Subaru was also progressing quite well. In the palm of his hand was a small seed, which wouldn't take long to grow. That small seed seemed very special. Leela Tsunemori, who had been watching the battle from the beginning, exclaimed in surprise, "It's really amazing." He was thoughtful for a few seconds. "It turns out that's Vanquish Naris's fighting style," said Weird Bao. "It's awesome." "Not even my eyes can keep up," said Tsunemori, who also nodded. "Same here." Naris, confused, said they might have to fight those enforcers themselves at some point. "We should do that too," he added. "Did you see that battle, Sakishima?" There was no response. He asked again, confused, while Sakishima in his mind no longer paid attention to Vanquish or the enforcers, but was deciding again about the abolition or release of the gate and the portal. All he did was free humanity from the gate, and he hoped he could laugh with his friends like before, as soon as possible. He remembered his old friends and thought they should fight together. Sakishima said that was the best plan they had, and Naris was surprised. "Huh?" Sakishima gritted his teeth. "A simple foul, no choice, the release is coming towards us. This is a correct discussion, but it also hides many traps." Tsunemori, helpless, said, "Sakishima, if we get through this, they still haven't made a decision according to the will of the kingdom's king. The sky blue is now or never." A sigh was heard in the forest. Vanquish shouted happily, "Sorry for scaring you all. Surely everyone is very thirsty, right? Come on, have some vital blood." The kings turned pale. "Blood? Vital blood?" Suddenly, a golden hand struck Vanquish's head hard. "Don't force them to drink that." Safina, cautious, said, "They don't need to drink that, okay?" Vanquish, hit, hugged his head desperately, while the kings looked at each other. "Isn't that the one who fought a moment ago? He's so kind, it's scary." Vanquish, annoyed, said, "Hey, old lady." Safina, smile, rainbow face. He pointed at Safina and growled annoyed, "I won't accept your marriage with Subaru, got it?" She laughed disdainfully. "You're protecting that boy too much, aren't you? It seems your brain has an outdated operating system, right, vampire? Don't you think you should respect the wishes of the person involved?" Subaru intervened. The person involved already refused. Safina lowered her voice. "I don't know how many times I've told you. Are you referring to yourself?" She waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'll surely make him fall in love after a few hundred years." Subaru could only smile awkwardly. People from the underworld also have a lot of patience. Sybil walked slowly toward him. "Dad." Vanquish was surprised and paid attention to Sybil. She asked, "Have you really made Subaru your possessed?" Vanquish crossed his arms and answered, "Yes. As you predicted, he's a better pawn than I thought." Looking at Subaru, Ariel smiled. "Help that boy for me, okay?" Sybil nodded. Seeing Subaru, Ariel smiled and said, "Help that boy for me, okay?" Sybil nodded. "Seeing that the people in charge are immune to your predictions, then you must stay on high alert." Then, she turned around and left. "Now that you're back," Vanquish asked from afar, And what happened at the meeting? Shibuya doesn't worry much. You already know the result beforehand. I've also been able to find my father, said Vanquish, lowering his voice. She was frozen for a moment. He frowned. Has the deadly shadow already disappeared from the people? Sybil was surprised. Ariel said, Subaru has already changed the future, so she suddenly opened her eyes, realizing it wasn't so. She screamed, terrified, No, it can't be. She looked at Vanquish as if she couldn't believe it. Why hasn't the deadly shadow disappeared yet? Vanquish heard that and smiled slightly. Better that it hasn't gone yet. I can only see its silhouette. The future won't happen until 3 months or more from now. From now? Sybil was extremely worried. Wait, please, tell me the reason, Vanquish asked softly, turning around and waving his hand. Forgive me for using the power of a king. Many times in a single day. I'll be careful. As he walked away, he thought. The deadly shadow is still here. There are many enemies who can kill me. He laughed with satisfaction. I'll see them soon. Suddenly, someone punched him directly in the face. It was Esther who kicked him hard in the face, making him fall to the ground. Even the other kings were left open-mouthed in surprise. Vanquish was annoyed and hurt. Esther was also annoyed. I told you I only had 15 minutes, remember? Do you want the administrator to watch me closely? Vanquish was scared to hear that. Just 5 more minutes. Esther didn't give up. Then hurry to your place. Vanquish nodded. Oh, Green was so surprised he froze. Is this a joke? Does that man have such strong people as subordinates? Each one of them is strong enough to rival the 3 kings. Esther got angry. Help me with this immediately. Tobit pushed Vanquish toward a nearby door. Before being pushed toward that door, Vanquish warned, threatening the old woman. You better not mess with Subaru. Do you hear me? But Safina showed a defiant expression, fearless and even smiling. That enraged Vanquish. That woman doesn't even listen. I won't allow it, but before he finished the sentence, they had already pushed him completely inside the door. Esther softened her tone. Sorry for the commotion. The door closed and everyone sighed in relief. They appeared and disappeared like a storm. At that moment, Sakishima spoke. Subaru, I'm glad you were able to repel the agents, but can you solve the problem of freeing or closing the portal? Ruin fell into deep thought. Many people who participated died in the attack, but there are still many involved at a distance. So maybe it's possible, said Sakishima upon hearing that. He frowned. I have an idea about the portals and doors in the human world. I want you to present it at the conference with the 3 kings. Ruin looked a bit uncomfortable. You want me to do that right after the agent's attack ended? Why? He nodded. We can't help now. Humans will act according to what we do now, said Ruin smiling. Let's see what your idea is. Tsunemori understood and asked, Were you murmuring something about portals and doors? Sakishima replied, Yes. If successful, we can immediately reduce the number of existing portals in the human world. Because the meeting between the kings was interrupted, the 3 kings will organize a conference among themselves to discuss freeing or closing the portals. Seeing the 3 discuss together, I said, well, we're starting from scratch again. I thought it would be simple. Just improve, level up, and then be first in the 5 underground worlds, but, I said, supporting my chin sadly, we are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well Kamina. Sorry, guys. If my prediction is correct, said Rakan waving his hand. It's not your fault. Those agents appeared suddenly. It has nothing to do with your prediction, Rakan affirmed. Even if we try our best, there will always be someone better. Rakan wishes to be stronger. Verde is beside him, silently clenching his teeth. Safina fell into deep silence and said she did not oppose that plan. We just have to sweep them away faster, so there's no major change. What do you think? Bark and Warden just sighed from here. It sounds heavier and heavier somehow, but I guess we have to accept it. Ruin joked. With your approval, I'm already happy, so no more doubts. Safina interrupted. This plan doesn't seem like something a prince like you would think of, right? Back and Ruin were surprised. I can come up with a better plan. After including all the benefits for everyone, you know. At that moment, Ruin spoke, startling the kings. All right, thank you all for waiting, Ruin exclaimed happily. Now I will announce the decision of the 3 kings. Verdi remained silent, waiting, as did the other kings. Subaru was silent, watching the prince quietly and getting excited second by second. Ruin spoke loudly. First, we will start acting to temporarily suspend the doors. In the human world, Rakan, Kamina, and Lute were stunned. Ruin added that by not opening more doors, the countdown clock would also stop. Hearing that, Tsunemori stood up excitedly. Great, and turned to Sakishima. Sakishima gritted his teeth. It's not over yet, there's one more thing. Ruin appeared joyful and enthusiastic. Also, we will free those doors to other realms. A group of kings froze. Ruin spoke quietly and briefly. They will be other realms. It will be allowed to send doors to the human world, Safina continued. After these changes, the number of doors will no longer increase. But there will be less time to clean them all, and spiritual energy can also be collected from the realms whose doors have already been swept. Safina, happily, said that the growth of the holders will be connected to your growth. Ruin softly applauded. In summary, he spoke loudly and enthusiastically. From now on, we will control an underground world. Give your best in the door-sweeping competition. Win quickly. Let's go. Everyone, do your best, said Karen, quickly turning to Verde. Verde was rubbing his head. Damn, they already support us. So that's how they do it, he said with a smile appearing on his lips. I'm really a poor devil for not thinking of that. I'll send the doors as soon as I get back. Karen, Kamina, and Lute nodded. Verde exclaimed loudly, we will send doors to the human world again. The three were happy. Tsunemori stopped and said, so, is Sakishima's plan to release the doors before? Were the doors still being sent from the underground world? The number of doors will only be limited for the gold, silver, and bronze realms. After that, doors will no longer be sent, and the countdown will be cancelled and will no longer increase. There will be no limit on the number of doors, the realms can send double. Naruto was left speechless. In this way, the number of divine chiefs will increase and the doors can only decrease. Sakishima clasped his hands. I was too focused on abolishing the doors at first and didn't even realize we still had options, releasing them instead. Anyway, it was thanks to the emergency situation of the kings that this idea came to me, Sakishima said firmly. In any case, with this, the entire underground world will unite in alliance with humanity. Tsunemori did not expect this. It's incredibly smart, Naruto thought secretly. Come on, Sakishima is on our side. Thank you, Ruin, he said. Ruin was surprised by this. Satisfied, he said. As long as you remain part of my family, I will continue to help you. Subaru-kun, it's not because I lost something. Ruin's gaze narrowed a little, but now, the underground world will surely collapse unless we do something soon. Will you help me with the people in charge, right? Subaru remained silent, not protesting, but smiling cheerfully. He nodded with a "Hmm." I will meet with some people from the underground world to be able to do that before returning. Ruin was surprised by Kia. He mentioned that, right? Subaru responded cheerfully. It is in the future I saw, before Vanquish arrived. I also have a request for you. Ruin, confused, asked. A request? Subaru explained. Please allow me to meet the three inventors who created the golden door. Silver and bronze, the three realms possess a master key that leads to the door of their own realm. Subaru and the others split into three groups to enter through different doors and meet the inventors of the doors, then find a way to fight the administrators. The first group will meet Terra, the creator of the Golden Realm door. Subaru, Safina, and Isis. Safina went to the center and explained that the doors and portals were developed with cooperation between the gold, silver, and bronze realms. She added cautiously. Each inventor specializes in their own field. For example, Terra is responsible for creating the limited seats, as well as the dimensional jump system of the doors. Subaru was quite surprised. So, is he a super genius, right? Isis, frustrated, said, You don't understand anything, do you? Isis thought that, although Queen Safina spoke of them very gently, both inventors required extremely refined application skills and almost unimaginable. How could Terra achieve that? The three entered first. Safina apologized. Sorry to bother you, Terra. Ahead was a spacious room filled with enormous books. Neatly stored in cabinets, the entire room was full of books. At the end, there was a long and tall ladder with a chair placed on it. Welcome, Subaru, said Terra, looking up in amazement. He was sitting cross-legged with one foot extended. Do you want to lick my shoes? Terra is a mad inventor. He was sitting in the middle of the room and said, Sorry, I no longer have tea or cakes to offer you. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe. He said, Instead, try licking my latest invention, the shoe for practicing begging for mercy. Subaru froze upon hearing that. Practice begging for mercy? Terra nodded. When someone wants to beg for mercy, they surely have to lick someone's shoes, right? Subaru could only show boredom. Really? Terra said very cheerfully, If you have practiced before, at the moment you are about to be executed, theoretically your chances of survival increase. It's very safe to lick, and it even tastes good. Subaru was full of hope. Who would want to? Subaru got excited and said, Let me try. Subaru could only shout, Ariel. Excited, Subaru licked and praised non-stop. It really tastes good, I could lick it all day. See, you're not normal. Subaru could only force a smile. Queen Safina said, Why? Why would anyone want to marry someone like that? Safina also licked the shoe and praised, It really tastes good. Subaru froze seeing that. Queen Safina and Terra also joined in saying, Well licked, both of you. Subaru opened his mouth in surprise. Is everyone except me licking? Safina replied, Terra is always like that. Subaru could only resign. All I know about him now is that he makes everyone lick shoes. Safina continued, Most of his inventions are pretty useless. Terra joked, That hurts. But there is still a 1 in a million chance to create something wonderful, he said while licking his lips. Inventors carry a burning passion inside them. Subaru was pale. Don't create doors or portals without passion. That's what made the inventor. Create this shoe that can be licked. Terra crossed his legs. Thank you for creating a place where I can focus on my inventions like this. Do you have something to ask me? Safina quickly introduced the person who had a favor to ask. My fiancé, Subaru, greeted shyly. I am an acquaintance of hers, Ariel Subaru. Terra lowered his voice and said, A guest of the king? Terra lowered his voice and repeated, A guest of the king? I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru, hurry up and explain yourself. I want a special technique or an object that can locate the positions of ISIS leaders. Amazing. Safina was not so surprised. Terra whispered that it already existed before. The two women are now even more shocked, especially Subaru, Safina, and she opened their mouths in surprise. Terra continues, Does anyone want to lick more shoes? Subaru responds cheerfully, Please, me. Subaru, annoyed, says, Aren't you in a hurry? The second group will find the inventor at the Silver Kingdom Gate. Axon, the owner of the Tsunomori Gate, Jinga, Shikishima, CA, and Ruin. A bird-shaped creature approaches Jinga. How did you enter the gate alone? Tsunomori gently points out, I brought a special guest with me. In the distance, Ruin is standing behind a large ice rock. That person seems surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom? Ruin turns pale. It doesn't matter. But please, not the ice gate. Tsunomori, helpless, pleads, Please forgive him. The person asks again, If you say that, why have you come here? Shikishima replies, Nice to meet you, Axon. My name is Shikishima Ziu. I am a friend of Tsunomori Jinga. Axon nods. I already knew that from watching the video. Like Jinga, you are an associate of Eric Subaru. Tell me why you have come. Shikishima smiles slightly. Aren't you a terrorist? Axon remains silent for a moment. Shikishima says cautiously, Ice isn't the only reason you're imprisoned here, Axon. You are an underworld entity who creates powerful techniques and objects, always waiting for the chance to free yourself. Axon still says nothing. Tsunomori frowns, doubtful. Is that true? Ruin, who is behind, intervenes. That man has over 70 charges. He is surprised. 70? Tsunomori is a bit annoyed. Axon repeatedly explains, I'm not lying to you. His voice changes slightly. It's just that I'm not sure about that. Tsunomori seems on the verge of madness. Axon seems to remember something. Wait, Jinga, Shikishima, I know you didn't come just to mock me. Shikishima laughs. Of course, I have something only you can do. Axon narrows his eyes. So far, there are 3 techniques that can fight the executors. Lowering wind and amnesia, Shikishima says seriously. It seems Vanquish has seen their viability. Next will be with ice. Axon is surprised and smiles proudly. I want you to create a 4th technique that can face the executors. Axon remains silent, thoughtful. The snow begins to fall more heavily. Both wait silently for the answer. Finally, he speaks. That's why I never get tired of living. Tsunomori stops. He is smiling. Axon nods and says, Understood. I will create a technique so powerful and unbalanced that you'll thank me for asking for my help. Once finished, I will give it to you. Tsunomori frowns. How annoying. The third group will find the inventor at the Copper Kingdom Gate. Zora, the demon's owner, asks, Why do I have to pair up with Hirokasa-san? Carrion complains annoyed. Complaining won't change anything. We have to pair up because we're the ones left behind. Mugen Ikuhana, at the front, looks bored. It seems they don't get along well. Carrion stops. Can I imitate Hirokasa? Nara smiles and replies, Then I will never forgive you. Carrion is frustrated. Then she says, Great inventor Zora. The inventor is responsible for combining the techniques used by doors and portals, right? It's simply like inserting a technique into an object, right? Ikuhana replies, Exactly like that. Being the king's assistant is also one of your tasks, Zora. It's been a while since I saw you. Suddenly, from inside the house in front of them, Zora is unexpectedly expelled. The 3 are surprised. Lord Zora has just been expelled and his mouth keeps spitting out a lot of blue blood. While Neris held Zora to sit down, Carrion approached first. Do you think what you're doing? He, from behind, said weakly. Why? Zora shouted in fury right after saying it. Before their eyes was a man slowly advancing. With a deadly and cold aura, this man spoke indifferently. Sorry, old man, but I need you to die, said Carrion, scratching his head. Isn't that the human world prison guard? Naris recognized him immediately. It was Kwai-san. Kwai also recognized Naris. Naris suddenly activated his power around himself. His presence does not belong to the future, but Ariel noticed that Naris's voice became a bit cold. Did you ruin the prophecy? Or in other words. Meanwhile, Carrion turned surprised. Kwai slightly moved his lips. That's right, it's me. However, he was hit by a strong energy. Carrion punched him directly in the body. Carrion frowned. I passed through his body, she said. As Naris said, he is Kwai. Kwai took Carrion's hand. I am an executor. His gaze turned empty. I am your enemy. Naris became serious. Then we will defeat you. A year and a half earlier, in front of the prison entrance, the crime lords of the world were talking. Someone thanked Naris. Kun, thank you for coming and escorting the prisoner. I have already sealed his power with my technique. Kwai, please rest and return to your usual duties. Naris nodded and said, Thank you, Lord Kwai. It's been 3 years since you became Lord, right? Kwai said aloud. Naris, surprised, replied, Yes. Naris was left confused. Kwai continued, Maybe this question seems strange to you, but do you love this world? At that moment, a loud and desperate voice shouted, Impossible! Ikuhana, unable to believe it, said, Are you an executor? Kwai tightly gripped Carrion's wrist, his expression cold as ice. Carrion bit his lip and said, I'm screwed. Now I can't use the curse. Just then, a large golden hand lunged to attack Kwai. Kwai quickly dodged. Carrion didn't understand what was happening with that golden hand attacking Kwai. Naris silently controlled a terrifying power. Suddenly, dust rose among a group of children. Carrion, annoyed, exploded, Do you want to kill me? This is Kurosaka's body, you know? But Naris, lowering his voice, replied, Kurosaka won't die from that blow. This surprised Kwai, who suddenly spoke, making the two pay attention. I see, he said as he advanced slowly. So the person close to you can use the curse. Naris gritted his teeth, annoyed. Does it not affect him much? If Kwai's violin seal touches me, everything will be ruined immediately. But that's not suitable for combat. I just need to keep pressure from a distance. Naris decided to raise his hand and use the golden weapon technique. Here I go. If Naris and Arika think the violin seal is their only technique, then. Kwai meditated cautiously. His cold face said, I'm waiting. In a large building, a voice echoed. The victor of the 467,232,111 9 worlds. One of Kwai's eyes opened wide. You have been chosen to be an executor. Eliminate all enemies that affect the orders of this world. Kwai was stunned. Will you send a new executor for this assassination mission? You have used too much power. To be able to pay the sole cost when recruiting a veteran. He slowly stood up and placed his hands on the computer. His eyes narrowed. Those who oppose the executors must be eliminated. Kwai observed the scene before him to protect this world. His gaze reflected an indescribable coldness. Kwai is a conqueror from another world. A conqueror is a lord who invades other worlds. For example, Hyodo Kotetsu, an executor chosen among the conquerors. Above all the world, to become an executor. He is under the direct control of the cursed property administrators, or in other words, unlike the abilities granted by the gate, he has retained the abilities he possesses. Being a conqueror, that is the only blue path. A blue path of an important ability. Right now, he is using it in the battle against Naris. Naris is deploying his power but is being covered by the strings of that blue path. He grits his teeth, as if he can't believe it. A completely different ability? Here Carrion attacks simultaneously, carrying sharp swords. Toward Kwai, without hesitation. Naris activates just in time the origin power, called Ket Tomboy, the Titan arm. Kwai sees it and is discouraged. He only knows how to make that arm grow bigger. How boring. When that arm advances, Naru simultaneously slides using a second ability. Kwai's gaze turns toward him attentively. Naris uses the Golden Assault ability. Kwai is slightly surprised. A support ability? His arm shines like a blue flame, completely trapped. Quickly, when Naris launches an attack, Kwai easily and directly stops it. But that's all you have, says Kwai. Naris is surprised and uncomfortable. Could you see your second attack? Amid the falling fragments, he lowers his voice and says, Your ability only knows how to exaggerate everything, right? His gaze seems to have an emptiness inside. Using your MP is truly a waste. Suddenly, behind Naris, a large door opens and a bright golden light appears. Naris frantically releases his golden weapon toward Kwai, but he remains indifferent and shows no fear. Weapons fly like the wind, along with the Death Angel's scythe, toward where Kwai is. His face is cold as ice, then a shaking explosion is heard. Naris falls silent for a moment and watches the blue paths move smoothly. Kwai subdues him and knocks him to the ground. Ikuhana shouts, Naris. He advances slowly and says that a truly excellent ability is simple and effective. Naris, unafraid, takes his sword and charges. Still, after that strike, nothing happens to him. There is no confusion this time. The ability is near Kwai's neck, but a blue path quickly stops that green sword. In an instant, upon touching that blue path, Naris thinks of a plan. To eliminate everything it has touched and continues attacking non-stop. I have been informed of that before. It is similar to Aerial Tiger's ability. Two blue rays suddenly wrap around his arms, and Kwai delivers a strong kick to his leg. He places a sharp object against his neck. In a second, Naris is immobilized. Kwai subdues him and makes him fall to the ground. Ikuhana shouts, Naris. Karen says, Hirosaka, aren't you going to help that boy? Hirosaka, inside Karen's body, remains silent at that moment. Seeing Naris on the screen, he becomes thoughtful for a moment. Kwai points his finger at Naris's neck and says, "Remember?" His eyes lower gently and he asks, "Do you remember what I asked you before?" Naris answers softly, "Do you remember if you ever loved this world?" Naris replies, "Yes, because Hirosaka is in this world." He asks, "And if Hirosaka Renji did not exist?" This makes him open his eyes in surprise. Kwai smiles and says, "Would you still love this world?" Naris pauses for a moment, hesitates, and replies, "I think so. I still do. I had an incurable disease and was cured when I became a god. But before, I used to escape from the hospital and go for walks alone." Naris walked panting. His legs began to slow down. Then he stopped completely, looked up, and his eyes opened wide. Naris is alone on an empty street with a calm sky. The sky is high, vast, and wide. I feel my heart flying away from its prison. It's beautiful. I thought that. This world is so beautiful. Naris sees it and his eyes fill with tears. Kwai listens quietly and calmly says, "That's why I want to protect it." Even when Hirosaka is not here, Naris turns his back. The sky remains as beautiful as that day. Kwai raised his gaze with narrowed eyes and murmured, "Yes, he is calm. I also love this beautiful world, a world so beautiful it has become peaceful." Now, Kwai moves his lips, facing the administrator, as if pushing this world toward death. If you really want to protect it, then fight to live. Karin watched thoughtfully as Kwai gave the order with a firm voice. "Don't think about unnecessary things. Live under the mandate of the absolute rulers." The tip of the sword touched Naris's throat directly. After a moment, he spoke. "I can't do that." He squinted upon seeing this, trapped by something. He only knows to wait for death. Naris was unusually calm. "I can't call this living. There are people in the hospital who are also in the same condition as Aki. That made them closer and more harmonious." Everyone had a relaxed attitude and smiled. Akira decided to talk with them, make friends. But then, during the time Akira and his friends used to talk, they had already left. They were no longer there. He was tired of that endless cycle and ended up alone. Akira walked the path of loneliness, until one day, not very good, when Akira was knocked down and a sword was headed toward him. Akira saw that this world was truly beautiful and spoke his last words. "I have understood the meaning of being alive." Then, Akira remained silent while the sword continued pointing at his neck without reacting. Suddenly, Kui looked surprised and wondered why the sword was still touching Akira's neck without attacking. Why did Kwai's blade retreat, as if controlled by another force? Meanwhile, Akira continued saying, "Living is continuing to feel, continuing to move forward, with my own feet, exploring new things that impress me." Treated like a piece in the administrator's game, to avoid being trapped by that power, Kwai decided to attack again, sword pulled back. Meanwhile, Akira had summoned a source of power from within. "I cannot call this a true life." The sixth technique, the Temple Guardian. At that moment, Kwai understood why he couldn't attack. This is what is being controlled. Kwai realized it wasn't him, but his weapon. The Temple Guardian is a special technique obtained by reaching level 90 and can freely manipulate everything Naris touches. Akira, as long as he is a physical weapon protected by a technique, is no exception. Kwai cannot release or deactivate Sampajita. To break this matrix, Kwai decided to use the blue ice technique. Seeing Kwai manage to escape the siege like this, Akira said, "It's useless. That technique is directly linked to the target. From the moment it touches, it is completely under my control. You have no way to handle or retreat. I have surrounded you." Kwai understood that was Naris's weapon. Akira cut with blue ice a moment ago, but if Kwai wanted to cut it, Akira could surround him with those fragments. Then, Akira continued, warning, "Obey. That is a way to live. I will not reject your desire for freedom." Kwai tried to firmly grasp the sword, but it seemed not to obey its owner and pointed toward him. "But if you dare to rebel, I will defeat you." Akira approached, face to face with Kwai, with an expressionless face. That's all. In Sama, the Emperor and his henchmen watched the fight with arms crossed, calmly. At that moment, Kwai dropped the sword and showed a somewhat sad look. "So I lost, right? I will neither keep fighting nor retreat, because I have already failed 7 times to eliminate you. So I will be eliminated." Akira was surprised, mouth agape, because that was not what he wanted. A lightning bolt enveloped Kwai and he slowly began to fade away. Akira was alarmed. Because Kwai will be eliminated if he does not follow orders, he must work under those conditions. Akira could not accept that injustice and exclaimed, "Why you, Kwai? Kwai, why do you listen to that administrator? I already told you. Your world is beautiful, unlike my home that has been destroyed. It's a world I couldn't protect, so this time I want to protect it." Dora exclaimed, "Kwai, don't go." Kwai turned to look at him, and Dora frowned. Sadly, he watched Kwai disappear little by little, unable to do anything. He remembered when Zora was sitting talking to him. "So, will you be my master? Once you overcome the difficulties inside this gate." G.A. Hack, GA hack. Kwai was stunned, not understanding, and he asked, "Are you okay?" When Ki massaged his shoulders, Zora felt satisfied. "Your touch is very gentle." He approved, and remembering that moment, Kwai smiled. He said, "Sorry, Zora," and Zora screamed frantically. "No, don't do that," said Kwai. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. Akira was struggling to save Kwai, which surprised him greatly. Kwai exclaimed, scared, "Naris, Kun!" Not only Kwai, but also Ikuhana and the Demon King were equally surprised. Akira smiled with satisfaction. As expected, the curse of prayer is real. The administrators, thought Akira, recalling when Subaru used the blood curse. A curse can be broken by another curse. Kwai tried to stop it with force. "Stop now. You can't change. And what you gain with your own skill. You will only be dragged down and die with me. Stop it now." Before he finished speaking, Akira covered his mouth. "Damn administrators. Damn supreme entities who see the world and everyone as toys. Don't you dare see death as something noble. I refuse to accept it. I'm going to bring it down," he said, astonishing everyone. Ikuhana remained silent without reacting. Akira recalled his past with friends in that familiar place. Determined, he said, "I won't let you die," and struggled to hold on, saving Kwai. He was very surprised by Akira's desperate action, who was not afraid of death. At that moment, Akira screamed in pain, but he was determined not to give up and save Kwai at all costs, watching as the scene trembled before them. Even the Demon King had to protect himself. An immense power erupted before him. He covered Kwai and Akira, then suddenly disappeared. He returned the sky to its light blue color. The Demon King, surprised, asked, "Are you really that serious? I've never seen or heard of anyone breaking an administrator's curse like that." Akira lay down. Abaddon said, "He really did it." Next to Akira, Abaddon repeated, "He really did it." Akira got up. In front of him was Kwai. Kwai exclaimed, "Naris, Kun, why did you go so far away?" Akira asked. "If you're no longer the executor nor the one opposing the curse, then you're not our enemy, right? Please live, Kwai, because you have." Kwai was surprised by Akira's words and looked toward where Zora was running to them. Akira said he wanted him to live, and Zora was very worried, crying tears. Kwai and Akira looked at Zora, who exclaimed that he remembered his old friends. Akira said, "Everyone has someone like that." At that moment, Zora arrived and hugged Kwai tightly. He hugged him tightly and cried a lot. Kwai did not expect him to have so much affection for him. Kwai also got emotional and cried. He said, "I'm sorry, really sorry," and the Demon King approached, extending his hand toward Akira. "That was an impressive move," said Akira, taking the Demon King's hand and standing up. "I'm not happy about your compliment," replied the Demon King. "I'm serious. Isn't your reverse curse a bit stronger than the others?" Akira replied, "If so, maybe it's because I really have a cruel personality." Then he said, "Understood, Hirasaka. Do you want everything to end like this?" Hirasaka replied, "No, not at all." The Demon King said worriedly, "You scare me." Then Hirasaka continued, "But I think Naris-kun will solve this. He's no longer a child who just watches you. He's a friend, and is on par with you." The Demon Emperor spoke. "You heard him, right?" Akira smiled and replied, "I already know," said his equal friend. Akira clenched his fist. The Demon Emperor asked, "How's it going? Everything still good? You've been training since you skipped the meeting, right? Surely you have something interesting." Scene change. At this moment, Hirasaka has passed into another dimension. Louis has finished his training, just a little more left. "Until I can face the executor too," said Hirasaka proudly. Louis finished his training, just a little more left. "Until I can face the executor." Louis looked at Hirasaka, sweating and tense, watching. He is about to try something amazing right in front of him. When Vanquish taught him the technique to face the executor on his side, Renji appeared beside him and asked Vanquish, "Could you teach me that technique too?" Vanquish replied, "I don't mind, but I don't think you can learn it directly like that, between someone from the underworld and a human. The structure of their souls is very different. The transmission of the technique through the gate is achieved by changing that structure." Also, after Louis learned the technique against the executor, he passed it on to Renji through the door trial, as well as his 8th technique, and now only a little more remains. Only a little more is left for Hirasaka, Renji, and Amamiya Siaka. Since they are undead without physical bodies, they are not limited by the door's restrictions. In the case of Amamiya Sika, Kilim intervened and said, "It seems you adapt quite well to me, right? Because you have a compatible soul. That's why she can inherit the thunder god Kilim's technique without needing the door." As for Hirasaka and Renji, he said, "Louis offered to lend you my power." Following Louis's instructions, he was able to increase the level of the techniques he already possessed. However, this is a completely different matter. Inheriting a technique from Vanquish, someone with a soul totally incompatible with Renji, surpasses even what I know. Louis thoughtfully observed Renji after all the difficulties. Renji, drenched in sweat, appeared and said, "I did it. It goes against all logic. Finally, Renji succeeded. So this is your new sword? Louis looked thoughtfully at Renji, who was excitedly holding the object in his hands. During all that time, he knew nothing about being the wielder when it came to combat. Hirasaka surpassed both, from geniuses to the human world. In the workshop of the wizard Zora, Copper Red Kingdom, Carrion said naively, "Sorry to ruin this moment, but can we talk for a moment?" Zora, moved, hugged Kwai and cried, "Are you okay?" Kwai, after freeing himself from his arms, began talking with Akira. "Naru-kun, I also want to tell you this," he replied. "Yes." Then Kwai continued. The truth may sound harsh, which made Akira exclaim in surprise. At that moment, Akira remembered Shiki, and also Subaru, and communicated with them mentally. Shikishima Eric responded to Naru. "What's going on?" Akira replied urgently. "Chizun just told me that." Meanwhile, Subaru also remained silent, listening attentively. Upon hearing everything, he said, "He failed because of me. Did you see that?" Safina asked about Subaru, who said, "Sorry, Safina. I need to return to the human world right now." Safina, annoyed, exclaimed, "And what about our date?" Subaru replied indifferently, "I never agreed to it." An executor appeared at the inventor's residence in the Copper Kingdom. Hearing this, Isis was surprised and alarmed. Safina remained calm and asked him to continue. Subaru explained the executor's identity. He is a jailer of the prison where the main god is imprisoned in the human world. His technique allows him to control the prison's techniques. Everyone defeated him, but as a result, the effect of his technique also disappeared. Therefore, more than 300 prisoners will soon escape. After hearing this, the two said no more, but internally they were filled with unease. Subaru continued speaking. "We have to return to protect our world, understand? Safina also understands the kindness of your heart, so he wants to protect the civilians, understood? We'll prepare quickly, Isis." She lowered her head and accepted the order. "Yes, my queen." At that moment, a figure appeared and spoke. "Why are you leaving so early?" said Terra upon appearing. "Did you just make me some shoes, Subaru?" she replied delicately. "The shoes fit me very well, thank you." Then, Terra threw something to Subaru to carry. He held it, opened it, and saw it was a packed ring. Terra explained to Subaru how to use it. This ring can detect the location of administrators of more than 10 billion worlds, but it can only detect, it does not have the function to transport you. Hearing this, Subaru accepted it joyfully. "That's already a lot. Anyway, I'm not the only one who will go see them," said Subaru. Terra replied, "I hope it works." Subaru waved goodbye. "Thank you, Terra. I'll definitely come back." Terra stayed watching Subaru's silhouette disappear. "So I'll see that fun boy again. How can an object allow teleportation? He will go to the world of administrators. Maybe he will try to create one." Scene change. At Karen's group location, the situation with the AI seems tense. Frowning, Subaru hurriedly crossed the time gate and shouted, "Shikishima, Shikishima." Seeing Subaru arrive, he announced, "It's okay, let's go quickly." Subaru ran to accompany them. Suddenly, Safina shouted. Hearing that familiar call, Subaru turned around. Suddenly, Safina threw something at him. Then she said, "It's a farewell gift." Subaru, surprised, asked, "Another ring?" She replied, "Open it, and you'll see. Whenever you want to return to the underground world, just wear it. It's sad to part, but we will meet again." Shikishima, impatient, shouted, "Subaru, hurry up. Don't forget to wave goodbye to her." "Thank you, Safina." Then Subaru left quickly. He disappeared through that door. Scene change. At the Golden Gate. Suddenly, a whining voice said, "So fast, like the wind." Ikuhana continued, "They are always in such a hurry, aren't they?" Unlike those two, Safina smiled happily. "Good luck, dear Subaru, my beloved husband from the future." Scene change. In Niigata district, prison for Divine rulers. Inside, the prisoners are fighting chaotically among themselves. One of them, on the ground, laughs, satisfied. "How is this possible? But that damn seal is gone. Now we are free." No sooner had he finished speaking than one appeared using a sealing technique with an energy flow. "With me here. Don't even dream about it." He swung a broom forcefully at the prisoner. Then sharp claws appeared. It was Himeno. She used those claws to catch the other. At that moment, the enraged prisoners shouted, "Are you crazy, damn it?" Another prisoner said, "I don't like this guy." But then Yasurugi looked at him and Himeno, and together they said, "Maybe this will help you remember a little. We used to be from the Night Shadow clan." Hearing that, the other prisoners exclaimed, "Night Shadow clan, are you comrades of Ariel Taigasao?" Kiryu, with a murderous look, warned that a new plan will soon be launched. If the prison collapses and ruins everything, it will be very serious. He is a former member of the Night Shadow organization, Kiryu. Then, the familiar broom was raised and struck other prisoners on the head. They could do nothing but grit their teeth and endure. Yasurugi warned, "After this, we will meet a friend. Sorry, but you should surrender." Alongside the former Night Shadow member, Kagashiro, also full of fury, dominated them all. The mentioned friend was Kuriki Tachi Himeno, who appeared. Just a little taller and already shouting too much. She is a former member of Night Shadow. Himeno, with her claws, executes the extreme pain level 6 technique, which increases pain on contact with the wound by up to 0%. Yasurugi, holding the broom, said, "I thought you would join the prison break." Himeno replied, "I just learned that I would join the winning side. Even if there are many, they won't be able to defeat Kiryu." Kiryu holds a hooked staff in his hand and uses the mark technique to stop movement. Scene changed to the human world in Tokyo, in the backyard of Hirosaka's apartment. 300 prisoners are escaping from the main god's prison. Subaru is anxious and warns, "We must hurry before someone gets hurt." Karrion says indifferently that Kiryu Issei is already there. Jinga says he can stop them, but Subaru is unconvinced and urges, "Let's go quickly." Shikishima, with a headache, responds that those have already been handled by them. Hearing this, everything falls silent. Most who tried to escape have already been defeated by Kiryu Yasurugi, but Kiryu is surprised. "I could hardly do anything." Himeno yawns and says, "It's time to go home and rest." "Very well." Shikishima says while answering a call, smiles to reassure Subaru, and says they don't need to go. They said that, again, the atmosphere there falls into a momentary silence. Karin says helplessly, "Now that you mention it, Kiryu must be above level 80, right?" Akira intervenes. "The average level of the prisoners is just under 30. Karrion replies, "No matter how many there are, they won't have a single chance. They don't need us anymore. That means we're free to do whatever we want, right? It must be because we're bored and not used to it." Everyone sighs and reflects. Shikishima confirms again, "Kinakawa called me, so I have to return to headquarters. They will hear about an event that happened in the underworld and also in Patio Tut before the press conference." Shikishima replies, "Yes, let's make the world know that. From now on, there will be no more doors." Scene change, Udo and Kinakawa hug happily. Jinga smiles satisfied. "That's right." Shikishima says, "Kinakawa also said the door clock stopped." Then he greets Neris. "Maybe they'll ask about the rule." Akira runs and quickly responds, "Yes, sir." Watching the two leave, Hirosaka says confused, "They're already gone?" Jinga replies, "I'm going home." Siha says, "I'm going to eat sushi." Karin replies, "Don't you want to come? I want to walk a bit." Each goes their own way. They say goodbye. "See you later, Subaru." In the end, Subaru is left without a plan. "So I'm alone again, no other choice," says Subaru and heads home. He opens the door and announces, "I'm home," then enters slowly. Subaru enters the house with a downcast mood. "I wanted to eat with everyone." Suddenly, Subaru is surprised to see Kotetsu sitting in his house eating snacks. Kotetsu, seeing Subaru, asks naturally, "Oh, is this your house, RX Subaru?" Subaru looks at Kotetsu, unable to believe it, thinking, "Is that really Kotetsu? Why are you in our world?" Kotetsu replies calmly, "Who knows where I landed?" Subaru asks confused, "Where did you land?" Kotetsu answers, "It's a long story. And this time I'm not your enemy. The important thing is you want information, right?" Subaru asks, "Information?" He replies, "Exactly. Information from me. Like..." Kotetsu falls silent, looking at the system panel. There is information about each person. He states the number and location of active executors in the world. Subaru is scared and frozen as he looks at the images inside the system. Scene change. A voice asks, "Haji, what are you looking at?" Andach waits for news from the comrades. Clearly, they have already suppressed a prison rebellion. "Are they all here?" Lion replies, "Yes, they are my members in this conquest." Halfway says formally, "Sorry for the wait, my king." Andach lowers his gaze upon hearing that. Scene change. Subaru is surprised. "Are there still executors here?" Kotetsu replies, "I already told you. This world is being invaded by someone, a conqueror, that we already know." Subaru fears the future will be interrupted again. Are the administrators intervening? Kotetsu asks, "Do you need help?" Subaru responds surprised, "Huh?" Subaru fears the future will be interrupted again. Are the administrators intervening? Kotetsu asks, "Do you need help?" Subaru responds surprised, "Huh?" Then, Miss Tetsu explained, "You want more information, right? Instead, attack Subaru. Will you provide us the information?" Havan at that moment was talking nonstop, "As you know. This world seems to be quite well preserved, doesn't it? The air here is very pure." Andach also intervened. "This place is strange. The number of main gods has increased a lot since they began cooperating with a world, indeterminate, called the Underground World." Bane also added, "That's how they prevent destruction." "That means it will be quite difficult to invade this place," said Raven coldly. "Risking a lot to gain much, right?" Hearing his name, he smiled and answered, "Right, the reward if this mission succeeds. It is this very world." Everyone heard, including Beb, Halfern, and Bane. Sucellos, Raven, Honey, and Ateo, each with their own style, but in summary, everyone agreed to these agreements. Endgame explained, "That's why I have used the value of my soul to the limit to call you here. Although the plan to invade by cooperating with the underworld has failed 7 times, we will use Lion's special technique. Lion brings a bunch of phones for everyone. I have already prepared phones for everyone. Let's completely overwhelm them," ordered Endgame. "Our plan is that they decide to start in Siberia." Scene change. Subaru also arrived here. This place has a lot of people. This happens 2 days after Hyodo Kotetsu appeared. Subaru asked, "Hyodo, have you gotten used to the phone yet?" Kotetsu answered, "Yes, everything is fine, no problems." Subaru asked, confused, "Where are we going now?" Kotetsu answered, "To the shoe store." Subaru was surprised, not understanding. "Are we going shopping?" Miss Tetsu explained, "I can use your clothes, but your shoes don't fit me. I have no money in this world, so please pay for them." Subaru gladly replied, "Okay, no problem." Miss Tetsu spoke seriously and determined, "I can't fight well with tight shoes." Subaru, seeing her expression, asked, "Are you going to fight with us?" Kotetsu answered, "Consider it my way of thanking you for your help. This has been going on for many years, but the enemy I will fight already attacked my world before. They're quite strong, so be careful." Subaru listened and replied, "Understood." Then they walked together down the street. Suddenly, Miss Tetsu asked, "What are you doing?" Subaru asked curiously, "What?" Miss Tetsu extended her hand trying to look cool, but no, "I'm going to buy shoes alone. Don't come with me, just give me the money." Subaru, seeing her attitude, hesitated and said, Then he thought to himself that this type seemed like a kept person, right? He remembered old memories of his father. Then, Kotetsu took out the phone, checked it a bit, and said, "I just sent you their latest address. When you finish, let me know." Subaru replied, "Understood." Then Subaru saw Kotetsu walk away and didn't forget to say, "Thanks, Hyodo." "I really appreciate your help," Kotetsu said silently, without responding. A while later, he finally said, "You're welcome. Speaking of this, I remember that Kotetsu hasn't had companions by his side for a long time." Thinking absent-mindedly for a moment, Kotetsu continued walking calmly and entered a sports store to shop. "Welcome." Meanwhile, Subaru sighed deeply, became serious, and said, "Now." Then Subaru mentally contacted all his companions, everyone. Sika, who was shopping, also heard Subaru's words. Hirasaka too. "I won't tell everyone that the masked man is Jinga." On the other hand, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira also heard and paid attention. Subaru contacted everyone and announced, "Hyodo just shared the latest information with us. Let's start moving." "As we said before, agreed?" Everyone responded in unison. "Understood. They are already on their way." Suddenly, Jinga intervened. "Arik, are you sure I can trust what Hyodo Kotetsu says? The Supreme God can only be seen by the Supreme God himself. Could he be deceiving us? That is the person who killed us in the future, the King of Aurora. And he brought our world to the brink of destruction." Subaru was stunned and lowered his head, shyly saying, "Jinga-san, that was what Ariak said at his house. Subaru, you will provide for me." Subaru asked, surprised, "Provide for you?" Kotetsu answered at that moment, "I'm not familiar with this world. I don't have money or a place to stay, so help me." Subaru, with a stunned face, looked like a fish out of water. Then he said, Okay." Kotetsu answered emotionlessly, "Really? You're quite kind." Then he said, "You were sent here as punishment, the punishment you spoke of in the underworld." "What?" Kotetsu shook his head and then explained, "Someone saved me from that punishment. It might have been the last time. I will find a way to return to my homeland, even if it is destroyed. Leaving it behind means accepting defeat." Upon hearing those sincere words, Subaru sighed deeply. "I hate losing." Kotetsu asked, "Is it something fun?" He replied, "No, I'll help you." Remembering that conversation, Subaru thought, "I think I can trust him, right? He's not as bad a person as I thought. In fact, he's quite straightforward and fun. But if he betrays us, use the 9 chains to defeat him, okay? Jinga?" "Yes." "All right, I'll trust my friend's word. If you say so, I'll listen." Subaru smiled broadly and said, "Thank you, friend." Shikishima said, "At least you already have Jinga." He nervously replied, "No, it's not like that. Ariak's kindness, his openness, is what truly defines Ariak. He carries both the good and the bad." Then Jinga felt somewhat calm. "I understand now." Shikishima, surprised, understood and looked at Subaru, thinking that was what made Ariak a talented king. Meanwhile, Subaru examined the books unemotionally and evaluated. This library is huge. Scene changed to Akira. "Ariak, I have found my target." He looked ahead, it was Half Moon. Akira looked at Half Moon coldly, and elsewhere, Hirasaka faced Suzellos. "Me too." The two looked at each other without saying a word. At the tower at 10 o'clock in Siberia, Haki and Pep were already there. They faced Jin, and upon seeing the enemy, Jin said, "Me too." So Jin faced Haki, and Shikishima faced Ateo. Shikishima commented, "They have also faced each other." Meanwhile, Lion was reading a book in the library when a voice sounded. Sure, it's easy to guess. Subaru met Lion, right? Lion looked at him and exclaimed, "Ariak Subaru, I'm quite surprised. What is a star like you doing here?" He replied, "To fight against you. Sorry. But I can't allow you to take over this world. We will stop you." Lion thought, he won't let us take this world. I can't believe he already knows our purpose and the number of people who have come. But most importantly, is he crazy? Is he going to fight here and now? Currently, at CBIA, with thousands of people here, scene changed to the clothing store where Kotetsu is shopping. He already chose a pair of shoes he likes. Very good. Now to work, right? Kotetsu meets Raven. He looked at Kotetsu for a moment, and Kotetsu approached him. The two said nothing, then Raven spoke. "Have we met before?" Kotetsu did not answer. He just raised his hand gently and threw a punch forward. In a skyscraper, a scream echoed, shaking the place. Subaru and Lion were face to face, radiating opposing energy. He called Ariak Subaru. Two faces confronted each other, but remained calm. "Do you want to fight us here, in Siberia?" No one present seemed to know. Everyone continued with their own tasks as people hurried by. Seeing that the people here remain happy without knowing anything, Subaru immediately affirms, but with a condition that is correct. However, his opponent remains silent, listening carefully. That condition is that he will not allow an AI to die. Upon hearing this, he looks somewhat confused, leaving a big question. A spell unfolds covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Kotetsu advances with a blow full of lethal power, but Raven blocks it. However, the force of the blow is so great that it throws him backward. He quickly uses his leg to stop and gain momentum. With a slightly sarcastic tone, he says, "Hey, I'm in the middle of the street. Don't you care about the people around?" But surprisingly, behind him is a golden wall separating him from the outside world. He looks confused and sees that the people outside keep smiling. But they don't move at all. It's very strange. They all seem like statues. Poco by Poco analyzes that those people are frozen in place. Kotetsu looks at his opponent and then speaks, determined not to let him pass. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he says coldly and sincerely. "The only one who will die is you." Raven becomes more serious and returns. Elsewhere, 2 days earlier, all members are gathered. Together they discuss. Shikishima rubs his head and complains, "The conquerors are gathering to invade us." What a surprise after surprise. He gets angry at Tetsu's comment, which annoys him a lot. "The administrators always show their hatred towards you," right? Tetsu replies. Then a system board appears. They have sent a bunch of conquerors to this world. Normally, only a few receive rare items, but Tetsu, while working, tells everyone. For some reason, the reward now is this very world. This phrase makes two members surprised and angry, asking, "This whole world? Do you mean they are trying to take over our home?" "That's exactly what I mean." He continues presenting a hypothesis. At the moment they manage to invade their world and completely eliminate humanity, the world will be 100% theirs. Kinakawa cannot contain his fury. It can't be. But a voice rises, surprising Tetsu even more. This is a reward never seen before. Tetsu explains sincerely that if the conditions are met, they will also participate. Jiga stands up furious and shouts, "Damn you!" A powerful energy bursts behind him along with a resonant call. Hyudu Zinga remains silent, turns and looks at Kotetsu, who is also attracted and follows with his gaze. "It's still that terrifying energy?" he asks coldly. A map is shown along with the explanation of the condition for the conquerors to succeed. They must gain control of the 23 districts of Tokyo. Or more specifically, they must eliminate all the divine leaders. Then 2 more people intervene. "Don't we have the numerical advantage?" says one. Tetsu recalls and warns, "No matter how many there are, it won't help. There is one among the 5 enemies who can brainwash any divine leader weaker than him unconditionally. Then they will all turn against each other," says Yu Dao silently, who now speaks. "Then we have to devise a strategy to defeat them." A list of characters appears. With the Conqueror tracker, I can see their positions in real time. We can catch them efficiently if we cooperate. He raises a finger and says, "But the problem is that if they want to conquer the 23 districts." Kinokawa understands and adds, "We will be forced to fight them inside the city." Udon sighs, "I think we need to evacuate the people." Shikishima, understanding the situation, gives the order. Yu Dao, without hesitation, immediately agrees. "Yes, I'll take care of this." Kotetsu watches them confused. Back to the present, the freezing spell covers the city. Except in the place where they resolve internal matters, Yu Dao stands firm and deploys his 7th technique. A golden shield rises, solid. Crack the Chevaliers. Explaining Yudu Ryusei's special technique number 7, Crack the Chevaliers. It affects all people who are not gods within its radius. those who do not possess special techniques and puts them in a frozen state. The affected people remain motionless while frozen. The target cannot move or receive damage during that time. The user also cannot move from his position while using the special technique. In the tall building where the fight occurs, Kotetsu emits pressure that intimidates the opponent. With this, everyone can fight without causing damage to the city, nor to the citizens. Then he gives instructions to his companions through the communicator. My MP only lasts 1 hour, so act fast, guys. The plan officially begins. Akira picks up the phone, announces clearly, and they continue. At that moment, he is also facing his opponent, Naris. Akira versus Conqueror halfway. Hafren feels something, smiles, and asks while striking hard. The nearby people freeze, confused, then raise their hands wondering what is happening. Akira pays no attention and goes straight to the point. Don't worry. Just know that if you can move, you are my enemy. Then he focuses his power and declares, I will defeat you. Hafren, without hesitation, scratches his head and murmurs, ah, probably a defensive technique. But seconds later, his gaze turns serious. As you wish. He raises his hand, Hadiora, with an intense light, ready to respond. Die and give us this world. Hafren takes a fighting stance. The ground begins to freeze beneath his feet. Then he quickly approaches and throws a punch that surprises Akira. His outer body turns white and is violently thrown backward. With wide-open eyes, he watches his opponent. He is fast, but not surprising. That strange punch causes Akira pain, who is confused as his abdomen begins to glow. What is this? Exactly. His torso cools. He feels he is being frozen, but this is very different from Tsunemori's ice technique. Seeing his opponent's confusion, he stays there explaining. Let me explain a bit, he says with an impassive face, pointing at Akira. My technique is very cold. It only has the simple ability to freeze and make everything I touch break. He says the last sentence confidently. That's why I have never lost. Akira, in pain, holds his abdomen as a bone pierces his body. It's so cold he feels nothing. But when it thaws, he will start bleeding to death. With a helpless face, he grits his teeth angrily and lets out a scream as his energy expands. I'm tired already. Another simple but powerful technique. On the other hand, Hafren looks confused when Akira says that. He covers his face, sighing. He doesn't even use weapons. It's not compatible with me at all. Hafren urges to wait for the opponent. Do you still have strength to fight? Show me another quick trick. Then his face turns cold and he declares, because my next strike will surely kill you. Akira hesitates for a moment and responds. Akira becomes serious. One of his eyes burns with fire and he answers Hafren. Maybe it's time to play seriously, he says as he becomes more confused and loses patience. Akira recalls his conversation with Shiki about a change of course. I've already made the decision and signed the contract. What about you? Naris was asked by Shikishima if he had already chosen his AI, a difficult question. Akira scratches his head, uncomfortable, stammering, are you thinking of someone? Returning to reality, Akira shouts furiously from within the burning flames. I have chosen you to be my change of course. Then he slowly emerges from the fire with an expectant expression. So don't disappoint me, Lambda. Akira's smile is somewhat crazy and can be heard. His smile grows bigger and bigger, as if his whole body is covered in intense red. Without showing panic, Afin watches the fire from outside. Without showing any panic, Afin stands outside watching the fire. A hand controlling the fire appeared along with a voice saying, next time you ask for help, wouldn't it be better to be faster? Even his feet moved forward while a sarcastic voice was heard. Akira's arrogant body completely changed. He transformed into a different combat form. Lambda said, just rest. The opposite personality appeared. His character also changed, becoming a bit arrogant. He declared, I will burn that guy for you. Hafren remained calm at the scene. He looked curious, watching Lambda, who was excited, and exclaimed, another one of your personalities? That's interesting. Lambda waved his hand, concentrating the fire in his palm, and slowly said, my name is him. Floating in the air, he confidently introduced himself, Lambda, the Hell of Fire. Then, his eyes shot flames, ready for battle. Hey, kid, get ready for your grave. Without paying attention, Hafren coldly adjusted his glasses and asked, shall we go? Looks like you're enjoying this quite a bit, huh? Lambda seemed carefree, but inside he was worried, thinking about the attributes of his original body. Attributes depend on the body they control. If Lambda keeps casting fire as usual, he will inevitably run out of MP in a minute. After calculating, he murmured to himself, I must use it sparingly. Barely finished, Lambda contradicted himself. Without giving the opponent time to react, he quickly lunged and shouted, that doesn't suit you, Lambda. Seeing his strange enthusiasm, Hafren made an annoyed face and was speechless. Then, as if hit in a weak spot, he began to laugh loudly. You know that fireball is completely useless, right? Aren't you a bit stupid? Hafren's words full of contempt left Lambda stunned with surprise. Without giving him time to react, Hafren focused his strength and said, I already feel some sympathy for you. Immediately, Hafren stepped back, took momentum, and taunted, "Come on." As soon as he finished, he flew forward and threw a punch, leaving Lemda astonished. Lemda quickly prepared to counterattack, but before he could rejoice, he was surprised. He found his hand frozen and broken. Lemda remained lost in thought. "Did they freeze me? That shouldn't affect me," he thought. While Hafren seriously attacked with continuous blows, Lemda stayed calm and evaluated. His defense has decreased. After dodging everywhere, Lemda began to get serious and shouted, "Humans." He was irritated, shouting as if to provoke, "They're really weak." Hafren was impressed by the scene and said, "Can you regenerate? Interesting." Moving his arms and legs from afar, he challenged, "How many more hits can you take before you die?" Contrary to what Hafren expected, Lemda responded indifferently, "I don't know." Without paying attention, Lemda touched Hafren with a finger and said ambiguously, then added seriously, "This game is fun." Immediately after, he burned Hafren's hand. Without giving him time to react, Hafren relaxed his attacked hand, surprised inside. "Is Lemda's fire hot enough to melt my ice?" He stared at his hand. Hafren smiled admiringly while Lemda was engulfed in flames, and then was surprised to see Lemda even raising the temperature. Afterwards, both transformed into two opposing forces of fire and ice, attacking each other. As if avenging the previous hand, Lemda took the advantage. He struck Hafren's face directly, who did not fall behind. He responded with a punch to the jaw, causing Lemda to fall backward. Seeming to have momentum in the fight, Hafren threw powerful ice punches at him, although Lemda kept taking the hits. Lemda smiled with an expression as if he had discovered something very interesting. He extended his hand to deliver a very strong blow, making Hafren unable to withstand it. Despite bleeding from the head and having lost his glasses, Hafren endured, earning Lemda's sincere respect. "You surprise me," he said. The scene shifted to the past, thousands of years ago. In the kingdom of Dongshich, Lemda's underground world. As a child, he shouted as if wanting to get AI's attention. He approached Kilim and Delta. The childish and aggressive version of Kui Fong Kui Sum, Kilim, who was sitting relaxed, asked confusedly. Lemda crossed his arms confidently and said, "I am Lemda, the fire demon. I heard you two are the strongest in this area." He concentrated the power of flames and, with a provocative voice, said, "No mercy, Lemda, come and fight me." His aggressiveness and enthusiasm made both look at each other with doubt. Surprisingly, Lemda was already lying down with broken teeth. They fell to the ground, burned and blackened. Kilim, in front of him, despised him, saying, "You're weak, you deserve to die." Delta crossed his arms helplessly and explained, "You are a demon born from the king of the Dongshich kingdom, right? If you want to fight, find others with your same element." Lemda sat down abruptly and protested strongly. "Not at all. They are boring, their fire doesn't even warm a bit." While speaking, he recalled the game scenes with his friends of the same type. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lemda reacted with fury. "I cannot be used as a tool to light the stove or heat water." He pointed to the shining sun and expressed his feelings. "Those of us born from fire must have the ambition to be the best. I will defeat the strongest spirit of Suangjia." Although he had just been defeated, Lemda remained enthusiastic. Then he said, "I will become a man hotter than the sun itself." Delta smiled and asked, "What do you think, Kilim?" He gave up and replied, "He's an idiot." Before Kilim finished insulting him, a cold voice rang out, "Kilim." Just one call was enough to leave him paralyzed with fear. Light footsteps and that voice sounded at the same time. "You must be Diamond." Diamond stepped forward slowly and said, "Learn to correct that fake attitude." Seeing this, Delta greeted, "Boss, you came?" approaching with a cold breath, and commented as if praising the young man, "This kid has potential." Lemda, blushing from the compliment, thanked, "Really, God, I'm embarrassed, thank you." "Ah, and you are AI?" Then, Diamond solemnly introduced herself as the ice spirit of Songjia. Then, streams of ice appeared as she stomped firmly on the ground. The power froze everything around her. Lemda was surprised with his mouth open. She continued, "The strongest ice spirit in the history of Xuangjia, Diamond." Lemda was startled by what he heard and questioned. "The strongest spirit?" Delta asked cheerfully about the situation. "Boss, how was your fight with Von Quit? Couldn't the ice spirit contain him?" She, angry, shouted, "That bastard stole my secret technique. Next time, I will get it back." Before Diamond finished, Lemda, furious, shouted, "Diamond, fight me." Delta mocked and Kilim couldn't believe how stupid this guy was. In an instant, Lemda was completely frozen and shattered into pieces. As if to confirm her words, she lifted a piece of his cracked head. Diamond, amused, sincerely praised the challenging Lemda. "A brave warrior who wants to face me. Your straightforward character is impulsive and also brilliant." She changed to a serious tone. "If you want to defeat me, become my disciple." Diamond pointed to Kilim and Delta, who were staring at her. "Those two young men over there also have the same determination as you." At this, Lemda's frozen face showed surprise. "Really? So does that mean we are brothers? Kill him, angry, sneered. Brothers with you? Gross. He's trying to get on their good side. Kill him, emotionless. Attacked with a lightning bolt, Lambda screamed in pain. Please, forgive me. Forgive me. Ignoring the chaos, Delta calmly evaluated. All right, let's return to reality after that memory. Lambda shouted as if wanting to announce to halfway. I am a challenger. He clenched his fist and said, with this fist, I will turn everything to dust and ashes. Remembering his childhood, Lambda raised his hand to create a bright power. I am the hottest man than the sun, intrigued and confused. Does he want to decide the whole fight with one punch? Then he seems energized. He smiles radiantly like a flower, while Lambda watches with curiosity. He confesses that he has always underestimated the tactics of the handlers. Halfgan is ready for battle. So straightforward guys like you I like. He takes a fighting stance and shouts that he accepts your challenge. Lambda does not fall behind and seems to have found his soulmate. He says, looks like we get along, let's play. He extends his hand forward and launches a critical fire attack. Halfgan also runs and launches his strongest strike, the white attack. Two powerful blows collide, as if wanting to destroy everything around them. While fighting, Halfgan gets distracted and comments that Lambda is really straightforward. He is as straightforward as he can be, and in his eyes appears the image of Lambda, recognizing him. Now he understands. Recalling his obedience, he thinks to himself. Since then, he has always followed his superior's orders without questioning them. Maybe living like this has tired him, thinks Halfgan, amid the burning fire and passion of Lambda. He realizes why he wants to find people like him. Someone honest and straightforward, as if he just discovered the truth of life. Halfgan smiles from the bottom of his heart, satisfied to have found a worthy rival. Only someone like that could defeat him. Then, Halfgan stops resisting, impressed by Lambda. He is very happy. While falling from above, he announces, You have completely defeated me, says Lambda, with a frozen hand, accepting it. He spares no praise. You also gave a magnificent performance. Halfgan, Orlando, Narus, Kira, and Lambda die. Then the scene changes to a huge skyscraper. Inside, Suzelius is interrogating Akira. Tell me just one thing. Among Subaru's allies, what level have you reached in power? He answers without hesitation, sincerely, I am the strongest. Suzelius is surprised, opens his eyes, and asks again, Really? Are you sure, Akira? Do you want me to be your counterpart? Akira affirms confidently, Yes. Will you be able to do it? The scene changes to the underground world. There, on the shining coast, he answers confidently, although he has many doubts. I don't care, but why aren't we that close? Akira explains, You know we have memories of the future. Lambda says whom unconsciously, but shows surprise, as if saying, This doesn't explain everything. Akira continues recalling images. In his memory, he is confused and speechless. In that future, I died fighting with you. Fearing Lambda might misunderstand, he says sincerely, I hold no grudge. It was a wonderful battle. I lost and accept it with respect. Then, Akira adds, That's not the reason I want to collaborate with you. I feel we are connected after hearing your explanation. He smiles slightly, as if clever. Lambda scratches his head confused. Sorry, but I don't understand what you mean, says Lambda. After hearing this, Akira's mood changes. He goes from surprised to angry. You still don't get it? I mean, I like you, he says directly, surprising Lambda, who looks up. Why didn't you say it before? Lambda trusts and extends his hand in support. I'm counting on you, Narus, says Akira, smiling satisfied, and Lambda responds with a While shaking hands amicably, he adds, Me too, and Lambda returns to reality. Suddenly, Akira's scream echoes in Lambda's mind, so loud it hurts his head. Why so much noise? Shouts Akira. What the hell are you doing? My MP is running out just because of your fires and that useless regeneration, and we barely defeated just one. Lambda suddenly lowers his voice and hesitates when mentioning the name Halfway. He looks at Halfway, who lay unconscious on the ground. He tried to explain that fighting him was so exciting he couldn't hold back. Lambda regained his enthusiastic spirit and looked at the map. The next name was AI. Who could it be? Akira was already too used to this situation but still felt powerless. He said his MP was gone, but the others would be fine. They are not easy to defeat. We should return. We need to rest to recover MP. Although he seemed calm and serene, he still had worries in his heart. Will it be okay, right, Hirasaka? They returned to the tall building covered by some kind of barrier. Inside the building, Suzelius opened his eyes in amazement upon hearing the report. His name is Suzelius, a conqueror. A blue weapon appeared in front of him. He held a luminous sword capable of creating special techniques. The warning continued and nullified all attacks. This guy was a perfect opponent for the sword-wielding gods. At the same time, elegant feet slowly approached. Those relaxed feet belonged to Hirasaka. Or maybe he had been like that before. He did not accept defeat and demanded an explanation. How could your strike reach me? How did you defeat me? The final result was that Hirasaka Renji struck Suzelius, leaving him seriously injured. He gently touched the cape on his shoulder and explained that Suzelius's immunity to his strike didn't work thanks to that rainbow cape. It reduced the opponent's defense capability by 75%. Vanquish had given it to him as a reward for learning his special technique. Suzelius paled, his face full of pain and disappointment, and said, "I see now, that's how it is." He recalled his technique and analyzed, "You can control my defensive ability with your expert skill and still manage to hit me even before I could draw my sword." The image of Hirosaka cutting directly towards Suzelius surprised him. "Yes, I still smile kindly," he replied. Despite his friendly appearance, Hirosaka insulted him by calling him a monster. Ignoring Suzelius's annoyance, he calmly knelt down. "Hey." While Suzelius lay seriously injured and bleeding on the ground, Hirosaka suspiciously asked, "Do you know where Haji is now?" Suzelius responded with another question. "Why do you ask?" He kept smiling innocently. "My ally said that. When Kotetsu was reporting, a memory appeared. She is stronger than any AI among you." Then Hirosaka stopped smiling. His expression became serious and terrifying, causing Suzelius to open his eyes in fear. "That's why I have to cut her in two before she can harm others." Although he had just felt fear from his powerful aura, Suzelius regained his composure. "Then maybe it's already too late," he said, leaving Hirosaka confused. He explained that she was using a strange technique to stop time in the city, right? Just after, Suzelius announced something shocking with an expressionless face. "Haji is eliminating the source of that technique." Upon hearing this, he finally changed his expression to worried, as if wanting to deny Suzelius's words. The barrier outside the Raven building seemed normal, but suddenly, while Udo was casting magic, a figure approached from behind. Although busy maintaining the spell, he turned and observed, "You look familiar." It was Endgame, watching from behind Udo, murmuring, "What a problem. I thought we could limit your movement by fighting inside the city." "So she is a former member of the Dark Human organization?" Then he extended his hand to cast a spell. "I'm pretty free now, so I'll quickly handle these small matters, okay?" Endgame didn't hesitate and threatened, "You're finished, Udo." Udo, without a shred of dignity, simply turned his back and said, "If that's what you think." Endgame continued provoking, "Are you sure you can do it, Kinakawa?" Right after, he said, "An AI launched a technique to bind her with golden chains." An unexpected voice echoed, but apparently it was not outside and Dart's expectations. "You already guessed we were going to use some trick, right? It turns out Kinakawa is casting magic." "So, that's normal." In Endgame's indifference, she continued speaking. "We already sent someone to protect Udo, the key to our defense." But fully trusting her plan, Kinakawa asked with bright eyes, "Does that seem logical to you?" Immediately, Mei smiled widely and warned, "Don't resist, little one." She winked playfully and said, "Just one small move and I'll blow your head off." Finally, Endgame also showed some reaction and exhaled. "Do I have to fight against 3 golden-level people?" "No, so they don't have time to suspect," she spoke out loud. "So, there is no other choice." A wave of power burst from Endgame's body. Kinakawa and Mei were startled, and even Udo couldn't believe it. They opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "What kind of power is this? It is even greater than the power of a main god." Within that fearsome energy, Endgame declared, "We will conquer this world at any cost." Then, a spell summoned a power that shook the earth and sky. The privilege of the king of the Earth Army, that terrifying energy radiated directly toward his bewildered face. Elsewhere in the city, pink lightning continuously flashed, as if wanting to announce something. On a tall tower, the silhouette of Zak was focused, watching. Suddenly, as if discovering something, she shouted, "Udo, right before your eyes." It seemed the silhouette of something flying rapidly appeared. As it approached, it turned out to be a black crow trying to block her path. A crow said, "Why are you leaving so soon?" 3 expert crows flew in the sky, and the orange-haired crow kept blocking and provoking. "Play with us," Sika said calmly, challenging them. The nearby flying crows responded, "Are you human too?" "Exactly, we are 3 sisters. Our secret technique is the same for all 3, said Vuojai. They posed as if for a magazine cover. "We are the trio. Can you face us?" Before the 3 crow sisters could act, she quickly delivered a strike that made them scream in pain from the thunder. While they were burned by the lightning, Sika, full of power, said, "Let me ask you something." She was calm but with a tone that allowed no underestimation. "Have you ever fought with lightning?" This is the battle between Amamiya Siaka and Nemen, Matcha and Ben. Siaka quickly turned and apologized as she left. "Sorry, I can't play with you." Although she apologized, she could not hide her coldness. "I don't have time to play with you." At the same time, a giant tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing it, Sika did not hesitate and flew down from the tower. She immediately set her destination and thought, "Zaven's secret technique has been activated. I hope Udo is okay." Her steps were so hurried they emitted flashes of lightning. Luckily, she arrived just in time at the place where Endaker and Udo were. Suzaka opened her mouth, horrified by the scene. She saw Kinakawa severely injured on the ground and shouted, "Kinakawa!" Mei's condition was no better, and Fujigami Yudo behind shouted, "Kake," as if to calm her. Amamiya was also seriously injured and warned her to be careful. She was using extraordinary power in front of a huge tentacle. Sika responded calmly, "Yes, I know, Udo." Strangely, she seemed to receive a boost, happily exclaiming that this person was even stronger than those useless bosses. The huge tentacle hid Endgame's body, but little by little her transformed form was revealed to everyone. Enditure, emotionless, announced that the Thunder Summoner had defeated Himeno. "I will kill you first." She is a former member of the Hukto Nun organization. Haji Miori is the leader who conquered Andraste. After her words, Kake became even more energetic. Then, a bright power glow completely enveloped her. In a deserted city, with ruined skyscrapers, the atmosphere was gloomy and terrifying. This place is Endgame Andraste's home, somewhere in the city. The buildings are destroyed and in ruins. A group of people silently watches. Endgame, at the front, looks at a stone head and then speaks. "The final guardian god has already sacrificed himself," Endgame says with an expressionless and detached face. "This world no longer has any hope." Suzello frowned upon hearing this and responded, "Now we can only blink and watch it be destroyed." The twins standing nearby listened and spoke. Angry, they said, "Those administrators are really a disgusting bunch." Matra also frowned and added, "Why did they suddenly increase the difficulty like this?" Suddenly, a man enters and speaks angrily. "From the beginning, we have always been their toys, Endgame." Hearing the man's voice, Endgame turns and calls his name, Half-World. The man who spoke is Half-World. His face is furrowed with disgust. Quietus asks if he has anything more to say. Endgame, with an indifferent expression, responds with a look, "Nothing else. Maybe I should be dead too by now." She turns around and orders the group to contact the King of the East. Endgame gently passes by them and continues, "We must find a new world to take refuge in." The girl asks, "Is it to live with them or to invade that place?" Endgame keeps walking without turning and answers in a cold voice, "That depends on the administrator's decision. Andraste is a queen. That's why she will do everything possible to save her land, no matter the price to pay." The Earth Army, at maximum level, with the privileges of Andraste's king, allows her to summon and command legendary entities, consuming a large amount of MP. The ultimate cruelty, Andraste's secondary technique, restores 1% of absolute MP per second. The scene shifts to another place, where others watch Endgame cautiously. With a huge tentacle over her head, Sika extends a hand backward, preparing to attack. She clenches her teeth, and her left eye begins to glow. She extends her hand and launches a beam at Endgame, a powerful electric discharge. Endgame watches the beam approach with calm and serene eyes. A giant peacock appears, spreading its wings to protect Endgame from Sika's attack. The Earth Army, the giant peacock, devours Sika's attacks in its belly as if they were a delicacy. She looks at the peacock in surprise. "It's absorbing all those beams," she thinks to herself. "If it absorbs my discharge and I charge with my divine thunder power, maybe it will devour me too." The peacock spreads its wings, and its belly swells and glows with the accumulated lightning. Sika looks at the peacock and thinks to herself, whispering, "Good thing I followed my master's teachings." She recalls Killam's words when fighting a high-level enemy. "Always remember to check the opponent's defensive capacity." Suddenly, Sika quickly lunges forward. Her steps spark electric sparks. She thinks to herself, "I'll start with what I know will definitely work. Andraste, stay calm, don't show weakness." Watching Sika launch herself at her, the peacock tilts its head. Sika jumps high and flies over Endra and the peacock standing there. Endra looks confused toward where she flies. Sika rises high toward the huge tentacle. She raises her hand, forming a giant fist of lightning. Sika brings down that giant fist. With a determined look, her huge fist falls on the giant tentacle. Sia's lightning fist destroys the large tentacle. Andraste watches the scene indifferently, silently evaluating Sika. "A single blow strong enough to burn the Kraken monster. At least she's strong enough to face me one-on-one." Sika floats in the air looking at the giant tentacle she destroyed. With a satisfied voice, she says, "Very well." Suddenly, the aura around Sika changes to blue. She smiles and touches the back of her neck. "Another one of my secondary powers." Her gaze is firm as she emits strong energy waves from above. To Endarcher, she said she wasn't very compatible with her. But a strong wind blew through Endarcher, and she thought, "Wind?" Above, around Sika, she was surrounded by air. Endarcher looked up and noticed something. "No, this is..." Suddenly, a hand gripped Endarcher's body, but she only glanced sideways at the hand holding her, thinking it was controlling the air. Above, Sika squeezed the hand, apparently controlling a huge arm that was gripping Endarcher. Then she threw a punch to the side. Then, the hand holding Endarcher moved abruptly, which surprised her. Sika moved the giant hand in a circle and then struck it forcefully. End Archer fell to the ground, causing a loud crash, with dust and smoke from Sika's blow. Udo covered his nose, while Sika floated looking toward where End Archer had just been thrown. Where End Archer lay, a giant snail appeared holding her body. Wicked Michael looked at Sika indifferently and said, "Are you done yet?" Sika, hearing that, got even more excited and exclaimed, "Of course not." Where End Archer lay, another giant hand appeared, and together they held her tightly. Sika gritted her teeth and used all her strength to control the giant hand that was pressing her. End Archer squeezed even harder, and the giant hand reacted exactly as Sika controlled it. They pressed End Archer inward more and more, with great force. End Archer, inside those hands, exclaimed, "You are strong too." She continued, "If your enemy were someone else." End Archer summoned a blue head towards Sika, which confused her, and End Archer's voice sounded again. "Then you could have already won." The blue head suddenly opened its mouth, and from inside came a ray of light. Sika opened her eyes wide, incredulous at what she saw. Then that head fired an energy ball towards Sika, who was thrown to another place, hitting the wall. She spat blood. End Archer came out of those hands, with an annoyed voice, brushing the dust off her clothes with her hand, saying, "I already cut the air, including you inside." Sika was thrown against the wall and fell to the ground. End Archer, seeing the scene, spoke in an evaluative tone. "Although Loki has already nullified most of your attacks, if you had continuously attacked with speed attacks, your chances of winning would be much higher." Suzaka, lying on the ground, gritted her teeth, frustrated, thinking she had underestimated End Archer. Sika, lying on the ground, gritted her teeth, frustrated, thinking she had underestimated End Archer. Where End Archer was, some legs descended toward her. The second technique, the legs descending toward End Archer, belonged to May. He continuously attacked End Archer, but she calmly blocked his blows. The golden attack, the second technique. A light appeared beside her that caught End Archer's attention, who looked there surprised. A cannon pointed directly at her and fired a projectile. Suddenly, 68-pound Kinokawa was next to the cannon. She held her stomach while controlling the cannon. Kinokawa had a bleeding head but still smiled weakly when called by a voice. Kinokawa Sakura also looked toward where Mei was. There was a wound on her face, and she called Mei Fujigami. Mei stepped on something. Endature, around her appeared a white airflow that enveloped her, while she stood on a giant turtle. She said, "Can you still move?" asked Badachalon. Kinokawa, surprised, saw Endature. "Are you still intact after such an attack?" he thought. "Am I not hurt at all?" she said, gritting her teeth with anger. "I don't care if you're a conqueror or whatever, but in the end, we overcame the gate threat, so don't ruin our spirits." Mei, seeing that, also went on alert to fight. Endature, upon hearing that, hesitated and said, "The main gate is mine." She smiled with superiority and added a threat. Kinokawa, hearing this, said, "Huh." Then suddenly, he turned and screamed in pain. The blue head screamed loudly, causing Cho, Mei, and Kinokawa to be affected and spit blood. Shibos and Mei, hearing the blue head scream, were also affected. Blood began to flow from their bodies and they fell to the ground. Kinokawa was no better. Due to the scream's effect, he screamed and collapsed. Udo, seeing Kinokawa fall, couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Kinokawa Fujigami." He assessed the situation and thought, "Should I stop the attack so chevaliers can enter the battle?" he said, gritting his teeth with anger. "No, what am I thinking? I can't allow civilians to be harmed." Endature suddenly spoke with a tone full of anger. "You have enjoyed a peaceful life in this world." Udo opened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe it. A red gate appeared and Endature's voice echoed again. "The game that the administrators created in this world is too easy. Because the gate belongs to the underworld, they are still too lenient." Endature's presence grew stronger and she spoke in a serious voice. "I am a king. I have fought and survived on battlefields far more horrible than yours." Kinokawa tried to get up, angrily gritting his teeth, he said, "That doesn't mean you have permission to plunder other worlds." Endature became serious, emanating a deadly atmosphere, and said in a terrifying voice, "Kings are conquerors." Her energy intensified as she ordered the others, "Quick, hand over this world to me, inferior scum." Suddenly, a figure jumped down from above. Endature looked up. The figure was Pantheon. Pantheon swung his sword. The giant turtle's torso was cut and destroyed. Endature jumped high to dodge the blow. She thought, was Aspidoxalon defeated with a single strike? Endature looked to the side as if she noticed something, and said, "I know that technique." She looked toward where Kotetsu stood and shouted, "Hyodo Kaude." He responded indifferently, "That's right. And what's your name?" Kotetsu's face turned serious. Endature asked, "You're Andu, right?" Kotetsu frowned and looked at her angrily. "You are a conqueror from another world. That's why. The gods of this world can plot against me." She asked, "Did you join their forces?" Kotetsu said, "I would never join that weak group." Then he added, "Although there are some pretty strong among them." Endature, A great explosion occurred, making her open her eyes in astonishment while receiving several cuts. She bent the trajectory of the swords, and Dacher suddenly exclaimed in a serious voice, "Hirasaka Renji!" Both looked toward the crack where Hirasaka was. He said confusedly, "Huh," then added with bewilderment, "Doesn't she always cut them?" Kotetsu explained, "Yes, she can resist cuts." Hirasaka opened his eyes in surprise and said, "But I'm using an item that reduces defense." Kotetsu replied, "Maybe you're too far away?" Hirasaka smiled widely upon hearing that. "I see." Then he smiled slightly, grabbed his cape and said, "I just need to get a little closer, right, Hyodo-san?" He looked at Endature and added, "Will you let me handle this?" Kotetsu shook his wrist. With a serious face, he looked at Endature and said, "Don't move so fast. Are you stupid? I will finish off this boss." A blonde-haired man received an X-shaped cut on his chest. He screamed in pain. The man with the bleeding head gritted his teeth and said, "I remember now." He struggled to sit up and looked at Osisha, the blonde-haired man, who was watching Kotetsu's cold face. He shouted loudly, "Hyodo Kaude." His eyes narrowed, warning carefully, "Be careful, Andak." Scene change. In a place where a very intense battle is taking place. Kotetsu rushed forward toward where Endgame was. Meanwhile, Pantheon ascended to eliminate the Peacock Pantheon, the god. Kotetsu ran quickly toward where Endgame was, his cold face watching him approach. Endgame summoned a stone monster in front of Kotetsu, who was approaching rapidly. The ground army, led by Yulukumi Hirasaka, raised their swords, preparing to attack. I, the monster hunter Yuri, swung my sword to attack that monster. I shattered it into many fragments with the blade of 10,000 cuts, while Kotetsu raised his sword preparing to attack Andak. Hirasaka's face was serious as he looked at the two. Kotetsu also glanced at Hirasaka. Andash lowered his head slightly and looked at Hirasaka, raising his hand with an indifferent expression. Then, both ran quickly toward Andak, but suddenly something launched and stopped Kotetsu. Hirasaka opened his eyes in surprise, seeing what was heading toward the sky. Endgame summoned a huge multi-headed water serpent monster. The terrifying Hydra, the multi-headed water serpent monster, began to attack fiercely. It attacked relentlessly at Andak and another person. From below, they watched as these water serpents attacked both with constant strikes. Kotetsu swung his sword to cut each serpent head, using more MP than the serpent could regenerate. Now she was summoning more monsters. Hirasaka dodged and cut the serpent heads. Osisha won't be able to reach her if this continues, since a serpent can regenerate its body. Even if I cut it hard, it will regenerate. Andak raised his hand, wrapped in a white aura. Kotetsu also raised his hand, surrounded by a golden glow. Hirasaka raised his sword, while Andak lowered his hand and bent his pinky, saying, "Tai Fong." Kotetsu raised his hand to summon Phantom Eaton. Hirasaka lowered his sword to attack. The Imperial Zodiac's Apidamak, Mahez, and the Soul Leader is monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances. A deadly long sword appeared where Kotetsu was. A giant fireball emerged heading straight. The battle grew more intense. Several red lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Chu Dragon slaying Blade. The strongest, Hiraka Renji. The Shibuya catastrophe happened almost 10 minutes ago. On the rooftop of a tall building, there was a huge explosion. Ardeo extended his arms to control the stones falling on Shikishima, who dodged his attacks. Zaven flew in the air avoiding attacks, looking toward Atio, Shikishima, and Zio. Adeo closed his eyes emotionlessly and continued controlling his attacks. Adeo's QR opened his eyes. Adeo's eyes shone intensely. Shikishima, seeing him open his eyes, frowned annoyed and clenched his teeth tightly. Adeo controlled the light to create a huge energy explosion. Belinus. Shikishima flew to avoid the explosion. He watched cautiously. It was a special technique similar to a cannon. The movement speed is too fast, Shikishima thought. If this guy is using his power in the form of light, will he really shoot at the speed of light? For now, he will keep attacking with the intent to kill. If I enter his field of vision, he will raise his hand and aim where Ardeo is to shoot. More than that, the light rays that Shikishima shot advanced toward where Ardeo was. He closed his eyes. He controlled the stars to block those rays. Astoria, Shikishima clenched his teeth and looked at him. He has a high-level defense technique that completely blocked my shots. Both my individual shots and the lined-up ones were stopped. He shouted angrily, sweating, "Damn it! Are you going to hurry up or what?" Shikishima shouted. Udo appeared with a barrier that surprised Ateo. Adeo looked up at the barrier at that moment. Crack! Udo's suitcase activated, and he opened his eyes wide. A bright blue beam of light headed straight for Ateo's eyes. An intense blue light struck right where Ateo was. Sunfu stands up and hands on hips, annoyed, complains, "If I could attack you head-on, you would have been dead a long time ago." Ateo is lying on the ground, all burned. Shikishima says this battle was decided from the start, while looking at Ateo on the ground. From the beginning, Udo had already decided it, he says, frowning. Shikishima turns around without paying attention to Ateo, Alright, now let's take care of the rest, he says, then suddenly looks back. Shikishima raises his hand to attack backward, but before he can react, Pain stabs her hand into Shikishima's stomach, who spits blood in pain and curses silently. Surrender, Pain, he says with an impassive face. I erased my presence with a secret technique, but in the end, you still detected me. How is that possible? She pulls her bloodied hand out of Shikishima's body. You're pretty dangerous. He falls to the ground with a hole in his stomach, cursing inwardly. Getting attacked by an ambush hurts more, she says, forming a telescope with her hands. Seems like you're pretty famous too. Huh. I barely saw you at the GA and already recognized you. But it's strange, Pain says, extending her hand toward him. Why do you expose yourself like that if you know someone wants to kill you? Shikishima says, smiling. I don't want to show myself in public, but to promote myself you have to endure it, he replies. Pain extends her hand and says, It's strange, you're not a politician. Maybe after an assassination attempt you'll learn the lesson, right? She turns around and waves goodbye to Shikishima. Bye-bye. He sighs without saying anything. Suddenly, in his mind, Shikishima speaks. I leave this in your hands, says a female voice. Now rest. Maria approaches Shikishima and puts her hand on his shoulder, laughing frantically. Let's loosen up the muscles a bit. Outside, a powerful purple aura appears, surprising Pain, who opens her eyes. Shikishima begins to transform into zombie dust while Maria merges with him, and slowly the wound on his stomach starts to heal. Pain, confused, turns to look at Maria. Is the wound on his stomach healing? Shikishima's body is exchanging with Maria's, who smiles and puts a hand on her hip. Maria frowns and smiles maliciously, looking at Pain, who is stunned and confused. Suddenly, Pain realizes something. Just you? It's a transformation technique, right? Maria appears near Pain, wraps her arm around her neck, and smokes a cigarette. This is called the opposite form. She exhales smoke in Pain's face. Now I am Ngoksungbik. Pain's face begins to melt in panic. Maria continues. I am one of the 6 kings of the rainbow. She smiles playfully, looking at Pain. The zombie queen, Maria, or zombie king Maria, she says while smoking. This is called the opposite form, she repeats, exhaling smoke in front of Pain. Now I am Ngoksungbik. Pain's face slowly melts in horror. Maria turns around, and behind Pain only a dry skeleton remains. She will create a kind of chemical substance inside her body, which will act as a deadly poison or toxin that can be transmitted through the smoke of her cigarette. Shikishima, seeing this in his mind, sweats and thinks. She shows no mercy at all. What are you talking about? She almost killed you. Forget that naivety, boy. She reflects. This is an invasion. Shikishima replies in his mind. I know. Maria raises her hand holding the cigarette, then looks toward a large statue. From what I see, the main battle is happening over there. The Shibuya Catastrophe 6. Elsewhere, 3 battles are currently being fought. To repel the invaders, a battle takes place between Arikado Subaru and Lion. From what we see, the first battle is probably happening over there. The Shibuya Catastrophe 6. Elsewhere, 3 battles are currently being fought. To repel the invaders, a battle takes place between Arikado Subaru and Lion. At the same time, there is a battle between Hiratsuka Renji and Hyodo Kotetsu against Indat. In a large house, there is also a battle between Tsunemori Jinguji and the beast Hokni. Zinga frowned, looking annoyed at the man in front of him. Honey intervened. Not bad, Iceman, Tsunemori Zinga. Right? He raised 2 swords and introduced himself. I'm Honey. The magic sword glowed, and Honey emitted a blue light. He raised the sword, preparing to fight among the king's guards. Zinga heard the introduction and surprise showed on his face. Honey quickly cut Zinga twice and said, I am the strongest. Zinga suffered, spitting blood after being cut by him. Honey remained thoughtful. Compared to you and others who use the ice element that I know, the Half-Wan tribe, surely we are much stronger than you, said Honey as Zinga fell to the ground. Blood stained the ground, and Zinga, holding the sword with his hand, did not move after hearing Honey. Zinga, with a serious voice, said maybe Honey was right. Honey turned to look at Zinga, who was trying to get up. I may be the weakest among those close to Subaru, Zinga replied with effort. When I appeared, it was already too late. I also have no direct opponent, he continued. Honey meditated silently. With that wound, he should have already died. Suddenly, small blocks of ice began to fall. Zinga brought his hand to his mouth, not caring about the wound on his chest. The small blocks of ice fell, and Honey, on alert, prepared for combat. Surely, that guy used ice to protect himself. Doesn't he get tired of using this trick? He thought. He calculated that he only needed to repeat that technique one more time. Suddenly, he realized something. Small snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Gradually, many snowflakes were falling. He thought, Snow? Jenga spoke firmly. I will be stronger. Then he added, even if my limitations are great or if I am a useless god, I don't care. Jenga remembered when he was in the Axon Snow Mountains and was told, since you haven't developed your most powerful technique yet, This is a great opportunity to challenge yourself. He meditated on the master's words, and accent added seriously. Go in and win using only one technique. Returning to the present, Zinga brought his hand to his face with a serious expression and activated the sixth technique, snowflake mode, toward where Hokni was. Hokni was attacked by blue snowflakes. The blue snowflakes increased and clung to Hokni, as if wanting to wrap and crush him. Hokni thought that snow is freezing everything it touches. Jinga's eyes shone as he saw Honey being attacked by the blue snow. The blue snow began to freeze him little by little, causing Hokni to become scared and clench his teeth. What is this feeling? He thought, terrified. Is my power, my soul being erased? Hokni thought this was the curse Endarcher had warned him about. Supposedly only Arikado Subaru can use this, Jinga said in a cold and terrifying tone, looking at Hokni. The blue snowflakes wrapped him, and he said, now I can fight strong enemies. Based on my pure strength, I don't want the administrators to know, but... He extended his hand and created a weapon. Honey, struggling, tried not to be caught by the snow. He looked toward where Jinga was, surrounded by a powerful blue aura. Jinga lowered his spear, pointing at him, and with a serious voice said, I will use the power of those close to me. Blue javelin. Honey, trapped in the blue ice, screamed terrified, moving his hands and begging. He stammered words of plea with cold sweat on his cheek. No, wait, don't do it. But Jinga didn't pay attention and prepared to throw the spear. He took a run up and threw forcefully at Hokni. The spear pierced Hokni's body, and blocks of blue ice with irregular shapes grew from where Hokni was. Jinga suddenly spoke. I am your protector, he said, standing in front of a huge block of blue ice. Hokni was frozen inside that ice. Jinga continued, you should regret trying to invade. This world is ruthless. Osunomori, Jinga x Hokage. Jinga reflects. Hirasaka, San, and the others have already defeated Endarcher. He thinks to himself when suddenly he turns his head to look back. He returns to the imposing and solemn tall building, the 6th floor of Spia Sutia. The battle takes place between Arix Subaru and the Conqueror Lion. Lion looks thoughtfully downward. His hand is gripping an iron bar and says, I see now. Then he tightly grips the iron bar. Below, a river of red and terrifying water flows strongly. He continues saying, so everything will happen this way, huh? Meanwhile, he holds on to avoid falling. He thinks to himself, I've heard that Arix Subaru can transform MP into blood and manipulate it. If he plans to flood this entire place with blood, then this guy has the victory secured. His face remains calm as he thinks about the scent rising here. Just inhaling it could be deadly. Lion reflects with a frown. Has he really only been a main god for 2 months? Then he looks at Subaru. Subaru stands in the middle of the river of red water. Lion evaluates his courage and dignity. From someone who has faced death countless times, Subaru keeps an indifferent face, saying nothing. Lion smiles. I thought this would end quickly, he says while looking at Subaru. You see, our world is ruled by 2 kings, he explains, looking confused at Lion. He continues. The first is the king of the West, Endarcher, also known as Endert, and the other, he says while raising a scepter, is the king of authority. Lion begins to reveal his true identity. Eternal One, he smiles looking at Subaru, and suddenly the red water begins to be absorbed, surprising the latter. Lion raises the scepter and draws all the red water toward him. Subaru looks around. The red water is completely absorbed. Subaru watches it disappear little by little, until the ground has nothing left. Subaru thinks, is he absorbing all the blood curse? And asks, that's your ability, right? Lion smiles softly and says, I am the king of the East, Lion. Which is stronger, this eternal cycle of mine or your immortality? He looks at Subaru and adds, only by testing will we know. On a white sandy beach, with quartz fragments on the ground. The beach shines. Subaru gives a ring to Vanquish, who praises it. Good job, Subaru, he says, looking at the ring in his hand. It's an object that can detect the position of the administrators. The ring in Vanquish's palm glows. It is an engagement ring made by Tella. Subaru responds naturally. Yes. Vanquish asks confused. Are you going to look for them now? Vanquish explains, we must wait for the right moment. I still need to prepare some things. Subaru replies, understood. Subaru reflects and then says, hey, Vanquish. Vanquish raises his hand to hold his chin, asking, what is a king? Vanquish is surprised and opens his mouth. At this point, you're still asking that? Subaru explains, after meeting the kings, I noticed they are quite similar to the kings of the human world, but they have something different. Vanquish finally understands and responds, ah, you mean that? He raises 2 fingers and explains, in the underworld, becoming a king depends on the essence and disposition of the soul more than the royal duty. There are 2 main types of kings according to their position, saint and warrior, Vanquish explains. For example, Sybil represents the saint, and Killen the warrior. But besides that, there are exceptions. Kings are one of those exceptions, he adds. The soul of every king has a great power of seduction, allowing them to lead others and advance. Vanquish continues, additionally, they possess a special ability called the King's Privilege. Subaru asks, is the King's Privilege the ability that Ruin and Sybil used before? Vanquish crosses his arms and replies, the King's Privilege is a characteristic manifestation that appears when a king presents himself, so strong it cannot be denied. He reflects, and then warns Subaru. Besides that, they also possess a special technique called the King's Privilege. Subaru, upon hearing that, asks if the King's Privilege is an ability previously used by Ruin and Sybil. Vanquish crossed his arms and said, the King's Privilege is a characteristic manifestation when a king appears, so strong it cannot be denied. He pondered, and then warned Subaru. Remember to watch out for that when you fight elsewhere. Subaru stood there, serious and silent, looking ahead. In front of him was Lion, the king of the East. The light emanating from him was blinding. Lion floated in the air. Proudly, he smiled, looking toward where Subaru was. Did he think of Veer 9? He lowered his head, thoughtful. Is that what exists inside Lion's soul? Lion raised his hand, thoughtful. He grabbed a red aura and said, so this is a curse, isn't it? Subaru opened his eyes and looked at Lion, who quickly lunged toward him. Then he struck a blow to Subaru's abdomen, making him recoil. Subaru was painfully thrown against the wall by Lion's blow. Subaru gritted his teeth, closed one eye, and screamed in pain, thinking Lion was trying to pierce him to cause harm. Directly to my soul, he looked at Lion, incredulous, thinking, it can't be. It seemed he knew what Subaru was thinking, so he spoke. I know what you're thinking. You can use a curse too, right? Lion replied, yes, now I can use it freely, and explained, I absorbed your blood curse with this scepter. Lion's information appeared. Level 9. Maximum, King's Privilege Lion. It allows him to absorb others' abilities with his scepter, and acquire those abilities for himself, being able to store up to 3 abilities. If overloaded with more abilities, the oldest one will be damaged. Instead, his MP will recover. Subaru stared at him and said, is your ability easy to explain? Lion said sarcastically. It would be a shame if you died without knowing why. Subaru lowered his head with a thoughtful expression and said, I understand. Seeing Lion's arrogance, the compassion in Subaru's heart began to fade. The blood curse spread across all levels. Until now, it had only been a decoy. The blood curse escaped the building through ventilation ducts designed to block all sunlight. Subaru's hair began to turn white and his eyes turned red. If things have come to this point, I'll show you some interesting things. Those who walk under the sunlight, he continued speaking. Losing without knowing the reason is no fun. Lion smiled disdainfully as he looked toward the other battle. Hiraka Renji and Hyoto Kotetsu versus Endacher. Endacher was bleeding. What's happening here? She was in the middle of a group of monsters. Hiraka Renji launched a full attack. On the roof of a tall building, there was a huge monster. She couldn't believe he could kill her most powerful beast in one blow. Endacher held her left arm, astonished, and said, she's strong too, but... She headed toward where the two were. Is that all you can do, right? Hiraka bent over, holding her chest. Several black spots appeared on her face. Kotetsu frowned and said, understood. His face also showed similar spots. Kotetsu was calm. Endacher, seeing him still firm, looked confused. I'm surprised you can still stand, she said, looking at Kotetsu. But soon you won't be able to move a finger. You've been poisoned by Hydra's substance. It is the entity I summoned earlier, Tae Fong, added endgame. From the beginning, this battle was already decided in my favor. Kotetsu frowned, thoughtful. Using her strongest attack as bait, that woman is cunning. He looked at his hand and said, now. Kotetsu's fingers began to fall one by one. He was thinking deeply. How will I escape this? Suddenly, a voice spoke. Wait a moment. Endgame opened his eyes, surprised. The two turned around upon hearing the voice. The three looked toward where the voice came from. Maria was holding a cigarette. Hirasaka, right? She said. You must learn to concentrate. If I weren't here... Maria remembered when she grabbed Mei and Kinokawa's shirts to prevent the fight. Maria recalled how she grabbed Mei and Kinokawa by the collar to stop the fight. Then she ran to the car and kicked AK out of the place. Maria pushed everyone else away to avoid the fight. With intensity, she said, your amazing friends have all already rested. You know, Hirasaka? She smiled wryly while looking on, even though Raven was trying to endure the poison in his body. Surely you are the opposite of Shikishima-kun, right? Before I launched my attack a moment ago, he recalled the scene while watching Maria, walking calmly across the central field, unaffected by the battle. Maria brought a cigarette to her lips, inhaled, and then said, so you choose to trust me. She exhaled blue smoke and commented, that's really scary, as the blue smoke drifted toward Hirasaka, who was surprised. It's the Jade Bone bitch, he thought, surprised to see the poison in his body slowly starting to disappear. Endacher, seeing this, frowned. The poison in Hirasaka's body was gradually fading. He exclaimed in surprise and said, my whole body feels much lighter now. Suddenly, Endo Chao ran toward Hirasaka, who had no time to react. Endo Chao had already made a decision. Her gaze was full of murderous intent directed at Hirasaka. "We must kill Hirasaka Renji before he recovers," said Hoai Tho An, when suddenly a hand lunged unexpectedly. The choice was Hoai Tho An's. Quickly, that hand moved toward where Endacher was. Kotetsu extended his hand and firmly stabbed it into Endo Chao's stomach. It was a decisive move, but seeing the result, it seemed to be a bad choice, thought Mercurius. His face turned cold as blood poured from Endo Chao's body. Surprised, Hirasaka saw how Kotetsu calmly withdrew his bloody hand from Endo Chao's stomach. The other spectators were also stunned. With mouths open, they watched the scene as Endo Chao lay dying on the ground. With a look of disbelief, she asked, "Why?" She looked at Kotetsu confused and asked him, "How can you still move?" Kotetsu raised 2 fingers and explained, "My Pantheon technique allows me to access the powers of the gods from Greek and Roman mythology." He extended his hand to summon Asclepius and added that this also included the god of medicine, Asclepius. Kotetsu rubbed both hands and said, "I was already planning to kill you when you let your guard down." Endo Chao, lying on the ground, smiled with tired eyes looking at Kotetsu and said, "You have always been like this." She lowered her gaze sadly and quietly wondered, "Life is not always how one wants it to be, right?" Andy looked toward the 2, where 7 people were, then looked at the group beside them and added, "If there are already so many people, then they should do it well." Kotetsu and Hirasaka looked confused upon hearing that. Endacher explained, "Even if the strongest warriors on Earth gather here, the victory of our group, Raven, is already predestined." She continued, "We only need the King of the East to stay alive." She turned toward where Lin and Subaru were fiercely fighting. Subaru ran quickly toward Lin's staff when suddenly, he used the staff to cast a blood curse that took Lin by surprise, who could not react in time. Lin smiled smugly at Kotetsu while casting the blood curse. He looked at Lin's system screen and said, "Is this Lin, who was fighting Subaru?" Endacher lay tired, saying nothing. Kotetsu intervened. "If that's the case, then they lost from the start." Hirasaka smiled broadly from behind and added, "He's right." Endacher opened his eyes in surprise and asked how. Kotetsu explained, "No matter who it is, no one can defeat a sovereign god." In the battle, Subaru jumped and kicked Lin directly, causing him to retreat. The blood curse X, Nam's deadly fist, made Lin open his eyes in surprise and disbelief. He frowned and thought, Endo Chao's power is on a completely different level after his transformation. Subaru said, "I was told that being a king is measured by the disposition of that person's soul." Subaru's right eye turned black and began to bleed. His face became serious and, with a firm voice, he said, "Then I just need to be stronger to defeat you, the king of the parallel world, Subaru." He launched an attack that sent Lin flying into the wall and said, "I was told that being a king." He launched an attack that sent Lin flying against the wall and said, "I was told that becoming a king. The king is measured by the disposition of that person's soul." Subaru, with an angry face, said, "Then I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king of another world." Lin, after the blow, with blood in his mouth and gritting his teeth, launched a kick. But it was stopped by Subaru's arm. Lin shouted, "What kind of disposition is this?" Hearing Lin's response, Subaru looked somewhat surprised. Lin, with blood in his mouth and weak breathing, continued, "You are wrong. A king always fulfills his duty." Scene changed to the abandoned building. A voice spoke to Lin. "Your royal privilege allows you to absorb others' techniques and use them as your own. So, take our techniques if you think they will be useful to you." Lin thought for a moment and said, "I can only use 3 at a time." "It's hard to choose," said Enderclick, watching who he wanted to take the technique from. Lin continued analyzing, "I also have to keep one to secure the plan." Therefore, he pointed to Halfway and said, "Take Halfways." Halfway, surprised, asked, "Me?" Scene change, Lin fights Subaru, and he is using the deep freeze ice technique. Subaru, bleeding, feels that his hand is frozen. That is another technique Lin has accumulated, thanks to his royal privilege. Subaru wonders, why does it freeze when touched like this? Maybe he can't use close combat, and if he attacks with blood curses, he will absorb them. "Keep going," said Lin, with a bleeding mouth. Holding his staff, he looked at Subaru, who frowned, thinking, there is something Subaru must avoid at all costs. Kotetsu and Subaru touched hands and emitted a 7-colored light. "Don't let him absorb this," he said as the 7-colored light shone brightly. Subaru faced Lin, which made him suspicious. This guy has realized he can't fight with his own hands or use his techniques yet. Lin, confident, said, "Keep thinking whatever you want." Lin was sweating and frowning, thinking that if he could buy some time, the king of the West, Endacher, would surely turn the situation around later, said Kotetsu. "Before finishing you, I have some questions," said Kotetsu. Endacher was on the ground, bleeding from his head and mouth. Kotetsu asked Endacher, "When you came to invade my world, neither of you had become king yet. Maybe you received the power of..." your predecessor during that time? What happened to the previous king? Endacher, weak, answered. They all died. The sky darkened. A blue eye watched from above, surrounded by red lightning. Everyone watched silently, speechless. Endgame, regretful, thought, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have to be part of this gamble. Sister Himeno, with a smoking body and burned face, had already lost 7 times, and halfway had completely lost his right arm. Endgame, full of regret, said, I lost my valuable comrades. Seeing his comrades severely injured, Kotetsu listened silently as Endgame expressed his feelings. Endgame asked Kotetsu, do you want to know? Kotetsu remained silent. Those behind thought at the same time and shouted angrily to warn Kotetsu. She just wants to prolong the conversation. If she has a plan, kill her quickly. Kotetsu waved his hand, surrounded by red energy, and replied, that's how it should be. Endgame, weak and with a bloodied face, looked at his hand preparing to attack from above. This looks like a trial, doesn't it? But my blood is already recovering. The highest level evil technique, a secondary skill of Endarcher, helps recover 1% of his energy every second. She summoned the Grand Earthland Army. Chu, a woman dressed in black, appeared. Kotetsu, curious, wondered. An attack technique with water? Will it be difficult? Hirosaki suddenly interrupted, worried. This is not good. Kotetsu was surprised to hear Hirosaki mention Udo Ryusei's technique. The Siberian Guardian in perfect condition seems to need to fulfill a condition to maintain that state. The reason they always protect him during battle is that if he moves even slightly away from his position, the secret technique is cancelled. Udo used his hand to stop the wave coming toward him. He asked Hukthui doubtfully why Endgame's purpose was not to use water pressure, but its buoyancy. Endgame spoke his last words before closing his eyes. Even if we sacrifice many lives, as long as Endgame achieves his goal, it's fine. Udo concentrated energy in his legs surrounded by a golden aura. Endgame continued with his last words. Thus, I have fulfilled my mission. A golden glow illuminated. Crack, as Chevalier Release unleashed multiple golden barriers that appeared around him. Udo gritted his teeth, furious at having been deceived by Endgame. The barriers began to break. Then they disappeared in several places. Scene change, now on Subaru's side. He was in attack position when suddenly he vanished. That surprised Cho Lian. At that moment, Subaru teleported behind Lian. At the same time, he raised his sword high. Lian sensed danger and quickly turned around. Subaru's sword began to descend. With no time to react, it cut Lian's shoulder. Lian, mouth full of blood, wondered about the teleportation. Endark's report did not mention that ability. Subaru looked at Lian indifferently. He was doubtful. Has he really become so strong in such a short time? Then Lian, weak, closed his eyes but seemed to have finished his task just in time. The barriers had also disappeared around Lian. Seeing this, Subaru was surprised and puzzled. When the barriers broke, everyone regained movement and resumed their previous activities. One by one, all the barriers completely vanished everywhere. Not a single place remained protected. After everything returned to normal, a scream startled them. 2 girls looked up, very surprised. Subaru gritted his teeth, furious after regaining movement. Everyone panicked upon seeing the battle of the 2 divine lords. A boy in an orange shirt started shouting. What's happening? Are they fighting? Asked another boy with blonde hair. No, it's the battle of the 2 divine lords, replied a man hurriedly running and shouting to the people. Run! Exclaimed Subaru horrified, sweat running down his face. Damn, Udo's secret technique was cancelled, said Lian, smiling and raising his staff. Now, this technique will affect all of humanity. Lian's staff can store up to 3 secret techniques simultaneously. It currently contains Arc Subaru's Blood Curse and Half's Extreme Ice. Finally, there is a hidden card with extremely strict activation conditions, but it will help change the situation for the conquerors. It is a method to summon the divine lords from their own world, through the spaces, at a very high cost. The price is the soul of humanity, a technique that causes countless deaths and also resurrection, a privilege of the king that Lian received from his predecessor. At the same time, Lian unleashed the catastrophe disaster technique. Subaru and Eric Taiga began a fierce battle. Eric and Subaru quickly grew stronger after their battle. After the fight, Subaru returned in an enhanced version. His hair turned white and his eyes intensely red. Holding a red staff, wounded, he greeted with blood in his mouth. He underestimated Subaru's ability, but thanks to that, the conditions to activate the disaster were met. Speaking of the disaster, it is a technique that consumes all souls within a 1-kilometer radius, to summon allied divine lords regardless of space. Lian and his invasion plan involves sacrificing millions of people. To summon the divine lords from their home, there are 3 necessary conditions to successfully activate this technique. There must be more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius. The MP of the divine lords must be at 100%. The MP and life of the Divine Lords must be below 5%. All meet these requirements. The first condition was already met from the beginning. The second will be met by eliminating the extreme ice from Lian's warehouse to fully restore his MP. That is a disadvantage of Lian's king privilege. At that moment, Subaru attacked Lian fiercely. The third condition, requiring the life of the Divine Lords to be below 5%, was met with the attacks. From Ariel Subaru, the staff bearer, a man of great trust and respect in the clan. King Brigitte, the moment has finally come for him to use his privilege. He is the king of Brigitte. The clan begins to activate the catastrophe king privilege, but there is another way to stop it. Then, the clan's catastrophe cannot be activated. Subaru points the sword directly at Lian's neck. First, Auric. Subaru will behead him before the special technique activates. Subaru hesitates a moment before attacking Lian. He lowers his head looking at the sword blade on his neck, and the scene changes to the old Shibuya catastrophe castle. Brigitte lies in a pool of blood, with a large hole in his abdomen. Lian screams. Brigitte. Lian screams in intense pain. Damn it, who did this to you? The person on the ground is the former king of the East, Brigitte. Brigitte says, the clan's enforcers grit their teeth, looking at the man, then look at Brigitte. They lie weak on the ground as the administrators continue. They know I am trying to escape their game. The clan is shocked and sweating, unable to believe it. Brigitte looks at the clan confidently and says, you have all the potential of a king. Take my position immediately, says the clan, surprised. You want me to become the next king of the East? No problem. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have achieved this, says the clan. Brigitte interrupts. Seeing me in this state, surely you think that. Difficulties always come before you have time to prepare, right? Says Brigitte, raising a blood-stained hand. Take the royal privilege from my hand, says Lian, respectfully taking Brigitte's hand. A powerful energy arises as their hands clasp. Brigitte is transferring the privilege to the clan, slowly tiring and closing his eyes. Please free us from the administrator's prison. With his last strength, Brigitte whispers before closing his eyes. It's all for the people of our land, so be it. The former king, Brigitte of the East, dies forever. The clan cries inconsolably. He takes Brigitte's hand and screams in pain. The outside light illuminates the castle. The clan is silent, kneeling beside Brigitte's body. At that moment, another person approaches. I couldn't arrive in time. The clan looks at her and says sadly, Endgame, why are you here? Endgame responds, because I am the next queen of the West. Endgame looks at Brigitte with sadness. Brigitte is dying in great pain, her body covered in wounds and blood. Andashir's face cannot contain the rage. She calls Lion. Should we join the Eyeless's force? Endgame glows and looks at Lion, continuing. I have found an intact world. Let's invade it. Lion looks at Endgame with suspicion. You want to plunder a world? Endgame replies, yes, it is for our people. The scene shifts to the present. Lion's eyes remain open as Subaru draws Ariel's sword, pointing it at Lion's neck. Faster than the activation time of the special technique, just as the sword is about to touch Lion, Subaru thinks. For his people. Subaru's gaze falters. Holding the sword with one hand, he is at the moment to defeat Lion. Subaru keeps the sword steady and stops. Lion looks surprised and confused. He looks up at Subaru. Subaru looks at the clan and says, let's end this, clan. Subaru continues pointing the sword at the clan's neck, who is kneeling on the ground with a confused expression, growling. The clan, sweating profusely, says, what did you just say? Subaru recalls his previous battle and replies, earlier, in the fight against my brother, Eric, Taiga, their hearts are connected to mine. The clan frowns and thinks. Soul exchange can occur between two people with similar sensitivity. Subaru grits his teeth and continues explaining the reason they invaded his world. It is a feeling similar to what I have. The clan becomes thoughtful. How can it be my heart? Subaru, in pain and about to cry, thinks, why did Subaru create that painful feeling? Because it is him, Subaru continues. I already know how your special technique works. Once activated, neither of you will have an escape. So let's stop this now. Lion, for a moment, stopped, lowered his head, and thought about the sudden proposal. That made Lion's thoughts pause, when suddenly, another earthquake arrived. In that moment of hesitation, intense energy sources were activated outside. Udo showed an extremely serious expression, which gave Udo enough time. Ryusei reactivated the crack for Chevalier, and that was precisely it. By putting the person back into operational state, Lion's disaster no longer had effect. Lienshin screamed in horror, looking at Subaru, who showed a pained expression and thought, is Subaru just buying time? Lienshin's eyes were filled with blood webs. He thought Subaru had deceived him. He really was a fool. Subaru, with a gloomy face, looked down from above and lowered his head. He had already lost the chance. That was Endgame, lying in a pool of black blood. Lienshin had lost Endgame's once-in-a-thousand-years chance. Closing his eyes tightly, Lienshin remembered that Endgame had sacrificed his life. Lienshin laughed, ha ha ha, while Subaru looked at him sadly. Lianshin struck the ground hard with his small hand and shouted, "Damn you!" while Subaru, sword in hand, stepped back and lowered his head. "Why should I listen to you?" "For what?" Lianshin shouted in pain. "Now everything is ruined." Lianshin's face was bathed in tears, with an expression of suffering he could not hide. Through it all, Subaru looked at Lianshin with a dark face. "Have you realized something? Why are you crying?" Subaru asked. Lianshin cried uncontrollably and suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt down to Lion's level and said, "I told you we shouldn't fight, right? I haven't deceived you. Try to remember the reason why they came to invade this world," Subaru continued. Subaru kept explaining. "Our enemy is not another AI, but the administrators." Lion, very confused, calmed down and asked to confirm. "The administrators are your enemies?" Lion was beginning to understand. He looked up at Subaru and, amazed, said, "Are you going to do that?" Subaru clenched his hand and replied, "That's right." He spoke with determination. "We will defeat the administrators." Lianshin, horrified, exclaimed, "Impossible. His existence is like that of gods, beyond our understanding." Subaru held his hand in front of Lion and said, "We still have a chance to win." Empathy between leaders only arises when both have a sufficiently high sensitivity. Lion looked at the hand in front of Subaru and continued speaking. "You should already understand my intentions." Elsewhere, a white sand desert. In the center, a mysterious red chair. Vanquish holds a ring on his chest and smiles wildly. Meanwhile, Subaru keeps trying to convince Lion. "Listen, Lion. We will tell you our plan from our position." Vanquish raised the ring and looked at it, flashing a smile both enigmatic and chilling. In a devastated city, Andaker was on the balcony. He looked down at the crowd and spoke to the person behind him. "For our world to continue existing, we must destroy another world." Harfern, with arms crossed behind him, listened attentively as she continued. "Lian and I." Andaker calmly said they would take responsibility for that. Harfern frowned with annoyance. He asked, "Will the AI really be responsible for what happens here?" Looking at the destroyed city below, Andaker replied, "Don't say that, Harfern. I will not let my people be in danger." Resisting the administrators, while below people walked happily. They were not panicked by the destroyed city. On the contrary, they seemed grateful to have a place to live. Harfern, with dangerous eyes, finally scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "If you need help, just tell us." Harfern showed his determination and loyalty. "If you are our king, we are willing to sacrifice our lives at any cost." Andaker looked back and then spoke. "Only now can I speak," he said with a grateful smile. "I will trust you." End of the memory. Endgame slowly opened his eyes. The light outside made him squint. The person to his right was Maria. She was smoking, dressed in rough gang-style clothes. Seeing that Endgame woke up, Maria looked at him. "You've been lying on the ground. Feel your body," she said, showing some doubt. "Has he already been healed?" "I see he is still alive." He weakly asked why they saved him. Suddenly, a voice was heard from above saying, "I already said." Miss Tetsu gave Endgame a piercing look and said, "I have many questions for you." He squinted and warned, "If you try any tricks, I'll send you straight to meet your ancestors right here." At that moment, to her left, someone was also sitting, Hiraka with a light sword. Seeing the three people surrounding Endgame, he froze for a moment and then whispered, "My life no longer has meaning." After finishing, he didn't want to continue speaking. Ignoring the three people surrounding him, suddenly Hiraka saw someone approaching Subaru. Maria also saw a group of three people approaching, including Subaru. Subaru led the group of three, with a bloodstain on his head, and Lion was beside him. Lion was downcast and shy, while Jin watched from behind. Seeing Lion, Endaker suddenly stood up. She loudly called out to Lion, furious, and confronted him. "Why did you go with Ariel?" "Subaru, what happened? What happened to your disaster and calamity technique?" Before she finished her question, Lion fell silent. He was very embarrassed, so Subaru had to intervene to clarify. "We have asked for a ceasefire. Endgame has never been this angry." She harshly criticized him. "Is it true, Lion? Have you betrayed us?" She is no longer the queen of the West, Cao Cao on high, but like a person who has lost her country and home, trapped in despair. Any bitter phrase could come from her mouth. "Have you abandoned our world?" Hearing this, he could no longer remain silent. He shouted, "That's not true." Then, hesitantly, he explained, I have decided to be part of Subaru's plan." Endashur did not understand. She clenched her teeth. "Plan?" Maria, who was smoking nearby, began to exhale a puff of blue smoke. That smoke enveloped Subaru's body. He warned, "These two administrators will hear us if we talk here." Saying that, he pulled out a red key and suggested, "Let's talk somewhere more private." Subaru took Lion and Endgame through the red door. They arrived at a desert of white sand with scattered red crystals. In front of them was a shiny red chair symbolizing the status of whoever sat there. Vanquish was seated in the chair, and a rainbow energy burst out powerfully. He rested his chin on his hand and greeted the visitors. "Welcome, kings of other worlds." The powerful energy emanating from Vanquish made Lion and Endgame feel insecure and worried. Without making them wait any longer, Vanquish smiled slyly and got straight to the point. Today's topic is how to defeat the administrator. He did not allow the other two to interrupt and continued immediately. First, I don't care if you think it's impossible or that they can't be defeated. What you need to do is listen to the plan. Vanquish looked around, evaluating this new space, and wondered what kind of place it was. Is this a space where the administrators cannot find us? Looking at the man seated on the throne, she felt an immense force. It was undoubtedly Vanquish. Endgame knew it too. She silently analyzed the power difference between both sides. Even if everyone united here, he could destroy them in an instant. Then she asked what had always intrigued her. Can you defeat the administrator? Vanquish replied indifferently, Me? No. I have no chance of winning. Endgame was stunned by that cold answer. Then why are we talking about this? Just after, a ring of black pearls was thrown at her feet. Above Endgame's head appeared a big question mark, not understanding what the ring meant. Because this had to do with the administrator, Vanquish, the kind one, explained. That ring is an object that can locate the administrator's position. He shared his intention. I plan to use it to visit an old friend. Andy frowned, paying attention to the words he used. An old friend? She asked. Subaru listened calmly to understand what she meant. Lion, who already knew the plan, just listened silently. She hesitated, trying to arrange her words. Are you an administrator in the group, right? She hesitated while organizing her words. Are you an administrator in the group, right? Seeing that Endgame is so smart, Vanquish smiled and praised her. She understands faster than Subaru. Staying silent also causes Subaru, embarrassed, to speak. He tells her to be quiet. Then, a girl as smart and rational as Endgame is hard to convince immediately. She grits her teeth and asks more, saying, Tell me, Vanquish. How much do you know, Vanquish? Today you are very calm. He calmly explains that there are a total of 9 administrators. This figure horrifies Endgame. She freezes for a moment. Vanquish continues sharing the information he knows about the administrators. He tells them the world is divided into 10 billion and split into 8 control zones. Each of them extracts spiritual energy from the worlds under their administration. The celestial clock is a system that collects 10 types of that energy. The game is designed to extract energy efficiently, forcing them to participate. If any anomaly occurs, they select someone among the conquerors to solve the problem. Before Vanquish continues, Endgame gestures for him to stop. Wait, she says, confused, waving her hand and asking him to speak slowly. I can't process so much information at once. Endgame is sweating, clearly overwhelmed. Vanquish, nervous, asks, So you want me to explain it another way? Subaru, worried, adds, Go ahead. Just one explanation isn't enough? Endgame asks curiously, Can you go slower? There are 8 control zones but 9 administrators. Does that mean your ally has no control zone? Subaru, surprised, thinks to himself that she understood everything in just one explanation. Vanquish places his hand on his chin and explains, I call him an acquaintance rather than an ally. They are very fickle. I'm only sure that half will cooperate with us. Andaker responds hesitantly, But is there still a 50% chance that an administrator will cooperate with us? Vanquish, sitting authoritatively, replies, Exactly. I plan to use his strength to confront the other administrators, until they agree to obey. If all goes well, we can get out of the game. Doesn't sound bad at all, right? Listening to Vanquish, Endgame feels an inner turmoil. She wonders to herself, Doesn't sound bad. That's why he chose to make a truce so quickly. She looks nervously at Endgame, thinking carefully. This is the first and only chance for her to win. She can't let it slip away. She speaks to Vanquish. All right, we will participate with you. Endgame asks, And now, what do you want us to do? Suddenly, she recalls a previous memory. A young man lies motionless on the ground. Endgame calls out loudly to Half-Voon. Lenda, with arms crossed, calmly says he is a brave warrior. Lenda turns and leaves, leaving Endgame alone. He adds, You should be proud to have him under your command. She replies in a dry tone, You talk, but say nothing. Endgame sits gently and extends her hand. She gently touches Harper's pale face and says, Forgive me for being such a miserable king. She sobs but continues, You didn't sacrifice in vain. Endgame, saddened, embraces Harper. It was not in vain, Harper. She recalls their childhood together. Leon approaches and says, I have lost Pain and Hockney. The other allies will be healed, and, once recovered, they will bring them immediately. The other allies are together. Kotetsu turns and asks, What are you doing? Hirasaka lifts his head and replies, If you suspect, I'll kill you now. At this point, what else can we do? Leon remains silent, looking at Endgame. She stands up, looks at Leon, and asks, So the two of us will be here, in this world to borrow our power? Vanquish smiles nonchalantly. I'm surprised that Vanquish, the Rainbow King, made that proposal. But Andaker finds it absurd and annoyed, exclaims, The one who chose was Ariel Subaru. What kind of king is he? Lien lowers his head worriedly. He replies, "While we were fighting, I discovered a bond between our souls." Andocker nods and says, "Aha, I told you when you stopped fighting." Lien interrupts, "It's not over yet." He recalls that moment after touching his soul. I confirmed this and continued saying that Subaru's will is not that of a king. Indasher didn't understand what he meant, so she asked curiously what he wanted to say. He responded worriedly, "I don't know. I had never seen anything like it before, something inside his soul." The allies who were with Subaru had a bright aura surrounding him. He continued saying he was a savior. Subaru's eyes shone intensely like stars in the sky. Jin, confused, called Subaru and pointed at his eyes while asking, "Hasn't Maria healed his eyes?" Immediately after, Subaru opened his eyes surprised. Confirming Jin's question, one of Subaru's eyes was red and continuously bleeding. Each drop of blood fell slowly as he panicked. Scene changes to the headquarters of the Gods Association. Temporarily, Shikishima was in the middle of a press conference speaking. As mentioned in the previous report, we accepted the Underworld's invitation. To participate in the meeting among the leaders of that place, he continued announcing. According to the information we obtained while there, despite the amazement and open mouths of the journalists, Shikishima did not stop. "Please look at the document we have provided." Just as he finished saying this, he showed a book that was already open. Director Hirosaki watched the interview, thoughtful and meditative. One day, after the battle to protect Spia, the Japanese Gods Association held a press conference with those who had gone to the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled as if she had achieved something. She said they would be the first to announce the results, officially, and would take the leadership position among the powerful nations. Back at the press conference, Shikishima continued explaining. "The best news we got while we were there," he paused briefly and continued, "is that we have reached an agreement with the underworld." Shikishima suddenly became more serious. "From now on, they will not send any more new portals to our world." This news shocked all the journalists present. At the same time, Jinga, with his face covered, listened attentively to Shikishima. To compensate for the damages suffered so far, Akira also smiled slightly. And for the future, to connect with the underworld, he kept speaking while Sika was happy. "We will collaborate and expand ties with all countries," said Shikishima in a steady voice. "Let's move on to the question part, right?" Everyone quickly raised their hands. "Does anyone have any questions? Raise your hand." It was already dusk and the sun was setting outside the headquarters. Returning to his usual personality, Shikishima shouted tiredly. While Jinga removed the box covering his head, Shikishima quickly threw himself onto the sofa. As if wanting to stay stuck there, he complained, "I'm exhausted." Then Jinga praised him. "Really, the way you responded at the conference was professional." Shikishima answered naturally, "I did it all by myself." Even Hirosaki did not spare praise but suddenly hesitated, leaving everyone confused. "You're very good. I thought about helping you a bit, but it turns out." Shikishima interrupted to ask about Subaru. "How do you feel now, Subaru?" He gently touched his eye to reassure everyone. "I'm fine and my eyes no longer show anything strange," he replied confidently. "That's good. If there's anything strange, let us know immediately." So now, our next concern is disaster number 4, Kinokawa. He continued as if mocking others' suffering. "Don't forget that. You also have to participate in the meeting with allies from other countries, huh? And also in the online meeting with the leaders of the countries," said Shikishima in a pleading tone. Kinokawa laughed loudly and cheerfully, without hesitation, refused. "I can't do it." He scratched his head tiredly and asked Subaru, "Are you sure Sonomori can handle disaster number 4 alone?" Hearing this, Subaru announced his plan. "Yes, I'm thinking of inviting a dependent to join me." And to confirm what Subaru said, an image of Kotetsu shopping appeared. "I want to pay with Ariel's card." Akira, bored, asks again, while Shikishima, with hatred and gritting his teeth, says, "Is it him?" A deep voice resonates, "The killer of me and Carrion, the 4th calamity, the false emperor." According to the story, a flame is falling on a great and beautiful mountain range. He was born in the Kyushu mountain, very far from Tokyo, and has always been quietly increasing his power. Absorbing the souls around him, an image of the future begins to appear before everyone. If that false emperor fully develops the souls he has absorbed, they will become powerful monsters that will attack Japan. Although the introduction was very intimidating and terrifying, the false emperor continues resting peacefully. Now we have a false emperor exposed to the sun at a 7% development state. He is comfortably exposed to the sun while thinking. If the emperor continues absorbing such abundant souls, soon, he will form the most powerful army in history, first turning this place into a hell and then. Before the false emperor can complete his plan, a respectful voice resonates. "Excuse me," he says, also very politely. Subaru, alongside Jinga and Kotetsu, are curious. "Will you become the 4th calamity?" The emperor looks confused, fixing his gaze on them. Immediately, Jinga extends his hand as if to launch an attack and says, "Excuse me, forgive me." It seems his hand is concentrating magic as he approaches the emperor's curious face. In an instant, he shouts loudly, "Aize! The fourth calamity has been eliminated." Kotetsu, confused, asks, "Then what was the point of me coming here?" Subaru smiles and gives a reason to be sure. Please enjoy the latest version. In the events of the next segment, he has just arrived home and shouts, "We're home." Andacher, indifferent, says, "Welcome home." Subaru smiles brightly and says, "We prepared dinner, guys." Kotetsu, shameless, mocks, "What parasites?" Hearing this, Subaru quickly responds with an uncomfortable truth. "You're the biggest parasite here, idiot." After the joke, he approaches and changes his attitude, admiring, "It looks delicious. Let's eat, idiot." Before they can sit down, a voice resonates. "Subaru, have you recognized Seiha?" Seiha is playing with the cat. Sorry to interrupt the meal. She hesitates and reflects, looking to the side, but Seiha observes 4 figures flying over the central valley. She announces, "We have some guests." Then, Shikishima also contacts Subaru. "Subaru, there is an urgent matter." Subaru responds to Shikishima. As he opens the door to go out, Seiha continues telling. After learning about the Lord's journey to the underworld, leaders of other countries want to have him. The 4 figures that were flying earlier approach Subaru's apartment. According to her, they want to capture him and take him to their countries. The golden-haired divine leader smiles confidently, as if having everything under control. Next to him, the black-haired president wears a mask. A mysterious, cold, and haughty goddess watches them closely. Finally, a kind leader smiles gently. While Subaru carefully examines each one, Seiha gives him instructions. "Be careful." Shikishima is also worried and reassures, "We're already on our way." Contrary to what everyone thinks, Subaru is left speechless, hesitating. This is because Kotetsu has seriously concentrated, accumulating power around him. Ren is not far behind, transforming into his golden divine form. Seeing this, Andacher also prepares to enter combat mode. It seems he already predicted the outcome, so Subaru resigns and says it's unnecessary. Powerful multicolored energies are launched toward the 4 divine leaders, trying to overwhelm them. While Seiha rests on the cat, they quickly resolve the situation. The group of the world's most powerful divine leaders has finished, and Shikishima, at the base, reports to Kino. The boy said it wasn't necessary for you to come, and she shouts, cheering Yudo, Mei, and Akira. They celebrate, "We don't have to go." Below Subaru's building, a loud noise is heard that seems to prevent it. "You can't do that, Mr. President." Mia is comforting the golden-haired divine leader who is suffering. When the phone started ringing, he had already told them we shouldn't do that. He shouted furiously over the phone, "I thought only Eric Subaru was there." The blonde leader recounted, horrified, "But how is it possible that there are 4 monsters there?" Mia, incredulous, repeated, 4. Contrary to the commotion outside, inside the apartment, Subaru was praising without reservation. "This soup is delicious." Akira responded humbly, "It's just a regular soup." Scene changed to the underground world. Silver Kingdom, Ares Forest. Esther reported urgently, "You have 15 minutes. Vanquish approached curiously. "Why did you call me to this desolate place? What's going on?" He approached Sybil and spoke quietly, not paying attention to Vanquish's attitude. She calmly narrated, "I heard that. The king of the Silver Kingdom is close to Subaru, so I asked him to meet us. It's a very urgent matter." Sybil became more serious. "The 8th disaster has been rewritten." Upon hearing this, he frowned. With clenched teeth, she revealed shocking information. The bearer of the 6 eyes will appear in the human world. Ruin looked and asked, "The bearer of the 6 eyes? What?" Sybil, worried and sweating, explained that they are the ones who assassinated the previous king of the kingdom, the Golden King, and his tutor, the previous king of the Silver Kingdom. Thinking of them, the image was terrifying. He was shocked. She, helpless, told the truth. Abaddon's power doesn't even compare to theirs. Suddenly, Sybil became urgent. "We must act quickly if we continue like this." Then, fearfully, she said, "The ending that neither Vanquish nor I want to face is that Subaru dies. That is inevitable." Scene changed to another world. Mastema was on the phone, answering, "Yes, hello." While raising a blood-covered weapon, he asked the person on the phone, "Who's in charge here?" Massima replied calmly, "If we have never met, maybe you are Wrath or Balance. Or maybe Chaos, right?" he asked curiously. "What's going on?" "Of course, I accepted. But why me?" After the other person answered, Mastema exclaimed, "Ah, I see. Yes, I will report immediately." After finishing the sentence, he started manipulating something on the phone. Then, a voice said, "Hello." Mastema, excited, exclaimed, "Oh," you answered, "Director." She announced enthusiastically, "We already have work, Bearer Mastema." The sun shone softly on the building where Subaru was, who, with a basket in hand, went out and looking at the sky said, "Even though it's winter, dressing like this to go out is fine." But upon hearing a noise, he turned to greet, "Good morning, Hyodo. It's late now." It was Tetsu, who had sat on the sofa and asked curiously, "Where is Eric?" Endochir answered wisely, He went out for a walk. Maybe he's having coffee now. Then she stood in front of him and said, Hyodo, get up. I'm going to clean the sofa. Tetsu, puzzled, commented, they seem very happy, don't they? Endocher sighed with annoyance, complaining like a dependent mother. Well, I have to help a little around the house. Before she finished, he interrupted her. What are you waiting for? Endocher pretended ignorance and asked, why all of a sudden? Tetsu, with a serious and suspicious tone, said, do you expect this peace to last forever? Although she lowered her voice while hanging clothes, he heard her and looked at her intently. In the quiet city, a strange stain suddenly appeared in the sky. Unaware of the tension of others, Subaru happily enjoyed his coffee, praising it. It's delicious. He closed his eyes, relaxed, thinking that before the seventh disaster, he should enjoy this moment of peace. But it didn't last long. Suddenly, he opened his eyes upon seeing something, and at the same time heard a polite voice say, Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but Asmodeus seemed shy when speaking. May I sit here? Without any hesitation, Subaru immediately accepted. Yes, of course. Suddenly, he stopped as if he had noticed something, but Subaru looked at the furniture without paying much attention. He looked around, wondering, since there were many other places, but as soon as he sat down, he looked outside and exclaimed, Today is a beautiful day, isn't it? You couldn't agree more. That's right. Watching the quiet city under the sky, Asmodeus continued, The blue sky and white clouds are truly beautiful. Hearing this, Subaru also slowly looked outside and replied, That's right. The confusion seemed to be reflected in his eyes. His wide-open eyes revealed the source of his bewilderment. Asmodeus suddenly began to cry. Subaru stood up alarmed and asked, Are you okay? Asmodeus, nervous, wiped his tears. It's nothing. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. While adjusting his glasses, he sighed softly. Sorry, you're very kind. It's just that the day is so beautiful that I got a little emotional. Asmodeus's explanation left Subaru surprised, speechless. Then, without letting Subaru calm down, he spoke gently about something shocking. Destroying a world like this is simply unbearable. As usual, surprised, Subaru stammered, unable to believe what he had just heard, and repeated, What destroy? Asmodeus replied slowly and regretfully, Sorry for being so hasty. Then he handed him a business card, as if to introduce, This is the organization I work for. Hearing the name mentioned by Asmodeus, Subaru quickly became nervous. World Decline Organization, the card was clearly visible. To back up his introduction, Asmodeus announced in a monotone voice, I am the director of the Six Eyes Group. My name is Asmodeus. Then he smiled slightly as Subaru's power began to release. They also call me the Executor. Asmodeus was surprised by the scene before him. Then he clapped and exclaimed excitedly, This is incredible. Asmodeus looked innocent and shook his head. In just an instant, you are ready for a battle against me, your enemy, and in only 2 months. You have become a brave warrior, Erika. No wonder my clients are watching you. Subaru, who hadn't understood anything from the start, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, What the hell are you talking about? He continued with an innocent expression, It's not true. Sorry if I bothered you. Like a true white lotus flower, Asmodeus kept apologizing. But it's sincere, really, sorry. Fighting is just nonsense, he said kindly. The person in front of you now is just a separated soul, not the original body. So don't think about fighting. Subaru, furious, couldn't control his power and separated his soul. How is it possible that this guy created an auxiliary body using a small part of the soul of the main body? An organization called Group? Do you want war? Immediately, Asmodeus extended his hand to stop him. You're wrong, he changed to a serious and threatening tone. One of the rules of our organization is that the most effective way is to inform you first. Sorry if I say it bluntly. This way of speaking only made Subaru even more annoyed. What the hell are you talking about? Asmodeus smiled slightly. Of course, this time the target is not only you. Images of Subaru's companions appeared as he emphasized. My employees will visit each of your companions. You will quickly communicate with each one in your mind. Shikishima, Seiha, Carrion, Jinga, Narus, extremely perceptive. Asmodeus detected this quickly, which surprised Subaru. Do you also have telepathy? He apologized again, although it didn't seem like it at all. Sorry, but we already blocked that ability. Subaru, annoyed, asked aloud, Why? Then Asmodeus looked thoughtful and mysterious. It's a secret of our organization. His arrogant attitude only increased Subaru's anger. While watching, Subaru wondered, could he be an artificial intelligence? It was the first time Subaru faced such an enemy, and he still found it hard to believe, he thought silently. Not only did he have power, but he also forced Subaru to follow his pace. Then Asmodeus looked at his watch and announced, It seems it's almost time. We return to Subaru's house. Kotetsu continues with his previous words, We don't know. Glancing quickly at Andaker, he continues, What do you trust in RX Subaru? Lion is no exception. He watches Kotetsu, who keeps talking to himself, But we must also know that Kotetsu's eyes seem to see beyond the earthly world when making an observation. "This world is a hell," says Kotetsu. Immediately, a red light covers the entire sky. It is a red lightning bolt that crashes down, leaving him stunned. Leon is startled and quickly turns around to observe the situation. Both Endgame and Leon are stunned, staring outside, confused. Kotetsu remains calm, as if he had already foreseen something in the cafe. The situation becomes increasingly tense as lightning continues to appear outside. Asmodeus remains calm, smiling slightly and gently tapping the table. Meanwhile, Subaru watches him with concern and anger fixedly. Kotetsu is sitting on the sofa, carefully evaluating and thinking deeply. What they call a portal is nothing more than a crack in another world filling that opening. That crack is a substitute for the administrator of those fissures, Kotetsu thinks, frowning. Surely everyone feels that the administrator of Cane Duck exists, he thinks as he closes his eyes. Kotetsu continues to seriously reflect. He continues his analysis. Lightning flashes and continuously appear in the cursed world. He explains in a deep voice, "There is no way out, even if." Scene changes to another place. The lightning keeps flashing. Asmodeus and Subaru are in a cafe discussing. Asmodeus says, "Mr. Ariel, in that case." Subaru shows a surprised expression and freezes. Asmodeus points to a file and smiles, saying, "Please, look at this." Asmodeus looks at Subaru with an unreadable expression. Subaru grits his teeth, eyes full of rage, in front of a tall building in the city. Rays of various colors arrive one after another that day. Everyone, a crack leading to another space, the divine blood, the savior, the 8 great disasters. The last disaster, the 6 Enhan Company, the final battle. Subaru clenches his teeth holding documents. Asmodeus says the content of the document is about Akari Tuharu's desperate plan. Subaru frowns while reading the document. His face fills with anger and disgust. Asmodeus, sitting, looks at Subaru and invites him to sit. Asmodeus lowers his gaze and continues. "This is the moment when the subordinates, like us, must explain ourselves, because I want everyone, including Akari, to feel the despair." Scene changes to Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. The girl closes her eyes and says, "The plan is divided into 3 stages. The first, she is an employee of the 6 NN Company. Floros is in front of her. Suddenly, a loud noise is heard. In front of Floros, Zinga pays no attention. He focuses on training. Floros lets out a bitter laugh. Floros comments coldly, "Too cold." Zinga clenches his teeth and frowns, without a single scratch. Horrible scenes of the future approach. Zinga still pays no attention. She says, "I will continue explaining the first stage. It is obvious that the administrator will create a crack, and this world will be rewritten as a hellish landscape, so horrible that no historical stage can compare." Zinga clenches his teeth, looking at Floros without saying anything. Floros crosses his arms and comments, "You are persistent to the point of being annoying." Floros continues explaining, "Our 6 NAN Company is the executor of the elites. Among those elites, all members possess power more than 10 times greater than what they have seen in other worlds. People like you cannot leave even a single wound." Floros narrows his eyes. "May I continue explaining?" Zinga shows slight hesitation. Scene changes. In front of him is a bridge crossing a large river. Painful memories arise. A monster appeared on a rainy day. Zinga's family was gathered, happily eating. Outside, the rain falls like water on the windows. The monster lowers a hand and destroys the house. Zinga is alone amid the chaos. The house has completely collapsed and he is the only survivor. On the altar are his parents and, beside them, other relatives. All of Zinga's loved ones disappeared in the blink of an eye. Remembering those moments makes Zinga's chest tighten. He suffers, sheds tears, clutching his heart. His face is covered in sweat and he frowns. Floros asks, "Are you okay, Tsunemori Zinga?" Zinga looks at her, then closes his eyes tightly to calm his emotions. Zinga clenches his fists and says, "I've decided not to believe in anything anymore." He remembers happy moments with his family, and Zinga feels pain. Those peaceful days seem to have been mercilessly taken away. Floros frowns, then smiles dangerously. "I think that is a good reaction." "Feeling despair is a good thing," Floros says. Zinga lowers his head, sweat covering his face. "No, I'm not desperate," Zinga replies. Floros looks at him confused as he continues speaking. "I already told you I don't believe what you say," Zinga says, raising his head, his face drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth. "After depending on Eric, I swore that this time I will protect everyone. I don't care how strong you are or what your plan is." Floros says nothing, arrogantly raising his head. Elsewhere, in Chiba, a man is trying to convince Akira. "How about it, Naruto? The sky is beautiful, isn't it?" This man is an employee of Company 6, named Befrons, with his arms open. His smile becomes awkward when Akira turns his head coldly, ignoring him. Without paying attention, Akira holds a bouquet of white daisies and says, "Disgusting." He lowers his head and covers himself with a hat, Looks like we don't share the same taste. Akira tightens the bouquet in his hand and replies, I never intended to talk to an enemy. Today, I only brought flowers for the colorful thunderstorms, Akira says with a frown. Befrons watches him from behind, while Akira's yellow eyes calmly shine as he speaks. I'll take you back to your place. Scene changes to Hirosaka's apartment. Karen holds a package of documents. Beside her are Zia and another person facing them. They propose making him fall into despair. Karen clenches her teeth and sets a deadline. What are you thinking? The one who came to convince is Jockey, a new employee of Company 6. Croaky smiles and raises the documents. Seiha says, of course not. She is surprised, opens her mouth, and Seiha continues. You know nothing about what Tomai has gone through. Croaky keeps trying. This time you won't succeed. Karen sticks out her tongue mockingly. Say whatever you want. The more you underestimate us, the more painful the fall will be, she says with a frown, holding back. Karen smiles happily, with an attitude as if she wants to devour us alive. Shouldn't you follow the plan? Don't go against higher orders. Croaky shouts furiously, and Karen suddenly becomes serious. With a sharp look at Croaky, she says, I will crush your plan and... Images of Hirosaka and Sika appear in Karen's mind, who asks, You are not the same as the AI, right? Hirosaka and Sika respond firmly. Scene changes to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Another person holds several documents and begins to read. The first phase is to cut communication. In the second, we will kill all their subordinates, comrades, family, and friends. Finally, we will torture them for a long time before killing them in front of him. Subaru Shikishima lowers her head looking at the documents. Someone behind responds. That's right, Violet, she says. We have more than 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique method will bring inevitable despair. Surely you've seen it in another world, Shikishima says confused, gritting her teeth. She continues excitedly. Isn't that your sister? That weak girl? Shikishima says, looking out the window with the documents, adding, Enough, shut up. Shikishima continues. When I received the prophecy of the end of the world, I felt the same. Violet smiles sinisterly. Shikishima smiles with satisfaction. Violet frowns. Shikishima continues. This time we can start with ourselves, along with Toru. Shikishima smiles wildly. Once again, I won't let him fight alone. Scene change. Subaru slams the table forcefully. Asmodeus's eyes shine. Subaru says, You block telepathy. Asmodeus's eyes shone. Subaru said, You block telepathy. Asmodeus still maintains a professional smile. Subaru, angry, says, Do you think isolating me will make me despair? Subaru remembers all her comrades and says determinedly, They are my subordinates. You underestimate them, Asmodeus thinks silently. He thinks this time he's really trapped, Asmodeus says to Subaru. In other words, that's his responsibility, right? Subaru radiates powerful energy. Asmodeus smiles and says, I can't trust a leader who can't protect his subordinates. Subaru responds seriously. The subordinates are also my comrades. One of them said, That person is the Demon King. At that moment, Subaru feels a strong grip on his shoulder. We are not here to be pitied or pampered. Trust and rely on us, they said. Energy begins to emanate from beneath Subaru's feet. I trust them and only need to do one thing, become stronger. Asmodeus looks up at Subaru, then smiles calmly with a difficult-to-read expression. Subaru transforms into a more powerful version. Even if you are just a substitute, you won't be able to run away. Subaru, your red eyes shine intensely. I will defeat you here, Asmodeus. Asmodeus remains calm and says, My evaluation of you has risen a level. Asmodeus smiles with narrowed eyes. You really are an interesting person. Scene change. In the Sea of Blood and Souls, CB is sitting in a red chair, looking at Vanquish while calling him father. Vanquish responds, It seems they have already arrived. In front of them, a beam of red light begins to appear. The door leading to this dimension begins to slowly manifest. An immense and hidden power is pushing the door to open. A dark red energy bursts forcefully behind the door. Subaru grabs Asmodeus by the neck and lunges forward at an extremely fast speed. Asmodeus shows no fear and laughs loudly. This is fun. The white sand is dyed bright red. Subaru and Asmodeus are separated by some distance. Asmodeus says cheerfully, I thought you would fight in the human world, but I didn't expect you to have the key to the throne. Subaru looks up. This will not affect the human world. Asmodeus replies, A boundary space was created by Chakio. It's fascinating. No wonder the operator can't find it. Subaru emits an energy that Asmodeus cannot suppress. Asmodeus stands in the middle of the white sand with arms open. Do you think this will be okay? The substitute and the original share the same feeling. Asmodeus continues. The operator will track and invade this place. Sharp spikes pierce Asmodeus's hands and feet. Another voice resonates. You don't have to worry, says the voice as another spike points at Asmodeus's back. He falls to the ground. A spike pierces his body. A sharp claw grabs Asmodeus' shoulder. I plan to leave this place, says Vanquish with a sinister smile. Asmodeus looks at Vanquish and says, relax and enjoy it. You are Chakyo, right? Vanquish says nothing, but his smile becomes even stranger. Asmodeus looks at Vanquish and says, I wonder who is stronger between my original and you, Lord AI. Vanquish grits his teeth. I don't have time for this. Sorry, but I don't plan to fight you. Vanquish points to Subaru, who is on the other side, and continues. With or without your original, he will defeat you. Asmodeus opens his eyes in surprise but keeps smiling. This is really exciting. Then he says, next time I will invite everyone to the throne. Vanquish replies coldly, that is not in my plans. Vanquish throws a punch at Asmodeus' body. Asmodeus shatters into hundreds of pieces. His face breaks into multiple fragments, but a sinister smile still appears on his lips. Vanquish, after dealing with him, remains silent. Subaru watches them seriously and reflects. Scene change. In another dimension, on Asmodeus' throne, headquarters of the Segan Corporation. An exciting laugh is heard. Mistema leans on her hip and asks, what's up, President? Asmodeus replies, my substitute was defeated, but it doesn't matter. Mistema says nothing. She is the vice president of the Segan Corporation, evaluating the operator's satisfaction. 5 consecutive years in first place. Next to Mistema is Bylist, vice president of the Segan Corporation. Bylist says, Tox 925 points, rank 1. Asmodeus crosses his legs and says calmly. Bylist says, Tox 925 points, rank 1. Asmodeus crosses his legs and says calmly, we have discovered Asmodeus' hideout. This is the information our client needs, the true identity of Asmodeus. He is the president of the Segan conglomerate, Asmodeus, licensed with a driver's license. Mistema and Bylist look at Asmodeus in bewilderment. The situation could be more complicated than expected. They will probably have to come to light. Asmodeus takes both their hands and signals them to step back. We must report this immediately, says Mistema helplessly. He always acts like this. Bylist is also left speechless. Scene change. Subaru remains silent, expressionless. Vanquish says, I have been observing the situation from the throne. Vanquish looks at Subaru and continues. So, the nickname of the mysterious executor who has been hidden turns out to be a conglomerate. Subaru continues, we need a plan, right? Vanquish replies, that is yet to be decided. Vanquish finishes speaking. A large shadow appears. Varden, Safina, and Ruin approach. Subaru looks at them surprised and shouts, the 3 Sybil queens have also arrived. Subaru cannot hide his astonishment. Sybil 2, how come you are here? On Terra's side, there are also people waving their hands. We are also present. Subaru says, both Terra and the others. Safina replies, we have already discussed this matter. If cracks like those appear, they will affect our goal of eliminating the gates. Safina's gaze is cold and fixed. The expansion agreement is already complete. Safina continues, now we only need your opinion. Subaru, confused, repeats, I. Ruin interrupts from a distance. Sorry, but let me speak first. Ruin raises his hand. Subaru-kun, Ruin, with tired eyes and a serious expression, says, I am no longer your subordinate. Subaru, confused, does not understand what is happening and suddenly shouts. Scene change. In the human world. The temporal cracks flicker constantly. A car speeds down the road. In a tall building, the voice of an AI is heard saying, that's right. Shikishima looks at the screen seriously and says, in the battle against the Segan conglomerate, surely Shikishima and his collaborators will not participate in the fight. Subaru replies, exactly. Vanquish has arrived at the operator's location. It seems related to a specific cycle. He recalls that moment. Vanquish, with arms crossed, talks about the administrator's eye. That subject's position is very close to another world. Vanquish continues. It's like the way planets revolve around their orbits. Subaru, puzzled, asks, how do you know so much about the human world? Vanquish continues, if we lose this opportunity, it will take us years to find it again. Vanquish points at Subaru and says, I will leave. It seems I won't return. During the Segan Conglomerate project, all of you will have to deal with them on your own. Vanquish trusts Subaru. Hearing this, Subaru immediately frowns. Returning to the present, Jinga says, to face an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld. Only we can do it. A call appears on the phone screen. It's a call from the King Group. Shikishima says, the plan is scheduled to start next year. According to the proposal, it will be January 1st. Shikishima adjusts his glasses and smiles. It seems almost impossible, thinks Subaru sitting on the bed, cautiously evaluating. At that moment, Kotetsu approaches and says, it's not entirely impossible. Kotetsu points outside. Outside, the temporal cracks flicker constantly. Let's take advantage of those cracks, says Shikishima. Hyoto asks, exactly what do you mean? Subaru speaks seriously. Also, after Kotetsu left, Subaru says, the other world will lend us its power. Scene change. Kinokawa, with tired eyes and an expressionless face, walks slowly down a path. It seems something appears. He stops and opens his eyes. A golden door begins to manifest. Kinokawa stands still in front of the door and exclaims, "Lakna Langa is the guardian of the Sakura Gate," Kinokawa whispers. "Lakna." The door opens. From inside, a voice is heard. "It is an honor to meet you." "The substitute of my warrior," says Kinokawa with a furrowed brow and confused. From inside, a gust of wind tousles her hair. A girl appears and disappears quickly. "I am Safina, from the Golden Territory." Kinokawa goes from surprise to an even greater one. Kinokawa looks at her puzzled, and Safina continues, "Sakura, cancel the contract with the knight and become my substitute." Subaru is stunned upon hearing this. He asks again, "Do you accept?" Kinokawa hesitates. Safina nods. Subaru replies, "Right before tonight." 3 inventors are repairing the gates, Subaru shares. Currently, they are making adjustments to make that possible. Terra and the others are taking care of replacing the gates. Watching the news on TV, Subaru suggests continuing after the negotiation. At that moment, Lion Kotetsu and Endaker pass behind Subaru. He says, "We will head outside." Shikishima holds his head and sighs deeply. He says he is not worried about that, but at that moment the news anchor on TV reports. Yesterday at noon, around 12, a gigantic crack appeared in the sky. Worldwide, TV shows images of those cracks. Filled with colors in the sky, the anchor says the relationship between the crack and the celestial sky is still unclear. So far, it has not been determined with certainty. Some civilians were interviewed with the question, "What do you think about the crack?" An elderly woman responded with concern. It is clearly reflected on her face. "They are truly terrifying. I can't stop imagining monsters emerging from the crack." An old man commented that no one knows what will happen. The celestial sky is unpredictable. If it is a countdown to the end, it seems the young think differently. The young man jokes, "It's probably fine. It's not my problem either." Another elderly man, scared, says it is divine punishment. The TV continues coverage of a press conference. The president of the United States Players Alliance criticizes that this is the result of the actions of the Japanese alliance. The TV switches the scene to the Japanese alliance building also yesterday. The Japanese alliance plans to issue a statement related to the cracks. Endacher comments that the cracks appear random in appearance and timing. In this world, a crack that opens can cause other cracks to open over the course of a week. She fears monsters may jump out from these cracks. Sometimes we can advance, but the cracks may also come from elsewhere. Considering the risk of being attacked from another place, she thinks about the case of monsters breaking into this world. Casualties would be inevitable, but with so many cracks as reported on TV, the end is near. She is somewhat worried. However, there have never been so many cracks like this before. SEA asks what the enemy force is like, and Daxter calmly replies that it is very varied, as already said. Here, Daxter is the person with the most knowledge and experience. Everyone pays attention to her, as someone who has entered through the cracks. I can assure you their strength is not below level 4. Jinga is worried about enemies above level 4. Akira is also uneasy. They can suddenly appear in the city. Daxter looks at Kotetsu and provides more information. If we are unlucky, enemies the size of Hyodo, or worse, could attack. Akira, alarmed, asks, "The conquerors from other worlds?" He reflects, "Somehow, those cracks used to protect this world." Hearing this, Jinga is uncomfortable and frowns, unsure if it is because she dislikes the way of speaking or because she is worried about the cracks. Akira continues, "But how are we going to fight them?" He intervenes with a harsh but true opinion. "I don't think we can stop them completely. There are too many." Outside, there are still many large and small cracks in the sky. Some say humanity must reconsider its approach. Subaru remains silent, watching the discussion, thoughtful. The cracks have appeared instead of the gates. This is much more severe than we imagined. Hearing noises behind, Subaru glances at Shikishima, who is clutching his head in despair. Why? Why does it have to come to this point? He frowns and grits his teeth. Have we made a mistake? Suddenly, an employee opens the door and rushes in. "Sorry," he turns to him and asks, "Is it time already?" The nervous employee reports, "Hurry to the press room. The journalists are causing chaos." The situation worsens outside. A reporter shouts, "Explain quickly. Get out of here." "Isn't this your business?" Many other journalists join the protest. They only make the situation worse. What will happen to the people's safety? Many criticisms and sharp questions. The employee can't stand the pressure and complains, "I can't take it anymore." The employee can't stand the pressure and complains, "I can't take it anymore." Akira is restless, but the demon emperor intervenes. If the doors disappear, no one can predict what will happen next. Including people from the other world, he analyzes the existence of a different world. It's something very novel, isn't it? The fact that people from this world want to eliminate the doors is natural. Karin sincerely looks at Akira and Subaru. "Guys, you have been serious and comforting. You have made no mistakes." Akira looks surprised at Karin. Jinga remains silent, not speaking. Miss Tetsu seems a bit cold. After Karen's words, he responds, "What kind of consolation is that?" He says directly that this situation was caused by their own actions. Karen, discouraged, glares at Miss Tetsu. She only responds with a slight yes and stays silent. Karen looks around and sees someone has taken the initiative. Seeing Shikishima stand up, everyone is surprised. Kotetsu comments that it seems he's already prepared to accept it. Jinga calls out to Shikishima-san. Subaru volunteers saying, "Let me go." But Akira stops him, gritting his teeth. "You can't go. You understand better than anyone, Subaru. I know you're tense, but also determined. In this situation, I can handle it better because I know them well. It will be fine. We have all seen the future. The outcome is clear." Thinking of the journalists still waiting outside, Akira says the criticisms won't change anything. Then he smiles to encourage himself, "But I will do my best to overcome it." Shikishima does not share his feelings with others, but he also carries an emotional burden. The others will have to bear it during the press conference, especially Naris and Tokomori, who already have emotional wounds. Akira looks sadly at Shikishima, who volunteers to face the journalists. Although worried and scared, Akira feels encouraged inside. This is the best way to face the Six Eyes Corporation under the best conditions. Subaru frowns, annoyed, thinking about something. Then he approaches Shiki from behind. But still, Shikishima gets angry and shouts, "Fine, stay here." Suddenly, a soft voice is heard. "You too, Shikishima." Both Subaru and Shikishima freeze. The person appearing behind the door is a lady in a splendid and noble dress. She says, "Children should step aside." Then she smiles charmingly, leaving everyone stunned with surprise. Shikishima goes from surprise to panic. Director Hirosaki. Subaru is also quite surprised. "What are you doing here?" Everyone is confused, waiting for a response from Director Hirosaki. She does not answer but asks, "Why not? Isn't it obvious?" Director Hirosaki smiles kindly. "I'm an adult," she says. "Don't you trust me, Shikishima?" The journalists press her to speak quickly. Director Hirosaki turns and shouts, "What a nuisance! What are you saying?" She points at Shikishima's group. "Keep thinking about how to solve it." Alarmed, Shikishima shouts, "Wait, are you going alone? I'm here to be strong and merciless," Director Hirosaki replies indifferently. "And I'm here because someone asked me for help. Someone has to take responsibility for this." And she thinks to herself, "It's like this because my son wants it." Then she tells them to remember. Director Hirosaki turns around and goes to face the reporters, leaving a phrase for everyone in the room. "You still have adults by your side, and they will take responsibility." Jiga feels an internal gratitude, surprised, and whispers, "Director Hirosaki." Shikishima is not good at emotional management. He is upset, but a natural voice appears and boasts. Then he looks at his hands, soaked with sweat and trembling as if he had chills. He can't help but feel grateful, although he admits to himself, "She just saved me, Hirosaki." The watch on his wrist suddenly glows. Someone thinks it seems like the prediction is being interrupted. In the past, Kamina tried to predict the future, and he is puzzled. Why? Why can't his power reach it? Instead of resolving the situation, it's as if it's being cut off. Sybil explained this. The person who receives the power in the most beneficial way for the future is the one whose forecast is destroyed. At that moment, what Kamina saw was the light of the apocalypse, and he collapsed. Why? Why can't victory be seen in the future? Sybil has seen something in the future. She murmured, unable, and left Subaru's future, looking at the light on the watch. Subaru, astonished, felt an internal conflict and thought to himself, could there be someone else besides me who can see the future at the same time? On the live broadcast screen outside the large building, Director Hirosaki appeared on screen. She showed no fear in front of the camera and responded fluently to the press questions. Seeing the woman on the screen, Julie exclaimed, "Mom." After finishing the press conference, Director Hirosaki bowed her head in greeting. Silver rank player, Hizaki Julieta. Standing on the street watching the news on the public screen, he murmured to himself, "Like I said yesterday, did Mom make it?" The person accompanying Julie was someone who used to bully Subaru. Itoshima Izuki, bronze rank, was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. Is Director Hirosaki Julieta's mother? Julie watched the news without paying attention to the content. In her mind, she had scattered thoughts. That kid with glasses was saved, right? He risked and left scars on the soul. It had nothing to do with those who left those scars. Itoshima, seeing Julie was not focused, asked her, "Are you listening? That's your mother." Julie sighed and replied rudely, "I'm not listening. Don't talk to me. Shut up, ugly." Itoshima, confused, said, "You're still so rude." Julie looked at him with disdain and became thoughtful. The real problem was that she was looking at the cracks in the sky. She wondered when and what would appear when the crack opened. At that moment, a girl gently approached Julie. The girl said, "Maybe I already understand." Suddenly, she heard someone say nonsense beside her. Julie, very annoyed, looked and the girl explained that an energy was bursting around her. The girl, with an innocent face, said she probably knew when the crack would open. On the girl's feet were glowing lines. That must be how she activated the ultimate ability of the spellbook. Julie didn't like predictions about the future. She frowned and asked, "Another prediction, Kana?" The girl who just made the prediction was Kana Sato, the younger sister of Kengo Sato. In the hospital, a worried voice was heard. A nurse hurriedly chased after a girl with a Nasia-style bun. "Where are you going?" The nurse was worried about her patient. "Your wound isn't fully healed yet." The girl stopped and replied, "Yes, but it will probably heal." The nurse kept trying to persuade her. "Wait a moment." The girl hesitated and the girl ran out of the hospital. She was Himeno Mario, sister of Himeno Jumeno. The girl held a miniature globe and said things the nurse didn't understand. "From now on, my power will be necessary," the girl murmured. It was probably because on the globe she was holding, the location of aerial Subaru was shown. Scene change. At the temporary headquarters of the Alliance, in the reception room for players, Julie pointed to Kana, who was sitting silently beside her, and said, "That's why. This girl can determine the order in which the cracks will open. We must take advantage of her." Shikishima and Subaru were left speechless and confused. Kana raised her innocent eyes to Shikishima and Subaru. Sasaki slammed the table and stood up. "Wait, what did you say?" Hisaki and then Sasaki turned serious, looking at Julie with critical eyes. "First, how do you know that?" Julie squinted and did not answer. Images of Kana talking with her brother when she was saved by Subaru, and also when Kana, alone, held a photo of her brother. Now Kana frowned and said, "Kana." Subaru looked at the blue-haired young man sitting beside him and said, "And Idashima." Idashima greeted cheerfully, happy that Kana remembered. "A long time ago, right, Eric?" Julie put her arm around Kana, gritted her teeth, and said, "I'll skip the tedious details. Basically, Kana has the intuition ability to determine the order in which the dungeons will open." Julie continued, "If we know in advance which dungeon will open first, we can plan how to face it." Julie joked, "I really don't care. It's very annoying." Julie scratched her head and continued, "But Kana surely doesn't want the city to be destroyed." Kana was sitting with a very serious expression. Subaru said, "Intuition," recalling the previous battle. Subaru thought yesterday's battle was due to Kana's ability and wondered if it was related to him. Kana lowered her head, remembering the image of the fierce monster that attacked about 3 weeks ago. During the incident, the house where her younger brother and she lived was destroyed. Kana fell to the ground. Itashima stood in front of her. A green leaf appeared right above the monster. The leaf successfully attacked the monster and destroyed it. Itashima stepped back, frightened. Kana looked up at the sky. At that moment, in front of them, Julie appeared like a goddess. Kana said, "Professor Julieta saved me." Kana looked at Julie with bewilderment. From Kana's perspective, Julie suddenly seemed very beautiful and elegant. She continued saying, "Currently, I am with Itashima." Subaru shouted angrily, "Really, Professor?" Then she told about the door that appeared at the lodging I rented. A green door suddenly appeared. Kana sat upright and looked at the door. Subaru said, "Green." The image of Kamina appeared. "The monster's name is Kamina." Kana said, "That is Kamina, the true king." Subaru and Shikishima were stunned. That name appeared again in front of Kana. Kamina said, "My vision is not as far-reaching as the North King's, but it is very suitable for exploring details of the near future." Kana continued, "It is perfect for determining the order in which the dungeons will open." Subaru was surprised and speechless. Subaru turned to Shikishima and said, "If that's the case, Shikishima." Shikishima immediately shook his head firmly. "No." Shikishima rested his chin and pondered. "It's a good idea, but to avoid damage completely." Julie, annoyed, asked, "Exactly what is the problem?" Shikishima continued, "There are 10,000 dungeons not only in Tokyo but worldwide. Stopping them completely is very difficult." Before Shikishima finished speaking, Kana interrupted, "It will be fine." Subaru and Shikishima looked at her puzzled. Kana showed the screen of her phone and said, "I received a message that she will arrive soon." Just as she finished speaking, someone actually entered through the door. Mario said, "Excuse me." Subaru and Shikishima looked at Mario cautiously. Mario, panting, said, "Hello." Kana saw Mario and immediately became happy. "Is that you, Reno? Sit down." Mario smiled cheerfully. Kana said, "Here you are." Itashima obediently gave up his seat to Reno. "If not, I'll stand. Sit down." Kana and Mario happily held hands while Julie watched them, totally helpless. Mario looked at Shikishima and Subaru and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Reno Sino. I became a player 3 weeks ago." Subaru, surprised, asked, "Really? You too?" Mario said, "My lord is King Kamina Ryude. My ability allows me to observe the movement of souls in that world. I am a soul observer." A slowly spinning globe appeared in Mario's palm. Temporal cracks were visible on it, and looking at a special point, Mario said, "This is a mark linked to a large and dangerous dungeon." Mario continued observing the dungeon, which was also the source of spiritual energy. That's why I can predict which one is about to activate. Shikishima and Subaru were psychologically shocked. Shikishima shouted, "Really?" Kana explained, "Kamina and Ryudo seem to be quite close in the other world." Shikishima agreed, "They are comrades." Mario raised 2 fingers joyfully and said, "That's why we connected our substitute bodies." Then they determined the connection of the other person. Shikishima clenched his teeth. "Both are really talented," Mario continued. He explained, "I will mark the dungeons that seem about to activate." Kana added, "I will determine the order in which they will open." The 2 touched hands, and the globe also linked. Mario said, "Combined, I can continuously monitor all the dungeons in the world." Subaru was amazed, almost unbelieving, and Shikishima clenched his hands tightly. "Definitely approved," said Subaru, wide-eyed. Mario said, "In return, I have a request." Shikishima became curious and looked at Mario. Mario had one side of his face covered. Kana explained, "Reno has a scar on her face caused by her ability." Kana continued, "And she wants to heal it." Immediately, Shikishima activated his ability. Mario and Shikishima smiled confidently. Mario and Kana opened their eyes wide, surprised. Shikishima concluded with a fire spell, Soha. A source of energy emerged from one side of Mario's face. Mario lost his composure and jumped to his feet. Frantically, he removed the bandage from his head. "No, it can't be. It can't be," Kana shouted. Reno and Kana were left speechless and exclaimed. Mario and Kana were speechless seeing Shikishima finish the Soha fire attack. From one side of Mario's face, a source of energy emerged. Mario lost his composure and jumped to his feet. Frantically, he removed the bandage from his head. "No, it can't be. It can't be," Kana shouted. Reno and Kana were surprised, eyes wide open, exclaiming. One side of Mario's face has been treated and no longer has any scars. Julie is on one side with a serious face. Mario holds a mirror to check his face. "It's wonderful. It's really completely restored." Kana is happy with tears in her eyes. "Reno, how great. Now you can be a model again." Mario is moved and cries, thanking Kana. Kana stops crying, still with 2 tears at the corners of her eyes, suppressing her emotions. She says, "I." She recalls the past when Mario was attacked by his own older sister, Himeno. She left a big wound on his face. Finally, in the present, Mario bows and covers his face saying, "I will save my sister." Mario clenches his teeth, tears flowing between his fingers. He can't stop crying. Seeing that scene, Kana also begins to get emotional. 2 tears run endlessly down her face. Beside her, Subaru Shikishima has transformed into another version. In front of them, Kana and Mario hug tightly, not stopping their tears. Julie and Itashima also cannot hold back their tears. Everyone is moved by what is happening. Everything happens at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Scene change 3 days later. December 12, Minato District, Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikishima lifts his head and looks up. It is a large temporal crack opening, as if about to swallow a tall building. The dungeon that those 2 people opened. Akira comments amazed. "It's huge." Shikishima replies, "According to the information, it's a type that will invade from our side." "Is it near the gate?" Shikishima turns his head and calls Kotetsu Hyodo. "We will use your dungeon to confront the enforcers." Kotetsu clasps his hands and Shikishima continues. "I'll let you prove it," Kotetsu says seriously. "Everything will start once we enter. If any of you dare to be negligent, I will not regret that you lose your lives there." Shikishima grits his teeth. Aren't those the last words of Secretary Ando? Subaru responds. As expected, Jingakino, Kawa, and Mei are already here. They are the substitutes for the 3 kings, Subaru continues. In the Blackstone Sea, I had a meeting with the 3 kings, Subaru explains. Seika and Hirasaka will continue training. Karien and Kaza will each go to a different world to gain power. Shikishima raises his voice. The 4, including Subaru, Akira, Shikishima, and Kotetsu, are already ready. Shikishima says, "This time we will go with this formation. This is the first battle. The deadline until the Blue Eye Syndicate invasion is only 31 days. Kotetsu leads and advances toward the purple zone, saying, "Let's go. The first mission is to enter the rift." Kotetsu lifts his foot to cross the barrier and doesn't forget to remind, "I haven't heard anything from you yet. Report when you have enough information." About to leave the purple area, Kotetsu says indifferently, "This is just the beginning." His gaze is cold and seems to be thinking about something. Suddenly, Shikishima is startled and clenches his teeth. Akira is also surprised and Subaru senses that something strange is happening. As if to confirm, Kotetsu remains floating in the air, with his hands in his jacket pockets, and says in a casual tone, "There is no ground." Just then, heartrending screams echo up to Shiki's sky. Akira and Subaru scream. They are in freefall, but Kotetsu remains calm as if he has already experienced many things. He falls while assessing that this time the air conditions are still similar. Akira asks innocently, "Can we choose another one?" Shikishima shouts, "Why?" Kotetsu answers without hurry or delay, "Think about invading another planet. Generally, the air there is not suitable for us." Akira is confused and hasn't absorbed those words. Shikishima quickly responds, "It seems we will have to control the air." Kotetsu is very satisfied with that answer. He says confidently, "That's right. In terms of manga, this is the reason why. I must value my life while fulfilling the pending mission. I must develop my skills to overcome the obstacles on the way." He declares coldly, "Even if the body dies, the spirit will continue." Subaru has been silent until now. Upon hearing this, he calls Hyodo, who is surprised. In front of him stretches a vast dark blue ocean. It seems something is moving at the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing that, he called Hyodo, who is surprised. In front of him is a vast dark blue ocean. It seems something is moving at the bottom of the sea. The surface of the sea is being stirred, creating wave after wave. The whole group floats in the air looking toward the sea. Someone shouts confused. The monsters are piling up and coming out of the water. Of various species and shapes, they head towards Subaru's group, accompanied by monstrous growls. Terrifying screams are heard from someone. A monster. A purple monster. It opens its mouth, showing sharp and ugly teeth, ready to devour everyone. Just at that moment, Subaru raises his hand. His eyes change to the characteristic rainbow color as he handles the control. Kotetsu's surface darkens. Spinning objects appear behind him, the god's sanctuary. Shikishima extends his hand and shoots forward with the fifth skill. Akira simultaneously summons the golden arm. The distorted fifth skill appears. The monsters are mercilessly attacked and cannot approach Subaru. Shikishima and Akira are still floating in the air when a voice resonates, catching their attention. Subaru steps aside and follows with his gaze the source of a yellow light, clearly understanding. Above Kotetsu, up high. At that moment, a giant fire blazes intensely. Louis appears with an illusionary crystal around him, and Kana draws the sword that cuts through space. She immediately draws the sword from its sheath and focuses her energy to perform a long-range attack. Taking advantage of the long-distance shot, the monster grits its teeth and curses. It has been shattered by Louis. Its body no longer has any intact parts. At the moment its life is cut off, only one thought remains in its mind. "I cannot win. The battle is over." Subaru's group decides to travel on the back of a whale to reach the shore. Everyone relaxes a bit more. Shikishima sits in a lotus position near the whale's tail, while Akira stands in the center. Subaru sits and dips his feet into the seawater. Kotetsu positions himself on the fish's head and speaks calmly. "As expected, we are attacking another world. According to the administrator's words, there are worlds where life can exist, as well as worlds with more than 10 billion inhabitants. However, there are also other worlds," Kotetsu speculates. This time, it seems like a primitive world, although it cannot be confirmed with certainty. Akira asks, "In that case, if there are no humans or players, wouldn't it be easier to conquer?" Kotetsu immediately replies, "Maybe." He looks up at the sky and says, "The universe is vast and does not necessarily have to contain humans." However, Subaru and Akira follow his gaze upwards. In the sky, without them knowing when it appeared, there is a giant dragon. Kotetsu says slowly, "The range of monsters here is extraordinarily high." While observing the dragon, he explains to everyone, "They can keep fighting even when severely injured." Shikishima looks at the dragon with fear. He says apprehensively, "This is dangerous." Kotetsu's eyes become piercing. He hesitates to speak, but the dragon fully reveals its body. Its body is a dark purple tone from chest to tail, with bright golden patterns. It is very striking. Kotetsu declares, "This is a final boss, the Thunder Dragon, Uranus, and to prove it, the dragon opens its mouth full of sharp teeth and concentrates a sphere of energy. Thunder Dragon, Uranus, level 239. When it feels its energy is ready, it launches an attack towards Subaru's group. This energy is purple, just like its body. Everything explodes in an instant, water splashes, and smoke rises everywhere. Shikishima has been injured. He covers his mouth with his hand to stop the bleeding. Subaru also has to kneel from the powerful impact. He is stunned and frowns, looking firmly at the giant dragon. He is amazed and comments in the water, "Too strong, even Kotetsu lost an arm from this attack." It must be admitted that it is impressive. Meanwhile, Akira is somewhat upset. He lost an arm and a leg and angrily shouts, "What the hell is this?" Red flames appear in his hair. Akira is surprised and shouts, "Lambda, wait." Shikishima quickly says, "Maria, switch places with me." Lenda laughs satisfied and says his master's words are always right. Lenda merges with Akira and laughs heartily, enjoying the moment. Here is a strong enemy, what joy. Suddenly, he stops for a moment. Kotetsu, who has been watching all this time, says there is nothing. He casts a look indicating that, even if he speaks, it does not matter. Is that information necessary? Maria, who just appeared, is still confused and does not understand. Subaru listens silently while Kotetsu continues explaining the difference between a crack and a seal mark. Do you all understand? The biggest difference between a crack and a seal mark is, the seal mark always guarantees that we will receive an item after conquering it. Subaru immediately expresses his assumption. Hyodo has cornered Varden in another world. Kotetsu immediately confirms it is true. He explains that items have rarity levels, and that, among them, the higher the rarity, the greater the effect. Normally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the rarity. If we wait, the opportunity to defeat that creature might appear. Subaru is amazed to hear and concludes that everyone could obtain different special items. With an indifferent expression for a while, Kotetsu scratches his head, a bit doubtful. Even so, this opportunity seems impossible. Subaru interrupts, saying that it is possible. Upon hearing this, Kotetsu glances. At that moment, everyone is standing on the water. Subaru speaks calmly. We will do our best. He looks at the giant dragon towering imposingly in front of them and shouts, "Let's begin." It is unknown if the Thunder Dragon understands what Subaru says, but it also opens its mouth to attack. It spreads its wings and lowers its body slightly, adopting its most imposing posture. Landa takes a risk and launches himself toward the dragon's mouth area, shooting like an arrow just released from a bow. He advances with an arrogant and excited expression. Landa launches an attack that causes the surrounding area to burn. A blinding glow emerges. The Thunder Dragon has been hit. Its body is burning. At that moment, Maria suddenly moves forward. In her hand, she holds a lit cigarette, from which strange smoke emanates. The Thunder Dragon, surrounded by smoke, emits a hoarse voice. Its fierce face is covered in sweat. Maria says it's just an illusion. The dragon opens its mouth, as if wanting to devour her. But Maria responds indifferently that it's too predictable. Subaru quickly draws his sword and says, "Finish it." Then he swings his arm and cuts the Thunder Dragon, which emits a heart-wrenching scream. The dragon's eyes narrow in confusion. It sees the sword cutting its mouth. The Thunder Dragon stretches its neck. It has now become a burned and blackened dragon. It looks in very bad condition, but Kotetsu does not hold back and shows no mercy. He grips the scythe and quickly charges. He thinks to himself, the wound is still hot and its skin is thicker than mine. It will probably be troublesome. Subaru watches and grits his teeth, silently cursing. Damn it, I'll have to use my blood. Upon expressing this intention, rainbow-colored dots appear around his eyes. Subaru leans slightly. His face is not clearly visible, but it seems something has just erupted. Blood splashes from his face. Landa is astonished and opens his eyes wide. Maria, alarmed, calls Ariel. A huge thunder sphere appears in the air. The Thunder Dragon's eyes glow dangerously. As expected, this energy tries to attack Subaru. At the moment the thunder sphere approaches, the light it emits clearly reveals the face. One of Subaru's eyes is bleeding uncontrollably. The figure rushing past is Kotetsu. He lunges and kicks Subaru. Subaru is stunned and shouts, "You!" But Kotetsu has no time to explain his actions. A moment ago, the thunder sphere was very close to him. Kotetsu turns his back. His torso blocks the sphere's path. Subaru, with his face soaked in blood, screams horrified. "Hugh, damn it!" Kotetsu is suspended in the air, with half his body emitting black smoke. Maria flies to him and scolds, "Damn you." She looks very angry and grits her teeth. "I don't like fighting in a place like this," she says. The victim is burned on half his body. Kotetsu responds calmly. "That's right," then thinks to himself, reconsidering. "I already had a similar conversation with the administrator of this world. There's no reason to fight. The decision has already been made." Kotetsu looks thoughtful. He has lost an arm and a leg, but he is completely calm, as if it were something ordinary. Kotetsu put away the sword to take out something else, which was a glass vial with blue liquid. A grade B item, very eye-catching to Alicia. Seeing the dragon approach, Kotetsu just clicked his tongue. This item is something I didn't even ask for. The Thunder Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Alicia was impressed, but Kotetsu's face remained expressionless. 3 seconds after using it, he extended his hand and increased the Thunder God's skill power by 60 times. The God of Thunder appeared, launching an attack at the dragon, and the electric light caused a great commotion in the area. The dragon was burned, leaving only its skeleton. The situation unfolded so quickly that it made Subaru, Maria, and Lenda stand speechless when the smoke cleared, and Kotetsu appeared firm with the upper half of his body smoking. A hand stretched out and electricity crackled. That was what he relied on. To recreate the world, objects exist, but it is extremely difficult to touch them. Kotetsu thought to himself that, for his purpose, that was fine, but there was something he still didn't understand. Subaru was able to open his eyes wide. One was injured and still bleeding. But the curious thing was that the pupil of that eye had changed color. Kotetsu reached out to observe it. He spoke as if questioning himself. Is this a battle or a game? Teamup and his team conquered the first water crack. The boss was defeated, and everyone stayed watching. The Thunder Dragon's skeleton began to glow. Subaru felt his body light, as if something was lifting him. Shikishima was also surprised. Ryo Shikishima, from level 92 to 97, could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed. The level system was also shared between the gates and the cracks, so Akira, incredulous, asked, "It's been a long time since we leveled up, right?" Observing the light that kept radiating, Shikishima assessed that it was a great breakthrough. That dragon was very strong. Kotetsu remained calm, crossed his arms, and straightened up, waiting for the system notification. Kotetsu Hyodo rose from level 172 to 173, nothing unexpected. Upon hearing it, Shikishima was very surprised. He almost shouted, 173. Akira didn't react any better. He was so shocked that he opened his mouth and said, "Are you that strong?" Subaru, calm, slowly raised his hand and said, "Hyodo is almost at my level in vampire state." Shikishima couldn't accept it and exclaimed, "You're 5 times stronger than us." At that moment, the system sounded, indicating they had received items from the luminous zone. 2 intertwined round objects appeared. Everyone approached to observe. Akira looked up and said, "They really guarantee these objects drop." Unlike Akira, who had his eyes wide open, Kotetsu only gave a slight glance. He said that grade B objects were normal, even at high levels. Grade A or higher objects don't always appear. Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira moved closer. Shikishima exclaimed, surprised, "It's grade A." Akira asked, "Does it depend on luck or some attribute, Subaru?" Hearing this, they looked back at Kotetsu and asked, "What do you think, Hyodo?" Kotetsu looked at them, and they were left speechless, no answer. The object had a special effect. The throwing weapon had the ability to bend cause and effect to ignore defense. Akira read the information and doubted, repeating, "Bend cause and effect to ignore defense." Shikishima also suspected and speculated. "Does that mean it always guarantees the hit?" Akira commented, "Sounds pretty strong." Kotetsu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Guarantee the hit, but not necessarily strong." Akira quickly said with that object, and Shikishima contributed his theory. "I guess it doesn't work against enemies with physical form." Akira, hearing this, was discouraged and replied, "That makes sense. With this, I don't feel it's enough to defeat Lambda." Kotetsu spoke slowly. "However, if we use it as a tool to break defenses, it's also useful." Subaru was surprised, seeming to understand something. Shikishima, with a serious face, asked, "So the usefulness depends on creativity then?" Kotetsu looked at him and explained that taking advantage of objects to level up quickly was the way to profit from the cracks. Kotetsu continued, showing an indifferent attitude. He said, "A month before the Blue Eye arrives, we will level up and collect 10 objects. That's my plan." Shikishima responded without objections. Akira looked at him and added, "Share this information with the others too." Subaru nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "The health problem is worrying, but not even Maria-san could find a solution." Maria appeared as a spirit and said, "I accept the path that has opened before me." Subaru's face was full of enthusiasm and he said, "Let's do it." Except for Kotetsu, who was indifferent and silent, both Shikishima and Akira were very excited. Subaru watched silently, lost in thought. He wondered if people were really doing well with their plan. At the same time, at the location of the new spirit, the black stone sea shone with flickering lights. The rainbow mixed with white because Vanquish had abandoned the track High Blood, and Asmodeus had discovered it. After moving to the new throne, they set off toward the administrator's location. That AI suddenly spoke. "In other words, is there now no way to contact the ancestors?" Delta scratched his head and also agreed with that opinion. Until they returned to the administrative base, Louis gritted her teeth and cursed. She observed the energy source emitting on Chung Hill. Louis said, "At this moment, Sika and Hirosaki are facing each other." Louis clenched her teeth and sighed. It is impossible to know if this change of vassals is good or bad. While watching, she murmured to herself about 4 or 5 times. Sika lunged forward, and the distance between her and Hirosaki decreased. The growth of her power was extremely unusual. At the moment Sika's and Hirosaki's energies touched, everything seemed to shake and explode, but Killam and Delta suffered no damage. Louis raised her hand to stop them and shouted with concern. She could not believe they were still human. This is the result of being in a spiritual state for too long. If it continues, there is a possibility they will lose their humanity. Louis turned when that AI called her. "Hey, golden girl, I'm Killam," he said. "Doesn't it seem strange to you?" She still didn't fully understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Killam hesitated and explained his assumption. Their transformations are very similar to Subaru Ariel's after becoming a vampire. Immediately, the image of Subaru appeared in Louis's mind, and that discovery surprised her. Killam crossed his arms and looked up, thinking maybe Shuko was really trying to surpass her limits. Above, Sika was wrapped in the light of the rainbow. Her eyes shone intensely, but on her face was a vacant expression. She remained silent. Suzaka looked and thought to herself, "Hirosaki is still stable." Hirosaki stood firm before her, holding his sword tightly. Definitely, the spiritual power of both was on a completely different level. Hirosaki's expression was cold, and he said nothing. Both had colors identical to Sika's. Suddenly, she raised a hand and stared at it. Only the sound of something cracking was heard. The palm of her hand had cracked. She squinted, thinking there wasn't much time left. But as long as the spirit could hold on until the battle against the Blue-Eye Company, that would be enough. Suddenly, Delta broke the silence and said, "What I mean is that we can ask them directly what is happening," and he succeeded. This made Louis and Killam open their eyes in surprise. At the same time, in the other world, in the territory of the Green Grass Kingdom, which was formerly the Sixth Depths Kingdom, the tomb of the carnivorous demon king, Karen and Siha were walking when they heard that AI call them. "This way, uncle," said Karen, annoyed. "Thanks for guiding me." "Vojware," said the person who called them, while Karen remained indifferent in the distance. He raised a slight smile and said, "Vodware den Kinvodware," and went ahead to guide them. Karen and Seha followed his steps as he spoke. "I was very surprised. I didn't expect Subaru Ariel's vassals to be related to you." Karen replied defeatedly, "I was surprised too. I didn't think my nephew was resurrected here." Vodware tilted his head slightly, and looking back, said, "It has been a difficult path, but if we manage to defeat the executor and finally, the administrator." He remembered when he was a child and his father held the axe. They were on a high hill looking out over the vast sand desert. The effort of his nephew and his father would not be in vain, said Vodura, staring intently at the desert. However, Uncle Karan, upon hearing this, laughed, but his face was very serious. He told Vodura that the baby was almost here. While walking, Vodura suddenly stopped and said, "We have arrived." In front of everyone, at that moment, there was a large cave. The entrance was dark because it received no light. Vodura introduced, "This is the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, Karan." Observing the cave, he suddenly said, "I remember now." He affectionately patted Vodura's head and said, "Thank you, little one. Another day I will give you some money for your expenses." Vodura blushed and scratched his head, taking the opportunity to ask for more. Only ZA had remained silent until now. Suddenly, she called out to Karan, "Sama." She looked and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Karan replied immediately, "I will return to my original body. Before, I used the original power in another world." He put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, "But that exceeds the endurance of Hirosaka's body." Siha listened silently as he continued, "If we want to face the executors, I need to bring my curse back." Karan turned his head, looked at her, and smiled. "Anyway, today I have to say goodbye to my Hirosaka body." He squinted and said, "I like it very much too." After saying that, he entered the cave. Karan did not look back as he put his arm around her and said, "Sorry, but I will leave this body for you to take care of. I will do it after finishing my mission." Seha stood still while holding the kitten on her chest. Looking at her, Seha lowered her head, her face full of worries. She replied slowly, "Understood. Good luck." Deep inside the dark cave, the stones intertwined, forming strange shapes. Karen's body was wrapped in blue fire. It seemed the distance was already enough. He then said, "All right, Karen." She squinted, looking very dangerous. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Looking at the person tied up in front of him, he shouted coldly, "I have come to reclaim my body." He saw the demon emperor with eyes covered by bandages. It was unclear if he could see. Upon hearing Karen, he slowly opened his mouth. His face was full of sores and his blue tongue was sewn shut, which was terrifying. "We know you have come, carnivorous demon king." Karen jumped off the ground and, with a defiant tone, the demon emperor's voice echoed. He waved his hand, causing the stones to break and fly everywhere. "Then, according to the contract, prove to us that you are worthy." Karen responded with an even more defiant smile and approached. His face had changed. He smiled terrifyingly, with the corners of his lips stretching to his ear. "A pleasure, 1,000 years ago, in another world." In the royal palace of the Black Kingdom 6, on the lawn, an adult watched a child practicing martial arts. Suddenly, a young man with blindfolded eyes ran excitedly and shouted, "Dad, this place is amazing. Everyone has one eye covered." The man and the child practicing looked over there. A voice was heard, "Karen, you brought someone." The person silently followed Karen. From his old and worn clothes, it was clear he was very poor and of low status. In contrast to those present in the palace, Karen spoke to introduce, "I picked him up on the way. He has nowhere to go." This young man had a fairly handsome face and blue eyes like Karen's. Karen put his hand on the young man's shoulder and asked his father, "Can I take care of him in the palace?" His father was surprised and asked, "Why?" But he paused for a few seconds. Glancing briefly at his face, he called the young man with torn clothes, "Come here." The man lowered his head to measure his height and weight, then asked his name. The young man answered without fear, with a pure look, "Campanella?" The serious man crossed his arms and decided, "All right, Campanella. From now on, you can live in the palace." Vojua was surprised by his father's strange decision. He spoke frankly, "Dad, you're not that kind," and he explained the reason why he allowed Campanella to stay in the palace. He pointed towards Karen, who had his hands in his pockets behind. That prince is his substitute. This time, it was Karen's turn to be surprised. Huh? Wait, Dad. Campanella responded obediently. Understood, sir. He bowed respectfully and swore. I swear to sacrifice myself for you, Karen. Karen felt mixed emotions, sadness, despair, and some concern for the friend he had brought, but said nothing. Immersing in memories is enough. Let's return to the current battle. A strong green fist is thrown, the deadly fist, a technique that creates a shockwave. It is a martial art originating from Carrion. Upon hitting the target, the shockwave penetrates inside and destroys it from within. That's how a person was split into 5 or 7 parts after receiving a blow from Campanella. Madakarian uses a similar technique and throws a fist. It is an extremely practical technique that causes damage regardless of the opponent's toughness. Meanwhile, Campanella also throws an identical fist. When both fists meet, Carrion takes a hit and his body recoils slightly. Campanella also takes a hit and steps back slightly. In the battle between these two masters, Carrion is very excited, smiling, while Campanella maintains an indifferent expression. The shockwaves cancel each other out, turning the strikes into pure fists. Both return to exchanging martial arts blows. Carrion, amused, sticks out his tongue and laughs. Awesome. He is excited, despite having been asleep for thousands of years. You're as sharp as ever, says Carrion. Campanella, there you go. Campanella is already in position for the next exchange, but his face still shows no emotion. He speaks indifferently, looking at Carrion. That is my name. Carrion opens his eyes in surprise, smiles kindly and says, looks like you've forgotten. Carrion watches Campanella, who is alert. Campanella, do you remember the beautiful past? I was the one who cut and styled your hair. He narrates a fragment of their past. You were part of the 6 Dark Kings. After styling you, you looked identical to me, Carrion, satisfied because your face resembled mine by 80 or 90%. His servant even dressed the same as him, and proudly said, you are my representative now. What a joy, we are friends. Campanella listens silently. It seems his memory has not yet recovered. Although the memory is beautiful, suddenly Carrion changes tone toward Campanella. The intense energy emanating from Carrion startles Campanella. The green energy burns like a fire of hatred that scorches our memories. Carrion says, I am furious. I will not forgive you. That's right, I will never forgive you. You were the one who pushed me into the abyss of despair. Memories from 1,000 years ago in the palace come alive as if they happened yesterday. Campanella learns to perfectly imitate Carrion. To become a worthy representative, he now practices sticking out his tongue. His laughter, sometimes present and sometimes absent, echoes through the forest, imitating Carrion's silly laugh. Carrion watches coldly and evaluates, while Vodua sits behind observing. Campanella asks hesitantly, is this okay, Lord Carrion? Carrion replies embarrassed, very bad. Then he models and sticks out his tongue 3 centimeters more. Campanella imitates but is reprimanded, not enough. Vodua cannot contain himself and advises not to be so reckless, but Carrion is not satisfied. But it must be a perfect representative. Suddenly, he sees something above their heads, a monster formed by multiple anguished faces. Carrion flies by, curious. On a high cliff, there is a mysterious person with green hair controlling that monster. That person murmurs, divine skill of decomposition. The monster's body trembles and instantly melts into the air, dripping like candle wax and falling to the ground. However, the attack is even faster. His body turns red and falls like a great flood, a mountain avalanche descending violently. This is the nether technique of Mother Earth. A single strike from the anonymous monster wiped out an entire country. When it was all over, the kingdom of the 6 Darkness lay in ruins, the land dry as a desert. At that moment, Carrion, Campanella, and Verdura were on the mountain. They managed to escape that calamity and were later taken in by Vanquish. At first, Vanquish found Campanella and saved him, lifting the unfortunate child. Then he found Carrion and Verdura, and so they became members of the Rainbow Country. After some time living in the Rainbow Country, Campanella cut his hair and looked much more handsome. One day, Carrion approached Campanella and said, Hey Campanella, listen. The 6 kingdoms no longer exist, which means you are now free, Campanella. He sighed. What did you say? Campanella reaffirmed his loyalty once again despite the concern. In Carrion's name, I have dedicated my entire life to serving you. In case of emergency, I will become your substitute. He began training mode and requested, please teach me total defense now. Nearby, Vanquish and Verdura watched happily, curious to see how Carrion would react, and Carrion accepted. Then, these will be wonderful days. It was a happy time, living with everyone in the Rainbow Country, while Carrion joyfully continued teaching Campanella to be his substitute. But when they began to reach the peak, the administrators noticed us, and, as a result, we were all eliminated. We tried to resist, but the immortal was too strong, so in a cave, Carrion was injured, leaning against the wall resting. Campanella approached. Carrion's body was severely corroded, looking like a zombie. Both eyes were injured. Feeling the presence, Campanella spoke. You, Campanella. Campanella stopped in front of Carrion and whispered, "Lord Carrion." Carrion tried to smile defiantly. "Sorry to let you see me like this." Narration: only Vanquish had escaped and reached the throne, and he gave a new order to Campanella. "From now on, you will be my right hand in my place." Hearing that, Campanella fell silent, determined. "Unfortunately, I cannot do that." Suddenly, Campanella refused. Carrion frowned. "What are you saying, Campanella?" Whispering from the golden royal treasure, "I have stolen something." Campanella took out a crystal orb and declared, "Now I will seal Carrion." He began to get angry. "What are you doing?" Vanquish growled. Campanella rationally explained his action. "If we stop all activities, we can deceive the administrators." He smiled. "You must take time to recover. Your body is your soul to return to Chakio." Carrion held Campanella for a moment, then laughed. "Ha, ha, ha." As if hearing the joke of the century, he laughed until he spat blue blood. Carrion praised Campanella's boldness. Then Vanquish, "To prolong my last breath, you risked entering the treasure. It was very daring to take this crystal orb." Campanella had to fight the treasure guardian, Louis. He remembered in detail the terrible Louis, the guardian, who was quite strong. Even Campanella had to be cautious. "I almost died." Louis was terrifying, with a look full of hatred, as if wanting to kill anyone invading the treasure. Feeling his body weakening, Carrion murmured, "The seal sounds terrible." His voice weakened, as if his life was coming to an end. Carrion promised, "Someday we will fight together. I will accompany you." Campanella felt Carrion's soul slowly leaving his body. Campanella responded, "It will be great, Lord Carrion." Holding the crystal orb, he murmured to himself, "If you knew the truth about this jewel, I'm not sure you would forgive me." Carrion lowered his head. The soul left the body. Campanella was distressed. "Even so, you took me under your protection when I was a child. I am very grateful for considering me as a brother and friend." Then, Campanella sat down and used the crystal sphere. A sky-blue light emanated from the sphere and enveloped both of them, returning them to reality. Vanquish, furious, gritted his teeth. The effect of the object is not complete until the carrier's body is fully absorbed. The protection seal only works with dead targets. The target's soul is healed and replaces the user's body. The user's soul resides in the target's body and protects it until the owner returns. Carrion exploded with rage. "You lost your memory and personality. Protecting my body is unforgivable." "I will not forgive you, Campanella." Campanella was stunned upon hearing Carrion scream. "Never." He was a little startled. Being stunned for a moment, Carrion attacked before Vanquish could react. It was already too late. Campanella received a punch that made him spin like a top. The blow left Campanella with a twisted face and frowning. He spat a mouthful of blood. He was thinking, but did not understand clearly. The recent story was a beautiful tale between the Lord and his subordinate. "I felt exhausted. That's why the Lord was not satisfied." Carrion lunged forward and shouted, "Campanella." Campanella defended with difficulty. The unexpected thing was that before attacking, Carrion asked a key question with teary eyes. "Why would you have to sacrifice your life for me?" The question left Campanella paralyzed, unable to answer. Carrion turned his body and focused his strength on the next attack. "Why can't we live together?" Campanella murmured. "Lord Carrion." Just at that moment, Carrion's fist was already moving, right in front of Campanella. A deadly blow. Campanella's body flew backward without resistance. Carrion, by inertia, kept hitting hard. He launched another attack, the heavenly strike. When the inertia ended, Carrion stopped, watched Campanella's body fly, and then his tears fell. But it is still unknown if the game is over. Memories resurface. Once, Carrion was lying on the conference table and murmured, "I remembered Campanella." While Vanquish was reading a book, Carrion began to narrate. Perhaps Subaru's soul is stabilizing and maturing little by little. He wondered. "I often remember those days frequently, like what he liked or what he thought." He was lost in thought for a moment. Carrion asked a question that confused me. Why did Campanella sacrifice himself for me? Just as Carrion was reflecting on life, Suzaka was struck by a lightning bolt from somewhere. Ducking, she quickly jumped to avoid it and then fell face first into the sand. At that moment, they were in the white sand desert. The conference table and empty chairs were there. They were placed right on the sand. It seemed that Suzaka was facing an opponent. The recent lightning was also an attack from the adversary. She reported her rival to Carrion. Wait, Carrion does not stop for anything. However, he did not pay attention. She stood up and turned her head toward Vanquish. Vanquish, with a deep gaze, spoke. "Everyone only learns to value themselves from birth." Carrion changed posture, from lying on the table to sitting. He listened carefully to Vanquish's words. "In this world, people value themselves more than anything else, even Suzaka." Although I did not understand why Vanquish said that, I remained silent and listened when he spoke to the two of us. "But if you are lucky, someday you might find something more important than yourself." Vanquish had closed the book a while ago. He extended his hand and counted on his fingers. At that moment, sacrificing oneself was not considered a loss. In the palm of his hand, Vanquish held a blue gem number 6. He closed his hand as if guarding something precious in life and concluded, "That is living in the midst of the vast white sand desert." Vanquish's voice echoed as he spoke about the path to finding something more important than oneself. "Whoever finds it will have found true happiness." He seriously shared his thoughts. I believed his words. I understood Vanquish. Carrion smiled and said, "Yes, Vanquish," like a student responding to his teacher. He asked, "Why do you think Campanella left?" Carrion hesitated and replied, Why?" He rested his hands on the table and looked up at the sky. "We have been together." He remembered the times they played together. Carrion smiled, satisfied with that feeling. He closed his eyes, content with the answer he found. "Campanella to me is." The memories were beautiful, but in reality, Carrion mercilessly struck Campanella with a deadly fist. The blow was so strong that Campanella flew like a kite without a string. That was also the effect of the next attack. The heavenly strike, the energy emanating from Carrion showed how angry he was. He coldly watched Campanella being hit, but the Demon Emperor shed tears. His eyes reflected confused emotions. "To me, you are. I don't know how to thank you." Shortly after, the Demon Emperor held Campanella upon hearing his familiar voice. Lord Carrion, upon releasing the memory, a light of stardust emerged from Campanella's body. "I remembered," he confessed. "To protect the Lord's body, I have been here for thousands of years." Campanella did not feel guilty. On the contrary, he shared that he was proud. Carrion was surprised to hear that phrase. The stardust light quickly left Campanella's body. It seemed his time was not much. He smiled. "I gave myself completely to this mission and do not regret it in the slightest." Carrion, with a choked voice, called the name of his old friend Campanella, contrasting with the sadness he felt. Campanella was joyful, even seemed excited. "Is it time already, right? That's why you came to free me." Carrion closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions. He replied, "Yes, I have traveled a long time as a soul." Subaru appeared in Carrion's life and gave him new hope. He did not hesitate to share it with Campanella. "And I have found my hope." His eyes became sharp. "From now on, we will face the administrator." Upon hearing this, Campanella was surprised. He knew how powerful that being was, but right after, tears of happiness welled up in Campanella's eyes, as if he had waited a long time for that word. Carrion approached and patted Campanella on the shoulder with a promise, "We will win." He comforted him, then rest. Carrion smiled, his eyes shining full of happiness. "You were loyal until the last moment. I greatly appreciate our friendship." Campanella did not think he would hear such sentimental words. "You, Carrion?" He was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled calmly, and Campanella's soul left his body. "I will wait for good news from you in the chaotic and endless sea." His soul faded away among particles of stardust. The stardust light emanated from his body, leaving only his last words, "The only master." When his soul disappeared, the stardust light also began to fade until it vanished. Campanella's body fell forward. Carrion was right in front. He reached out to hold him, letting Campanella's body lean on his shoulder. He whispered, "Yes, follow me." A bright blue light enveloped both their bodies. Carrion had returned to his body. In another world, on the throne of the sea, Hawkdeer and Suzaka floated in the middle of the ocean. She sensed it and announced that Hirasaka had disappeared, then looked down where someone appeared. Below, Louis raised his head and said, as Taiga and Ariel said, "Once the Demon King returns." Probably he has returned to his body. She deduced that Renji had lost the contract with that part. He returned to his body. Seika calmly assessed that everything was going according to plan. Behind, Killam approached as thunder rumbled. She did not have to worry about the lack of training partners. The roar startled her. She turned and gave a fierce glare at that walking thunder. He said that until the battle with the administrator began, he seemed excited to fight Seika. He smiled confidently and promised to train with her until that moment. She remained silent without saying anything. His face looked sad. Seika thought of Karen. "Let's go together there," she thought, while a light shone in her hand. Then she clenched her fist, showing determination, and Seika joined her hands in a fighting spirit salute. "Yes, thanks to you, master," she said, then turned to Karen. He and Hirasaka left the cave together. Outside, two people were waiting for them, Seiha and Verdure. The girl called out, "Mr. Karen." She wondered why he looked different. Karen now had long hair. His face had features similar to Hirasaka's. He smiled and explained, "It seems I have been in Hirasaka's body for a long time." He showed a lock of hair for everyone to see. His hair had grown and looked silkier. Karen exclaimed, "More than I thought. Maybe it resembles Hirasaka's soul." Karen raised his hand and opened his palm. Blue energy emanated. Suddenly, the energy burst, startling Vungdua. He looked fearful and worried at that huge column of energy. The energy was truly terrifying, but Seiha and Sushi remained calm in the face of this threat. While Vungdua was worried about his brother, he released a bit of energy. Karen clenched his hand and informed them through gritted teeth that the ancient curse had returned. Hirasaka was also stunned upon hearing the news. Karen smiled and asked, "What do you think? Are you already scared, Hirasaka?" She opened her eyes and after a moment, replied, "It's incredible, but it seems you're not admiring the strength you showed before." Karen was amazed to learn that he had arrived in another world. This is another world. Karen paused for about 2 seconds. "Is that all you know? It seems this is your first time coming here." At that moment, Sia stepped forward, right? She looked at Karen, at Mr. Karen, and then at Hirasaka. Then, she lifted her coat, revealing small test tubes inside. She proposed to the two, "Please participate in my sample. Bone samples." Her gaze shone with determination before the great battle. "I want to collect 10, the more the better." Both responded cheerfully. "All right." Karen scratched his chin, thoughtful, and smiled, pondering. Mr. Vanquish has done very well. In another space, on both sides there are towering shelves. Vanquish walks through the hallway of time. Among these shelves, we can find the administrator. As he walks, Vanquish is surprised. "I didn't expect to return here someday." His steps are firm as he thinks deeply. This will surely have an effect. Vanquish moves forward without emotion, with hope in his mind. And his meaningless life will have meaning in this place. He is not alone. Vanquish hears an AI voice resonating in the hallway of time. "What meaning does life have for you?" Something like that was said. He was surprised to hear the question. His expression changed a little. The person continued speaking, calling him a monster. Vanquish kept walking. The voice didn't seem to be addressing him. Rather, it seemed to be reading something, waiting for something that will never return. "Love is more important than oneself," said the voice. "But after all, whatever you love." Hearing this, Vanquish began to grit his teeth. The speaker continued talking. "You don't want to harm them willingly, but you will end up destroying them like a wild beast." Annoyed, Vanquish frowned with a look full of hostility. But immediately, he restrained himself and raised his head to look at that person. In the hallway of time, many huge wall clocks are stacked one on top of another. "That person is sitting atop this tower of clocks," Vanquish said. "So you are a book." The sound of thunder and Bradbury echoed. The speaker smiled approvingly. "It seems you have studied human books according to my words." He raised a book and commented, "The novel is the culmination of imagination in paper and ink form. This work is fascinating." Looking at Vanquish, he added, "For example, this story seems to be written about you, doesn't it?" "My vampire," he said, "is a young man who looks underage, with small round glasses, perfect for reading books. A typical model of a book-loving intellectual who greets, 'It's been a long time, Vanquish.'" Vanquish, angry, with his black hair turned white and his red eyes full of bloodthirst. "I don't have time for talks. I don't remember becoming someone like you." "I know why you called me here," Vanquish said sharply. His words were not a plea, but an order. "Lend me your power, administrator." Elpis, the administrator, accepted and smiled slyly. "They look like book fanatics, right? Now, let's make a deal." In a space resembling a mystical amethyst, Vanquish and Elpis began their negotiation. To be precise, the administrator is a collection of souls similar to human cells. The administrator is an entity composed of 10 billion souls gathered into a single existence. Through the interaction between souls, a chaotic order exists. Anger, pessimism, and selfishness arise. Souls can unite or separate. Depending on its mood, the administrator Elpis's interest is curiosity. Elpis tilted his head and asked, "What did you use to make that deal last time?" The atmosphere tensed between the two. Vanquish did not answer, only clenched his teeth. Screeches. He wondered and answered, "Yes, I thought of Esther. Tobit, Banabat, Maria, Carrion, and Vanquish." He said, "The answer was that I took their deaths," but he did not recognize the bodies. Vanquish's intent intensified. Elpis still laughed. "But, to be honest, I'm already bored. I wanted you to experience infinite pain, but you and your friends seek to confront me." The administrator truly enjoys entertainment. With the administrator truly entertained, although punished, he kept smiling and didn't care. "But I was also disciplined and confined." Surprisingly, Vanquish, though angry, still hasn't acted against him. He hissed through his teeth, but Elpis laughed, "Ha." To stop laughing, he had to put his hand on his chest and control his emotions. Then Elpis put his index finger in front of his mouth and reflected, "You always make me happy." He squinted and said, "The decision is interesting too, so I'll cooperate until I get bored. At that moment, I'll kill them, if looks could kill an administrator." Then, Vanquish's murderous looks would have sent Elpis beyond 80 times already. December 24, Sunday, Human World. 24/10, 2 Sundays at the Tsunamori house. Fleur, Rose, and Croak brought Violet, dressed as Santa Claus, carrying a sack of gifts to Jin's house. "Merry Christmas," Jinga said, opening the door. Surprised to see this group, she was speechless. Administrator Fleur Rose squinted and said, "Mr. Tsunamori." She made him a proposal that seemed very normal, but due to their opposing relationship, it was shocking. "Let's throw a Christmas party, Jinga, now." After a while, he, annoyed, asked, "If you're enemies, what are you doing here?" Without waiting for Jinga's answer, the three pushed their way inside. "Excuse us." Jinga reacted slowly and barely managed to shout, "Don't come in like that," but it was too late. The intruders were already inside, as if it were their own home. As they walked, they explained, "It's our job. We're reporting the level of control evasion." She said it arrogantly and confidently, as if it were natural. Thus began the Christmas party. Jinga was speechless and muttered, "Enough already," scratching her head in frustration. She tried to communicate telepathically with Subaru using the aerial spiritual link, but a voice echoed. "It won't work, Jinga," she said firmly. Floros had cut her spiritual link. She warned, "With us here, you won't be able to use the spiritual link like before." Behind her were Violet and Croak, who had already started decorating the house. Jinga, with a dark face, got furious and shouted, "Hey, I consider this house as AI and you all are having such a joyful party here." Violet took the kettle and politely asked, "May I use the kettle?" Jinga, annoyed, tried to take it away. "Don't use it without permission." But when she approached, the kettle was already boiling. Clearly, Violet only asked out of courtesy. They simply decorated the room with a banner that said "Merry Christmas" and a cake already placed on the table. Violet entered with the kettle. Now Floros was satisfied and said, "It's very hot." Violet took a seat and said, "Please, everyone cut your piece of cake." Floros began to ask, "It's been 2 weeks since then. Are you stronger, Jinga?" Jinga was speechless at such a direct question. He obviously didn't want to answer. "I'm not crazy to reveal information to my enemies." Violet suddenly laughed loudly upon hearing that. Jinga looked confused. He didn't know he had hit her funny bone. Violet is someone who laughs a lot. Since they arrived until now, she hadn't shown any serious expression, as if this trip was very fun. She scratched her head and said, "Are you a good kid or just on alert?" Jinga was somewhat cautious about that comment and frowned to ask, "Why didn't you choose Ariel or others close by and instead gathered the three of us here?" Violet kept eating cake. Floros and Croak looked at Jinga as if he were a fool. Floros laughed sarcastically. "Since you were the most honest, I thought it would be easier to get and analyze information that way." I don't know if that was a compliment or a criticism. Jinga's eyebrows furrowed even more. Fleur Rose took a piece of cake and confessed, "According to our plan, you will have to kill and torture your close ones." Then she remembered the people at the altar. "You have no one else left to kill." She brought the red strawberry close to her mouth and said calmly, "So there is nothing more to discuss." This awakened unpleasant memories. Jinga became serious. He gave them an answer. "Still the same." While eating the strawberry, Floros seemed not to have fully processed the information and asked, "Why?" "The energy emanating from Jinga is," he said in a deep voice, "they are my friends. I don't intend to let them go through what I went through." This angered Jinga. Jinga seemed like a different person and threatened. "If necessary, I can defeat them right here." Administrator Floros looked at Jinga indifferently. Croak remained silent, observing. Administrator Floros looked indifferently at Jinga. Croak kept silent, observing. At this moment, Floros placed her hand on the table. Violet and Croak understood the signal. They immediately cleared the table for Floros to get up and then crawl in front of Jinga. She evaluated Floros, bringing her face close to Jinga's, and drew a conclusion. "It seems you still have a pretty strong ace up your sleeve. That's why you've been so calm these 2 weeks." "Very well." Floros caught Jinga's worried expression around her and commented that it seemed everyone had improved. The indifference and confidence of the strong on Floros' face are reflected in Jinga's eyes. Her voice keeps resonating. Administrators are very satisfied when they eliminate someone. She raised her hand to lift Jinga's chin, saying his adorable face shows it all. Then Floros turned and asked, "Did you see? The newbie just got 10 data points from the target. It's also a skill." Croak responded obediently. "I still have a lot to learn from the elders." He discovers he is a guinea pig for enemy training practice. Jinga is very upset and clenches his teeth angrily. "What's wrong with you guys?" Floros returned to her seat. She explained that the administrators are a business organization, like a company. That's why we have to go to the target's house when necessary and to train the new ones. Croak took notes attentively in his small notebook, showing great motivation to learn. Jinga is now insensitive to what happens in front of Floros and does not hesitate to be the one who speaks most. But since it's a conglomerate, there are also internal factions, you know. Jinga slightly frowned. A feeling of insecurity grows in Floros' heart, who rests his chin and gives Jin a piece of information. "The three of us support the president, so we honor the 1-month truce. But the vice president? What bad luck." At that moment, on the pedestrian street, a man in a flawless suit enjoys music with headphones. He walks with his hands in his pockets, in a rather good mood. He even whistles to the rhythm of the music. At the same time, in Hirosaka's house, Subaru sets off paper fireworks and smiles brightly, wishing a Merry Christmas. Here the Christmas atmosphere is much warmer. Everyone is sitting around the table. Happy, they enjoy a plentiful meal. Maybe because he was the one who prepared the food. Endgame doesn't show much emotion about the party. Kotetsu happily eats a chicken thigh. Lion wears a reindeer antler headband, smiles, and exclaims, "It's been so long since we celebrated Christmas like this." She doesn't know why, but Andrea seems uncomfortable and a little disappointed. However, is this the time for that? Leon understands her concern and reassures her. "But we have cooked a lot and closed the rift the last few nights, so tonight will be fine." Subaru smiles shyly and scratches his face without saying anything. Kotetsu is more straightforward. While eating the thigh, he says, "I plan to rest a bit." Then he smiles, but they still haven't toasted. He seems to remember something. Subaru bangs the table and stands up, saying, "We need more cake." Kotetsu agrees and Endo pulls out some bottles of alcohol. Arya comments with a face that doesn't show much joy, but she seems very enthusiastic. Leanne doesn't look at Arya, but focuses on eating. She does the same. It's probably the first time for him. Subaru. Kun is like that. Andrea seems not to believe it. While they talk, the doorbell rings outside. Subaru thinks it's the cake delivery, runs excitedly to open, and says, I'm coming. Just as Subaru is about to open, he feels something strange. He stops for about 2 seconds and frowns as if detecting something. He quickly steps back to move away from the door. As expected, the door lights up with rainbow flashes, as if an AI used luminous magic to cut. It's the hand-cutting skill. The rift opens. The door is shattered and fragments fly inside the house. Luckily, Subaru had stepped back to a safer place. In front of the door stands the man in the suit who was seen earlier on the street. Subaru grits his teeth and frowns upon seeing the intruder. The man smiles calmly. He stands on a piece of cut rope. His technique continues to expand. It even affects the inside of the house. Leon is startled seeing the glowing cut marks in the air. Kotetsu, annoyed, closes one eye and dodges the destructive spatial technique. It's a bright and flashy attack, but with great damage power. Loud explosions are heard. Hirosaka's apartment was completely destroyed inside. Everything was cut and torn apart. The spatial rifts broke evenly, but there were no casualties. A man stepped forward, stepping on a plank. He looked out the window and saw that the 4 people inside the house had escaped to the garden. Wow, looks like everyone is alive, he said, smiling and assessing the situation. Although there had never been spatial rifts before, he took off his glasses with his hand. This person is an administrator, an employee subordinate to the vice president. In the garden, the group of 4 people. Subaru with a strong fighting spirit. Kotetsu evaluating, Subaru dressed in blue, who concluded he was an administrator. Subaru was not satisfied with the administrator's betrayal. Earlier, they said they would attack in 2 weeks. Sapanat laughed, jumped from above, and mocked, saying the president was too weak. But just as he jumped, a giant hand with red energy and a sharp rock with blue energy attacked simultaneously, trying to corner him to death. The hand and rock collided, producing an explosion that echoed throughout the place. That was Kotetsu's hand and Endacher's rock. Kotetsu remained silent, waiting for the outcome. Endacher, indifferent, wanted to know if his attack had caused damage to the enemy. The dust cleared and Sapanat seemed fine, with no visible damage. He admired, saying, "You are stronger, but I am the administrator. Normal attacks don't affect me," he said. He had barely finished speaking and still not fully landed. A flash brighter than the light of truth appeared, followed by a heavy blow aimed at his head. The attacker immediately retreated after the offensive, leaving a black cloud near Sapanat. But he suffered no damage, the smoke dispersed, and he stood firm on the ground. Frustrated, he raised his ear and said, "Listen carefully." "I already told you. Do you need me to scratch your ear?" Leon said without paying attention. Instead, he was thinking and analyzing. It seemed his attack had been neutralized. Upon landing, Leon silently evaluated. This is definitely an administrator. Kotetsu approached his companions and warned them, "Be careful." He insisted seriously, "We can't defend against spatial crack attacks." Endacher understood and Kotetsu moved forward, call Ariel. Kotetsu and Endacher stood in front of Subaru. Kotetsu explained his plan. "We will take turns supporting you. Use your curse to kill that enemy." Subaru obeyed, closed his eyes, and transformed like a superhero. When he opened them, his hair turned white and his eyes became an intense blood red. Subaru emanated a fierce fighting spirit, surrounded by multicolored energy. "Let's crush him," said Sapanat, who seemed not to pay much attention to the 4 people. He covered his mouth with his hand, adjusted his glasses, and watched disdainfully. "The power difference between us. Let's go back a little in time, to some unknown world." This room is a large bath, with many girls serving Sapanat. He was embracing 2 young women underwater. Seeing someone approaching, he smiled and asked, "What's up, Gantrang?" The person in the water was the head of the assassin department of the Six Eyes Corporation. Sapanat, known by the corporation, had girls enthusiastically feeding him. He joked and asked Gantrang if she wanted to bathe together. He intended to tease. Gantrang looked at him disapprovingly and said softly, "See you at the tower." Hearing this, Sapanat got scared and repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, please forgive me," said Gantrang, showing little emotion. She conveyed the information indifferently. Vice President Balat called. Sapanat pondered. As the vice president rarely had to call him, he thought for a moment. Probably something important. Sapanat immediately got up. The girls who were enjoying seeing him stand up screamed in unison. Water ran down his muscular body. One of the young women asked, "Where are you going, Mr. Sapanat?" Another shouted, "Don't go," while another pouted, asking when he would return. Sapanat looked at them and calmed them. "It's just a minor matter. I'll be back soon. Behave well in the meantime." The girls obediently responded in unison. Yes. Sapanat dressed and left. The employees of the Six Eyes Corporation have their own world. In Sapanat's world, he has a great palace and girls who adore him. At that moment, he left the palace, and on both sides there were many rows of people standing, respectfully seeing him off. Someone carefully tied Sasunatsu's hair. She tied a very pretty ribbon carefully in that place. They are the gods Sasunatsu, with absolute authority. A dimensional gate opened, and Sasunatsu waved his hand. "Well, I'm leaving now," he said. Before he departed, the girls still smiled as they said goodbye. But when the gate closed, the god of this world was no longer there. The girls immediately became insensitive, like robots programmed only to react to Sasunatsu. At that moment, Gantrang came out and looked at the insensitive girls on both sides of the path. She whispered, "A world full of girls who adore me?" She clenched her teeth, feeling strong and disgusted, and passed through the gate. Sasunatsu entered the vice president's office directly. He greeted, "Hello, did you call me, Mr. Vice President?" The vice president got straight to the point. "I have a job for you." The vice president handed over Subaru's files and said, "We must get ahead of the president's faction. Kill Arik Subaru. If you kill the owner, the entire closed group will lose their will," said the vice president of Group 6. Bilat gave specific instructions. "When you arrive, kill the 3 people living with Arik. Neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible." Sasunatsu smiled flatteringly. "You really are very legitimate, sir." Bilat narrowed his eyes. "All actions will be legitimate. If I become president of the group, that's why Sasunatsu attacked." Subaru's group returned to the present, to Hirosaka's apartment. It was destroyed by Sasunatsu's spatial attack. At that moment, he laughed excitedly. Sasunatsu kept attacking Kotetsu non-stop and was satisfied. "Well done, you." Kotetsu remained silent, focused on defending and retreating. Sasunatsu threw a punch, Kotetsu blocked it, and he attacked with more force. Sasunatsu raised his leg and delivered a strong kick. Kotetsu defended firmly but was pushed back by the kick. While defending, Kotetsu evaluated the strength of both sides. Their hand-to-hand combat skills were equivalent. But she was gradually being outmatched in physical endurance. When Sasunatsu was about to attack again, suddenly, she saw Endgame jump into the air and cast a spell. Kotetsu's arm was bleeding, so she retreated to recover strength. Endgame casually unleashed the power of the Lord of Chaos. A silhouette appeared and caught Sasunatsu in midair. It was a technique of the Night Goddess. Around Sasunatsu, there was only water. It seemed like he was submerged in a vast ocean. Despite that, he appeared quite calm and even had energy to comment. "Ah, you want to suffocate me?" Andatcher landed indifferently and looked at the opponent. She rejected Sasunatsu's opinion with a sarcastic smile. "Contempt is not enough yet," he said, then extended his hand, and an intense blue energy lit up his entire body. The blue fire, the spirit of the Night Goddess, and the seawater were wrapped in blue flames. That caused everything to evaporate. Endgame is not in vain a woman of few words. Still, she only glanced sideways without saying anything because she had already prepared the next technique. She summoned the immortal 9-headed serpent. Sasunatsu looked at it and exclaimed, "You use poison?" Being in the middle of the field, she endured all the serpent's poison, and he bluntly commented, "You don't understand anything about the executors." Then he extended his hand. The spatial cracks shone. He explained with goodwill, "Not all curses and annihilations are equally effective. Only powerful annihilations work immediately." He used the broken space over the 9-headed serpents. The broken space flickered around Sasunatsu, who smiled. "Goodbye." On Endgame's side, cracks appeared in the broken space. Sasunatsu, confident, thought he had won. He said goodbye to Endgame, but his smile quickly disappeared when he noticed someone approaching from behind. It was Kotetsu, with extraordinary speed, almost ghost-like. Kotetsu's surprise strike from behind interrupted Sasunatsu's technique. It was so fast that he couldn't block the hit, but he also didn't suffer injuries. Excited, he launched into a fight with Kotetsu, but before he could strike, Kotetsu's foot was already on Sasunatsu's shoulder, which even surprised him a little. The next second, a lightning-fast strike hit Sasunatsu's face directly. Kotetsu attacked with a series of fast and precise punches with extraordinary speed. He didn't give the opponent time to react. Subaru thought quickly. Although he was hit, he smiled because he had already discovered Kotetsu's ability. This is the absolute evolution of Hyodo Kotetsu, perfectly adapting to any attack. After a single reception, Kotetsu was not very surprised and thought to himself. Indeed, all his abilities had already been revealed. On the outside, He remained calm and responded calmly. Even if he couldn't defeat you, he could still hold his ground. And that was enough. At that moment, Subaru ran from behind. He launched a wave of bone blood, but Subaru's expression showed he was not surprised, because the cracks of broken space immediately appeared. They appeared right next to Subaru, and also next to Kotetsu. Both were surprised and hurried to dodge the spatial cracks, and they were astonished by Subaru's quick reaction, who simply raised his hand and criticized. Too slow, too slow. Their plan is really simple. Subaru looked at Kotetsu and unmasked the plan of the three Hyodo with absolute evolution leading. Then he looked at Endo, hoping she would protect from behind with her various attack techniques. He glanced back while two people held Subaru from behind. His arm was injured and blood dripped. Subaru said Eric would finish him off with a curse or annihilation. Right? Then he looked at Lion and mocked the only useless one. Only Lion, right? Lion barely participated in the fight. Except for one attack at the beginning, the rest of the time he just watched from the side. Now that it was said, he felt a bit offended. On the other hand, Subaru provoked him. Come on, try it. His energy burst strongly. The spatial cracks glowed around Subaru. He was confident and challenged. Let's see if you have that ability. Compared to him, who did not release energy, Lion seemed small, like an ordinary person. Lion gritted his teeth, worried, and cursed. Damn it. Subaru thought to himself, not forgetting to mock. What does damn it mean? Isn't that right? He looked at Lion calmly. And he assessed that panic was just an act, right? On the other hand, although insulted, Lion remained still. He seemed fearful and cautious. He had no intention to fight. Subaru recalled Lion's expression in the previous battle. I've seen the battle in CBIA. I've already seen that boy's special techniques. I know Lion absorbed Eric's curse. Subaru analyzed Hyodo's words. It's just a lie to distract me and make me focus on Eric. It was a logical conclusion looking at Lion, who was angry on the other side. The real danger was not Eric, but Lion's annihilation, Subaru thought. He even considered the possibility that he had absorbed the spatial cracks. But that ability has too wide a range. It can't be used where there are civilians. At that moment, Kotetsu attacked again. Subaru dodged the spatial cracks and counterattacked Kotetsu. Calmly avoided the attack. He already had a new battle plan in mind. Otherwise, he only needed now. Endo summoned some giant octopus tentacles to attack, but also had to pay attention. She avoided the broken space cracks. Subaru looked at Endo. At that moment, he was bleeding heavily. It seemed the spatial cracks had caused him wounds. Subaru concluded he had to kill Eric and thought of the vice president's words. He murmured, "He's right, Vice President." Then he launched a flare to repel Kotetsu and burn Endo's tentacles. In his mind, he thought about doing an efficient job. He also did not forget his own life. He enjoyed the pleasure in his world. His mind thought and satisfied irrational desires. Immediately, Subaru took the motivation. It seemed he no longer wanted to play. Instead, he began to get serious. After the flare, he suddenly appeared in front of Kotetsu. And thought, this is my style. Then he raised his hand and easily threw a punch at Kotetsu. This time, Kotetsu could not block it. After a strong hit, he fell to the ground, more seriously injured than before. Kotetsu spat blood. Subaru did not stop and thought of faking an opening to lure the enemy, Lion. He watched the battle worriedly with his eyes. Now is the perfect time to act because Supnat is about to show a weakness. However, what Lian doesn't know is that he does it on purpose, although he is also a bit impatient. Why hesitate? Here is the opportunity. Finally, Lian also acts. Inside him, there is an impulse that drives him to act. This is the right moment to attack. Because Supnat is not paying attention to what is happening behind him, he doesn't even bother to defend himself. Behind him, and Lian's target, is Supnat's head. He raises the scepter in his hand. Lian launches a blood curse attack towards Supnat's head. However, the power difference allows the opponent to easily dodge it. He even laughs sarcastically. At that moment, Lian realizes his attack failed. He looks worriedly at Supnat's back, who tilts his head and blinks with contempt. Do you see? He thinks to himself, also with that feeling of power. Supnat knows perfectly well that Subaru is rushing toward him, and he underestimates him. I can feel that the person approaching from behind is Eric. He concentrates energy in his hand and calculates. I will cut you before you arrive. I won't use the fragmented space because it can be absorbed. He decides to act without hesitation. Supnat gives him no chance to escape and lunges forcefully. He approaches quickly. The first enemy falls. He feels the killing pressure behind Lian. Then he launches a critical strike. The red crystal on Lian's scepter shines intensely, and multicolor red spatial cracks appear just as Supnat approaches Lian. His body is cut by the fragmented space. Especially his arm that was trying to attack Lian is severed. At that moment, Lian is calmer than ever. His eyes shine with no sign of panic like before. Supnat falls surprised, not understanding why that happened. Lian turns around without looking at Supnat, who falls behind and says coldly, Your research is insufficient, isn't it? He looks with contempt at the defeated under his hand. He kindly explains, the Lord of the Infinite Skies can absorb other abilities. Supnat lies struggling on the grass, very curious, wondering when he absorbed the fragmented space. The red gem on Lian's scepter shines, and he continues even more. As if he had read Supnat's thoughts, Lian answers his questions. Absorption happens at the moment of contact, even if the enemy does not use the ability. Hearing this, Supnat shrinks, understanding that he lost due to lack of knowledge. In the past, Lian did not act many times, he recounts. Obviously, you don't know, because I only touched and absorbed once in my life. Lian calmly recalls that moment. He says, that was the time with the previous king. Supnat grits his teeth. He sweats profusely, not knowing if from pain or worry, just the contact was enough. He remembers that Lian only attacked him once and then immediately retreated. Since then, he understood his fate, which is not Supnat's style. He wants to fight once more. Spatial cracks appear around his body, but that is his technique. The space had not yet launched the attack. Then blood splatters all over his face, leaving him stunned. The fragmented space technique stops, Lian's eyes shine. He tells Supnat a cruel truth. The blood curse I launched earlier is still in the air. He turns and finishes with a phrase. There are things you only learn with your life. The blood curse has adhered to Supnat. He will bleed out hopelessly. The curse's blood slowly covers his face. In his eyes, only despair remains. To be sure, Lian concentrates again. The blood curse covers his body, then he walks away indifferently through the wide garden of Supnat's building. He himself lies on his back on the grass, with the blood curse spreading and blue blood flowing. 4 members of Subaru's group watch for a moment as Indachiro approaches. Seeing Supnat agonizing and losing consciousness, he asks, is he injured? Lian answers, then looks at Kotetsu with concern. Yodo, are you okay? Kotetsu responds, no problem. He puts his hand on his chest to reassure Lian and treats himself. I have learned the martial arts of my enemies to an absolute level. At the Ascobia's healing shrine, Kotetsu wipes the blood from the corner of his lips. I planned to expose a weakness to give Lian the chance to attack, but it was smoother than expected. Subaru was a bit sad. This time I only acted as bait and didn't do much, so I comforted him. That is also part of the strategy that Miss Tetsu evaluated from a tactical point of view. We are completely. This phrase made Subaru a little stunned. Miss Tetsu approached and continued commenting on the battle that had just occurred. Attacking 4 against 1 and still spending so much energy is really absurd. Then he suggested we should quickly conquer the cracks. Hearing that, he just remained silent, saying nothing. I don't know what he was thinking. Subaru agreed, while the 3 continued talking. Endgame suddenly spoke, bringing shocking news. Hey, he's still alive. Sapatna hasn't gone to the underworld yet. He is still fighting on the edge between life and death. He opened one eye and coughed with difficulty. His pupil trembled. He couldn't accept the reality that someone like him, an executor, was defeated by underestimating the enemy. Sapatna didn't show much emotion. He clarified that the situation was under control. He is about to die. The arrow already pierced his heart. Endgame, hearing that, felt a little calmer. Then it's okay. Knowing he could die is good news. Sapatna inhaled little and exhaled a lot. He still struggled to catch his breath, trying to prolong his last moments to be sure. Endgame prepared to watch him seriously until he exhaled his last breath. In his last moments, Sapatna silently sighed about the vice president's reward. He recalled the conversation with Vice President Billet. Sapatna asked if he had already heard about a big problem. At that time, Sapatna answered confidently, yes, Ariel and his family. I must torture and eliminate all of them, right? I was an unusual request. But the reward was absurdly high. Billet replied that it was so. The vice president of the Six Eyes conglomerate also reported that the president would probably retire after this. Sapatna was quite surprised and asked, thinking of the unpleasant face of the president. The vice president revealed the president's plan. He intends to hand over all the executors the company has. To incorporate his soul into the operator, Billet clasped his hands with a critical gesture. That is the greatest betrayal to the employees, who have dedicated thousands of years to the company. Even Sapatna was shocked and stunned by this news. Billet's eyes shone with determination. We must stop him at all costs. Then Sapatna gave the order before the president's faction acted. Bring me Ares' head. Subaru responded with a smile. Understood, Sapatna. Then he showed 3 fingers and spoke about the reward. I want to request 300 beauties. Billet pondered for a moment and asked, don't you have enough beauties yet? Sapatna showed a malicious look. Revenge is something you will never see. End of the memory about Sapatna's reward. At that moment, he seemed to have found his voice. With difficulty, he said, don't underestimate me. Andacha remained silent, watching him closely. The light faded from Sapatna's eyes. He coughed several times. In the past, Sapatna was a short and fat man. His face was not attractive, so he was often despised. He used to grit his teeth and mutter, they annoy me. The girls didn't pay attention to Sapatna, and he hated them. He called them whores just because he lacked attention and female love. He envied that they didn't pay attention to him. They only circled around those guys. He was very angry and cursed. They should all die. Now, as his life faded, Sapatna murmured, I became an executor. Her body began to fade into dust and disappeared. Only her last words remained. Did anyone love me? Andacher, who was beside her, heard those farewell words. It was the sorrow of a despicable being, but she did not show much emotion. Sapatna's body turned to dust and scattered. The 4 members of the Subaru group watched the process. Finally, Subaru confirmed that this was the death of an executor. He only returned to the sea. Curiously, he wanted to know what she had said before dying. Kotetsu was not very worried. If she's dead, why should we care? The problem was that he was concerned about another urgent matter. Where should we go now? Remembering Hira's destroyed house, Subaru shouted, what about Hirasaka's house? Endo completed the remaining part of Kuripa and Vice President Billet's office. Secretary Dragon was reporting that Minister Satnat had sacrificed his life on the mission. While reporting this, she seemed very indifferent, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. Billet put down the pen in his hand, regretting it, and clasped his hands while meditating. We must think about his successor, Ra said respectfully, asking politely. Should we send the next assassin? Billet frowned and nodded as the door opened. Mistema entered excitedly, carrying a weapon. Excuse me, Ra said surprised. Vice President Mistema, she kindly advised, please learn to knock. Mistema. Mistema entered cheerfully and apologized. Sorry. She smiled broadly. Did I interrupt your plans? Billet remained silent looking at Mistema, who put the scythe on the floor and spoke. But it doesn't matter, she said, sitting confidently to one side and putting a foot on Billet's desk. It's not right to obstruct the vice president like that, she added threateningly. If there's an order, Dictator Y might eliminate you. You know? Dragon was surprised and showed a bit of concern. Billet responded calmly. I'll be careful. By the way, Mistema. Mistema listened attentively to hear what he wanted to say. Billet said, I want to find out if the operator is an AI. Among the administrators, he asked about an important matter. Do you know if the operator is an AI? Mistema rubbed her chin thoughtfully and replied, No, I didn't know it was an AI, but the president has already seen them. Do you have any clues? Billet also thought for a moment and said there were none. Not even the vice president knows that the operator is an AI. This brings us back to Jin Floros' house. They celebrated a big meal, eating, drinking, and toasting together. After eating, she took Violet and Croak out. We have confirmed his current condition. We're done here for today. See you later, Jinga said annoyed. No need to come back. Floros stood at the door laughing loudly. It won't be like that, he said, squinting. Next time we meet, only one of us will be alive. Jinga opened his eyes surprised by his words. That phrase also reminded his cousin that they were mortal enemies. He replied distractedly, Yes, that's right. The dimensional door opened slowly. Floros smiled happily. Today was very fun, wasn't it? Before entering, the 3 said goodbye. Jin Floros said, So it will be. Violet waved her hand. See you later. Croak bowed and thanks. Thank you for inviting me. Then they entered through the dimensional door. When it closed, Floros still turned to look at Jin, waiting for everyone to leave and the dimensional door to close completely. Jinga exhaled deeply, walked toward the house, and looked at the plates and glasses still on the table. Jinga sighed, Do I have to clean all this? Then he put his hand in his pocket. He took out a special key, at least one that had not yet been discovered. Using the key, he opened a black door to the other side. Jinga said, Sorry for being late. Everyone here is training together. Seeing Jinga, Kinokawa greeted him cheerfully. Mei, annoyed, asked, Where were you? You arrived 2 hours late. Jinga, confused, said, Sorry, I'll explain later. His hand changed, showing determination in his eyes, raised the enhanced hand and said, I must adapt to the new skill as soon as possible. At karaoke, during the endgame, Eximi sang while giving his opinion about conquering the rift. In a small entertainment room, Kotetsu kept eating chicken thigh, and Dacher sang focused, while Leon talked with Subaru. I think it's time to use items that are not from the battlefield. We must get used to using them. And Dacher sang with great passion, like a singer on stage. Although he did not sing well, Subaru was timely and moved his pendulum to the rhythm of Indacher's song. While attending to his friends, he responded to Leon, understood. He took inventory of the items we already have in the warehouse. We possess a large quantity. From now on, the main strategy will include the use of items, the warehouse, and the basic skills of the Divine Lords to conquer the rift. Unlimited storage of items received during the conquest will be allowed. He took inventory of the items we already have in the warehouse. We possess a large quantity. From now on, the main strategy will include the use of items, the warehouse, and the basic skills of the Divine Lords to conquer the rift. Unlimited storage of the number of items received during the conquest will be allowed. There are 19 days left before the conglomerate of 6 brands lands on the screen. Today's opponent information appears. Level 184 Lunar Guardian Boss. In terms of level, Subaru is far behind. Subaru Ariel is level 133. From afar, someone is also watching this battle. The battle is no longer simple. It is not on Earth, but has extended to the Moon, the 20th of December 2023. Kane Shikishima asks if they should really let Subaru fight alone in this battle. Kotetsu responds that they should let him to test him while looking at the Lunar Guardian boss. The lower half of his body is fish-like and he carries a trident. His whole body is surrounded by electricity. If he cannot face an enemy of this level, then we should already prepare his grave. The trident points directly at Subaru, who is already ready and in combat stance. Suddenly, somehow, the trident cuts Subaru's neck, making him bleed. Then, the trident quickly moves away, leaving a deep wound on Subaru's neck. Shikishima watches, surprised and confused, as his companion falls holding his neck. Blood gushes like a spring. Isn't this very dangerous? Both Shikishima and Kotetsu watch carefully and say in unison that without losing blood, they cannot kill Subaru. The enemy, confident, turns around and walks away, leaving Subaru lying in a pool of blood. But he is only pretending to be dead. Subaru is in a state of semi-consciousness. His eyes follow the Lunar Guardian. There is no need to stop the bleeding. His eyes gradually light up and Subaru regains consciousness. He can regenerate blood and sustain his life, while compensating for the power difference by at least 5 times. The Guardian notices something and stops, then turns around and sees that Subaru is slowly getting up and opens his inventory, taking out several items. This causes Subaru's strength to gradually recover and his wounds to disappear. A necklace, rank C item. Tears of the West Wind increases speed by 30% for 10 seconds. A strange mask. Rank C item that increases physical resistance by 30% for 5 seconds. And finally, a rank D item. A cheerleader bear that increases concentration by 50% for 10 seconds. The team continues watching. All wounds on Subaru's body are healing. The scars disappear. Soon it looks like they were never there. Kotetsu is also surprised. Subaru's steps are enhanced and he walks fast. He takes the sword and charges quickly, approaching the boss. The two swords clash wildly. Subaru uses the Boro power technique with great strength against the enemy. His eyes are focused. He does not get distracted for a moment to avoid breaking the wing halfway. The Lunar Guardian is pushed back and tries to defend, but he does not forget to counterattack. Those outside recognize and exclaim in surprise, sword technique. It is unique, based on learning the powers of others. Subaru becomes stronger. He gains momentum with his feet. Then he appears beneath the enemy with a look full of hatred. The Guardian, affected by the blows received, closes his eyes in pain, and thus receives a deadly stab to the chest. Blood gushes and splatters everywhere. Subaru prepares to end the battle and says his last words of gratitude. The Guardian's gaze loses consciousness. He acknowledges that Subaru is very strong. In seconds, he is defeated by a lightning strike that pierces half of his body. He crouches, screaming in pain. Akira outside is sweating a lot. Finally, Kotetsu remembered him. In recent days, we have used that man as a shield. As for the objects, somehow, I have defeated him at least 100 times. A loud shout caught Kotetsu's attention, who was watching. Hiroto Subaru, excited, boasted his achievement. I won without using blood magic or cuts. The two talked enthusiastically. Not counting the objects, your fencing can still improve. Sure, after returning, you must practice more. This time, I will definitely succeed. I can't fail to absolutely advance. When everyone was about to leave, Shikishima spoke. Please wait a moment. Everyone turned to listen carefully. The whole family had gathered. Shikishima spoke seriously. There is something I need to discuss with you. Akira understood. Ah, I just remembered why you mentioned it. Both Hirosaka and Amamiya were present. A notification, the alliance has reached a conclusion. Shikishima looked at each member and explained for those who have families. And today you can inform them that everyone is being targeted by the executors. Quick scene change. Shikishima's father was happy. Yogiet called loudly, "Welcome, Dad," and Ryo Shikishima quickly. He received him joyfully. "Welcome home, Dad. Let me help you with the bag." His son seemed efficient and he admired him. Shikishima replied, "You are really strong. You are a patron god." And Mom and the others? The two continued talking among themselves. Didn't you see the email? They are still touring Europe. They said they will celebrate from afar this year. And Dad? Dad can relax this year. He listened carefully and asked, "Do you have something to say?" "We'll talk about it at dinner." Shikishima lowered his head and agreed. "These two still get along as before, or shall we go to the Two Oxen Tavern? I know you will say that. I already reserved that place." "Very well, Ryo." While Mizuho was eating, she saw someone arrive and said, "Welcome, Sika." She responded cheerfully and asked, "You already arrived? Where is Hazuki?" "She is driving the Rift. She will be back soon." Sika, confused, pointed to her head. Didn't she lose her master Hazuki? Is she no longer a patron god? Mizuho, carefree, moved her legs. She was like that for about a week. A week so fast? Another voice greeted. She's here, sister. Sika, alarmed, stammered. Sister, you are no longer the fire dragon's substitute. Hazuki appeared with a completely different appearance. Behind her was a man. Now I am the patron god of Asia's fire tiger, Amamiya Hazuki. Still confused, Sika asked, What? Meanwhile, Akira spoke with a tired voice. Mom, we have arrived. Immediately, a loud shout scared him. Jian, what's wrong? His mother scolded him angrily. She hit the box full of things and shouted, I told you if you were going to store Hirosaka's things in the warehouse, you must clean regularly. Akira, tired, pleaded, Mom, today I have something important to say. But she paid no attention and approached ordering, clean first. Yes, sorry Mom, I will do it right away. Putting that aside, his mother asked, And Hirosaka, how is he? He thanked for the summer gift. In another family, the parents welcomed Renji with happy smiles. You are back. He responded with a warm smile, full of happiness for the welcome. The two approached and asked him, Ren, you look more handsome. Have you been training regularly, really? I hope so. The whole family talked happily. We haven't seen you in Japan lately, right? Does the patron god also have to go abroad? He replied, Basically, abroad is not that different. His mother smiled affectionately. You just returned to Japan recently, right? Let's check the press conference. His father, seeing his wife, stopped her. Wait, Mom, listen first. He looked at Renji. Did you mention something on the phone? Listen first. The two listened attentively. It seemed to be an emotional reunion. Renji felt happiness in his heart. Yes. A while later, Shikishima left the house and waited for someone from afar. Subaru approached and said, Long time no see, Shikishima-san. Happy New Year. I hope this year will be good for everyone as well. Time keeps passing. It is already the 1st of January 2024. New Year, both strolled together through the city, chatting. How was everyone's New Year? We ate soba together at the hotel. Jinga arrived, and when invited, Subaru turned to Shikishima to ask, And you? What did you tell your family? I told them the truth and also asked my two brothers and mother to return to the country. They are artists, right? The father is a conductor, the mother plays piano, and the two brothers play violin. Shikishima continued talking, but on Subaru's face it was clear he was not very happy. He didn't want them to interrupt his work, but preferred that over risking their lives. Shikishima confessed he had already spoken to his father. He recalled the day they reunited and went to eat together at a well-known restaurant. That day he said, All right, as Ryo suggested, we will cancel the concert and go home. He was worried, looked at his father and said, I'm sorry, but his father understood and showed compassion. Don't apologize, you are a father who loves his children. Even if he knows, he cannot deny Shiki's merit. Without the spell, this world would have no music to perform. He reproached nothing. On the contrary, he felt guilty because he felt bad putting all the burden on his children. Really, forgive me. They looked at each other with eyes full of willingness to forgive. This is nothing. I will always be grateful to you, son. Saying this, Shikishima couldn't help but get emotional and cry. Crying, he thanked his father and returned to reality. Shikishima expressed his feelings. I wanted to tell you I would protect everyone, but I was the one who was encouraged. It seems it's the same with Naruto and Hirosaki. Seika said something similar. Like him, Subaru also wants to do something good. He raised his hand to his chest and confessed, We will also do everything to protect our family. Two people, but with one purpose. Shikishima cheerfully replied, Yes, I trust you, older brother. They looked ahead. All members were already present. All right, it seems we are all here. The three approached to gather. From that side, Jinga and Akira were also present. Subaru spoke first. The disaster on Saturday. It will destroy everyone's heart except the guardian gods and the lone wolves. Destroy it. The deadline is until the Mutzang Company attacks in 10 days. Northwest of Fukuoka and Saga Prefecture Genkai-si. Scene changed to another place. The face of a woman expressionless, with eyes wide open. The disaster on Saturday. The ability of the lone wolf's possessor, Kahaku Hirokata. It was not expected that she would be defeated by Billet. Blood still flowed from her body split in two. He remained calm and said to himself, Sorry for interfering in Hirokata's affairs. Billet coldly declared, From now on I will take care of everything related to Arakato Subaru, vice president of the Mutzan group, Billet. Then he dropped Kohaku's body indifferently. A decisive moment. An image of the future appeared, memories of the future. The result of the disaster on Saturday, reflection of loneliness and decay. An event that destroys humanity's mind en masse, except the guardian gods. It is the consequence of the reflection of loneliness and decay, Kohaku Hirokata, through an S-class object. A fierce battle is shown, however, in the world of King Aurora, Subaru. Arakato confused it with another ability from another world, although he managed to destroy it successfully. Kohaku is in the middle of a large bloodstain in the sky, looking very satisfied. Kohaku Hirakata, the conqueror, managed to escape. Then Endou explained this to Subaru. This was discovered because Endo had faced Hirakata before. In the narration, Mario and Kana appear observing a map. With Endou's information and the skills of the duo Marino Himeno and Kana-sano, Hirakata's location was determined in the Genkai Sea. They mobilized to intercept and prevent her from activating her ability. Shikishima, confused, leads the group and asks, "So this is the place, right?" Subaru looks around, not very sure, and replies, "It must be. No Kita Sea, Itoshima Peninsula, Fukuoka Prefecture." Then he discovers something and says, "There is no artificial intelligence here, but there is something blue over there." Still, they try to stay optimistic. Andy Cho speaks. "At least, that is not Kohaku's ability." "You don't understand anything," he replies. "What do you mean?" At that moment, Jinga recognizes it as Rokugan. His answer made Akira turn around, curious. "Huh, are you worried?" He squints and counts, "I saw it at Christmas. It seems this is Data 1. I just remembered a tall building called Jinga, which is where they live." In front of them, the six eyes kept spinning endlessly. Suddenly, inside the circle appeared a night sky full of shining stars. On the other side of the six eyes, there were two people watching attentively. They turned out to be Billet and Secretary Dragon, who were focused on cultivating their energy, preparing. He looked gloomily at the circle, as if calculating something. When he looked back to the other side of the six eyes, Shikishima was intrigued. Just after saying that, he closed his eyes as if thinking. Then Shikishima made a determined decision. Everyone was happy and exclaimed, "Let's go back." Billet, upon hearing that, opened his eyes in horror. Akira, with an expressionless face, said they had no more plans for today. Subaru quickly continued, "What's there to do in Fukuoka?" Without hesitation, he added, "Let's go see the tuna." And Dacho also gave his opinion firmly, Mentaiko. Miss Tetsu did not want to be left behind. She said that in winter, Matsunabe was a must. Everyone agreed excitedly and said, "Perfect, let's do it." But Billet couldn't stand it anymore and ran quickly toward the circle. The six eyes stopped him. "This is not right," they said, and everyone was confused, not understanding anything, asking, "Who is he?" He growled and introduced himself. "I am Billet, Vice President of the Six Eyes. You must be Subaru, Ariel, and your companions." Billet spoke in a half-threatening, half-questioning tone. "I do not allow you to leave." Despite his rudeness, Subaru innocently continued, "I want to eat Matsunabe." Billet gritted his teeth and said he had no choice. "I will arrange a scene change to the dining room and Billet's chair." In the vice president's office, he spoke seriously. While the pot boiled vigorously, he said, "You know the power of that chair, right?" He continued explaining while standing in front of the dining table. "Nothing said here will be monitored by the administration." It seemed his words did not enter their ears. That angered Billet until he trembled, and Shikishima looked confused. "Why do we have to stand like this?" "Matsunabe must be accompanied by a kotatsu," he shouted angrily in their faces. "In my place, that's not possible," he said, almost breathless, sighing, "I'm exhausted." Billet's assistant ran back and forth preparing the Matsunabe, and Daksho chewed his food. While they discussed the great calamity of Saturday, Billet announced coldly, "I have already solved it." "This is the only way we can have a chance to talk," he said, drawing everyone's attention. "Let's get to the main point, as revenge for before." Billet praised the food while chewing. "It's delicious." Shikishima, annoyed, asked him to get straight to the point. Then he put down the chopsticks and, in summary, Billet dropped shocking news with a calm face. "I am going to betray the president. Help me overthrow him." Everyone was surprised, speechless, and confused. Shikishima expressed what everyone was thinking. "Why do you say it so calmly?" "Simply, the president wants to sell us out to the administration. He even tries to monopolize the profits, but I can't stand it anymore." Billet frowned angrily. Betrayal will be met with betrayal. His attitude made Subaru silently reflect, although he kept watching without speaking. Kotetsu immediately understood something and recalled, "So, the one who almost destroyed us was sent by him?" Honestly, he admitted, "Yes, it was my intention to eliminate Subaru." Before the president acted and handed him over to the administration, Flores' voice suddenly appeared in Zen's mind. It seemed the vice president was preparing for something serious. He recalled and guessed what was happening. Then Shikishima spoke. "What do we gain if we cooperate with you? Is my help necessary?" Immediately, Billet displayed overwhelming power. "Do you really think you can defeat us?" Shikishima was enraged but could do nothing because he was being dominated. "Perhaps you are misunderstanding," he said. "Let me clarify, this is not a negotiation." Even Jinga was surprised by that fearsome power. Although dominated, Akira looked calmly. Facing Billet's threat, Indactor just looked at him gently and said one thing. "Are you with me or not?" The intimidation did not make Subaru hesitate even a little. Billet continued casting spells, asserting, "That's all." Billet did not stop casting spells, insisting that was all. However, Kotetsu kept eating with pleasure. This guy was on another level. The executor who was defeated before does not compare to the current one, even if both reach their maximum level. We can't win either. Suddenly, he put down his chopsticks, worried, and thought silently. If Asmodeus is stronger, that guy doesn't care what we think. Billet continued saying, I have already prepared the reward. If you cooperate and defeat Asmodeus, the 6 seals will be lifted, and we'll stop pursuing Subaru Arik. I also guarantee that I will not accept any unfavorable requests for you. Jinga lost his composure, annoyed. Just words? How can we trust that? He said with certainty, I never make meaningless promises. I have already prepared a contract. Shikishima did not expect a contract to be signed either. While Billet was presenting, Dragon summoned a spell. My assistant has the skill to create contracts. He continued explaining this skill. The executor will be punished if the contract is broken. Shikishima was amazed by the scene before him. The skill can restrain the executor. Billet responded seriously and precisely. I put my life on it. His recklessness made Jinga's eyes widen in horror. Even Shikishima couldn't believe what he heard. If I disobey, I will die. Is that so? Do I have to go that far? Billet affirmed once again firmly. I just want to prove that I am different from the president, as if trying to convince him to lower his voice. The previous conditions are already very generous. Join me. Subaru Arik seemed to be touching a wound. Jinga shouted loudly. Shikishima was not far behind and also shouted, Subaru, are you understanding the situation well? Subaru smiled calmly. I understand well. If we sign with Billet, being close to him will be our ally. That's right, although I don't exactly understand what you think. Partly it's correct. His hesitation annoyed Billet. Is my life still not enough guarantee? At the same time, Subaru remained calm, staring at Billet. He still cheerfully called Jinga. Remember I said I was manipulated in the ruins? Despite the tension, Jinga did not forget. When we return, we must form a group, right? Subaru listened and confirmed. Yes. Shikishima was also surprised and exclaimed loudly. Subaru, before I finished speaking, you had already told it. That group is called Tai Hong Kwak. I have Vanquish permission. The motto is to never betray or abandon comrades. As soon as Subaru finished, Shikishima was stunned. Endgame and Liam were also surprised by Subaru's certainty, while Akira found it amusing. He laughed lightly as if to break the atmosphere. Kotetsu did not change his expression, but he stared intently at Subaru, and Jinga was so moved he couldn't speak. Shortly after, he regained confidence and responded with a slight smile. Yes. After Jinga's confirmation, Subaru solemnly announced, Billet, we are Tai Hong Kwak. We do not tolerate any act of betrayal under any circumstances. Subaru's honest words left Billet speechless. Even if we are the side to be massacred, we cannot join you. Subaru remained polite and thanked. Thank you for your offer, but I'm sorry. Your loyalty and that of everyone left him speechless. Everyone stopped eating instantly and stared at Billet. Right in front of him, they moved out of that place, toward the back. They asked, Vice President, is it really okay to let them go? She hesitated before saying what she had been questioning for a long time. Could you punish them immediately after you refused? Billet was downcast, but still knew perfectly well that if he did, Asmodeus and Mastema would appear immediately. The moment Subaru Eric rejected my proposal, the plan had already failed. However, the goal of overthrowing Asmodeus remains the same. We will support Subaru Arik. The man with a close-cropped beard, expressionless, received the order, understood. I will follow you to the end, he murmured, seeming lost in thought. Do not betray or abandon comrades. If Asmodeus does the same, a file was delivered on the 1st of January 2024. The day the 6 rings of the conglomerate landed, according to plan, was delivered to Subaru, and the conglomerate elite sent a desperate proposal to Akiharu Eric, the plan to support a large-scale extermination. At the same time, Subaru remained on the roof, tasked with massacring the noble's family and friends. The great house appeared before his eyes. Each noble seemed to be waiting for something. They would wait and protect their families in a common and peaceful house. Before something serious happened, there seemed to be something in the nearby houses. Then, they split up to observe the situation in those houses. The others dispersed nearby to prepare to face the executor. The whole city was immersed in peace and silence, but suddenly the circle of 6 eyes appeared. It was interrupted by something surprising. Rai was seriously injured, almost at the limit. Falling inside the circle, he was shocked to see that scene right in front of him, but he could no longer hold on and fell inside the circle. Subaru, worried, shouted loudly, as if confusing Billet's secretary. When Rai fell to the ground, he immediately ran and shouted, Are you okay? What happened, Rai? Luckily, she still had some strength to call Subaru. Eric Jaguar murmured the information. They tried to assassinate us, said Rai, confusing Subaru. She did her best. The president will not reach the human world, said Dragon, surprising Subaru, who opened his eyes incredulously. Scene changed to the other world, the Golden Kingdom, deep inside the palace of the ruins of the Infinite Tower. Asmodeus's calculating voice echoed, Billy, You are too honest and enthusiastic. I will never share the real plan with a traitor, he announced enthusiastically. To his employees, gentlemen, as planned, we will begin the landing in the other world. Japan, le 12 novembre 2024, dia M6. The landing in the other world was carried out according to the original plan. Dragon was on the roof, in pain. She tried to send a message to Subaru. President Asmodeus, your plan is false. He wants to destroy the other world before invading the human world, she shouted excitedly, to disable all the gods, who have contracts with the gates, according to Dragon. The gates began to crack in the sky, but he remained calm and responded slowly. Is that so? Scene changed to the other world, golden country Floros, flying in the sky, curious. What policy does the president have behind this slaughter? It contradicts his own cruel plan. Asmodeus smiled sweetly and praised, That is a good question, Floros. The client's request is simple. They only ask for one thing, he announced while his employees fought. He communicated softly. They only want destruction, and she reflected. Destruction? Watching the warriors in golden armor, Sapphiros intervened. Understood. Let's begin. She invoked her skill, Abyssal Trap skill, Arcdesis. At the same time, the knights ran fast. The evil god Aphros was summoned. He immediately flew to attack them. His huge hands caught the small knights. As expected, the god crushed the nearby golden knights. The soldiers feared what they saw before them. All were killed in a single blow. What is happening? The monster didn't even give them time to recover. Then, a great blaze attacked. Violet flew uncontrollably, launching attacks everywhere. The flames shone intensely. The warriors in golden armor hesitated as they recognized them. They were the 7 palace knights. The army kept arriving constantly. Kruke also did not stay out of the battle. Sukiza Rahu, explode. His technique blew up the knights who were fighting enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Kruke was in the middle of the explosion. The blast echoed as if enjoying victory, while Violet Raven flew everywhere. Mastema praised, excellent, maybe I should start acting too. Excited, she turned her head and shouted, Boss. Mastema disappeared in an instant. One leg of Asmodeus had already crossed the teleportation circle while she hesitated. Perhaps, as Mastema predicted, he had already arrived at the place of the King of the Bloody Valley. He was in the country of the Valley of the Heavenly Gardens, and Gordon was surprised by the sudden appearance of Du Hum. Suddenly, a man in blue clothes appeared. He asked, Are you AI? Without giving him time to question, he launched an attack with incredible force and speed that left Gordon astonished. Before he could prepare, Asmodeus's attack could have torn him into pieces. However, he still greeted politely, as if he were a newcomer. No, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Asmodeus. The CEO of the Six Eyes conglomerate had just introduced Asmodeus. He, satisfied, prepared to launch the final blow and say goodbye. The Blood King opened his eyes in surprise. This person is an elite among the 5, an executor, such a strong enemy that, barely finished speaking, his attack was already launched at him. None of the 3 kings could withstand the blow. Returning to the country of gold, inside the Isis Palace, someone kneels to apologize. Sorry. From the western sky, there was a strong response from numerous souls. It is a group of warriors dressed in blue, he sadly reports. Many knights have fallen or been injured in Isis's counteroffensive. Angry, the general of the Kingdom of Gold shouts, while Queen Safina of Isis remains calm and asks again. The Six Eyes conglomerate continues, changing the scene to the country of silver. King Ruin, bored, holds his chin and says, Now we are no longer vassals. We can no longer use the curse. He sits in the middle. The blue dragon's eyes look curiously as Mastema appears from the Six Eyes circle and teleports instantly. She, showing no respect, questions, Are you the Silver King, Mastema? Holding a weapon and concentrating her power. You look quite like the Celestial King. Are you her descendant? Suddenly, she exclaims, Oh, I should introduce myself first. The image of the Celestial King appears while Mastema says the person cannot recognize him, because I already killed her. Her calm and cold demeanor deeply enrages Ruin. Without hesitation, Mastema lunges at him, grabs his shirt, and raises the weapon. The curse. I can't use it. She seriously prepares to launch a deadly attack. Die, little demon. The control and surprise attack make Zuinder stare fixedly at the scythe about to pierce his body. Suddenly, when Mastema had just brought the weapon down forcefully, but a foot stopped her just in time. She didn't expect it, turns around, and grits her teeth. On the battlefield of the country of gold, Flores notices something and looks toward the clouds in the sky. What is happening in the Blood King's sky? Asmodeus is politely extending his hand, but suddenly his hand freezes rigidly. Then, with a murderous look, he searches for the attacker. In the city, Subaru is communicating. Shikishima. Shikishima responds immediately. Listen, they will destroy the outer world before entering the human world. While Akira and Jinga become serious, he replies, Exactly, as we expected. Tantor Hiraka and Seika are surprised and ask in unison, Really? Upon hearing this, Shikishima explains resignedly. Don't you want to hear the strategy? There is no enemy. Say everything clearly. Let us know the plan. They seem to have discovered a world miracle, and all agree. Makes sense, he says with a disdainful expression, but continues, of course, we must take it as a lie to distract us. Subaru asks if it is okay in the outside world. On the roof, he calmly replies, yes. While Subaru evaluates the situation, Delta, Killam, and Louis have already arrived in the land of gold. The invaders from the outside world are being crushed by the Taihong nation. With excitement, Killam continues narrating that in the land of gold, he, Delta, and Louis are defending the position. Delta seems excited, eager to fight. Only Louis is serious, concentrating his power, ready to fight. Violet and Croc look up, staring intently at them. Floros asks inquisitively, what are you? Subaru's voice continues to resonate. In the land of silver, Carrion and Seha reveal that the foot that stopped Mistima is Carrion's, which angers her. Carrion smiles defiantly, as if wanting to jump into the fight immediately. Meanwhile, Seha Zaven remains calm, completely ignoring Mistema. Then, he says slowly, from the land of silver. Subaru hurries to report, the new champion has arrived there. As expected, Diamond has arrived just in time. Deus quietly watches her, while holding her frozen hand. Vorden cannot contain himself and shouts, while Diamond mercilessly criticizes Vorden, saying he is weakening. Dad, you can't even withstand a few techniques. What do we do now? Upon hearing this, Vorden turns around angrily, as if wanting to show his displeasure, and cannot contain his anger. Shut up, disobedient son. Suddenly, he breaks his outer facade, trying to justify himself. I'm trying to do something too. Huh. She intervenes with a sarcastic tone. Oh, really? Deus isn't interested in your conversation? And she breaks the ice on the hand, quickly attacking with a curse. Is this a new type that blocks my attacks? Then he smiles slightly. A doubt not in the operator's information. Miss, is this an AI? Although Vorden was upset, Diamond replied, it's not an AI, it's just a soul. But if anything, then she unleashed impressive power, as if wanting to show off. I am the sovereign of Subaru Ariel, the strongest spirit in the history of ice. Diamond returned to the previous meeting after receiving the report about the landing of the Six Eyes Company. While Subaru and his team prepared to challenge the first water crack, a meeting was organized in the Great Sea. To discuss the situation, and after a rather lively debate, everyone came to the conclusion that the Six Eyes Company would divide their attacks between the human world and the demon world. Which place would be attacked first would be decided just before the landing. Subaru's family and sovereigns, as long as there is a way to protect the human world, will prioritize attacking the demon world if there is no other viable option. Maybe they will attack the human world, said Vanquish, tilting his head and murmuring that it seemed reasonable. Safina pondered and smiled, while Ruin laughed out loud. It's simply a strategy to attack the weakest point, said Shikishima, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that sense, the problem lies in the demon world. Akira, confused, did not understand why Shikishima said that. Shikishima did not explain much more. He frowned with concern, even mentioning that there was a small possibility that they would attack our family because they cannot abandon the human world. Safina softly analyzed, the six sovereigns can use curses. Vanquish and the Zun clan will replace us to operate this place, she said. In other words, very few people in the other world can use curses and cutting. Ruin listened silently and thought it made sense to some extent. That's why they cannot resist the executor. Vorden meditated, waiting for everyone's decision. Delta, sitting cross-legged, gave his opinion. Killam and Kimpika will protect the demon world, but honestly, I would like to have more people. Killam, quite confident, flatly rejected. Absolutely not. Delta, tired and speechless with him, gently advised, we really need more people. At that moment, the Demon King Carrion raised his hand and said, let me go. I will not face the operator. Subaru asked, surprised, but I thought you said you could use the curse, Carrion. Carrion recalled his body and his loyal old friend. He said, I will recover my body. Seha was very surprised. Sushi, in his arms, was also surprised. Lord Carrion, that. Vanquish intervened to explain, it is the soul of Campanella. Carrion scratched his head and decided to face the truth. This is predestined, a day will come when it happens. At that moment, in the human world, Sunday, December 24, in an elegant house, night was falling, and in front of the door, 3 people from the Six Eyes Company arrived to wish a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Zin opened the door from inside, confused. What are you doing here, Six Eyes? Florence smiled. The business director was floating and returned to the meeting in the Great Sea. Vanquish and Carrion smiled and said, let him in. Afterwards, Vanquish looked up at Louis and those beside him. Only Louis was beside him. Seika was tired, leaning on Louis' legs. Lendo was hugging Louis' legs, and Hirosaki looked at them and suggested, could you try to join the conversation? Seika, unenthusiastic, replied, sorry, but lately I've been a bit tired. Louis, annoyed, scolded her, "Fool. We're in a serious meeting and an AI stands up. What's the use of that?" Vanquish laughed and mocked. "You really are foolish." Safina smiled with her mouth, but her words were very harsh. "I almost punished you." Shikishima interrupted to calm the situation and said, "There is another matter." Looking at Ruin, Shikishima asked, "Are we going to repair the hole that Ruin left in Subaru's house? How will we do it?" He added, "It's not urgent, but if possible. The problem is that Subaru's energy is too dispersed, as mentioned." Subaru remained silent and did not complain, but his slightly worried attitude shows that Shikishima's words are true. Jin also added that the author of that hole is King Ba, and that he is in a difficult situation. Safina also intervened with a phrase that no one understood. The concubine and King Dong are also in trouble. Varden remained silent, not speaking, while Vanquish crossed his arms and nodded, saying, "I understand what you mean." This time it was Subaru's turn to ask. Vanquish scratched his head and shared some news. "I don't want to reveal this letter, but I have an old friend who is definitely stronger than King Ba." Jin, Akira, and Shikishima were surprised in unison. The three said at the same time, "Really?" Delta was also amazed. Vanquish's old friend is stronger than King Ba. Killam was startled thinking of that AI. He asked if Vanquish would not keep everyone waiting too long. Vanquish replied directly, "No, I can't. I will use Freeze to make her Subaru's disciple." Killam, Delta, and Lambda said in unison. "Huh?" Subaru was also a bit curious. Freeze made Jin recall memories with her. "I've met her before. She is in another world." Hearing that nickname, Delta put his hand to his forehead, resigned. Killam hugged his head, distressed. Jin's words echoed in his ears. "She is the master of Killam." Delta. Lambda, although hugging Louis' legs, was trembling strongly from the fear he felt. His body trembled intensely. Fear overflowed throughout his body. Mentioning the person nicknamed Freeze, even Jin felt insecurity and inferiority complex. "Also called the most powerful spirit in history." "I think so," said Subaru. "I didn't expect them to value her so highly," he repeated, amazed. "The strongest in history? That person is not another AI. It is Diamante, who always smiles confidently. A person who lights up the future as if nothing could challenge her." Currently, in the Dong Kingdom, in the upper garden, Diamante stands with her hands crossed behind her back. Her posture is confident, and the person floating beside her is her father, Varden. After being defeated, he can only maintain a small form. Such a tiny spirit, observing the spirit that appears before him. He was stunned, opened the information board, and confirmed data, thinking to himself. As a spirit, he checked the news he had just searched about this girl. He was surprised and thought, "A spirit." His face lit up with interest. He wondered if she was the strongest, even the strongest among the spirit race. In the 10 billion year history, the ruling administrators, rarely does a spirit receive the title of strongest. Generally, spirits have a high capacity to manipulate natural phenomena. That's why they can only develop in environments full of natural phenomena. For example, the Western spirit crystal can only manifest absolute void. "But it's still a rather weak spirit," said Diamante, striking her fist into the palm of her other hand with delight. "I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." She was extremely excited and eagerly awaited this battle. She smiled and said, "I have lived a long time, but this is the first time I feel truly alive. To die with an executor." She tilted her head and smiled. In her mind, she thought she was too confident, and said with a polite and soft phrase, "Let's go." Barely finishing speaking, Diamante's devastating punch arrived. It struck directly on one of his cheeks, leaving it completely disfigured. It was real. While attacking, she said seriously, "Huh." A crack was heard. It was his glasses breaking. He didn't know if any bone was broken. He couldn't dodge in time. But he was able to concentrate strength in his legs to maintain posture, despite the spirit's force. The spirit was so strong that the ground beneath his feet cracked. Diamante despised his useless talk. "Are you going to hold back in a fight?" Although he had retreated, the roar still thundered. The ground cracked beneath, even showing signs of collapse. Then, stones and earth began to rise. For him, at that moment, it was already a fairly deep hole, as tall as him and large in size. To avoid being crushed by the rocks, he was the one who used his power to throw the rocks out of the hole and at the same time used his hands to fix his face and neck. Then, he brought a hand to his head and a blue light flickered on his fingers. He smiled slightly and said, "That was a very rude mistake on my part." Varden, seeing this, was surprised. He remembered when he received that blow. He was scared and shouted, "Avoid that, Diamante." She didn't understand her father because she didn't feel danger. So Diamante took the full hit of the blue light that was like a compressed bullet hitting her hard in the face. Do was satisfied with this tactic. The smile still remained on his lips. Then, he paid attention to a detail. Do's previous tactics seemed to have no effect on Diamante at all. It didn't even leave a big wound on her face, just a small scratch. Diamante touched her face and commented that it itched. Her reaction surprised Lord Varden. Astonished, he couldn't believe what he saw. On the contrary, he seemed very surprised and exclaimed, It can't be just that. That tactic cleared all my defense, Diamante said calmly. It was just executed differently. Do had already come out of the hole, also surprised. Are they really as strong as they say? Now he decided to fight seriously. Supreme power, abundant energy, began to burn intensely. The sky blue flames burst on Do's body with great force. The fire was so high it seemed to want to devour Diamante. Facing those blue flames, Diamante did not appear alarmed. The energy and light emanating from Do's pure fire of destruction technique illuminated the sky like a gigantic column that seemed to touch the clouds. Wanting to devour everything, the roar echoed through the sky. Another blue light squeezed out the previous one like cold tears on a hot summer day. The fluid water technique was perfect to counter Do's pure fire of destruction. The fire below burned like lava, while the column of water fell from the sky. Thick steam rose, making it hard to withstand the echo of the battle. He was horrified and exclaimed, "What the hell is happening in the upper garden?" Seeing Do confidently standing on the ground, which was burning red, he assessed that it not only burned the ground but instantly turned it into a sea of lava. Boiling and furious lava, an incomparable ability. From above, Diamante looked at the lava sea below. She didn't know if she would be affected. The fire and lava so intense could not be anything but hot. Diamante fanned herself a little to cool down. She had some lava stuck to her body. Uncomfortable, she said. What unbearable heat. Seeing that her opponent was unharmed, she sighed. I really feel inferior. That is my strongest attack, Diamante replied as she descended and stood on the lava. Since her essence is an ice spirit, when she touched the lava beneath her feet, a sizzling sound was heard and abundant steam rose. She commented indifferently, "Of course, that's why it's so hot." Do smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to dodge?" Diamante calmly responded, "I won't use tricks. Whoever doesn't attack won't be attacked." Do transformed into an enemy who did not dodge. "Then I'll be the one to dodge," he said with a slight smile. Finding the opponent quite interesting, Diamante's fighting spirit intensified. She also smiled and said, "Then let's try it." After finishing, she launched a direct kick to Do's chest. This technique is called White Cold, a powerful strike that released a freezing aura on the chest. A column of ice rose behind Do like beautiful ice angel wings. Feeling the penetrating cold, he was stunned. Not only the air around him, but also his body began to freeze. Diamante's technique ignored his defense. While Do was still stunned, he received a direct punch to the face. Diamante joked, "Oops, what's wrong?" Then she threw another punch and provoked, "Try to dodge it, Executor. Let's see if you can." But Diamante kept throwing punches with her purifying fist technique. True to its name, its power was strong enough to purify anything, even the body with Do's incomparable power, who was sent flying backward. His body crumbled. He couldn't accept losing so quickly. Feeling his body torn apart, Do screamed silently, "It can't be. There can't be such a strong spirit. So that's how it is. I can't give up." He used another technique, Executor's Blessing, to boost his stats. But before he could regain his body, Diamante appeared in front of him. Disdaining Do's action, she didn't care about that blessing. Do was truly confused. Why didn't she need the blessing to be so strong? Diamante recalled the conditions she had agreed upon with Subaru. At that moment she said, "Hey, little one," and Subaru obediently replied, "Yes." In front of Vanquish and his 3 disciples, she declared firmly, "I will become your disciple, but with one condition. I don't need your blessing." This demand greatly surprised Subaru, who asked, "Why?" She explained naturally, "Fighting is something you must do with your own strength." Kim and Lenda responded in unison, "Very true." Delta also intervened helplessly. Honestly, Subaru couldn't do anything else. At that moment, he understood a bit about her personality. So this is the master of Kim and the others. He replied, "Understood," and returned to the present. In front of him was Do's face full of confusion in a battle between soul and soul. Diamante smiled like a winner. That was hand-to-hand combat. She threw the final punch, breaking Do's face. Literally, it was a perfect white wall. Do's body shattered. His last thought was just 2 words. Too strong. After defeating the opponent, Diamond completely despised him. It seemed the practitioner was also cursed, suffering greatly. Compared to the ancestor's shadow, he really is trash on the path. A great earthquake occurred on the snowy mountain when the ancestor sent an invitation to the ice spirit. A loud scream was heard, "Don't mock me." Vanquish clenched his teeth and cracked his knuckles. "Ancestor, do you mean I have to become a substitute disciple?" Diamond and Vanquish faced off in the frozen forest. "I thought you came to visit an old friend, but as soon as you opened your mouth, you made such an irrational demand." Diamond prepared to fight and shouted, "Come here. Every time we meet, I feel like fighting you." Vanquish, annoyed, said, "Enough, Diamond. I can't beat you right now." Diamond challenged, "Then recover quickly, rest, and we'll fight." Vanquish, angry, shouted, "Fine. If I fulfill your demand, I'll do it your way." Diamond, happy, replied, "Great, promised. If you break the promise, prepare for the consequences." Diamond activated her body, ready for battle, and said, "Take me to your throne." "I haven't seen my disciples for a long time," said Diamond with a sly smile. She called the executors Killam and Delta, who clenched their teeth. The master-disciple relationship is always interesting. Scene change. Golden Kingdom, ruins of the Infinite Tower. Killam and Delta were there, watching silently. Delta said, "The master is already in combat, probably fighting the enemy leader." Killam, determined, said, "If we arrive late, I don't know what they'll say. We can't waste time." Delta clasped his hands and cursed, "Those bastards, I'll annihilate them." Killam and Delta in full form. Scene change. A huge whirlwind appeared. The surprise was total. Everyone on defense was swept away. Killam and Delta remained in the middle of the chaos, resisting. Croc was overwhelmed by the scene before him. She thought to herself, "Is this the spirit's technique?" The Six Eyes Company employees fell one by one. Croc clenched his teeth and cursed. "It's a weakness. It's a critical hit against the spirits. I must stop them." Falling star. Suddenly, Krog's body was sliced in one cut. His pupil was cut. Krog flinched, surprised, and without time to react. Renji, alone, watched and thought, "She can't defeat a user with sudden death skill." At that moment, a giant hand appeared. Behind Renji, he noticed something strange and quickly turned to observe. A terrifying giant Earth God appeared and attacked Renji. Croc shouted, "Go, Earth God!" Renji was attacked and used his shield to defend. The skill could control existence, high level. Killam watched Renji and the Earth Gods silently, admiring the scene. "There's someone pretty good here," said Delta. "Killam, go help the girl in golden armor who's alone." "She won't be able to hold out," Killam replied. "And what are you going to do?" Delta raised his head and pointed to another rushing at him. "I'll take care of this one." Violet smiled defiantly. "Wow, barely a sign and I already have to fight." Very happy, Violet hurried to Delta. "Love me, please." Violet and Delta faced off. A great explosion erupted when their powers clashed. Befren covered his head. Everyone was surprised. Befren held his hat firmly while frowning. "I didn't expect such a strong power to exist. Boss, why didn't you tell me? Are the others okay?" Scene changed to another place. The Demon Emperor and Mestima face off in another battle. The Demon Emperor throws scissors. Mestima doesn't give up and cuts them. In the air, the Demon Emperor and Mestima fight fiercely. Ruin warns, "Hey, don't destroy people's houses, be more careful." At that moment, the battle temporarily separates. Mestima laughs loudly and says, "You're pretty good too." "Who are you?" asked the Demon Emperor, licking his lips. "One of the servants of the Demon King Carrion." Mestima responds surprised and opens his mouth. "Are you Carrion?" "You don't look like the description," says Mestima, and immediately concentrates his power on the weapon he holds. "The important thing is that you are strong. I don't care." He launches multiple horizontal and vertical cuts. Both continue fighting. Mestima says, "As long as you make me feel alive, it's fine." Mestima challenges, "Let me show you who destroyed your home." The Demon Emperor slightly frowns and replies, "I don't care. I've already left that old face behind." The Demon Emperor says, "I have dismissed my past," and launches an attack with an ancient object. "Now, I only look to the future," he says as he throws the ancient object. It is the Dragon Spear Exondinus. Mestima is surprised and cannot react in time. The Demon Emperor watches the object and lunges at her. The Demon Emperor comments, "Seiha's object is really reliable, isn't it?" Since she couldn't use the curse, Seiha lent the object to Carrion. Carrion will activate the skill and the MP provided by the Black Sea Stone. The Demon Emperor advances, "These objects will cut your path. And my technique will crush you," says Mestima with arms extended, rising among the rubble. "You are relying on someone else's curse," challenges Mestima. "That will hurt, won't it?" She smiles enthusiastically. We change scene to Japan, in the human world. In Tokyo, Abyss, Subaru, and Maria stand in front of a dragon's body on the ground. Maria performs a spell. Subaru turns his head and thanks Maria. Maria grits her teeth and asks, "Am I being useful, Shikishima?" "Don't say that," replies Shikishima as he turns around. The dragon is on the ground. After being healed, the dragon holds its head and slowly sits up. The dragon looks at Shikishima and Subaru and says something. Then the dragon tries to stand up hastily and says, "I can't stay here any longer. I must save the vice president." Shikishima asks, "Save Subaru?" Subaru barely realizes that Pareto has been captured. The dragon responds sadly, "Yes, Zagan." He recalls the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mestima. Bylist is tied up and brutally tortured because the support plan was discovered. At the moment in front of the door, Bylist signals to Zagan, "You trusted me to warn them." Subaru hesitates. Bylist looks toward the dragon preparing to leave. Subaru calls the dragon. Subaru says determinedly, "I will also participate in the rescue. Take me to Bylist." The dragon frowns and asks why. Subaru responds, "Bylist was captured because he tried to warn us, right? I will save him." Bylist approaches and says to both, "Thank you for your help, but I can't do it." He is imprisoned in the Blue Eye headquarters dungeon. Shikishima grits his teeth and detects an anomaly in the enemy lair in the clouds. Subaru tells Shikishima he will not move. I will go rescue him alone. Shikishima replies, just in case, prepare and protect your family. Shikishima shouts urgently, no, I won't let you risk your life like that. Before Shikishima finishes, Jin appears running from afar. Jin has a serious but calm expression. Shikishima and Subaru turn surprised and exclaim, Jin. Jin says, I have no family. He is the most suitable among the warriors, says Subaru with some doubt. But Jin interrupts, there is no time to lose. Jin advances carelessly. Don't say anything, take me with you. Subaru responds without hesitation. All right, the dragon opens the portal. I will open the door. The door begins to open. The dragon cannot hold back tears and says, thank you all. Save that person, says Subaru determinedly. Jin nods firmly. Leave it to me. In a floating tower on a rock, Bylist is injured and hanging by his arms on a bar. He opens his eyes and says a name, Dragon. Finally, Subaru's group arrives at the tall tower, which turns out to be the Blue Eye Corporation headquarters. Bylist, full of wounds, is hanging by his arms on a bar. He opens his eyes and utters a name, Dragon. Finally, Subaru's group arrived at this tall tower, which is the headquarters of the Blue Eye Group. Everyone quickly stormed into the building. Subaru showed a bit of surprise. It didn't look different from a typical office building. Rasurka led the way and responded. This is President Asmodeus' style, although I don't know why, but his aesthetic sense is quite strange. He likes human-style architecture. Subaru murmured softly as the corporate employees and the group quickly descended to the lower floors. Dragon spoke to remind that most of them are attacking other worlds. I don't think there's AI watching this place, but we shouldn't let our guard down. Subaru, a bit curious, asked Dragon how long she had known Billet. She quietly replied it had been hundreds of years. Jagan recounted that when her world was destroyed, the vice president came and rescued her. She spoke with great respect toward Billet. I thought I would starve to death, but he gave me food, clothes, and a place to live. At that moment, he extended his hand to save my life, and the life of a human being. Subaru smiled and said it was similar to Vanquish and Karin. He must be a very important person to her, right? Subaru asked. She responded with determination. Yes, I can't let him die. Then, the group slowly descended to the basement of level 7, the detention area of Jinga. At the end of the line, someone asked if it was completely empty. Shouldn't there be guards in a place like this? Dragon replied indifferently, moving forward. I don't know. Maybe they were assigned to the campaign. She turned a corner and looked around. Suddenly, Dragon discovered something very surprising. Billet was tied up and suspended in this area. And right in front of her, Vice President Billet weakly called out, Dragon. He asked with effort, Are you okay? Thank God. Dragon pressed her lips to keep from crying. Then she quickly pulled a lever. I'll save you immediately. The chains that kept him suspended loosened and Billet fell to the ground, but Dragon caught him. She looked at Billet worriedly. Why are you so injured? You have many wounds. At that moment, she shed tears of emotion. But you're alive. That makes me very happy. Billet looked at her with very tender eyes, then turned to the other two and asked, By the way, Subaru. Eric, why are you here? He asked. Subaru calmly replied, Ask Ratshurka. Hearing her name, she blushed shyly. Subaru raised a sunflower toward Rasurka and said, I just followed her, it was nothing. Then he released the power of the flower. The healing sunflower is a grade D item. It can heal wounds and gradually restore health. Thanks to this item, Billet's body fully recovered and he smiled. Anyway, thank you. Billet said sincerely, Thank you, Ariel. But the problem is the things to come. Subaru smiled at him again. Jinga smiled satisfactorily and Rasurka showed a smile full of happiness. Then she nodded and sighed with relief. Subaru proposed, We can. Let you hide in our place. Billet nodded and replied, All right, thank you. Suddenly, he lost control and uttered some threatening words, but before that, the best way is to kill the three and join the main body. Subaru was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Billet was equally astonished. In response to what he said, Jinga asked firmly, Kill. Dragon asked worriedly to Billet, the vice president. He covered his mouth trying to speak, I don't know. Jinga interrupted. What he said a moment ago was, Billet's eyes lit up intensely. At the same time, in the nation of the Upper Garden Varden, someone asked confused, What is Diamond doing? She's searching everywhere and got a little upset, right? She's looking for the bodies, isn't she? Diamond sighed. Damn it, I've already crushed them to dust. Suddenly, a shard of mirror appeared behind her. Excuse me, who are you? Diamond asked, turning around. How are you still alive? Wait, are you a spiritual fragment or something similar? Is your real body somewhere else? The mirror shard replied, You could say yes or no. This answer left her very confused. At the headquarters, Billet touched the ground and said, When I first met the administrator, I knew the first thing I thought was, What must I do to be like that? That was all. He stood up and unleashed his power. Jinga and Subaru reacted and jumped back. Subaru silently thought the atmosphere had suddenly changed and then exclaimed helplessly, "You are not Billet." He is there responding to Subaru. "You say that, it's not wrong, but it's not entirely correct either." Then he explains. The administrator is an entity composed of 10 billion souls. An entity is a person, and a person is an entity. Billet stares intently at Subaru, a complete entity on another front. Croak, full of cracks, suddenly speaks like a robot. "I want to approach the administrator." Louis, holding a shield, slowly advances toward him. "What are you?" Frozen is also controlled and starts saying nonsense. "To achieve that, what must I do?" she says, as if crazy. "That's right, I will divide my soul, Floros," he says indifferently. "For each fragment of the soul, a unique personality," he says in front of Delta and creates an organization with them. Elsewhere, Mestima, with a scythe in one hand and arms open, says, "In this way, I can recreate the administrator. What I need to do next is raise the level of complexity." In the organizational activity, his eyes shine intensely. "If I can reach that level of complexity and perfection, Carrion," Mestima says non-stop, "then we will have reached an entity, a person." Billet intervenes. "That's what I think. Based on this hypothesis, I will divide my soul into 5 parts." Subaru is extremely angry. The first has a mole under the eye. Billet says, "Asmodeus, the coordinator." Then Billet, the administrative assistant. Then Mestima, presented as the strongest in combat. Then Floros, the dissident, and finally Croak. The rookie Diamond crosses his arms confused and asks, "This is wrong. I don't understand what he is talking about." And Vorden, flying beside him, explains, "In other words, the Blue Conglomerate, an organization created with the purpose of approaching the administrator." She responds indifferently, "Probably correct." Mongung says, "But the eternal ice is too strong. At this level, we won't be able to complete the administrator's mission." Billet says coldly, "The reward for the mission is to become part of the administrator." Croc continues, "I want that reward." Floros responds coldly, "That's why." Mestima glances sideways. "For the first time in thousands of years, I will be an entity again." Billet suddenly changes attitude and begins to explain, leaving the 3 confused. It turns out rays of light pass through his body. Subaru and Jinga are paralyzed. They have been criticized for their slow reaction to Billet's attack. A sudden noise draws Subaru to the throne hall of the Silver Kingdom. Ruin is sitting on a cushion, wondering what is happening. Mestima extends his arms, showing his power. The presence of an executor changes. She speaks coldly to Carrion. "Now we will be an entity again. I don't need to fight you." Mestima leaves a phrase, "Good job, powerful." Carrion thinks he is fleeing. She quickly follows him. She stops, but Mestima has already gone. Carrion looks at him annoyed and says, "What's wrong with that guy?" Ruin runs to find Carrion. Carrion turns around and asks, "What's up, Fox?" He quickly replies, "Information, Ariak, Tohari, and Jinga Tsunomori have died." This news leaves Carrion in shock. At Louis' front, Croak receives the order and quickly runs toward Delta. Floros also speeds up and heads to the royal garden of the Copper Kingdom. Diamond coldly interrogates Mongung. Beams of light gather in the sky. Mongung, like a shooting star, flies high into the sky and finally merges with the light. The light in the sky disappears, gathering at a point. It is like a second sun. Safina also feels worried. Energy emanates from the Copper Kingdom. Isis also senses a bad sign. It is extremely terrifying. Even Louis feels horrified. Carrion grits his teeth so hard that even the strongest otherworldly entities are scared. Ruin cannot hide his angry face. Even the 6 kings can only watch helplessly. Delta watches his comrades. Killim grits his teeth, unable to forgive. "We still haven't reached the highest level. How humiliating," he says, turning to Diamond. In the bright and dazzling sky, a figure slowly appears. Diamond stands with arms crossed behind her, amazed. "Wow, now she is very excited. This is getting interesting. You are Goetia, the one who calls herself from above," she says coldly. "I am Than Hawa Gowisha." Varden, frightened, shouts, "This atmosphere is cold and evil." He sweats cold thinking. She can be compared to Vanquish and Diamond. She extends her hand to use her power and Goetia appears. "I will remember your name, Diamond." "Go ahead, continue." However, faced with her intense determination, Gowisha replies coldly, "I refuse. I have no obligation to you." These words leave Diamond puzzled. She also says that the plan to destroy the Gatekeeper and plunge the human world into despair has failed. "Fighting you is pointless. I no longer have any reason to keep attacking the other world." Then, she opens the teleportation gate behind her. "I will advance to the human world," she says. "According to the plan, I will destroy Ariel Tahara and his family." Diamond quickly jumps, matching Gaetia, murmuring, "She is full of energy," throws a punch, then fight. While Gowisha coldly recites the spell of the goddess of decay, and then she summons a nocturnal beast, guardian of the 100 Knights of Herodias. The power of this beast throws Diamond backward. Then she asks, "Why are you so eager to fight?" Gowisha lowers her voice and says, "Warriors, have you never thought about the meaning of life?" Diamond, annoyed, shouts back, "Look who's talking. You who sent troops to invade others' homes." She says, "This is the most powerful god I have." Angry, she shouts, "Do you hear me, Gowisha?" She clasps her hands and recites the spell. "As you wish. Fight to eternity." The beast, obeying the order, becomes furious and roars to show its power. And then dozens of small monsters emerge from this beast. Varden shouts horrified, "What the hell is that?" Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gowisha enters the teleportation gate. Diamond throws an icy punch toward the enemy who is rushing downward, but she arrives a step too late. The enemy has successfully escaped. Diamond shouts, "Damn it, stop them idiots." She is so angry that she grits her teeth, saying selfish things as if she is very capable. "I have to kill him. How can I get to the human world?" Varden replies, "Sister, that's impossible." Diamond gets angry. "What? I'm not joking," Varden tries to explain. "Do you really know nothing? That is the mechanism of the celestial plane. Creatures from the other world cannot enter the human world." She asks worriedly, "But if so, do we just watch them sweep the human world?" Varden replies, somewhat annoyed. "Exactly," Diamond tries to say. "Don't tell me." He is forced to answer, "Because we cannot intervene in the human world." In the human world, Tokyo, Shikishima waits for someone's return. He is worried, wondering if Toru can return safe and sound. Suddenly, a teleportation gate appears next to Shikishima. He gets excited, "Toru!" But the one who awaits him is Gowisha, leaving Shikishima completely confused. She advances and then Gotia throws him a glance. A small flame appears on Shikishima's shoulder. He opens his eyes and then falls to the ground. It was Goichi who burned him with fire. She murmurs, "Sacred fire." The flame ignites on the rooftop and seconds later explodes in a huge blast. Finally, Shikishima dies without a trace, and Gowisha says coldly, "One less enemy." Images of Renji, Seika, and Akira, all Subaru's family members, appear in his mind. How many family members are left now? Shortly before, at the Blue Eye Group headquarters, in prison number 7, Subaru is covered in cuts and wounds. Jinga suffers the same fate as him, and Dragon has also been injured. The entire Subaru group has fallen. Violet watches them coldly. Subaru and Jinga lie in a pool of blood. Dragon tries to call out, "Vice President." Violet looks coldly, his body divided into several fragments. Billet left near the fortress, and said a phrase. Billet was lost, but he said coldly, "Exist." Billet is just an artificial personality created. His memories are artificial too. They are just experimental data, used as 1/0, worthless. Billet's previous memories were erased and now have been discarded because I no longer need them. Dragon stared into Billet's eyes, which shone intensely. "I am not Billet, I am Gowisha." Suddenly she began to cry inconsolably. Then Dragon was gradually consumed by Billet's fire. He looked at her and said, "Don't cry. How annoying you are, you really are a problem." Finally, Dragon's body disappeared from this world. Billet approached the place where Subaru was. Now he passed by the bodies of Subaru and Jinga. "I must reunite with my original entity, Gowisha." Billet's feet were soaked in the blood of Subaru and Jinga. As he walked, something stopped him and a dazzling light appeared around Billet. He was a little surprised and looked back. There was a hand firmly holding Billet's foot. He stared back, and among the 9 stars of creation, a hand used all its strength to hold his foot. In the human world, Gowisha had just finished off a dear brother of Subaru. She wondered how many family members were left. Gotia advanced with firm steps. Suddenly, Kotetsu appeared right behind her and spoke. "Shikishima died faster than I expected," Gowisha said, stopping and looking back. He said calmly, "With this power difference, I'm afraid it was inevitable." She pointed her finger to launch an attack at Kotetsu, another enemy. He knew Goichi's techniques well. He raised his hand to block the attack. She pointed her hand and shouted, "Blue flame, frontal attack." However, Gowisha's fire attacking Kotetsu was deflected by him. This surprised her a bit. A moment later, Kotetsu slightly opened an eye to observe the situation. What the fire had hit was a scarecrow. He cried out in pain, "Help!" The doll exploded in the air. Class D object, Aqua Zero Kuzu, a damaged doll. Before dying, it tried to emit its last scream. Gowisha had to remain thoughtful, looking at Kotetsu. The object deflected Kotetsu's attack. He summoned dolls flying around him and said, "My main mission is to buy time. I have no intention of fighting you now." Then he turned to Shikishima, who had been burned. Turi revived, his yellow eyes shone intensely. Around the ashes was a Class S object. Shikishima's phoenix eyes slowly returned from death. His body began to recover effectively. Reviving its owner from death even surprised Goetia. Kotetsu glanced sideways and said, "Ariel has 2 family members, one for each." I already gave one to each, she thought to herself upon hearing that. Shikishima opened his eyes wide and then lowered his head, clearing his throat. Then Shikishima said jokingly, "Dying so fast, going to death is like that." Kotetsu warned him to be careful because next time he might really die. Gowisha intervened. "An object that deflects attacks and another that revives, but for me, they only serve to buy time." Then she cast a spell. "What do you plan to do now?" Gowisha looked at the two with a cold expression. Kotetsu said with a smile, "It's funny. Although you appear calm, I know inside you admit that we are prepared." She paused for a moment. Gowisha was accessing all the information in front of him through Heido Kotetsu's memories, through fragments of Heido's memory. Gowisha thought, a genius from the 16 billion world. He must be someone who understands and handles objects well. Gowisha pointed at her and said confidently, "A question for you. Are you sure you want to focus on me?" Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared behind her. Gowisha quickly turned and saw that the person who appeared was Subaru. He was unharmed, sword in hand, staring at her intently. This made Godia frown. Aerial Subaru swung the sword and sliced Gowisha sideways with a void attack called Deadly Cut. Gowisha took the full hit and annoyed, thought, Why? Why do they still have the will to survive? Gowisha shouted, "Billet, what's happening?" Jinga and Dragon were also waiting at the door. Subaru said determinedly, "You have lost." A little earlier, at the headquarters prison, someone had firmly grabbed Billet's foot, and energy completely immobilized him. It was the 9 stars of creation. Billet's feet gradually froze. He frowned, thinking, what skill is this? Subaru quickly used a resurrection item. Luckily, the sun was not shining in that place. Then, a direct punch to Billet's face. He lunged forward and launched a series of consecutive blows against his body. Billet's blood control technique was hit. Many people were confused. They wondered if it had activated automatically, since they had more than 2 resurrection items. What had they really done? Where on earth were they? Ice spread all over his body. Even his soul froze. Jingo was also resurrected. He held in his hand a golden apple used to control Billet. An A-rank item, the Apple of Wisdom, shone in Jinga's hand. The effect was immediate. He recovered all MB points, Jose Jinga's weakness. This is due to the energy efficiency of Silver level 9, the highest Silver level. He depends on the item to compensate for his low efficiency, which limits his combat strength. Combat strength can improve through a stronger contract with the owner's power to change the gate. Jinga summoned a gate shaped like 9 foxtails behind his back, the Silver King, 1 month before the Blackstone Sea. Jinga, a bit doubtful, asked the person in front of him, "Change gate, Axon?" "That's right," he replied. "You are going to change from a mass-produced model to a gate specially created for you." He asked doubtfully, "Mass-produced?" And then Axon asked him, "Do you have good academic performance?" "More or less," Jinga replied. "That's fine," said Axon. "Let's start the lesson." He explained that the indices of the Divine Lords depend on the quality of their soul, the owner, and the efficiency of the gate itself. "Everything is connected," Jinga murmured. "So this is the operating mechanism." A loud sound of applause was heard nearby. Subaru said excitedly, "I don't know anything about that." Kotetsu crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Now I understand." Jinga became curious and asked, "Why are you here?" Subaru answered innocently, "It seems interesting." Jinga snorted, showing his displeasure. Afterwards, Kotetsu wanted to ask why the gate was divided into several different levels. Axon replied, "Good question. It is based on the strategy of the gold, silver, and bronze realms. Gold assumes a small quantity of high-quality products. Bronze distributes a large quantity of low-quality products, and silver is at an intermediate level." Then Axon took the opportunity to joke, like the Silver King, a safe and infallible decision. Ruin, who was also there, jumped annoyed. "Hey, are you going to insult so directly in front of people?" Subaru raised his hand to intervene. "And the rainbow?" Axon replied, 100 points. This answer left Subaru completely surprised. He explained that the model was specially designed to have better performance. Gold is the combination of Rokudama and Esther, and represents the level of perfection. It's a shame we can't recreate them, at least not for now. Subaru thought silently. How frustrating. Kotetsu suddenly intervened. Clearly, of those 3 factors, the only one that can be adjusted is the door's efficiency. Jinga said, "So, do you want to switch to a different door?" Axon explained that there were 2 adjustments for Jinga's new door. First, the output will be improved to match the gold level. The next thing he said left everyone speechless. The number of owners it can handle will increase by 1. Subaru had to ask again. 2 owners, are the others AI? Wait, don't tell me you're looking at the person in front of you and saying that you are Ruin. Ruin smiled and replied, "Hello, I am the Bronze King. Anyway, among us, there are external bonds. For a unified team, supporting Jinga is the most efficient option," Ruin said with a look. "So that's why you gave up the role of head of the family," Ruin murmured. He said softly, "Yes, use it well." The memory ends and we return to the scene of the confrontation with Billet. Jinga flew to the center and is using the door-changing skill. Billet is enraged because that skill freezes even the soul. He can't dodge the blow. Jinga opened his arms and shouted, "Spirit of Fire." With enormous power, he fell upon Billet, who could not lose even a fifth of his body in that place. Finally, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces, something unbearable. Billet let out one last scream before disappearing. No fragments remain, the fifth soul of Gowisha. Billet was eliminated. Jinga looked at his power and thought, "It's okay." The practice shows the status of the 9 spirits and the portal transfer capacity in real time. The activity shows no problems. Then he looks down and calls Eric Zinga to ask, "This is the last eye, right? Are you sure you want to use it here?" Subaru responds, "Yes, to escape this position, you will crush the resurrection eye. We need the dragon's ability, the power of the released eye." The dragon slowly begins to resurge. She turns and calls Eric Zinga CCC. Our Zinga shows surprise. Subaru quietly says that the original being killed Billet's heart. He betrayed the person Billet valued most. Zinga at that moment showed great astonishment. "I think I've seen Arik angry before, but this is the first time like this. This is not just a moment of anger. This rage comes from the deepest part of his soul. Like molten black magma, he demands, 'Take me back to Rock Gun.'" She looks at him for a moment, then Subaru makes a firm decision. "I will defeat the original being of Gowisha and return to the battle in the human world." Subaru takes the sword and drives it into Gotia. She exclaims in terror. "It can't be," Gowisha thinks. "What kind of power have they used to harm Billet?" Subaru says coldly, "Prepare yourself, Gowisha, here I come." Then Renji and Sika appear simultaneously. The trio prepares to fight Gotia. Subaru shouts with determination that they will not forgive her. Renji looks at her with hatred, while Sika fixes her gaze on Gotia. The spirit of the trio rises to the sky. She is furious, grinding her teeth. "You are just an obstacle to me, Gowisha. Military reinforcements have arrived." She senses more divine lords arriving. More people advance. She perceives a faint presence of Billet coming from the administrator. To choose the fastest and most efficient method of destruction, the trio, Subaru, follows Gowisha with his gaze. Kotetsu and Shikishima also watch Zinga and the dragon closely, just like them. It is the awakening of the Copper Realm that has become a sea of fire. In an instant, Mistema appears wielding a scythe. The Supreme Royal Authority supported him in past days. He was just an ordinary worker. Gowisha's power source now covers a wide area, an inescapable zone within a 5 kilometers radius. Subaru plunges into that enormous power source, and then Gowisha launches an attack that creates a huge explosion. A bright blue fire attack passes through, leaving irregular cracks in the common ground. Ella raises her head in surprise towards the sky. Gowisha wonders if she has disappeared. A rainbow appears in the sky and an orange scepter emerges. This confuses her. She wonders what has happened. Lion holds the scepter and jumps down from the sky, the eternal lord of heaven and earth. Subaru raises his head and sees Kotetsu with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at the reincarnation wheel of the King 7, who can absorb and manipulate all the abilities of the king from another world, Lion. Gowisha is also Lion. As long as he is here, she reconsiders and acknowledges that mass destruction is not viable. "First, I will kill this one." Gowisha's body stops and the seal slows down. A man appears imposing. This is only the beginning. Iceland charges his hammer over his shoulder with a murderous atmosphere, a solitary spell that does not accept the apocalypse. He has targeted Gowisha. He stares at her intently. Kiryu Iceland's slowed seal. Any target it touches will be completely frozen for exactly 1 second, no exceptions. Gowisha takes the hit. For a high-level spell, 1 second is extremely long. Subaru calls out, "Let's go." He begins to use his power. His hair turns white. His eyes turn red. The solar practitioner Sika responds by releasing his power. Even Renji has changed. This causes Gowisha to look at them surprised. Those who become vampire familiars, the longer time passes, the closer they get to their master. The first familiars, Sika Amamiya and Renji Hirasaka, have reached the 2nd level of vampirization. Besides having a strongly enhanced soul, the sun also becomes their weak point. To counteract this, they possess an ability to block sunlight, but in exchange their power weakens. This ability is granted to those who walk under the sunlight. The power reduction is about 90%. In other words, the solar practitioner is freed. An ability that blocks sunlight in exchange for power being reduced. It is granted to those who walk under the sunlight. The power reduction is approximately 90%. In other words, the solar practitioner is freed. The power in the freed state will be 10 times greater than normal. Gowisha has been slowed and now can only watch Subaru's trio. Shikishima, Subaru, and Renji attack Gowisha together with hundreds of blows per second, very overwhelming. However, unfortunately, in this battle she can only watch them. Although she is at that level, she is still far below Renji and Sika, who prepare to launch the next attack. The two throw a punch with all their strength, using the final blow to stop the flow. An absolutely crushing moment of 1 second. Jinga and Dragon advance slowly. For example, in the eyes of Jinga Tsunemori. This is what happened. Sika is behind launching a magic ball, while Renji and Subaru launch a direct attack against Gowisha. A staggering explosion occurs. The trio continues consuming their power to cause the greatest possible damage. Sika clenches his hand and breaks the lightning shield. Renji and Subaru launch their attacks simultaneously. Gowicha remains motionless like a statue while the trio delivers powerful blows toward her, causing a break. The ceiling explodes into pieces. On the roof of another building, Kotetsu calls Shikishima. He wears glasses and pursues. He responds, "We are chasing the enemy at all costs. We must take advantage of their first moves. The monitoring devices are working at full capacity. Jinga QTO aerial." He clenches his hand and thinks, "If at that moment I had been stronger, I could have defeated Gowisha with 9 stars. The extreme feeling of Jingetsu memory can be understood. But that is not right if he was defeated by Billet. And if Gowisha is reborn completely like this, everyone here will be destroyed." With no time to react, Kotetsu calmly thinks that the situation there is very good. Killing a fifth of the spatial soul, the battle depends heavily on Lion. They always aim for the optimal moments to use the time seal. Shikishima Haido's aim provides support to a team ranked above A. This cooperation is perfect, thinks Renji, but still the situation is quite bad. Everyone is aware that once Gowisha becomes familiar with this situation, everything will end like this. The person holding the key is the thunder goddess, Sika Amamiya. The ability to summon lightning has begun to crack the armor on her arm, but the soul container will soon exceed its resistance limit and break. Kilimani looks at Sika with some concern. Her gaze is firmer than ever. What guides her are her feelings toward her comrades. Kilimani smiles with great calmness. Then he kisses her forehead as if to give her strength. Gowisha looks at Sika in surprise. This is Amamiya's supreme state. She concentrates all her strength and throws a heavenly punch at Gotia. A lightning bolt cuts through the sky and lifts earth and rocks. Sika uses all her strength to push Gotia to the ground. Divine 8 lightning mode. Gotia says how determined Gaza. She thinks this girl only keeps surprising her. Surely it's only temporary. But she has already surpassed Diamond in speed. Sika launches an attack on Gowisha. I don't underestimate Subaru Aric's family, but Amamiya Sika's power has overcome Goitia's defense. In an instant, she counterattacks with blue fire. The enemy's flames make things difficult for Sika. Gowisha thinks there is great danger in front of her. She raises her fist to attack. Sika does not hesitate and lunges without hesitation. Finally, she kicks Gowisha. Amamiya Sika is currently in a semi-divine state. A shaking explosion occurs. Gowisha grits her teeth, grinding them. She transforms her body into pure lightning. Sika's body begins to crack. She moves faster than sound. Each movement creates sonic explosions. Is she really human? Divine Thunder is an ability that continuously consumes MP to gain speed. Supporting Amamiya are Nwena and Vetnut, 2 of the strongest powers, always ready. The savior Eric Subaru and the strongest Hirasaka. Sika's body shows cracks. Her gaze is full of determination to defeat the enemy and deliver a decisive blow to Gowisha. The cracks spread toward her eyes. The price for this power is that her body breaks like a mirror from within. Amamiya's soul and body emitted the last flash. She closed her eyes with an expression of great peace. Sika thought, "Sorry, master, I couldn't meet your expectations." Changing scene to the other world in the Oro Kailim country. A monster called Thean Tree appears before him. He said, "The fight is very exciting. I don't know who you are, but surely you are a god." Sadawa Kilim launched a final blow when on the verge of collapse. The consciousness said, "We will meet again." An extremely strong source of power emanated from him and consumed it. The monster began to fade. Kilim looked down. Louis was paralyzed. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" She asked shyly, "What should I do now?" Kilim descended with a confused expression. Louis looked at the screen and said, "Prepare yourself, Thunder God." She said worriedly, "Because both you and I." Louis added, "A fragment of his soul is arriving." In the human world, Gowisha's flames set an entire building on fire and spread. Sika's body began to slowly fade. Amamiya's soul cocoon broke. Death is inevitable. She looked at her comrades. Arya Deharu Subaru could not hold back his emotions. Because Sika had hidden her condition, she did not expect this to happen either. A part of her passed by her 2 friends and fell to the ground. Subaru looked bitterly at Gowisha. His heart urged him to turn and run toward her, but Gowisha adapted quickly to the situation. She seemed not to have a scratch. In her drowsy state, Sika perceived the doubt and inner struggle in Taru. That firm shoulder seemed like it could return at any moment. Suddenly, Sika shouted, "Go away, Toru Arik." He lowered his head slightly. Then Subaru and Renji charged with their swords at the enemy. The 2 attacked Gowisha together, but she blocked with her hands. She looked at them with eyes sharp as blades. Subaru watched her in surprise. Then, he executed a technique that cut the space. Gowisha was separated from the 2. Subaru, along with Renji, quickly approached her. Goetia used fire on her feet and hands. Subaru charged forward, thinking there might be some object that could save Sika. His eyes were now blurry, showing iridescent colors. I must hurry. I must kill her, she thought, surprised by Subaru's attack. Gowisha secretly thought, the instinctive power of the shadow scares me. If that shadow spread, it would be extremely dangerous. Heaps of stones violently fell on Sika. The little consciousness she had left thought, I must survive a little longer. Sika's eyes slowly closed. Just a few more minutes. I want to live. Goichi cut Subaru's body with her scythe. Renji silently called Toru-kun. Subaru quickly cast a spell to stop the bleeding and control the blood. Gowisha frowned, feeling the shadow trying to cut her, but she pointed a finger wrapped in flames forward, wondering if she really couldn't be cut. She shot an arrow of light that pierced Subaru's body, who opened his eyes wide. Gowisha looked coldly at Renji, who brandished his sword at her, but Goitia blocked with the scythe. Since she learned of Kanet's existence, she had spent more time observing the sky, even though she was in a strange world. There was no one here asking for help. Surely the reason was different from hers. Renji continued attacking, but she also counterattacked. That person would soon be far from Toru. Goitia noticed something strange. It's weird, this guy. His sword grew heavier with each strike. Renji kept slashing at her. He was a master in soul resonance combat alongside his owner, Toru. Hirosaka's spiritual form began transforming from warrior into a powerful being. A bright yellow light spread throughout his body. Gowisha seemed surprised. That yellow light intensified even more. He became the receiver of prayers. Renji's eyes turned yellow, a rare seed. A hero, standing with his sword, radiating a powerful aura. Dominating his enemy, that was Hirosaka Renji. He fixed his gaze on the enemy in the family restaurant. Renji asked, if the portals disappeared, Kinakawa replied. Yes, as Shikishima said. She spoke enthusiastically. If someday the portals disappeared from the world, I want us to have happy and peaceful days again. Kinakawa smiled and said, why not? I even want to hold an anniversary ceremony. She clasped her hands and asked, when the world is at peace, what do you want to do? As for me, I will inherit my father's hotel. Hearing this, the other three fell into reflection. Shikishima intervened. Sleeping a bit, at least a year, would be nice. Kinakawa replied, laughing, how boring. And you? Maybe study to be a chef or something like that. Anyway, you're good at cooking, right? He looked a little puzzled and hesitated. Renji answered softly. I want to use my strength to keep helping. The more people, the better. Shikishima intervened. A volunteer hero sounds great. He rested his chin and said, if that's the case, I'll become your sponsor. Udo added, if you need, I'll provide the food. Renji, amazed, said excitedly, do you really want to take care of me for life? The three instantly replied, losing enthusiasm, not exactly like that. Behind him were Kinakawa, Renji, and Udo, all ready to fight. Shikishima said calmly, today we will close 5 2-star portals. He looked at each member of the group and said, everyone, do your best. An autumn afternoon 8 years ago. Currently, the executor Gowisha against the hero Renji Hirosaka. Renji faced Gowisha. Ella thought to herself, what is this guy? His soul suddenly changed. Suddenly, Gowisha opened her eyes wide, showing great surprise. Suddenly, her body was cut in half in midair. Gowisha looked at Renji and assessed the situation. With just one sword movement, the hero's signature style, she had to use her weapon to block continuous attacks. The light of Renji facing a dangerous world-class enemy. In other words, when the Sun Executor is released, the hero, Renji Hirosaka, can fight Gotia with 100 times her strength. Akira descended from above and called Shikishima-san, who responded, Naris. Shikishima looked back and said, everyone. He kept doubting and asked, what is happening? The Eagle Eye skill increases vision 100 times more than the basic skill. From the Golden Knights on the other side, Renji seemed to pay attention to nothing else. He only focused on the battle, said Shikishima. Probably, at that moment, Gowisha's remaining life was 21%, 18%, 17%, 14%, 11%, 9%. She squinted and thought to herself, I never anticipated this possibility, that someone would actually surpass me in power. One option was to flee, like in the battle with Diamond, using a teleportation portal. If I simply fled elsewhere, everything would be as if nothing had happened. Depending on the situation, this was the best option. Her eyes showed great weight in her heart, thinking, but Renji Hirakawa is family to Toru Arikawa, and a target of the administrator. If I flee now, I will leave a bad impression with the administrator. It would be self-destructive to a chain of unexpected events. Goichi received blows and healed repeatedly, but increasingly approached her limit. Goichi gritted her teeth and wondered, how frustrating, how frustrating. But she thought, I have no other choice. Renji looked at her surprised as she said, this is executor number 206,438. Gowisha, to complete her mission, said anxiously, I resign as executor. Renji, very surprised, wondered what it meant to resign. Hello, this is the official record of Executor Gowisha. Identification number 206,438 has been approved by the administrator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked. Will you return to being writer? Do you accept? Gowisha immediately answered yes. She said sadly that it was her wish. Suddenly, a yellow light enveloped everything. Renji was stunned by the power of the rage spell. He wondered if that light was on the rooftop. Shikishima intervened. Where is the warehouse? Asked Kotetsu. Surely she resigned as executor, he replied. Shikishima asked again what happened when she resigned. He explained. The administrator organizes the final bosses. The minimum requirement is to be an executor. They have many privileges and cannot be attacked by an ordinary god. But as final bosses, they also have restrictions. For example, they cannot use the warehouse, he continued, to Shikishima's astonishment. Currently, that restriction no longer exists, said Shikishima, looking at Renji. A blue light appeared before his eyes. Renji was immersed in blue flames. A loud call woke him. Hirasaka was startled and thought, Reese, damn it. Suddenly, a hand rested on Renji's shoulder. He wondered what was happening. That hand was Gotia's. She touched Renji's shoulder coldly. Freed from executor restrictions, Gowisha could freely use a large number of items. The power balance between them reversed. Gowisha sacrificed executor rights. In return, she gained the right to use the warehouse with a greater amount of enhancement and recovery items. This surpassed hero Renji Hirakawa in stats. Moreover, Gowitia thought he was too slow. The storm summoned by Sika Amamiya was dissipating. Hirasaka's power returned to a low level, 1 out of 10. Suddenly, Gowisha pulled strongly on Renji's sleeve. As he was pulled, the wound on his eye became more visible. Gowisha threw Renji to the ground and then stepped forward to kick him hard in the chest. Renji opened his eyes helplessly. Then he received a series of consecutive punches from Gowisha. He was so injured that he spat blood. Gowisha, coldly, grabbed his hair. She lifted him into the air and asked, Have you finally awakened? He coughed with difficulty. She said indifferently, What a pity. Gowisha said, You and Sika Amamiya, for those who only have pure strength. She continued, The small title of executor means nothing to me. I will become part of you, but with the cursed contract of the rift. Everything I have accumulated over thousands of years has vanished. Suddenly, one of Renji's eyes burned and he acted. Gowisha spoke with a fierce and cruel voice. I cannot forgive you. Renji's whole body began to burn. She said, According to Hilda Du, you carry a resurrection object, right? Gowisha threw Renji to the ground and said indifferently, Then die and come back here. She said coldly, This time I will torture you slowly. Renji's body fell onto a piece of stone on the ground and stopped bleeding. But thick black smoke began to rise. In the distance, the voice of a small child was heard. The child smiled, looking at Renji, who also stared back. The child asked, Do you still want to continue? Up there? Shikishima and Kotetsu's spirits were very low. Shikishima murmured while Kotetsu thought, Everyone here has used all possible enhancement items to fight. He thought, If the enemy has a similar advantage, we won't have a chance to win. While Renji Hiratsuka said, Let's just buy time to retreat, Shikishima became thoughtful. He called out, Udo, Kinakawa, Naris, Fujigami, come with me. Of course, Ryo Shikishima also has no chance. Still, he declared coldly, I will save Hiraka another time, in a mysterious space. Renji, surprised, asked, Are you that child? He replied, I saw you before, standing in front of you, here, at the crossroads between life and death. Your body is waiting for the resurrection object's response, the child asked. I just want to know, when you have the chance. Why do you keep fighting? Renji remained silent. The child spoke again. Hit, cut, tear, burn, shoot. Only to die like this, the child continued. Because I have no other talent but to fight, Renji answered. That's not true, the child replied. The child hesitated. For money, fame, or status. He firmly denied it. The child hesitated a little and then said those people were his ideals. Renji replied softly, Of course, I think so. The child extended his hand and asked, Then, why did you abandon your true friend to save another world? Renji remained silent, not answering. The child insisted. You want to live in another world after this battle, right? The child asked. If you fight for your family and friends, I can understand it. But why do you want to save this world? Why save people who have nothing to do with you? The child squinted, as if about to cry, and said, I don't understand. Renji was thoughtful again. Finally, he spoke. I have fought for 8 years. 8 years saving countless people, but also losing countless more. He recalled the moment he woke up in bed and said, I no longer count how many nights. I curse myself for my helplessness. In his memory appeared an image of the hospital. He recounted, It was when I asked why we fight. Does what we do really matter? I asked in torment. Do these actions have meaning? Renji continued, and he answered. Shikishima told me we cannot erase the world's suffering. But still, if we could reduce it even a little, he continued, if we could change the spilled blood so that each person no longer has to cry, that every tear of sadness turns into a tear of joy. Renji recalled that moving image with words full of emotion, along with the phrase, live well. Shikishima smiled and said, maybe that's the true meaning. Beside him, Kinukawa and Udo smiled broadly. Renji's eyes shone intensely as he looked at them. Back in the fantasy space, he spoke. At that moment, I thought it was something very noble and decided, he continued, that even if all the world's credit disappeared, anyway, I will keep fighting so that not a single AI has to cry. Renji suddenly said, as you said, I already have him, he continued, my true friends. The people I truly value, Renji said determinedly. That's why I can leave this world in their hands no matter how far away they are. Our hearts will always be connected. The boy replied, yes, you're right. He smiled and said, I'm glad, Renji. He responded with a radiant expression, yes, that's right. The boy asked, Renji, do you want to leave now? Renji replied, yes, definitely. In an instant, he returned to his combat form. He closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them with determination. In front of him were his 5 friends. He said, they are coming to save me. Everyone called his name in unison with concern. Hiraka, Hiraka, Hiraka. He looked at them and smiled happily in that mysterious space. That boy was actually the image of Renji when he was little. The boy said, that was too hasty. After confronting his own heroic nature, Renji Hirasaka awakened his second nature. The boy smiled and extended circles of light, saying, you forgot this, the unique ability for companions to travel together. Welcome to Amicus. Even Hirasaka Renji has been resurrected, and when the golden subordinates gather, in Gowisha's eyes now, they are all like insignificant weeds. Then Renji noticed everyone exchanging glances. Everyone made the effort to come find him, and at that moment the fire inside Renji grew even more. Everyone risked their lives to save him. Renji will never allow any of them to die, even if he has to sacrifice his life. Just then an unexpected voice sounded behind him. Renji, have you already forgotten? Hearing it, he was surprised and looked back. Your soul is now a hero on the path of a hero. You will always have reliable companions by your side even in the most desperate situations. A rare class like a hero can activate its second inherent ability, while Amicus. Its effect is that friends wholeheartedly recognized by the hero will gain the same inherent ability as the hero, with all their attributes increased tenfold. But only when facing dangerous world-level enemies. Seeing everyone increase their power, Gowisha remained calm, watching them without any expression. Transformation of the Golden Queen Kim Safina. 4th ability of the Ancient God, Golden Titan. Kinukawa, title Hirasaka, understands and can use the 4th ability, Titan Up Bed. A great source of power like a supergiant column strikes toward Gotia. That weapon falling creates a huge explosion. Renji advances to attack. Alright, now is the time to attack continuously to pressure her. But when Renji was about to run, Udo slowly stopped him saying, wait a moment. Renji exclaimed surprised. Why, Shikishima, if you use all your strength and still get crushed, you won't win even if you keep fighting. Then Udo continued, Shikishima, we will go ahead, Golden Amori. Meshi added, I'm going too. Shikishima said, sorry, I trust you. Renji, astonished, said, Shikishima, and then proposed to Hirasaka. I have a plan, do you want to join? Seeing that look, Renji couldn't hide his surprise. Shikishima is the one who makes the plan, and they are the ones who will fight. It feels like Renji is returning to those past years. Thinking that, he smiled happily and replied, tell me, after you finish planning. Renji continued using his giant to attack Gowisha. Although there were many people with strength similar to Hirasaka, they couldn't finish her off, they must know that well too. At that moment, a small figure appeared, Fujigami Macy. He was also performing the portal transformation, but he did not choose the Red King. Macy launched a portal transformation attack because, instead of everyone increasing their strength, Macy thought at least one should focus on agility, which is better. Then, a light like a star flew towards her. Her main ability is instant teleportation for allies, the fast divine steed Sleipnea. Macy, rising, happily exclaimed, luckily I found Ariel. Macy quickly jumped beside Subaru, who was unconscious there. More than half of his heart had been destroyed. Surviving was a miracle. If I use an item, will I have a chance to recover? Then she summoned her team. Macy was worried and trying to heal him. I totally depend on you. Please wake up. She shouted while healing Subaru, hoping he would recover soon. Scene change. Here is Renji. He controls his giant to attack Gowisha, while Kotetsu watches the battle from above. Although his side seems to have something that increased their strength, while the enemy can recover unlimitedly with items, victory will be impossible. The person who can decide this battle in the end is still Arakato Subaru. Kotetsu's gaze softens a bit, thinking maybe it's Amamiya Seika. But now she is so shattered that she is no less than Subaru, maybe worse. Kotetsu keeps watching and calmly says, "What will they do now?" Leon cannot respond well. He only says hesitantly, I will stay to face the enemy attacks." Andrea also agrees, "I won't leave either. I already made a pact with the ancestor. And you?" Kotetsu turns around and says, "Let's retreat. I don't think we can win." Hearing that, Andrea also supports his idea. "Only you say such straightforward things. Do whatever you want." Seeing Kotetsu turn like that, Leon feels some empathy. At that moment, Kotetsu reminds Leon that the battle will end in a few minutes. He warns that they must hold on if they want to witness a new world that will open, and then he leaves, leaving behind Andrea's cold gaze following Kotetsu. At that moment, near Andrea, the explosion of a hit causes the giant Renji created to lose half of its body, just like Kinokawa. The blood falling from Kinokawa's head makes her very tense. Renji, worried, shouts Kinokawa, but she signals him to be silent. "It's just a wound from the sensory connection, nothing wrong. Focus on the battle." Then Kinokawa continued focusing on the battle. Is this a compliment? The gate has also already disappeared, but why does it still have no effect? Then she looked toward Gowisha. That's obvious. This battle against Gowisha doesn't end until the very end. Ariak. She recharged MP to regenerate the colossal god's body and then controlled it to charge directly at Gowisha and push her away at a distance. Seeing this, she also got annoyed and exclaimed, "How can she live so long?" Seeing that it had an effect, Kinokawa quickly encouraged Renji. "Got it, Hirosaka, among us, you are the strongest," she said. "Hurry up and finish it." Sakishima is also casting a one-hit kill spell here. She remembered that at that moment, Sakishima's intention was that, when he gave the signal, Renji would attack her with his strongest blow. Renji, hearing this, felt worried. "Do you think this strategy will work, Sakishima?" Sakishima calmed Renji. "Don't worry, you like Subaru too, right?" Renji, confused, awkwardly replied, "Ah, yes, that's obvious. This battle against Gotia doesn't end until the very end." Ariak, Subaru, being between life and death, recalled his past full of resentment. At that moment, Subaru firmly decided he would not forgive Gowisha and remembered the image of his father, shouting, "Dad, how could you, Dad?" Then he briefly remembered when he visited the hospital and remembered his mother and father when they were healthy, walking happily together. His mother, until the end, fully trusted that traitor. "Traitor, traitor," he thought with hatred, when a voice startled him. Subaru suddenly woke up at Ariel's voice. Subaru quickly got up upon hearing Macy's voice. Ariel, seeing him get up, was very happy and exclaimed, "Great, luckily I arrived in time to save you." Subaru, confused, asked about Fushigami, unable to be very surprised. Soon, Subaru became serious because he felt something was happening. Subaru turned to look at the colossal god Renji, who was far away, and upon looking more closely, shouted in fury. Gowisha, seeing Subaru get up, was sweating nervously. At that moment, a circle of light appeared. It granted power to Subaru. He felt his body immediately filled with energy. That power was the Amicus ability. This ability allows those who receive it to immediately understand their function. Glacium is a hero who grants his companions a passive equal to his own. Subaru quickly realized and shouted, "Companions, return." While Shikishima discussed his plan with Renji, he asked Hirosaka, "You like Subaru too, right?" At that moment, Subaru smiled. Subaru brought his hand to his forehead and said, "Really, Hirosaka is amazing. That person has always been someone I admire." Then Meisei began to briefly explain the hero's situation. On Amamiya's side were already Haji and Lien. Hearing that, Subaru silently thanked Hirosaka. "Now I can keep fighting." He used the Blood Moon technique and quickly the blood flew toward Gowisha. 1 minute remained until the battle ended. The bloody cloak generated by Blood Moon covered the entire battlefield. Gotia noticed the blood. It was the blood of Subaru's companions who, by extending the time, were all bloodied. But in the end, they achieved their goal. Gowisha shouted angrily, "Arikado Subaru." The sun was setting, and the aura of Arikado Subaru and Hirosaka Renji became more powerful. The reactivation of the man under the sun, combined with the Amicus ability, increased Subaru and Hirosaka's combat power, 100 times more than at the beginning. Only then did Getia realize that this was the reason they wanted to buy time. Shikishima had already appeared above Gowisha. Aizawa Subaru barely noticed it, but it was already too late. He used the technique against Gowisha, 7 key, then followed with Imperial Control. Goitia, angry, warned him, "You underestimate me too much." Shikishima shouted, "Oh heavens, my attacks had no effect." "Nothing, but that's fine." Just then, Shikishima distracted Subaru, advancing to attack Gowisha. She could only exclaim, "So fast." Was Shikishima's attack just to distract Gowisha? And she, looking more closely, saw drops of blood floating over Subaru's hand. A stream of red blood covered her, but Gowisha managed to lower the shield in time. A whirlwind appeared. Gowisha wondered about the blood. At that moment, she was caught in that whirlwind. Gowisha tried to dodge and escape from this violent vortex. Arakato Subaru used 540 tons of blood curse, concentrating it to the maximum. He blocked all of Gowia's movements. This is dangerous for Gowia. She wanted to concentrate all her strength on the thunderstorm technique to get out of this siege. Immediately, Hirasaka's aura appeared. Renji has been trained to the supreme level, so he should be able to dodge attacks containing his aura. Gowicha quickly shouted, "Free!" At that moment, she managed to escape Subaru's blood curse. Chi Lu Vun is a type of talisman that makes everything it touches stop for a second. This ability is not suitable for a chaotic battle full of smoke and fire. However, thanks to the blood and concentrated blood curse, it was able to clear the way for Chi Lu Vun, away from the debris. Gowicha was tied and restrained for the second time that day. ICCC took the opportunity and shouted, "Let's go, Tsunemori." Upon hearing the order, Zinga quickly flew to attack Gowisha, appearing right behind her. Zinga is the leader of Ice Snake. Gowisha's gaze had not yet turned toward him. The level S treasure, Niklun Shield. If the user takes damage and loses 100% of their life, an absolute defense mechanism automatically activates once, but it seems like nothing to Gowicha. Zinga's gaze quickly filled with worry. Gowicha spoke. Was the previous attack so strong that it activated the Niklun Shield? So you are the one who defeated Billet. Zinga had failed 7 times attacking Gowisha. The explosion of power covered Zinga. Subaru watched worriedly and said, "I didn't expect Hirasaka's attack to be a trap. This is the real deadly technique, right? See, I have already calculated all your moves, it's useless." Shikashima, staying calm, said, "I know you still have your last defense card. My goal is to nullify it." Gowisha, hearing Shikashima, showed surprise and shouted, "Subaru, follow Tsunemori." Shikashima signaled to advance quickly. Meshi and Renji appear behind Gowisha. Sleipnir, the swift divine horse, is a skill of Fujigami Meshi. It allows instant teleportation of allies by touching them. Additionally, he can teleport with them. Shikashima Ryo's strategy is to leave Gowisha unable to defend or dodge. Then, Hirasaka and Renji will launch their most powerful attack, the technique that he and Louis created as an improved version of the last resort. The first stage is several kilometers from the current battlefield. Lien was in front of a large luminous screen in the warehouse, searching for an object that could save Amamiya. But what she received was a mechanical voice emitting Amamiya's soul. CAC has been permanently destroyed and cannot be restored to its original state. Lien, outraged, hit the screen and cursed, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Sika lay with her eyes closed, slightly moving her lips, saying something. Andrea held her in her arms, gritting her teeth, thinking, does this mean her soul has died? How do we face this now? At that moment, Sika weakly whispered, "Take me with them." Hearing this, Andrea shouted, "Amamiya Siyaka." She continued hesitantly, to the battlefield. "With everyone, with Subaru. I want to be close, even if just a little." Andrea looked confused upon hearing this, but Sika stopped when she opened her eyes and looked at Andrea. "Please, over there." Andrea also fell silent, no longer angry as before. After a moment, Andrea accepted Sika's request. "All right, let's go, Amamiya. We will depart when that technique is used." She hugged Sika and stood up. A beam of light quickly rose right behind her, Tetsu. After a moment, he raised his head. He looked at the beam of light and murmured, "Not much longer." Everything is about to change. The scene shifted to another place. There was an extremely intense beam of light, and near it floated a girl. According to Hirasaka Renji, he can currently control up to 5 terajoule of energy. This amount is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy that Niagara Falls can generate in 1 second. Its destructive power is comparable to that of a tactical nuclear warhead. It has an explosion equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. In other words, Hirasaka Renji's final attack is a single supreme sword slash never before seen in history. A sword slash that seems to contain the entire force of Niagara Falls. At that moment, Gowisha suddenly opened her eyes and stared straight ahead, prepared for the final attack, the Annihilating Dragon Sword. This ability of Gowicha allows consuming MP to transform her body into living flame, and can also turn fire into flesh with the flesh of her own body. Therefore, as long as she has MP, she can continuously resurrect. However, Gowisha was falling in free fall. Suddenly, he was surprised and froze, staring ahead. The MP used to regenerate his body had been depleted in an instant. She gritted her teeth and thought, "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. With this body, and this flesh and blood, there's no way I can withstand that attack." Just a second after the intense beam of light descended, drops of blood splattered. That attack had a powerful force that drained all of Gowicha's MP in an instant. Even the plane that was there was affected. Not only that, but the people around also felt the tremendous pressure of that attack. Even the blood shield Subaru had raised to protect his comrades was destroyed, generating a terrifying pressure on everyone present. Shikishima quickly looked to his side and asked aloud, "Are you okay, Subaru?" He was panting, gritting his teeth and enduring, thinking, just the after effects and it's already this terrible? He had to concentrate all his MP just to barely maintain the shield. This is Hirosaka's maximum power attack. How much longer will this attack last? Every time I use a healing item, I receive lethal damage right after. It's over. My life ends here when the healing items run out. At that moment, the dazzling light of the beam illuminated the entire sky. It lit up the whole city. Then Renji held his sword floating in the air amid smoke and dust. He opened his mouth, breathing heavily, and stammered, "Godia, how is it?" Renji wondered if he had already defeated Godia. He floated in the air and murmured, "This destructive power is impressive beyond anything I had imagined. Luckily, I already gave the order to evacuate the 23 zones." Shikishima frowned and thought to himself, "I'm sure we already defeated Godia, but where is she?" Then he deployed the Tengen. The Tengen is a subskill of Shikishima Ryo that allows detecting enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Messi also froze, staring ahead. Did we already defeat her? But just after, a familiar voice was heard. Gowisha, who now only had her head on fire, spoke. "I made you tremble." Messi gritted his teeth and turned around in surprise. Godia had almost fully resurrected and approached his face, slowly saying, "It was dangerous just now. Not only did I make you use all your healing items, but you also had to use an item like the heliotrope to regenerate health over time. I almost died because of it." However, everyone gritted their teeth with anger. In unison, they attacked Gowisha, who turned her head to look at them and murmured, "The outcome is already decided." Kotetsu, who was below, walked slowly and thought, "I didn't expect to witness such an interesting spectacle. Hirasaka Renji is living proof of the evolution of the soul, along with the awakening of infinite power. Many connections among the comrades. Meanwhile, on a monster, its head had been cut off. At the same time, Kinokawa was cut at the neck. He spat blood from his mouth, but still didn't stop and kept charging forward. All they achieved was just power within the game, created by the administrator. In the end, they still couldn't compete against the one who holds all the rules. "What I expect from you is not that kind of power, Aries Subaru." At that moment, everyone fought with all their strength against Goetia. Subaru lunged from above, shouting, "Goetia!" She raised her head and looked at him. Goetia had just delivered a direct blow to Shikishima's chest. She said, "Arigato, Subaru." Immediately, Gowisha moved her hand again and said, "Surely you've already reached your limit, haven't you?" Gowisha's movement created claws that slashed Subaru. That slowed him down. The force of the blow made Subaru grit his teeth. Despite bleeding from his mouth, Subaru didn't stop and kept advancing. He attacked Gowisha using a breaking attack. But when he arrived, Gowisha's hand was already on his neck. Her voice sounded full of contempt. "You also tried hard, huh? They forced me to resign from my position as executor and cornered me. I was forced to use all the objects I had. I must admit, I sincerely admire you, fan. Now you can carry this honor with you to the grave." Subaru was lifted by the neck by Gowisha, but he gritted his teeth and looked at her angrily, saying, "Gowisha, I will not forgive you." But Gowisha really didn't pay much attention to him. She said in a cold, deep voice, "Die, vermin." Then Gowisha's blue flames covered Subaru's body and his limbs were cut off and fell. Shikishima, who was on another cliff, saw the scene and shouted, "Subaru!" At that moment, the blue flames disappeared and before everyone appeared, Gowisha suspended in the air, holding Subaru's head. Shikishima, surprised, opened his eyes wide and murmured, "Are you kidding? How can this be? He can't resurrect anymore." Shortly after, someone ran toward him and called, "Shikishima." He turned and replied, "Where are Subaru's eyes?" Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment and replied, "The eyes, that resurrection object, were already used. It was in the battle against Billet and after." Hearing this, Shikishima was paralyzed, unable to move. "What, really?" Elsewhere, Andrea was still holding Kaka in her arms and looking at the sky, murmuring, "How could this happen? Is Eric going to die?" While speaking, she suddenly heard a voice. Andrea stopped and said, "Thank you. Earlier, I accidentally hit you. I'm sorry. Please live well, Sika." Sika, in Andrea's arms, smiled and said that. Then, Sika vanished into smoke that dispersed in all four directions. Andrea could only stand frozen, watching helplessly. She reached out her hand forward, clenched her fist, and with a choked voice, Amaiza turned toward Gowisha. She looked at Subaru's head and said slowly, "Then this battle is over, right? You can rest now." The scene suddenly changed to another place where Subaru was lying down with his eyes closed. His body had no wounds. Then, Subaru slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "Huh, where am I?" In front of him, he saw a shadow calling him. It was Sika. She crouched down and smiled at Subaru, saying, "I came to save you." The atmosphere was filled with sadness as Gowisha stared at Subaru's head in her hand. The scene changed to the place where Sika and Subaru were lying down. She said cheerfully to Subaru, "I wish the sky here was always this blue and clear. That would be wonderful." The two were lying down looking at the blue sky without a single cloud. Then Sika closed her eyes and sighed. "I really still like sunny days, Subaru." He replied slowly, "That's because I was born on a sunny and beautiful day. My mother gave me that name, Subaru," he recalled softly. Sika, admiringly, said the name was very beautiful and suited him perfectly. Subaru smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, Sika sat down and asked him, "So, the reason you hate Gowisha so much is because she looks like your father, right?" "That's why my mother gave me that name," Subaru softly recalled his past. With an admiring expression, Sika cheerfully praised, "What a good name, it suits you very well." Subaru smiled and said thanks. Then Sika sat down and asked softly, "So the reason you hate Gowisha so much is because she looks like your father, right?" Hearing that, Subaru sincerely told that his father used to frequently hit his mother and him. The time without him was the most peaceful, but every time he came home, he became a completely crazy person. He made a total mess, and yet, my mother did not abandon such a husband. She was always by his side, supporting him, even when my mother was sick and about to die. He cruelly betrayed her and then didn't even bother to care about us. Perhaps unconsciously, I associated Gedia's brotherhood with the image of that infamous father, who destroyed our peaceful home, precisely because of that betrayal to Ragun. That made me have a negative prejudice against her. Sorry, I let my personal feelings cloud my reason. At that moment, Subaru sat down frowning, holding his chin with his hand. Sika, beside him, placed a glass of water on the table and responded, "It's okay, that way you seem more human." It seems the two of them have already moved to another space. Now the two are sitting in a cafe. Sika continued expressing, "On the contrary, I feel more relieved." A while later, Subaru gently asked something, "Am I usually not like a human?" Hearing that, Sika sincerely replied, You're a bit strange." Subaru was surprised and asked, "Strange, in what way?" Then Sika explained, "Because you're not an AI like me. You always tirelessly strive for others. Only you, Subaru, do that." While saying this, she smiled broadly. But Subaru did not smile. He looked very surprised to hear Sika. At that moment, he remembered something and immediately stood up, looking around, and said to her, "Right, let me take you back to the others." As soon as he finished speaking, Sika, who was behind, spoke, making him stop. "I'm sorry, Subaru. I can't go with you. You surely already know, right? I have died. I have used the fragmented soul, just waiting for my death to be reborn. Subaru, luckily I saved you in time. The soul of a subordinate can be exchanged for the resurrection of the master." After saying that, shortly after Subaru's choked voice was heard, he turned with teary eyes, gritting his teeth, and asked Sika, "Why? Didn't I forbid you from doing this? For a subordinate, the master's order is absolute. Arigato Subaru had ordered his subordinates that if he died, no AI should sacrifice themselves to resurrect him." Remembering this, Sika still smiled as she spoke nostalgically. When Subaru gave that order, Shikishima and Tsunemori were very upset, right? She recalled a previous conversation where Jinga shouted at her and said, "Damn Subaru, withdraw that order." But Subaru was very stubborn and refused to change it. Hearing this, Subaru shouted at Sika, "That's right, my order is absolute." She closed her eyes and said, then explained, "Perhaps it's because the ability, Paravara, you used is not fully developed." At that moment, both moved again to another space. There, Sika was lying on the bed. Just as she said this, Subaru was left with his mouth open. Sika continued explaining, "When you possessed me, how to say it, when I was about to die." Saying this, Subaru opened his eyes in surprise and recalled. Subaru thought to himself, "That's right, that was the moment I thought we had lost. I couldn't save her in time," Sika added. "Probably because of that, at first, I had no memories of Judith. In short, Subaru's order doesn't work on me." Subaru was surprised, unable to believe that Sika could find a way to evade the order. Then he lowered his head, hesitating, and asked, "Since when did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Sika smiled and replied, "Maybe it was when my body began to show anomalies. After the battle with Iraq, I really decided to do this. Gradually, I understood that I am, truly, a weak soul." But even with that explanation, Subaru did not understand. So he asked, "Why do you keep fighting knowing it will end like this?" To everyone's surprise, Sika smiled innocently and replied, "Even so, I want to be stronger. I hope to be by your side, Subaru, and together keep strengthening ourselves endlessly. I want us to always be friends, Subaru, until this soul extinguishes." The more Sika spoke, the more painful Subaru's gaze became. She was standing next to the hospital bed where she lay, extended her hand, and said, "Thank you for giving me the chance to live once more. It's time for me to go. I have no regrets. Now I return this life to you." The two returned to the initial space. Subaru still wanted to stop Sika. No. Suddenly, he looked at her and shouted, "Please, don't do that. Everything is still incomplete. You promised we would reach the end together. Please, stay with me, Seika." Saying this, Subaru collapsed, choking on sobs. He gritted his teeth, tears in his eyes, pleading, "Seika, stay with me." Her voice echoed in his ear, saying, "Life is a journey in search of things more important than oneself. The AIs who can find that are the truly happy ones. That's why, Subaru, I am very happy." Seika spoke while staring intently at Subaru, but he cried even more. Struggling, Subaru stammered, "No, it can't be." Seika interrupted him. She touched her forehead with her head and said slowly, "Master Karen, thinking of the friends we have lost. It's not just that they are gone, but that we have walked together. From now on, think of us this way too. From the very first day we met. Every moment, every instant, we faced difficulties, but we were always together." Saying this, Seika could no longer hold back her tears and continued recalling. "It was the happiest time, remember that from me this way. Although I can only accompany you this far, we will meet again someday." Subaru's tears kept flowing, but his hair had already turned white. Then both stood up. They were surrounded by a bright blue flame. At that moment, Seika said to Subaru, "Can you help me deliver some messages?" He, of course, did not hesitate and replied, "Sure, tell me." Seika began listing, "First, for my family. I wrote a letter and left it on the table. Please tell them to read it. Second, for Master Karen. Surely he won't read the letter, but I have a trick up my sleeve. Third, for Seika. Seika." Suddenly, Seika paused for a moment and whispered the name, "Seika." Then she smiled and asked him to take good care of her body. Immediately, a bright golden light appeared, in the middle of which were eyes with red pupils. Meanwhile, Leon and Andrea waited. Seeing those eyes, both were surprised and left speechless. Andrea stared at them intently. After a moment, she stammered, "What is this? An automatic resurrection item activated? Could it be a Mamisaka?" She seemed to have understood something. Leon, on the other side, was speechless, unable to say anything. Then, from the golden light, Seika appeared floating. As soon as she opened her eyes, tears flowed. Seika murmured, "Mr. Seika," and approached Seika. At that moment, she was still innocent, speaking as usual, not paying attention to Subaru. "How long are you going to keep crying, Subaru?" Seika asked, confused. He could only stammer, "Because it's you." "Sorry, but I can't stop crying." Seeing him, she could only cross her arms and smile resignedly. A while later, Seika spoke again, calling him by name, "Subaru. I really like sunny days, now I don't have to see cracks. Nor cloudy or rainy days. Look at the sky so clear up there. It's very similar to the day you were born," Seika concluded. The scene changed, showing in front of Gadia, who was suddenly enveloped by a light. It was a dazzling multicolored light. Immediately, her arms began to partially disappear in that light. In front of her was Subaru, already resurrected. Gowisha stared at him, gritting her teeth. Resurrected? Wasn't it by some item? Just then, Subaru suddenly spoke. "I know now, Seika." He opened his empty eyes and looked ahead, uttering one word, "Gowisha." Hearing that, she was startled and looked at the boy cautiously. Just then, her inventory suddenly appeared. But just 1 second after Gotia's inventory appeared, it was shattered into pieces. Seeing this, she was horrified and turned her head, seeing the fragments of her inventory breaking. Gowisha was extremely surprised and wondered why her inventory had been destroyed. Not only her, but also the people below like Jinga and Shikishima were equally stunned. Even Renji could not believe what he was seeing before his eyes. Subaru spoke once again, "Now you can't come back to life even once more. You can't even escape." Saying this, Gowisha finally looked back at the boy. What he saw was Subaru's face full of hatred. He said firmly, "Disappear into the void, Gowisha." Gowisha looked at the shattered fragments of her inventory and was paralyzed, thinking, "The inventory is not my skill, it's more like a stats board. It's an absolute system, designed directly by the controller, beyond human understanding. This is the exclusive domain of gods, and yet it was destroyed." She still couldn't believe what she saw. Meanwhile, Subaru stood beside Kia, expressionless, raising his hand to control something. He silently thought about the inventory, and at that moment, behind Jinga and Shikishima, their inventories appeared. Not only that, even behind Renji, his inventory appeared. And it didn't stop there. Icy's inventory appeared behind him, and Lion and Andra H also showed their inventories, just like Kia. Everyone present showed their inventories behind them. Even someone outside, like Kadetsu, couldn't avoid it. While everyone was still stunned, Subaru's voice rang out again. How annoying. Then, suddenly, he made a strong horizontal motion with his hand. Immediately, everything around him began to distort, and the next moment, everyone was shocked, because their inventories behind them exploded into pieces simultaneously. Kotetsu, seeing that his inventory was not spared either, muttered in frustration, "Oh heavens, the items I collected over 8 years. Now they vanish the same way, violating the laws of the world." So this is your true power, Ariel Subaru. He looked up at the boy above. Gowisha floated in the air, staring intently at Subaru, silently thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? While thinking, she suddenly remembered something. The absolute system was being directly interfered with, causing confusion. Gowisha felt it too. Subaru stepped forward. She didn't miss a single move of his. Revolutionizing the order of a billion worlds, Subaru's foot now touched the ground. He was in the air but could still touch some surface. He advanced slowly. The upper half of Subaru's face already showed distortion. Gowisha, also affected, quickly raised her hand and created a blue fire sphere with a royal crown, bright and imposing. She thought to herself that even if she had to use all her MP, she must burn everything without leaving a fragment. Compressed stellar dust. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Gowisha aimed directly at the hell of Gehenna. It was an extreme, super high-level thermal light explosion, with a surface temperature up to 150,000 degrees. At this distance, not even she could avoid getting hurt, but if she could transform into fire in a second, she might still endure it. Become dust and ashes, Ariel Subaru. She directed her hand toward the fire sphere heading for Subaru. But he calmly raised his hand and said precisely 2 words, delete. The sphere she had prepared began to fade slowly. In a short time, it completely disappeared right before everyone. Gowisha couldn't believe it and was left speechless. Whirling air currents, as if with suction power, headed directly toward the 2 people in the air. Jinga grabbed his throat and said weakly, is he alive? But Shikishima was frozen and said to Jinga, did you see that, Tsunemori? It seems her ability was directly nullified. What kind of demonic power is this? The sphere Gowisha launched was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice echoed beside Kia. Stop resisting, Godia's finish and your face is still disturbed. Godia didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to flee. Subaru watched the direction she ran. Subaru just opened his mouth to say a few words and immediately deactivated the surrounding environment. Mastin was very disturbed, while continuing to turn her head to look around. Then Subaru appeared right behind her without her noticing. Gowisha was startled and turned her head screaming. She tried to defend herself, raising her hands to open an escape route, but suddenly, while screaming, she fell directly through that door. She was thrown to the other side, where there was a skyscraper. Subaru remained motionless, staring intently in the direction Gowisha had just run. Shikishima, seeing that from below, opened his mouth in surprise and thought, has she already escaped? Then he called out loudly to Subaru. Up, but Subaru only opened one eye and looked forward coldly, without responding. Godia, on the other side, seemed to have entered another space. She was breathing heavily, exhaling deeply, and suddenly Godia opened her mouth to laugh out loud. I did it! I escaped! Ares, Subaru, I must analyze that power of yours right now. Subaru's voice appeared again right behind her. The moment he finished speaking, Gowisha's space shattered into pieces. She was paralyzed, surprised, and turned to look back. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in Gowisha's ear. Violet, you say you want to become an operator? You crave divine power. You cannot achieve it, Gowisha. You will die here. Now you are just a disturbing chaos. Gowisha raised her hand and, looking, realized she was already disturbed. She was breathing unevenly. Then her whole body began to disintegrate into pieces. Many parts of her body disappeared. Gowisha thought to herself, is it over? After thousands of years, fully dedicating myself to the operator, and Ares Subaru, without a doubt, has reached the threshold of an operator's power. After all, are you the chosen one? Or maybe your existence was absurd from the start. Only a small part of your body remains. Gowisha remained lost in thought. She tried to open her mouth to say her last dying words. It's so unfair. But Subaru, in front, only watched silently from beginning to end. Shikishima and Jinga, below, seeing Gowisha fade away, wondered, have they destroyed her? Subaru remained silent, his face immersed in confusion. He remembered Sika's words. Subaru really enjoyed sunny days. Yes, I understand now. Sika. Subaru murmured while raising his hand to the sky. Immediately, everything began to distort. That day, the entire world plunged into confusion. Everything was wrapped in chaos, and nothing could be clearly distinguished. Gradually, a distortion sphere appeared inside a room. Kana looked at the sphere in amazement and said, Mario, this is incredible. The cracks in the world had disappeared. Indeed, there were no cracks left in the sphere. Among the 10 billion worlds, the Elpis administrators were in a room with 2 people, one standing and the other sitting. Elpis spoke softly to the other person, Eric Subaru. He spoke his words slowly, saying, and him, a vessel, an absolute body, created by the administrators. The other asked Elpis, did he destroy it? Vanquish, sitting, was silent and called Subaru. He clenched his hands tightly, thinking with frustration, an unexpected power, but then he murmured some words, Sawawa. Just then, Elpis shouted angrily, scolding Vanquish. Do you understand the gravity of what you did? What was destroyed was the vessel of billions of worlds. Since I became an administrator, no one like him has ever existed. What is that being? Incredible, said Elpis, with a voice of amazement, but the next moment, he smiled widely, almost touching his ears. Incredible. Vanquish heard that and remained silent, without responding. The scene changed to another place. Subaru floated in the air, looking at the blue sky, murmuring, Suzaka, what a beautiful day. Suddenly, he lowered his head and looked down. Below was a huge hole. There were also some of his teammates there. Later, Subaru descended down. He softly called Seika's name. She looked at Subaru and spoke with a choked voice. Mr. Subaru, what should I do now? As she said this, tears already filled her eyes. Seika couldn't hold back her tears and they began to fall non-stop. Seika is gone, she exclaimed with deep pain. Seeing this, Subaru hesitated for a moment and then said, yes. Seika said, please take care of this body. He also couldn't hold back his tears and they started to flow again. Afterwards, both opened their mouths and cried like two children, Lion and Andrea. On one side, seeing this, they could only bow their heads sadly. On another side, Zinga softly called Ariel. Then he turned and called Shikishima, but he was clenching his teeth. He looked to the side and murmured, I knew it, while frowning. He hesitated and seemed to have something stuck in his throat, but at that moment, Zinga called Shikishima again. He rejected it, saying it was nothing, and said, let's gather with the others. The scene changed to another place. It seemed to be a city. On a street, there was a thin person walking with difficulty, panting heavily. It was Geisha, but now she was very aged and wrinkled. Gowisha secretly recalled that before, while escaping, she had split her soul to be cautious, and she had suppressed her power to level 1, so she was not detected. Damn, what power is that Arik Subaru using? Just now. I need to find a way to heal. While walking, Gowisha suddenly stopped, surprised. She looked ahead and in front of her was Kotetsu. He was sitting on a rock. Seeing her, Gowisha was so stunned she couldn't say anything. Kotetsu turned his head towards her and exclaimed, hey! In his hand was a golden dagger. Seeing it, Gowisha was very scared. Her pupils contracted and she stammered, Hyodo Kotetsu. Kotetsu juggled the dagger in his hand, looked at Gowisha and said, you are someone who splits the soul at the slightest problem, so I assumed you would do the same when cornered. At that moment, Gowisha noticed what he had in his hand. She was surprised and stepped back, stammering, that sword? The storage bag is an object with infinite capacity granted to the administrators. Although it was destroyed and many treasures were lost, the items taken out before still exist. Kotetsu spoke slowly, word by word. The supreme golden god you killed before. It was also reincarnated through the Phoenix Eye. We have reserved all of that for you. After finishing speaking, Kotetsu jumped and ran after Gowisha. She was very scared and could only run forward. The legendary S-rank object Zom returned to the Nisha Sea. Kotetsu caught up to her and coldly stabbed the knife directly into her head. Then Kotetsu slowly added, you only got this far. Return to the sea of common consciousness. After finishing, all parts of Gedia's body separated into pieces and flew to another dimension. The scene changed to a place that looked like a galaxy. Seika happily walked on Chung Hill. Suddenly, she stopped upon seeing in the distance a person with long hair, floating. They were separated by a considerable distance. That long-haired person was future Subaru. He was silently reflecting. It seemed that Ariel Subaru had defeated all calamities. Thank you, future Subaru, murmured Subaru, different from himself. While speaking, suddenly Subaru stopped. His eyes opened in astonishment. He looked forward and then turned to look at Seika behind him. How? Why are you here? Seika smiled and happily approached, greeting him, then opened her arms and asked with a smile, are you another Subaru? I want to meet you. You chose to be in this lonely place and follow us. Thank you. You really are a wonderful person. While speaking, Subaru's tears began to flow. We won, thanks to what you told me. Seika's eyes also shone brightly. I will never let you be alone again. Subaru's tears fell abundantly all over his face, and then Seika ran to hug him. Seika's eyes also shone intensely. I will never let you be alone again. Subaru's tears fell abundantly all over his face. Then Seika ran to hug him. They congratulate Subaru, saying, well done. The two hold hands with unity and affection. At that moment, Subaru is moved and whispers, well done. Seika is also touched, with teary eyes. Both stand in a vast space, like in a galaxy. They hold hands tightly and the scene changes to Subaru's territory. Just then, the bracelet on Subaru's wrist emits a very bright light. A mechanical voice resonates, you have received a privilege from the departed family. The residual treasure of the dark sun has evolved into a resonant light. In the night sky, the effect of the inheritance manifests. The abilities and traits that Seika Amamiya possesses, he looks at his hand and murmurs, Seika. Seika silently watches Subaru intently. Just at that moment, Seika suddenly seems to sense something and stops. Then both Ren and Andrea also feel something, turn around and look at Seika, who suddenly sits to observe everything around her. In the clear sky, many open eyes suddenly appear, clearly visible. Seeing this, Seika grits her teeth and says, "Administrator, Mr. Subaru." She looks back. Subaru mysteriously disappeared without leaving any trace. Worried, Seika shouts, "Mr. Subaru." Sekishima and Jingo run to her and ask, "Seika, why are you in the human world?" Seika answers loudly to Sekishima, "Mr. Subaru has disappeared. It seems he was kidnapped." She is very worried about the administrator. Jinga and Sekishima freeze upon hearing this, unable to speak. Meanwhile, in the sky, those eyes remain open and watchful. They look toward the city, but instantly the sky clears again. It seems it was all an illusion for everyone. The scene changes to the place of Vanquish, looking at the control panel, grits his teeth and says, "Subaru." Then Vanquish turns around and calls Elpis. Before he can speak, he hears someone's voice. "What are you waiting for, cursed dragon? Let's go quickly." Elpis is already ready. Very excited, he sets off and says happily, "We will go to the place of the administrator who controls Ariel's world, Subaru. Otherwise, they will kill him." "Understood? Ra, let's go." Vanquish hesitates for a moment and then asks, "What about our cooperation?" Elpis laughs heartily and replies, "Yes, I accept your proposal. Let's rescue Ariel Subaru." He smiles mockingly and Vanquish, in front of him, remains silent. After the death of Gowisha, who was killed by Kotetsu's sword. In the Golden Kingdom of another world, at that moment, a battle is taking place. Delta laughs maliciously looking down. Violet also smiles mockingly and says, "Very well, it's not over yet. You'll have to play with me until you die." Then she falls downward, but suddenly Violet is startled by something she sees. Delta, noticing this, asks, "What's wrong?" She replies in a deep and astonished voice, "The fire the Lord gave me has gone out. Could this be?" Just then, another voice resonates, "Did you see it too?" Urizen listens and looks over, asking, "Did Bifron see it too?" He answers, "Yes." For a while now, the teleport gate hasn't been able to connect to the location. Could it really be dead? Bifron speculates. Hearing that, Delta is stunned and thinks, did Ariel's group succeed? With the power they have now, how could that be possible? In short, she doesn't know what to think, but asks, "Do we keep fighting?" Violet laughs maliciously, thinks for a moment, and says, "No, I don't feel like it anymore. They really are a strange group, but at least they serve to kill time." At that moment, Bifrons raises his hand and says, "I give up, heavens. So are there 7 karmas now? What do we do now?" He laments, bored. Just then, Bifrons is startled and shouts. Suddenly, a light appears out of nowhere and strikes his body from behind. Violet and Delta freeze, astonished. Bifrons was caught off guard by the attack. Still, he smiles and tries to speak before his body completely disappears. "Look," he says as he fades away. Violet smiles and says goodbye. "Farewell, Bifrons." Only Delta asks in a deep voice, "You already gave up, yet they still kill you? Are you taking it out on someone else? That doesn't seem like you at all." Below, someone stands, extending a hand backward. It seems he was the one who struck Bifrons moments ago. Black, seeing Killam's extremely angry face, said Killam was about to act. Then Killam frowned and murmured, "In this world, all the weak are destined to perish. It's that simple." Saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Violet held her stomach and began to laugh, scared. Delta, still confused, asked Killam. At that moment, he had already entered through a door leading somewhere else. Afterwards, Delta looked at Louis and asked, "Hey, bright blonde, what's going on?" She didn't answer a word, remaining silent. The scene changed to the place Killam had just passed through that door. While walking, he recalled a phrase from his master. "Killam, I have already mastered another technique from my master." The one who said that was Sika. Killam looked at the space where she had been and spoke to her. He frowned and murmured, calling Sika by name. At that moment, someone sitting at a nearby table called Killam. "Thunder God Enforcer, Demon King. I also saw what happened to Sika through the window." Then he said, "Drink this. Consider it a way to say goodbye to that girl." The one speaking was the Demon Emperor. Hearing that, Killam gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. Just then, Diamond also came out the door frowning and said, "Pour me a glass." Killam timidly asked, "Master, who is that person?" After taking the glass, she began complaining angrily. "I really shouldn't have drawn the Vanquish sword. That damn battle should have been avoided. I can't stand anything." Killam also held a glass of wine and listened silently to Diamond, but the more she spoke, the angrier she got. "I'll beat that bastard to death when he returns." The person Diamond was referring to was Vanquish, who at that moment was heading somewhere. The scene changed to the seat of Administrator Elpis. Vanquish was walking and Elpis asked, "Who is that order guy who took Subaru?" He thought for a moment and replied, "That guy is rigid and conservative. I don't think he's compatible with you." He didn't understand his intention and asked, "What do you mean?" But Elpis suddenly pointed to a door ahead. "Great, I found him. Let's go." He seemed very excited to leave in search of Subaru at the Order's headquarters. Seeing this, Vanquish clenched his teeth thinking, Subaru can't die yet. The scene changed to another place. Subaru was in a very strange land. He was at the Order Administrator's headquarters. He looked around and stammered, "Where am I?" Then he reflected, remembering that moments ago he was fighting Gowisha. After defeating her, Subaru recalled the scene where Gowisha disappeared in front of Sika. He and she cried a lot over Sika. Then he wondered, did I die? Subaru froze, thinking about that possibility. Just then, a voice sounded. That startled him. Where am I? I don't understand anything. The one speaking was Lacey, who seemed very angry and said, a moment ago, I was fighting an invader, or did I step into a teleport trap? Then Lacey approached Subaru and asked firmly, who are you? He answered sincerely, hello, I'm Ariel Subaru. She got irritated and said, no, not that. Why do you say you're my companion? Just then, another voice sounded behind them. Who knows? You're talking too loud. Keep the order. Who are you? Subaru thought to himself, are all of you players here? Then he timidly asked, were you also suddenly transported here? Lacey replied, that's why I was asking who you are. Jong-won added, did the same thing happen to you? I keep asking, where is this place? At that moment, a well-dressed man approached. He walked slowly toward where they were and said, is everyone here already? Welcome to my headquarters. Is everyone present? Welcome to my headquarters. This person is the administrator. Seeing him, Lacey becomes discouraged and asks, what's happening this time? At that moment, he realizes something and doesn't recognize his current appearance. After finishing speaking, the administrator raises his hand and creates a crack, then enlarges it. The crack becomes a giant eye. The administrator says, I am the order. Subaru is frightened and grits his teeth, unable to believe it. Lucy is also surprised. She recognizes that the eye appeared in the crack. Jong-won fixes his gaze on it and murmurs, is it only Sigo who seems curious? The others just watch without thinking much. Subaru opens his eyes wide and says that he is. Before he can finish, the order interrupts them. The reason I invited you here will be explained later. First, allow me to give a conclusion. From now on, you must choose. Either become my high-level executors, or your world will disappear forever. Choose one of the two options. All members of Subaru's group step forward simultaneously in front of Disabai. Lucy glances sideways at the person next to her and sees Subaru take a step forward. She shouts, that bastard is the administrator. There is already a lot of sweat on her face. She grits her teeth and realizes he is using the celestial clock. He has turned their world into ruins. Subaru, facing him, thinks with certainty that he is the source of all evil. He leads, and the others follow behind. At the same time, they launch themselves toward Disabai to attack. Subaru's sword shines and rises very high, then slowly lowers, pointing at him. Disabai clasps his hands behind his back and remains still. His face maintains absolute calm and he shouts, stop. The image of everyone in Subaru's group becomes blurry after his shout. Disabai applauds. You really are the strongest of all worlds. With an unnecessary gesture, he claps with both hands. Then he says, all right. Immediately, the four people in front of Disabai are teleported to four different positions around him. Subaru frowns deeply and thinks quietly. They are teleporting me against my will. Disabai, in the center, says, everyone here, even if you already know, I will remind you. I will start by describing the administrators. I have installed the celestial clock in 10 billion different worlds, designating some as game participants and responsible for managing and operating the scoring system. There are 9 of us. Disabai directs his gaze to one side. He introduces himself, Disabai, responsible for about 1.6 billion worlds, including your world. Subaru turns around and repeats his words, the ruler of 10 billion worlds. Jong-won is beside him, gritting his teeth. I always wanted to meet you. I have many questions like mountains. His face is full of anger, and he asks, why are we forced to participate in this game? Light shines on his glasses, making them gleam. Disabai rubs his chin and reflects on the purpose. He responds indifferently. To simplify, that is to warm up our universe. Lucy gets furious upon hearing this. She shouts, what? Disabai asks in response, do you know what the concept of the universe's heat death is? Lucy answers, no. Jong-won, like her, says, no. Disabai suddenly raises his hand. Of course you do, though not exactly. I will explain it simply. He snaps his fingers and in an instant, the place where they are changes completely. Above is a large ceiling with a luxurious crystal chandelier. The 4 members of Subaru's group are seated neatly on both sides of a long table facing Disabai. Subaru observes the surroundings attentively, thinking, teleportation again. Jong-won whispers, you really can do everything. Disabai's voice echoes in the space. Imagine, the entire universe is inside a porcelain cup. Sigo closes his eyes and places his hand on the cup, exclaiming how warm it is. Subaru does not act, he just remains silent and stares at him. Didi Fly lowers his head and looks at the glass in his hand. The contents inside the glass are still warm. His eyes open as if he is pondering something. However, Didi Fly drops the glass and it falls to the floor. Over time, the heat in the glass gradually cools down. The glass spins several times in the air before rolling on the floor. Finally, it becomes completely cold. At that moment, Lucy is sitting on the other side of the table. She rests one hand on her chin, which is natural. Didi Fly's next words make the hand holding Lucy's glass stop. What if something similar happens with the universe? Lucy's face freezes and the water in her glass begins to stir. Her voice reaches the ear. If we continue ignoring this, the stars will slowly die and the universe will lose its heat. What awaits us is a complete stop due to absolute emptiness, declares Didi Fly as he straightens up. Of course, that is something that will happen in a very, very distant future, but we are an eternal existence. Johnson and Sigourney remain silent listening, so Didi Fly's voice also reaches their ears. Subaru and Lucy are in front of them. We have established this system to prevent something that will come one day, a system that steals soul energy from their universes to warm our universe. That is the nature of the game. Lucy narrows her eyes and an expression of astonishment and disbelief appears on her face. She stands up from her seat and says, Wait, the explanation you just gave. Lucy directly exposes the implications in her words. Did I just hear that for you to live comfortably, you force us to kill each other? Didi Fly does not try to hide it and openly admits, Yes, I think you understood correctly, Lucy. Once the result is obtained, there is nothing more to say. She is stunned for a moment. She does not know how much time passes. She shouts loudly for that very reason. So where do you get the right to do something like that? Didi Fly responds. Now, an executor named Gowisha, very powerful under my command, is no longer here. Subaru is puzzled, not understanding why he mentions that. Didi Fly raises his hand and reveals his purpose. I need a replacement, but not an ordinary person. That is why I invited you all. Analyzing, everyone present here has something in common. All are strong participants from their own worlds. First, the hero Licivelin, the strongest in world number 310, with 7,892,234 inhabitants, or at least someone who has experience defeating executors like. Second is the demonic bitch Jong-1, the strongest in world number 1, with 270,015,000 inhabitants. They are undisputed talents. As the third, the demonic god Sigourney Adelga, the strongest in world number 893,701,049. Didi Fly announces, I will take at least one person from among you as an executor under my command. And the last candidate is the savior, Ariel Subaru, the strongest in world number 1, with 188,943,663 inhabitants. Lucy's entire body emits a powerful, oppressive aura. Do you think we can obey after hearing that explanation? Didi Fly's expression remains calm. I don't care what you want. It's a pity you don't understand, but this is a decision we have already made. Lucy narrows her eyes, her body stiffens in place as she grits her teeth. She pronounces each word with effort, not wanting to explode her frustration. Because of your selfishness, many of my comrades in my world, they had to sacrifice their lives, even my family. Didi Fly's gaze is indifferent and cold as he responds, I don't know anything about that. Lucy raises her sword and lunges right in front of him, shouting, Die. The three, Sigourney, Jong-1, and Subaru, still have not reacted to the situation and can only stare from the table. Jong-1 shouts worriedly, Lucy, step back. Did you forget what he just said? Lucy's arm is about to disconnect. Her world will be erased when Licivelin's hand is about to disconnect. At a short distance, he shouted, Stop. She groaned in pain, and the image began to blur, no longer clear. Didi Fly gave the order to cancel. Just as he finished the phrase, Lacey's body began to gradually fade away. Subaru was startled, opened his mouth, and silently thought that was Shigo. He squinted and his mind sank into confusion over everything that was happening. Jong-1 thought to himself that this already surpassed his own definition of power. He cursed, saying, Damn it, while Subaru watched Lacey fading into the distance. Desperate, he wondered what else he could do. His eyes shot a ray of power. He directed it at the two people, then shouted loudly, Stop immediately. Subaru's power pierced and cut the erasing process. The dispatch ability he was using on Lacey exploded in the air. The huge explosion pushed Lacey's body backward. At that moment, her body returned to normal without any damage. Jong-1 opened his eyes wide in surprise at seeing that. Didi Fly silently thought about Subaru. He really can interfere with the system, he thought. Shigo's face was full of bewilderment. The gaze behind Didi Fly's glasses narrowed, radiating danger. Only he could do that, Subaru thought. His eyes blurred from this power, and he shouted. But when he lowered his head, he saw his body was still intact. He thought to himself it had only been a momentary illusion as he tilted his head. Subaru discovered that his arm was disappearing halfway, and the disappearance continued. Didi Fly, in front of him, called his name, Ariel Subaru. He pointed forward and said, "End your life with dignity." Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to do anything else, watching his body fade away. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere to block Fly's power. Vanquish and Elvis emerged from the spatial rift, smiling at him. "Hello, hello, long time no see, right?" Vanquish and Elvis came out of the spatial rift. They stood in front of Fly and Subaru to protect them. Seeing someone approaching from behind, Subaru shouted, "Vanquish." He heard the call and turned his head towards Subaru, noticing his disappearing arm. Vanquish commented, "This is a critical matter, isn't it?" Jong-won, beside him, observed those present. He said, Hey, frowning while holding Lacey's body. He thought to himself, who exactly are these guys? Jong-won recalled everything that had happened. "My name is Big Jong-won." And now he was very confused. "My name is Big Jong-won." For the second time, he repeated, "I am a private detective living in the Peco Federation. I am under the protection of the Golden King and am the strongest player in the world. I investigated the administrator Theo on behalf of an organization. Along the way, I faced an executor and defeated him. The battle was fierce. As I delved deeper into the clues, I infiltrated a labyrinth called ABC. While fighting monsters inside the labyrinth, suddenly, in a blink, I was thrown to this place. And then I met 3 stronger players from different universes. I felt those 3 had power similar to mine. Then the administrator dispatch appeared. His power surpassed all norms. Even if the 4 strongest players united, they would not be rivals. They heat up their universes and plunder the weak, that's obvious. Just hearing that is irritating, but beating them is impossible. The ruler of the multiverses, John. Jong-won looked at the people in front of him and thought, who are these really? He directed his gaze to Subaru, who had the power to counter the administrator. Jong-won held Lacey's body with both hands to prevent her from being erased. Then he turned his gaze to Vanquish and Elvis, the other 2 who were there. John opened the administrator's spatial rift and entered. He squinted and cursed. Damn it. Just meeting the administrator had already thrown his mind into chaos. He looked at Subaru carefully, and the others were radiating a great source of power, whispering a phrase. The situation changes quickly. Meanwhile, here, Fly grits his teeth and asks Elvis, "What exactly do you want?" Elvis smiles playfully and replies, "I already said I came to bother. Just wait a moment." After speaking, he quickly turns his head to one side. He calls Eric Subaru. "Do you know that I am an AI?" Subaru is still a bit confused, recalling a scene that happened before. Vanquish said he was going to meet a friend who was an administrator. "So, this is Subaru," he says with some uncertainty. "An administrator who can be an ally, Elvis?" He smiles playfully and admits, "Exactly. I've heard you're not very smart, but it seems you have a very sharp mind, even though you lack much knowledge." Subaru looks at Vanquish and repeats Elvis's words. "I've heard you're not smart." Vanquish repeatedly denies, raising his hand to refuse. No, Subaru-san. You've misunderstood. I say it with good intentions. With good intentions." Subaru doesn't believe his words and asks, "Not smart and still with good intentions?" Elvis smiles and comments, "I've seen how you destroyed the inventory of the entire universe. And you defeated Gowisha. It was interesting." "Well," he raises a finger in front of one eye, becoming blurry. "What should we do about this situation?" Vanquish is surprised and asks, "Didn't you come here to save Subaru?" Elvis's expression changes, becoming very threatening, and he shouts, "Shut up, vampire." A great energy emanates from his body. That envelops the whole room. Shigo, affected by the energy, becomes paralyzed. Jong-won is also affected, gritting his teeth and thinking, what kind of demonic pressure is this? If I don't breathe on purpose, I might forget to do it. Elvis approaches Subaru face to face. "Now I ask you, Subaru-kun, what do you want?" Vanquish, angry, insults the bastard when suddenly a noise is heard nearby. "Don't worry, Vanquish." He heard the call and has already calmed down. Subaru slightly opens his lips. "I can answer for myself." He looks seriously at the person in front of him and says, "The only thing I can do now is ask for your help." Jong-won, holding Lacey and Sigo beside him, listens to Subaru's request. "Save me, Elvis." Vanquish and Fly are also stunned to hear it. Only Elvis smiles widely and excitedly. "Exactly. How specifically?" Subaru adds, "Help me escape from here. I still can't defeat the administrator, defeat Disney." Elvis looks up, attentive to the words "still can't." Subaru takes a few steps closer. He whispers, "Now I'm going to run." His face, very close, shows a determined madness. But someday, surely, flies beside him with several ellipses above his head, showing that he doesn't know how to react. Jong-won is also speechless. This guy is incredible. Sigo comments, "He really is stupid." Vanquish laughs with 2 silly chuckles, and Elvis lowers his head to hide his laughter, leaving Subaru confused. Unable to react to everyone's expression, suddenly someone shouts. Elvis raises his hand and makes a request. "Ariel, Subaru, Allow me to adopt him. Didi Fly is surprised and asks with an open mouth, Are you crazy? Does an AI have the right to do that on its own? Elvis extends both hands trying to negotiate. Come on, let's talk a little. Although he says he adopts it, in reality it is. The next words he says no one in the room can hear. Display frowns, understanding his intention, and also uses that mode of communication with Elvis. When Elvis responds, Display emits sounds that only one can hear. Subaru watches both with curiosity and asks Vanquish, What are they saying? Huh? Can that be called a conversation? He explains. They are compressing information and speaking at a super high speed, a speed we cannot catch. I don't know how much time passed, but Didi Play spoke again at a normal speed. I understand. He gave orders to the person in front of him, but you must take responsibility. Explain this to the other administrators, Elvis said, accepting calmly. Of course, I hope the others don't hold grudges like you, said Didi Play. I don't hold resentments either. Elvis's face lit up, he pointed here and said, Okay, that's it. For now, I will keep Subaru-kun under my command. Subaru, indifferent, crossed one of his arms and looked at him to respond. Thank you, sir. Didi Play replied and then asked, Wait, you are also a candidate to replace the administrator, right? Gowisha, what do you think about that? Elvis frowned and groaned when mentioning that topic. He laughed and gave a look as if he had discovered something. Elvis pointed to Sigourney, who was sitting in the chair. Hey, do you want to be the new administrator? She was called and pointed to herself to confirm. Didi Play looked at Sigourney, and Elvis commented, That girl, right? From my point of view, she is someone who only has interest in exploration. That fits very well, said Sigourney, closing her eyes and leaning back in the chair. She agreed with them. Yes, it's fine. I will do it. Anyway, I care a lot about what the world will be like. John 1 asked her, Is it really okay for her, Sigourney? He replied, It's fine. Elvis smiled, satisfied, and said, Congratulations to the new administrator. Didi Play squinted without objections. All right, he said, before Elvis and Vanquish entered the space-time hole to leave. Subaru turned and pointed to John 1 and Lucy behind Elvis. I also want to help those two people. Elvis followed Subaru's wish and called out. It doesn't matter, let them go, said Didi Play. It's fine with me too. He closed his eyes and replied, Do whatever you want. Subaru bent down to allow John 1 to carry Lucy on his back and enter the space-time hole. As he walked, he whispered to himself, I'm saved. Suddenly, someone called his name, Arik, Subaru. Subaru looked toward where the voice came from. He and Didi Play looked face to face. He said one last phrase as a farewell, See you again. Subaru only responded with a simple word, yes, and then entered the space-time hole. The hole slowly closed and finally disappeared, leaving no trace. A group of people walked down a long corridor. On the floor beneath their feet were countless clocks. Subaru looked around curiously. This is Elvis's headquarters. Thank you. Elvis, he said, sincerely looking at the person in front of him. Thanks to you, I was saved. He replied in an enigmatic tone, I haven't really helped you yet. Subaru stopped and raised his face for a moment. Elvis turned his head, smiled, and touched the hat he was wearing. The real challenge to help you is just beginning. At the same time, elsewhere, Didi Play crossed his hands behind his back and followed Sigourney to a place. Elvis, things are going to get complicated again, right? He stopped in front of a person dressed in white who wore a mask with a strange eye. He shouted an order and Didi Play issued an instruction to prepare the test. Gather all the administrators, he said, staring straight ahead, declaring, We need Ares Subaru to conquer the time trial in the Savior's War. Presenting the final power, the test of time, in Japan, in the new Player League building. Inside a large conference room, Shikishima said, We still don't know Subaru's whereabouts. Even though we asked for help from another world, it seems not even Sybil can detect him through her connection. At that moment, Sybil lowered her head, sad. Sorry for not being helpful. If I can't see Subaru, then the hypothesis that he was kidnapped by an administrator is reasonable. Hearing these opinions, Shikishima and Sika fell silent over the information. Then Shibuya added the hypotheses he knew. If my father fails to convince the administrator he knows, then both my father and Subaru might not return. That would be the worst situation. Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry. Miss Tetsu spoke coldly to scare him. You will die. Hearing that, he immediately startled and exclaimed, Hyoto, she clearly spoke in metaphors, right? Professor Tetsu replied naturally, saying talking so much was very useless. But at that moment, Jinga said something more positive. There is no certain death. He touched his chest with hope because the connection between Arik and us had not yet been broken. Shikishima assumed the distance was too great. Probably it didn't apply to the soul either, right? Then Kotetsu analyzed that meant Arik was still alive. But for now, we could only wait. Staying here would just be a waste of time, said Subaru, suddenly appearing responding to those words. Don't be so cold, said Professor Tetsu, turning her gaze to show a bit of emotion. Shikishima was so surprised that he was speechless, unable to react. Jinga and Seiha were sweating, not understanding what was happening there. Renji also intervened. That's right, Hyodo-kun, he added, hoping he would continue. I understand what you're thinking, said Hyodo, while Kotetsu's face blushed intensely. You really are terrible, said Hyodo Akira too. What do you think you are, Hyodo? But Shikishima startled and shouted, No, no, no. Look closely, Subaru. He was confused and silent, only pointing at himself. Subaru laughed nervously and scratched his head, saying, I've already returned. Scene change. Workers are coming out from the rubble. Everyone is starting to repair, right? It's thanks to your power, they said. Gowisha and the cracks have also disappeared, and the doors worldwide have been reduced to a countable number. Shikishima continued, What remains is the clock at the temple, which now shows 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 22 seconds. Subaru looked tense for a moment and then said, yes. At that moment, in the Administrator Elpis's chair, Subaru was frightened when accepting the challenge. Elpis responded, It's a challenge, or rather, a trial to conquer it. He continued, All rare species must go through this. Subaru asked, Rare species? Elpis began to explain. Among the players, the special spirits that appear very rarely are called rare species. The common characteristic of all is that they can partially ignore the game's rules. Heroes 10 times stronger than humanity's enemies, God Ex Machina companions, demons 10 times stronger than heroes, with abilities to manipulate space, time, and become demons. In innate cases, they don't recognize themselves, prophets who see the future. They attract luck or conflict between demons and gods. They grant powers to their followers, sharing abilities 10 times stronger than dragons. The administrator called this a break. Subaru opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Break? Lucy still didn't understand well and asked, What does that mean? Elpis replied, The power of rare species is undoubtedly strong, so we turn those who can use it into enforcers and those who can't, we kill. We introduce them into the system and control them. After hearing this, Lucy asked, So you know all the functions? Are you a player? I don't understand anything, said Elpis, explaining that currently, almost all rare species have been analyzed and contingency plans have been developed. So, whether you become a hero or a demon, you won't die without being able to say goodbye. However, new species are another story. Arik, Subaru, you are a new rare species called the Savior. It is very likely that your power, that's because you destroy the inventory of the 10 billion universes and erase the rift. That's why we think that is a system overwrite. At that moment, Lucy was surprised and exclaimed, That's why we think that is a system overwrite. At that moment, Lucy was surprised and exclaimed, Really? You destroyed the universe's inventory? Elpis opened the system panel and the word error appeared. The inventory cannot be used, said Manhwa inside the world. Of course the inventory doesn't show up. Why would it? Said Lucy jokingly while crying. All the rare items I collected, Subaru exclaimed. I'm very sorry. Then Lucy scolded. Hey, he can't do anything, right? Elpis just responded resignedly and continued. What you destroy was the central part of the inventory. If the trunk dies, the branches will die too. Even if you try to recover it, you won't be able to. Lucy, as if collapsed, shouted, No. Hearing that, Jongwon rested his chin and analyzed. Still, that savior has a power somewhat out of the ordinary compared to other rare species, right? Elvis replied, That's right. That's also the reason why. Dispatch is acting so hastily again. What will happen when the other comrades find out? Then they will immediately want to bring Subaru-kun back to their side. Subaru, confused, thinks, Is he really that nervous? Elvis answers, That's right, and as an administrator, he must handle everything properly. Logically thinking, Subaru-kun and his universe should be eliminated for greater safety. Lacey comments, Those guys are really extremists. Elvis continues explaining, Thanks to that anxiety, a gap was created that allows us not to eliminate him. Isn't it bad that a new type arises without everyone's consensus? Now we come to the main point. We need you to conquer the celestial clock. It has been transformed into a labyrinth, Subaru-kun. Jongwon, confused, conquer the celestial clock? Lacey is even more confused and asks, But what exactly is that? Elvis explains, It's not just about clearing it. All administrators will observe your progress. Based on what they see, a vote will be held on whether Subaru-kun's world will continue to exist or not. Jongwon understands, that's why it has that name. Elvis says, If you succeed, Subaru-kun's existence will be protected above all, and that world will be freed from the game. That's not a bad thing, right? Jongwon asks. Do you have any premonition? From the conditions, it seems bad. Lucy turns and asks, Is there no way out? But in the army, they feel something strange. Subaru is clenching his teeth uncomfortably. Seeing that, Elvis asks, You seem to be doubting? Are you thinking of wasting your efforts to convince me, Vanquish? Will it be in vain? Actually, nothing happens if you refuse the challenge. However, you will die right here. Saying this, Elvis begins to disappear, and the space around changes. Elvis says, It's a difficult choice. What's bothering you, Jongwon? With narrowed eyes, he tries to observe. The soul has already vanished. We barely saw its form and it's already like this. How could we face someone like that? What exactly do you mean, Ariel? Subaru, angry, replies, you only say things that favor the administrator. If you pass the challenge, you will be forgiven. Why does the administrator have the right to decide the existence or destruction of other worlds? Why should we feel grateful? Because what you say and do determines how our world ends. As if it's something you should decide. That cycle keeps turning and we get no answer. At that moment, Vanquish laughs strangely, then bursts out laughing, ha, ha ha, it's really interesting. Subaru, confused, exclaims, Vanquish, he said that. Even if the opponent is strong, if they don't care, they don't need to obey. Do what you like. If you want to run, I will run with you. If you want to fight, I will die with you. Jong-won also intervenes. On second thought, it makes sense, doesn't it? Lacey adds, I'm on this side too. Jong-won says, I'll show you. Lucy exclaims, I will support you, Ariel. Seeing everyone's support, Subaru is very surprised and then looks at both of them tensely. Elvis is now right next to Subaru, those stubborn kids. That makes him startle. Elvis continues, you just have to be honest and obey. Even if you're still a bit immature, what you say is correct. It's better than fools who obey blindly. There is no other choice, so I will give in. Consider that you need to participate in the conquest trial. It's my requirement. If you win, you will receive a reward. That's fine, right? Vanquish takes a deep breath and asks, why didn't you give in from the start? Elvis replies, is there a mosquito here? It's annoying. Then he says, all right, about the reward. Hearing this, Sakishima is surprised and exclaims, huh? Subaru explains the rules of the conquest trial. There are 4 fights and you can bring up to 4 companions. If you lose a fight, you lose everything. Sakishima is alarmed. Wait, the rules are important, but earlier you said something about losing something. Is it something terrible? Subaru replies, the reward. It seems you can ask for anything, with the promise of Administrator Elvis. As long as it's within his capabilities, he will make it happen.